Disclaimer. You are about to witness many, many hours of the most horrific linguistic content ever created. Some languages may require breaking the law, but these are jokes, spoken of for the sake of the funny. Do not do illegal things. This will take a long, long time. You have been warned.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to the third Cursed Conlang Circus! I'm here in the Basque country, teaching English and studying one of the most complicated languages in the world while I'm here. And meanwhile, you all have sent me some of the most disturbing conlanging creations ever witnessed on the face of this earth. About 3 or 4 months ago, I put out a request to all of you yet again to send me your most disturbing, nightmarish creations, and you did so. We made the rules a little bit harder this time, but we still managed to get over 100 submissions. And of those submissions, the 94 valid submissions were put to a vote in what we like to call democracy. And in this democratic system, you all voted for your top 6 Cursed Conlangs out of the batch. And out of that, those top 30 were sent to us. Myself, Eternal, the members of Big Lang, my patrons over on patreon.com/nga, channel members, and people who have attained godhood on the Discord server, and the moderators as well. A nice pool of people came together to judge these top 30, and we spent many hours coming together and looking at all of these languages, voting on which ones were the best in terms of their communication of the ideas, the cursedness of the concept, and the overall presentation and performance of the video and the translation itself. And again, I'm sorry to everyone who was deemed not qualified for that voting. We just had a few standards that we set in the announcement video about audio quality being within the range of PG-13 to G-rated audience standards for the content, and a few other things. So there were a couple languages that went outside of that acceptable range with their video presentations. Sorry, Freak Speak. Really loved you, Freak Speak, but I just couldn't do it. So you said that if you got disqualified that you won the mystery award. Well, there you go. I really liked Freak Speak. I couldn't do it. I'm probably still not even gonna get monetization on this video because of the copyrighted content that's in a bunch of people's submissions, but that one would have definitely done me in, I feel. So rest in peace. I'm sorry. But to all the 94 that were valid submissions, you are on the playlist, which is still available on the channel and will always be available on the channel, those 94 submissions that were votable on nga.org. And I think over 800 people put in their full panel of 6 top conlang votes. And from those votes, we go on to the judging sessions. There were 6 total judging sessions, which probably amounted to about, I don't know, it was over 24 hours of footage, which we're going to see. We're going to see. You as the viewer will know if this ended up being true or not, but I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that it all fits into one video. Because last year, if you were around for the second Cursed Conlang Circus, you may remember that it was split up into 3 videos because even edited down, it still took 26 hours to get through the 120 videos, which is why we changed the formatting and all of that. And there may be some future tweaks to make things more efficient and more fair for the 4th Cursed Conlang Circus. So look out for that whenever that happens. But just know that we're doing our best. This top 30 system was meant to get it down into a single video, and even that seems kind of a stretch to me, who, as of recording this, has not edited that footage yet. So I'm going to do everything in my power. I'm going to make sure that it can be released as one video. If I failed that mission, I will still post this section, this segment here on the video, just so that you could shame me. Yes, but I'm gonna do my best. So, all right, I've talked enough. Let's begin. Let's get into it. First session of judging happened about a month ago, I think. So here it is. Time travel back in time. Go.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna do the little intro spiel. Let's see. I'm wearing the red glasses and everything. Here we are at the first judging session of the Cursed Conlang Circus 3 2024. Here I am sitting against a wall in a bedroom in Basque country, Spain. We are ready to go. We got a stage channel going, including the Ngods, the Ngatrins, who else? Big Lang members, and moderators on the Ngachord server. I think those are the categories of people who made it in. But
yes,
here we are. Right. Here we are. We are going to begin. We are not going to reveal the top 30 to the judges yet, but what we have done is we have shuffled the order of those top 30. We're going to look at them in a random order. So just because a video is coming on first does not mean that was the number one most voted video. It is just the one that ended up being shuffled to the first video being played. But all of these ones that we're showing in these next 3, hopefully it's just 3 judging sessions, we'll be going over all those top 30 in a random order, judged by all of these people, including myself and Eternal, and people who submitted languages of their own. Cannot vote on their own submissions, but they are allowed to vote on the other ones. Don't be biased, please and thank you. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Are we ready to begin?
I think so.
Nice. Alright, well, I will activate a stream of my screen and hopefully nothing goes horrifically wrong.
Fucking dies.
Oh god, Eternal's back.
Hi.
Run!
Figured it out.
Hi, Agma.
What the fuck is
Bro,
going on?
what is Agma Schwa doing? Nothing happened. We were just playing Victoria and Steam Engine Sim.
Let me know if it starts lagging. It shouldn't, but let me know if it starts lagging.
We shall see. Okay.
I'm doing right now. Kiwi, I know you're a nerd, but I don't even know how a conlang is. I could direct you to some resources for that in the description, but in short, it's just a made-up language, like Klingon, or French. But for this, you're going to need some basic linguistic terminology knowledge. So, if you don't care about linguistics or utterly insane and incomprehensible ideas, then you can skip this and wait for the next Minecraft video. But this isn't full of a common man.
The what?
If you don't care about linguistics, why are you watching this video?
Yeah,
that's to
like,
anyone watching on YouTube now. Why? How did you get here?
This video is for Agma Schwa and his Cursed Conlang Circus.
Hi.
Enjoyed my insane machinations, which are probably pretty tame for this contest. The year is 2224. Humanity is one of many different species that rule the earth. The frog folk in Germany, the tree men of Malaysia, the elves of Greenland, but the main focus of today is the ruling class of the New York metro area, cyborgs. In 2054, on a very interesting Friday night, cyborgs came into being from a human in a TR-808 drum machine. The superior biomechanics allowed a new cyborg species to rise to power in the area and secede from the USA. As children of man and mechanical instruments, the cyborgs combined their languages into something both could understand, creating the Beatboxer's Pidgin, soon to be the Beatboxer's Creole, the lingua franca of the robotic world. The phonology of Beatboxer's Creole is quite simple, with the consonants of p, t, k, ch, and o. The vowels are e, and oo, for options for rising and falling tones. Yet the most interesting thing here is that the syllabic structure requires a consonant, but not a vowel. Or it could be viewed as an schwa.
Yes.
That can't have a tone if you don't think a consonant can exist without a vowel, but anyways. The words in this language are taken from specifically a cartoonish New York accent of English. But you may be asking, Kiwi, isn't phonology so much more simple than English? And didn't you use the same joke early on the page? And I tell you, But that's a good point. But also I'd say that there's a chart here to show exactly how English phonemes convert to Beatboxer's Creole phonemes. So let's take Agma Schwa, for example. Phonemic transcription, Agma Schwa. Throwing it into the Beatboxinator, we get a
Oh god.
The actual grammar of language is quite simple. Word order is OSV, adjectives come before nouns, adverbs come before verbs, prepositions come before nouns, and the possessee comes before the possessor. Noun cases are genitive, touch, vocative, ko, blow, ta, and a few different locative cases depending on the context shown here. Now, verbs are where it gets tricky. Voucher conjugations are quite easy, simple and continuous forms.
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
The vocative was ko, but o is not in the set of vowels that it's not in the phonemic
You're right.
inventory.
Wait, there's something wrong here. Hold on, was it really O?
I'm 99% sure the vocative was ko. It was just a slide before this, I think.
Before this one?
Vocative.
Yeah.
Like go back 5, like press the left arrow key or something to jump back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look at
it's
that.
cool.
Yes. Yeah. Well, apparently, O is in fact part of this language. Or it is an allophone of something that wasn't. You just didn't bother mention it. Maybe I don't know.
Trust the
Maybe.
process. Trust the process.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, great.
And a few different locative cases depending on the context shown here. Now, verbs are where it gets tricky. Voucher conjugations are quite easy, simple and continuous forms. Variations for past, present, and future, except for infinitive that just has a single form. Easy so far, but the snag here is that verb cases are not expressed through phonology. They're expressed through BPM.
Oh no.
So when I have the spoken segment, because I cannot
25.
Why did he? 25. God. Why did he make a spreadsheet and then he drew over the cells in the spreadsheet with some sort of program? When I'm not sure what program this is, but like any self-respecting spreadsheet app has an option to set the color of the text, and we saw that it's possible.
Yeah.
Because before it set the background color. So, in other words, why didn't he just make the text white or delete it? Actually, that might have been simpler.
I have a feeling Hindsight's Kiwi knew this very well and purposefully did that just so people would potentially notice.
Right.
That's the most likely choice to me.
Yeah, God.
Oh man.
inherently control my BPM, I'm going to be digitally altering it to match the tongue of a cyborg.
Dear God.
The writing system of this language is an abugida, written left to right, conveyed through graffiti. Each consonant has a symbol, but each vowel is denoted by a color, as seen in this graph. Now, after this, we can translate the given text. It's something from Twilight, I think. I don't even know. I don't want to know about the series, but enjoy the transcription.
Neither do I.
P-T, jaw, poo, t, t, ta, p, a, pa, t, pa, p, e, t, ka, t, a, t, k, t,
Oh no.
ta, t, to,
God.
ch,
These are pretty
P,
slow
pa,
BPMs. God damn it.
to, ch, ta, pa, ka, t,
I do love about part is just spelled with a H loss.
Yeah.
ku, p,
It's probably a typo,
pa,
not if it's in
p, ta, tu, a, t, t, ta, t,
Oh,
ki, t, ta, pa, p, a, p, ka, p, t, t, eat, top.
okay.
Oh god.
All right, there we go.
Oh, brilliant.
That was
comment by
something.
Charlotte here. Imagine reading a book aloud in this language that's mostly in the past tense.
Yeah, literally.
It feels like it was more like 3 beats per minute than 80, but
We need a metronome going along with that to check. All right. Well, there was our first one. It's time to judge it. All right.
Oh, that's the wrong command.
And while you think about it and put in your numbers or whatever, we also got to think about the
language
themes.
that needs to be judged. So this is called Beatboxer's Creole. Boom. You judge out of 100. It is 0 for like utter garbage and 100 for this is the greatest thing ever and should win the circus. Or anywhere in between.
Everyone just does zeros and 100s.
No, please, in between two. Go on. Even then, it would still work because of the way it's calculated. But so Agma, you can just enter them in the spreadsheet, please.
Wait, what does
Screen? So
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Just
And just spam your DMs.
yeah. Great time to do it, right? All right, Eternal.
all
send
of
me
your
the,
important
send me the
DMs
next
would
one.
cast us?
the next one is what
God
was it?
damn it. Oh, no. I'm not opening these cake. Very well could be.
Boom.
Looks like our second submission for the night is Proto-Antarctic by Long and Nguyen. All right. Oh God.
What the fuck? Oh, that's the disclaimer. I see.
This is a
Okay.
massive disclaimer. This
Also
video's
to
been
report, the system I just pasted in the votes, it works. So everything is working properly. Very nice.
Hell yeah.
So I programmed everything correctly. Yay.
There you go.
I did better beforehand, but still.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 20-minute. Okay, if it's a 20-minute video, then just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. So.
Okay. I'm gonna read through this warning while he's gone for 2 minutes. All right. This video has been known to cause certain types of brain damage, including but not limited to brain aneurysms, strokes, concussions, malignant and or benign tumors, and or total brain death in those, including but not limited to archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, historical linguists, and those studying any of the aforementioned fields. If you are an archaeologist, anthropologist, historian, historical linguist, or studying any of the aforementioned fields, you are highly advised to click off this video and watch something actually scientifically accurate. By continuing to watch this video, you can understand that watching this video has been known to cause types of brain damage, including but not limited to brain aneurysms, strokes, concussions, malignant and or benign tumors, and or total brain death in those, including but not limited to archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, historical linguists, and those studying any of the aforementioned fields. Long and Nguyen is not liable to any psychological or physiological damage to the brain or any other bodily injuries that watching this video may cause. You have been warned. And this kind of gave me an idea to of a language that was like the warning at the end of a pharmaceutical ad. Like just so somehow.
Oh yeah, Lord has said that. Yeah.
Just like the list of side effects, and like the side effects are the phonemes. Like.
Oh, that would be great.
Oh my God.
Now you say this, and now like the next one is just gonna be that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing is gonna be. God damn it! I couldn't be entirely surprised at this point. This fountain of cursed conlangs that's been unleashed on the world in the past 3 years is reaching critical mass.
It really has. Yeah.
Like I think we counted it a while ago. I think there was like 240 something of them now. 240 cursed languages spam YouTube now because of the circus.
Yeah, and I still get, like, every couple months, I still get a person, because, well, I live in Belgium, and I still get a person that's like, hey, have you seen this weird video about a language that's, like, Belgian or something? And I'm like...
You're like, yes.
Yeah, I made it.
Someone here saying, I'm not going to comment, I hate Agma Schwa. Yeah.
I've never understood the appeal.
so
Yeah,
never
someone here
understood.
clearly never... understood the appeal of Agma Schwa, or however that's spelled. In fact, we have yeah, there we go.
You so didn't understand the appeal that you either became a patron, a moderator on the Agma Schwa server, or became a god by sending 69,420 messages.
Yeah, 69,420 messages. That's how much she hates Agma Schwa.
Yeah, that's how little you understand the
Yeah, she
appeal.
has way more than 69,000. Yeah, she has like 150,000.
Dear God.
Like, that's already a cursed conlang in itself.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
So, I know that my next video should probably be about ŋimp.
I think that video was a little too fast. Can you slow down the speed?
Well, but at the time of recording this, our Lord and Savior, Agma Schwa, himself, has just announced the next Cursed Conlang Circus. So I'ma do the video on this next conlang for that video, or this video, whatever. So we've all heard of
Atlantis, an ancient city filled with treasure, thought to be lost at sea by Poseidon.
But it has been disputed by historians as just a funny story that wasn't supposed to be taken seriously. But what if that wasn't a funny story? What if Plato was actually onto something?
What kind of last name is Mother? Like,
legendary.
I mean, it's yeah.
I think you could say his name is Dr. Joe Mama for short.
Oh my God.
Wait, that's definitely what this is. God damn it.
I mean, there are some similarities between Indo-European and Uto-Aztecan languages, and there sure are a lot of pyramids around the world. Wait, are those pyramids?
The stupid Antarctic pyramid. God damn it.
I think we're going to learn about a couple new conspiracy theories today.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be a proto-language for all the languages whose cultures built pyramid-like things.
I have a feeling. Either that or it's gonna be like a proto-language for like Graham Hancock's like Neolithic.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I expect at least one Google debunker reference in this video.
I hope so.
In Antarctic, this is Proto-Antarctic, also called Atlantean, Proto-Atlantean, or not to be confused with algebraic Antarctic, which is a theory regarding the writing system, which we'll cover later. It is
algebraic Antarctic. Oh no.
Algebraic Antarctic. I do love the ASCII downwards arrow.
Yep.
Sure.
what I have come up with for Agma Schwa's third ever
Cursed Conlang Circus!
I got my idea.
You what?
I think and 3 had a comment real quick.
Yeah.
I am absolutely horrified with what algebraic Atlantean will entail.
Yeah, literally. What could that possibly be?
No.
The language is communicated by creating pyramids of different sizes and shapes.
We'll see.
From watching a video by Biblioaradian, where he said,
for any a posteriori conlangers listening to this, I've got an idea for you. The modern reimagining of the Atlantis story. Atlantis is an island or a continent in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and the Atlantean culture is not only the progenitor of all of the cultures and peoples of Europe, but also of the Americas as well. What I'd like to see happen is someone take Proto-Afroasiatic and maybe Proto-Indo-European, as well as Proto-Mayan and maybe Proto-Uto-Aztecan, or really whatever other language families you like, and from them reconstruct the original Atlantean language that gave rise to all of them. I think that would be really, really fun.
So no one tell me that Biblioaradian does not have cursed ideas. Like,
oh man,
my God,
this is good. I could.
Fun, but also really, really challenging to do, which is why I'm not going to do it. But as I say, any conlangers watching this, if you like the idea, go ahead and do something with it.
So, Biblioaradian, if you're watching this, thanks, I'm a big fan. Yeah. Anyway, it originates in, well, Antarctica, right around here, and is the ancestral language to Oh my god, so many languages.
Wait a second. What did that say? Wait, go back a second.
That said Dravidian. I saw Dravidian in there.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, Proto-Dravidian, Proto-Afroasiatic, Proto-Asian, Proto-Ŋimp. Okay.
Why Pamanguyan? Why?
Proto-Pamanguyan. Oh no.
So many languages.
And Udo-Aztecan, of course.
I would like to say that Proto-Algonquin isn't a top-level proto-language. That is Proto-Algic.
Oh yeah, you're right. Just Proto-Algonquian. Just Proto-Algonquian, not all the Algic ones. Oh god.
I mean, the others are extinct anyways, so I guess it kind of counts, but fuck you.
Got him. Alright.
Languages. Plato somehow figured this out and was all like, oh yeah, there's gotta be a continent in the middle of the Atlantic. What? Antarctica? No way, it couldn't, there's no way. Wait, when was Antarctica discovered? Oh, never mind, he couldn't have known about Antarctica anyway. But everything else happened, and he was mostly right. Except the continent wasn't Atlantis, but it was Antarctica. So everyone clap for Plato. Okay, now clap for me. Yeah. Also, you know how the Sami language has influence from some mystery language that somehow went undetected by science? Yeah, well, that was one of Proto-Antarctic's more direct descendants, which is also extinct. Arctic Antarctic.
No, fucking Proto. What is that? Paleo-Laplandic? No.
Wait. Arctic, Antarctic. How is that supposed to work logistically?
It's like in the Legend of Korra with the spirit portals.
Empire at some point. God.
It's either the Earth is hollow or they have the spirit portals from Legend of Korra.
Not the hollow Earth theory. No.
Antarctic and nothing in between. It just goes through the So
it's just like it's a portal gun portal at each pole that you just hop through. Yeah.
Everyone knows the Sami are actually space aliens.
Oh yeah. Well-known fact. Anyway.
Oh, but Longan, you're saying? Humans migrated to Eurasia from Africa, you silly little non-binary individual. Well, to that I say, you're wrong! No, I'm just kidding, you're right. Early Homo sapiens did originate from Africa, but it's a common misconception that they only moved to Eurasia during the Ice Age, and then spread to the rest of the world that way. This is only partially correct, and how we get Uralic, Turkic, Sino-Tibetan, Dene-Yeniseian, Eskimo-Alliot, Gip-Yip, Basque, and many more language families.
We're gonna put Skip-Yip in there, the clown language. And there is probably more.
Moved south to Antarctica, which thereafter they simultaneously migrated to all the other continents via natural convection currents. This caused the ancestral Antarctic languages, yes, plural, I'll get to that in a sec, to even further split into Proto-Indo-European, Bantu, Algic, Udo-Aztecan, Pama-Nyungan, Afro-Asiatic, and all these language families. Anyway, that's enough oversimplified history. Now about the language itself, starting with the...
I would like to mention, I'm pretty sure there's some new language families in that list earlier, because I saw Iroquoian in there, and I don't think that was in the original list.
Oh, really? Let's see.
Algic, Udo-Aztecan, Pama-Nyungan, Afro-Asiatic, and all these...
Oh yeah. Niger Congo is in there. Tai Kradai is in there.
Tai Kradai is also not a top-level family either.
Yeah. But then Dravidian,
these language families. Anyway, that's enough oversimplified history. Now about the language itself, starting with the... Most linguists, just me, believe Proto-Antarctic had two separate dialects, or languages depending on who you ask, Eastern or Western. For these purposes, I'm going to call them dialects, because if I treat them
East and West Antarctic, it's like...
Wait, that is a bit horrid. How does that work?
All directions are north.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the problem. What is East Antarctica? Like, that doesn't work if the continent is on a pole. That's not how it works.
Okay.
Like separate languages, and I have to explain Proto-Antarctic encompassing two separate languages and the mixing and creolizing of these two languages, leading to the world's major language families.
Wait, what were those?
encompassing 2 separate languages and the mixing and creolizing of these 2 languages, leading to the world's major language.
Yeah, there's Caucasian.
Caucasic is not a language family.
Caucasic, your mom, I'm assuming.
Probably, yeah.
God damn it. Oh, man.
Families, I would literally explode. Plus, they're semi-mutually intelligible, kind of like how Scots and English is, I guess. These 2 dialects were spoken on this side of the continent and this side of the continent respectively. These major language families...
God damn it.
No. Arbitrary. Oh, God.
It's entirely arbitrary.
Families were descended from the Eastern dialect.
The what?
I do like how we've made it 5 minutes into the video without any shred of linguistics so far other than listing random language families.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, God.
Oh, man. Oh, God, okay.
And these ones were descended from the Western dialect. But there was also mixing of different dialects involved too, so, you know. The consonants are both generally considered to be b, b, da, da, ra, ya, ga,
so far,
ga, qa,
sorry, what?
What is that? Apical uvular? You have to bend your tongue backwards all the way to your uvula? Is that what that means? What symbol is that? Oh, God.
That is, I'm not sure if that's an actual IPA symbol. God.
I think the one below it is a Gothic D, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, man. And then what is this?
So, yeah.
Wait.
Apical would be...
Yeah.
Chainsaw noise.
Yeah, apical is putting the tip of your tongue to your uvula.
Yeah, that's what that would... So you touch the tip of your tongue to your uvula.
And there's about to be an implosive version of that, too.
Oh, why?
There's also about to be chainsaw noise.
Oh, I remember. That's Kate likes to call that extra flex.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's retro flex. Even more retro. Good.
Okay. I'm interested to hear what this is going to be.
Duh.
What? Was that just all 3 uttered at the same time?
Oh, God.
Oh, man. Okay.
G, fa,
yeah, sure.
v, sh, s, sh, h, h, s,
oh, God.
m, n, r, ñ,
It is not...
ng, w, l, y, r, r, with the addition of v in the Eastern dialect.
Just in the Eastern dialect.
I love the whale noises. I think that's my favorite part.
I love it.
God.
I love it.
The only vowel that seems to be present in Proto-Antarctic, though, for both dialects is... This is due to the language historically being spoken over very long distances, due to the loudness...
Screaming at the top of your lungs.
Okay, keep in mind what this means is that we're gonna hear this scream a lot during the actual... Is that why the video is so long?
I hope so.
The translation.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
Okay. Question, how do you hear the consonants? They're just like, oh yeah, it's long distances. So all you hear is just like screaming at the top of their lungs and then just completely inaudible consonants.
You get it from the context.
That's why I need the chainsaw noise, exactly, Kat.
Oh, God. Okay.
Of the single vowel, I will only use this meme sound effect as not to disturb the people I live with. The phonotactics are this. Pause the video and read it if you want.
I don't know if I want to.
No. See, that is 8 C's on both sides of the vowel. That's be like, no, God, Jesus Christ.
It really is. You're getting the context and nothing else. Oh, God.
My favorite piece of phonotactics is there's probably more. That tells me a lot about the language.
There's probably more. And on
I only called it
includes S in the coda of every syllable to ward off evil spirits or something.
I only called it whale noises as a joke. That wasn't like actually intentional, but apparently you do just use that phoneme when you're talking near whales. So
I'm not saying all that. I already came up with them and had to type it out. I'm not saying it too. Anyway, now about the syntax, which there is. Oh my god, so much. Let's start with the Western dialects. The basic word order is, we ain't getting off that easy. Proto-Antarctic, at least the Western dialect, can have any word order depending on the context. To determine each one, we'll have to go through a few steps. In step 1, a speaker determines whether the subject, the verb, or the object comes first in the sentence. To do this, the speaker would have to consider two things. We'll call this thing 1 and thing 2 for the funny. For thing 1, the speaker will have to determine whether the sentence is formal or informal. The sentence is formal if speaking to an older relative or an alien. I'll get to that in a sec, I promise. Now, for thing 2, we have to determine if the sentence is declarative, interrogative, or imperative. That's it. Once these two things are determined, they mix and match in accordance to this lovely chart I made. There's going to be a lot of charts in this video. For step 2, a speaker determines whether the word order for that sentence is going to be head initial or head final. The way they do that is by determining if it talks about any of these things, as well as what part of speech is being said first. So, for example, if the sentence is talking about any of these things, and, say, the subject is going first in the sentence, then the rest of the word order is head initial. So, the word order would be SVO. Now that we have our word order situated, we can talk about adjectives, adverbs, and adpositions. Depending on the word order, adjectives, adverbs, and adpositions are placed either before or after the word they modify. The way this is determined for any given part of speech is...
It's like totally random, too, which ones are which. Oh, God. Kill me.
Whether the other two are present in a sort of rock, paper, scissors based system as shown here. As an example, let's translate the sentence. If I had a nickel for every time I was stupid, I would not have to be very smart to make a lot of money. Whoa, there's a conditional phrase. Let's get to that after we focus on this part. I would not have to be smart to make a lot of money. Let's pretend that this is being said to a large group of people, for simplicity. That would mean the sentence is probably informal, therefore the first part of speech being said is the verb. Now, is the topic of the sentence about any of these things? Well, it can be considered to be philosophical, so let's say yes. This makes it head initial, so the word order would be VOS, I think. Now for the rock, paper, scissors part of speech, which I'll be calling the RPS parts of speech for short. We'll color them pink for adverbs, green for adpositions, and blue for adjectives.
Yeah.
Let's say probably informal and then shows an image of a conference. Yeah, no. That's not exactly informal. Good.
God damn it.
Also, Kat was commenting on the fact that apparently there are transitive adjectives. I have no idea what that is supposed to do either, but maybe they're going to explain it.
I hope so. Oh, God.
So this language can be different for everybody depending on their opinion on what can be philosophical or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God.
It's entirely subjective. The word order is based on opinion. Like.
So yeah, that means you can use the informal word order if you want to be rude to someone, for instance.
Yeah, exactly.
The context of the formal one would be expected. God.
now this makes me think if like all the descendants, basically every language is descended from this, that means that they're objectively rude and polite language families out there.
People just got stuck on being particularly rude or polite in certain circumstances, and those became the language families of the world.
Will definitely be polite languages because all their honorifics and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, God.
But maybe SVO is just rude.
It is. It must be. How else did we get here? Alright. Let's see.
Oh, wonderful. It looks like all three parts of speech are here. That would make the adjective go here, the adposition go here, and the adverb go here. Technically, would is an auxiliary verb, but Proto-Antarctic doesn't distinguish the two, so shush. Now for the conditional phrase, you go through the same process. But where do you put it in relation to everything else? Well, it can either be put at the end of a sentence, at the beginning, or right before the head, as shown here. Since the sentence has 3 RPS words and is intransitive, I think the conditional phrase will go here. Then we just translate the words, word for word, since Proto-Antarctic doesn't have any cases. Those will come later. And bada bing, bada boom, we've got a full Western Proto-Antarctic sentence. Now let's talk about Eastern Proto-Antarctic syntax.
Oh God.
There is no set word order. Like, there is none. For example, the sentence, the goat ate the sandwich and the sandwich ate the goat mean the exact.
And that is supposed to be mutually intelligible with the Eastern dialect.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. That is something that we can worry about later. But I feel like the greater problem here is that the ambiguity between these two. It's like context, okay, but if it's this ambiguous, that's a bit much, maybe.
Yeah. Oh God.
Same thing. Any part of speech can go anywhere, literally anywhere. The way you can tell who is doing what is by context and context alone. This goes for literally every part of speech in Eastern Proto-Antarctic. If you want, there are hundreds of helper words that can be put in a sentence.
What the hell? These are the helper words. Some of them are multiple words long. That's horrifying.
These are clearly functional words and not lexical words that are this long somehow.
That's a lot of apical uvular plosives.
I think my favorite one is
These helper words aren't super structured in nature, by that I mean the helper words can be used to describe a lot of weird things, such as this helper word that can be used for the word. The fact that the East has literally
just unrepresented Unicode characters, okay, alright.
Use a microphone, please, Christ.
Zero syntax gives us some interesting insights on how human language evolved. If this reconstruction is correct, and as
the seer of all of this world-building project,
it reveals that humans only picked up human-like syntax very much later in their evolution. Whether this means that humans nowadays have an innate capacity for syntax or not is a story for later. Whether this means universal grammar is wrong or even falsifiable is also a story for later. In terms of language typology, I'm not entirely sure how to classify them. I mean, I guess they're both isolating since they don't have cases or agglutination or fusion or anything, but Eastern Proto-Antarctic doesn't rely on word order at all, just helper words. Okay, you know what? I invented pansynthesis. These two have new language typologies.
Pansynthesis. Wait, I need to see what that says.
Okay, you know what? I invented
a language type proposed by Long and Nguyen, describing a high level of individual morphemes occurring in a language with very specific definitions, which are in turn glued to make complex. Okay, I get the point. Pansynthesis, but pronounced pansynthesis, I guess. All right.
Pansynthesis. These two have new language typologies, Pan-Analytic for the West and Anti-Analytic for the East. As you could tell, Western Proto-Antarctic derives the vast majority of its meaning from specific parts of speech and word order, very common in analytic and isolating languages, while Eastern Proto-Antarctic uses helper words and only helper words to derive meaning, also common for analytic and isolating.
Between the two groups of language families posted earlier that
I think so.
One half of them were like the analytic ones and the other half were the agglutinative ones.
Well, that would make sense, but I think I have a feeling that those lists of language families were like completely random, and maybe it could be. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Proto-Analytic.
Yeah, exactly. Proto-Analytic.
Both these systems eventually mellowed out, beginning to use more recognizably human structure for languages and leaving very variable syntaxes and grammars in their descendant languages. But that begs the question, why were the two so different? Aliens.
Oh no.
What? Aliens. You heard me. It was freaking aliens. Yeah, I told you we'd get to it. The Western Proto-Antarctic people were in contact with aliens. That's how they built the pyramid. These are the... Yeah, I'm not pronouncing that. I'll just call them the crab people. They come from a watery super Earth called...
The crab people? Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh man.
Gambian holiday.
Yeah, literally.
Proto-Arctic, Antarctic, Western crab.
Conifer 261b. That's not an actual planet. With around 3 times the gravity of Earth, similar atmospheric composition, and a surface that is like 92% water, most of which being ice. The crab people's homes were traditionally built in the shape of cones to imitate local flora, which evolved to be chill on ice. Funny pun. The Proto-Antarctic people came to Antarctica after the crab people showed up, settled down, and built the massive pyramids that are definitely not mountains. Don't come at me, Minute Man. Since the
Agma Schwa is a crab confirmed. Agma Schwa is a crab.
We didn't get Google debunkers yet, but we did get Minuteman mentioned.
Yep.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Proto-Antarctic language was in its baby stage at the time. It gave time for the crab people to have influence on the Western Proto-Antarctic people, but not the Eastern Proto-Antarctic people, because they don't come into contact as much. Make sense? Yeah, I'm not explaining it great. TLDR, crabs colonized the west side of Antarctica, people showed up, Westerners get influenced by technologically advanced crabs, Easterners do not. Some of the stuff that seeped into the language
The crab people make it across like light years, and yet they can't make it to the other side of Antarctica.
are the syntax, the phonology, and the... Okay, get ready for a doozy. Now, nobody knows exactly how the writing system for Proto-Antarctic works, since it was probably borrowed from the crab people. All we know is that only the Western Proto-Antarctic people used it, and all of its descendant languages stopped using it by the time they made it to other continents. Although we don't know exactly how it works, an entertaining, and also most well-established guess comes from Dr. Mary Hua.
The what?
I love the idea.
Cyrillic?
I love the idea that writing is older than syntax.
Yeah,
in this universe.
That'd be another idea. I'll talk about it later.
Anna of Silly Goose University. Her guess is that the writing system is a syllabary of some sorts, and each of the syllables have a sort of algebraic meaning, hence the name Algebraic Antarctic. So each symbol is an algebra problem, and the solution is what the syllable says. How that works, I don't freaking know. I'm no mathematician or linguist. For the purposes of this video, and to get the most up-to-date research on this, I asked Dr. Juana herself for some more insights.
Yeah, so I actually came up with a bit of a more viable idea since I published that paper. So my new idea is that each syllable is written as a math problem. And not only is each math problem a syllable, each term in the problem tells us what phonemes to put in a syllable, and the type of math problem corresponds to a type of syllable. For example, a two-step inequality would be a syllable that's closed on both sides, and the amount of terms is how many phonemes there are on the onset and coda. The answer tells us whether the syllable is phonotactically sound, and the stuff in the actual problem tells us the other parts of the syllable somehow, like the stuff outside the nucleus or even the length of the syllable.
That's so cool.
Okay, that is pretty
Would that
cool,
mean that the phonemes in Proto-Antarctic act sort of as numbers of some sort?
So there's no way of knowing for sure, but if my theory is correct, then most likely, yeah. And that would open up the possibility of a sort of phonetic system where, like, for example, one consonant plus another consonant would equal to a different consonant. Like, for example, P plus K would be a retroflex stop. And this would be totally unlike anything we've seen before, even in, like, other proto-languages. So it's interesting how all these features were just lost along every single lineage.
Well, awesome. Thank you for agreeing to be in this video and sharing your knowledge with my audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, what video?
So, as you can see, very complex stuff. For the purposes of this video, I'll be using the romanization made by Dr. Juana, which I totally got permission to use before she published it. Now that we got pretty much everything I need to get out of the way, let's translate a required sentence. So
I have a feeling Dr. Juana's first name is Mary. Marijuana.
Get disqualified. And I will do it in both dialects, because I'm quirky like that.
Edward.
Edward.
Yeah.
How long
This is what I mean. You don't even hear the consonants. It's just screaming.
It is just. How long does this go on?
I don't know.
Another like 3 minutes.
Oh no, okay, it's only a little bit. It's only a little bit.
It's fine, probably.
Is this the section that will cause brain damage that was warned at the beginning?
How was this allowed in the audio check?
I would suggest something is, you know what I always like to do with these languages is we want to experience what a fluent speaker of the language sounds like, and the best way of doing that is to speed it up, but set it to 2 times speed.
This orthography uses a creepy.
Oh, you want me to put it at 2 times? I think actually I could just
put it at 2 times.
Yes.
For the rest.
Do it. Okay, sure. Do it.
There you go.
Edward.
There you go.
Also, one more thing.
Okay, now we can.
I never knew crabs sounded like that, I guess.
Morse code.
Imagine hearing dozens of people screaming across the horizon, pyramids and crab aliens walking around Antarctica.
That and multiple conversations going on in the same.
Yeah, exactly. If the sound can be transmitted for miles, then everyone's conversations are probably happening at the same time, no matter where you are. Like,
can you imagine being like in a village with like 50 people and just walking through the town square?
That's the real reason the languages diverged, because they all went deaf and couldn't hear each other anymore.
Is this audio in Western or Eastern Atlantic?
I think it's Eastern.
I think they're phonologically identical, I think.
Yeah.
It's just the syntax.
Because if it's Western, it makes sense because the aliens are helping them speak. So, like, there's nothing wrong with that.
There you go. There you go.
Before I go, something I'd like to add is that I noticed that in my info video, I got a lot of complaints about the audio only being on the left side, including a complaint from Mr. Schwa himself.
Yeah.
Now, when I was watching the announcement for the first time...
Quality! 2. The narration audio has to at least be acceptable. Right? If we're being bombarded by static, or if the sound is only in one ear for some reason.
Do you see what I see? I pissed off the Supreme Leader Nga so much with my atrocious audio that he had to add a rule that specifically says, hey...
On the record, no, you didn't annoy Agma. You annoyed me specifically because I loathe it if the audio is only in one ear. I get a headache, unironically, whenever that happens. I cannot stand it. That's why the rule is in there.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you didn't annoy Agma, you annoyed me specifically.
This is the biggest achievement I've ever achieved. Alright, bye.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
What else could possibly...
Okay.
They were indeed called marijuana, if you scroll.
All right. So I shall open the next judging round, and then and while we do that, what we typically do, because I don't think anyone who is currently here was here last year, the way we typically do this is after the video we have a discussion about all the, like, whether the video satisfied all the criteria and why it didn't, and that's typically not included in the final video. Typically what we're talking about here.
So a day-1 language got the top 30.
I hope the audio is correct in this one, which it should be.
Hello.
We double check them.
All right.
But let's see.
This is JRG again. Last year, I submitted to the CCC2 as a first whack in competitive Cursed-Langery. With the goals of minimum effort and a stupid phonology, of course that lang didn't go far. And thus this year, I have to be more ambitious with my Cursed-Langing. Thus I present to you guys the utter masterpiece that is...
Okay.
First off, we'll look over the consonants. You may be thinking this looks suspiciously normal, and that there's a catch waiting in the background. You're right in that there's a catch, and to show it, I'll read out the consonants now.
good.
So this is actually being spoken with like some kind of vocoder or something.
Something like that.
Is it using, those like business cards with a little stylus that like when you tap it onto the little bits of metal, it makes a sound?
I have no idea.
I forget what it's called, but is that what they're using?
Sounds like a fucked up didgeridoo.
This sounds like this sounds like the machine that like hairstylists and barbers use to like
or like Table mentioned an electric toothbrush, like the thing that they use
like
at
an
the
electric
dentist.
Oh god. This is strange, okay? They all sound the same. Oh no.
Here's how the consonants are romanized.
Ah, okay.
Given how they sound, of course this spelling makes total sense.
Fucking good.
You thought the consonants were bad? Brace yourselves, because the vowels are even worse.
Vowels are just numbers.
Oh no.
Like in the vowels are numbers, but unlike ah's word order vowels, here the numbers are the what harmonic of the buzz is amplified by the oral tract.
Oh man, that's actually really cool.
God.
Oh, that's so weird.
God.
That's so weird. Oh.
Okay. Okay. I will say we have Eliza commenting that these all sound the same, and I am literally, I cannot distinguish tones, but these do not sound the same.
These ones are different resonant frequencies. That's crazy. I like that.
Yeah.
But the consonants, yeah, I could not tell the difference between any of the consonants.
Consonants, okay, sure, but not the vowels.
Yeah.
These all sound the same. I swear to God, I am not deaf. I swear.
Deaf, but I may be tone deaf, but
it's not that they're the exact same. It's just that it just to somebody who isn't like used to this. It's just it sounds like all samey.
I'm telling you, okay, they sound same enough. They sound similar, sure, but I'm telling you, I am not a musician. I cannot distinguish. Like if you say, I don't know, I cannot distinguish tones. Like if you play a note, I don't know what it is. So, and I've never been good at because whenever someone says, "Oh, someone sounds off tune" or anything, no, I can't tell the difference. I cannot tell the difference, and I have that too. I hate tones and language because I cannot tell the difference between tones. But these still sound different to me.
I make music, and these do sound the same to me.
Maybe it's your speakers.
You're gonna have to theorize about this later. All right, let's continue. Let's see how this goes.
And this is how the vowels are romanized. Since the vowels are all harmonics numbers, they're spelled with what vaguely look like digits, obviously. Fortunately, though, you don't have to worry about meaningfully distinguishing all the vowels most of the time, as in most situations only 3 vowel qualities are distinguished.
Oh, okay.
And they are romanized like this in most texts. In prose, however, exact vowel qualities are written to signify melodic content. You'll see that in action later. That's the alphabet fully covered, and the bottom box there is the phonotactics. Finally, we're done with phonology. It's time to look at the grammar. Going off script. Anyway, as we saw from the phonotactics earlier, these are the shapes words can have.
Okay.
These forms, in highlighted in red, are essentially reserved as letter names, so we can ignore those.
Okay.
Of the remaining words, a rule of thumb, vowel initials are verbs, and consonant initials are nouns. Although, of course, there are a few exceptions to that, which I don't have time to cover.
Okay.
Word initial vowels are applied or deleted to convert between verbs and nouns, and the vowel quality signifies mood. While word final vowels signify tense on verbs and case on nouns. Notice how there's an inaural case, which indicates that a noun is inside a mouth.
What?
Case on nouns and
I think my favorite part of this is how
case works.
I love how loud his keyboard is. So like you can hear him clicking from one slide to the other. It's like insanely loud.
And for the record, that is not how case denotes the function of noun, the grammatical function of a noun in the sentence. Being inside the mouth is not case. It might be an adjective of some sort, sure, but it's not grammatical case.
It's
a not metaphor. What case is. How? What is what? Enlighten us, please. What metaphor? What does that mean? Like, what is the grammatical function of being inside of someone's mouth?
Imagine the language is spoken through a 4 or 5 dimensional medium, and being inside the mouth is some kind of metaphor relating to the past, but that also wouldn't work. That would just be a tense. I give up. Anyway, let's move on.
Let's continue.
Tense on verbs are the only obligatory inflections. Anything else you'd mark on is infixed, before the final vowel on nouns and after the initial vowel on verbs. Why does the language do this? It's because of the syntax. The syntax is mostly head final, but because verbs serve the functions of adjectives and adverbs, they come after the words they modify, not before. And now, the sample text. First comes a glass. From the glass plus some vocab I'll skim over.
Okay.
And this is where the prose vowel quality thing applies.
Okay.
This is it, the full translation. Okay. Now I need to brace myself for ring through this abomination. Oh no.
Okay, so they are doing it manually. Oh god.
I think this font is water. Also, can I just say, this font is driving me insane, because is that either this font is just horrible, or that is actually a superscript. Sorry, not even superscript, just a V above the letter. It is just a V, isn't it? Because there's also an R with an actual. What is that diacritic called, Agma?
Oh no.
Charon.
Go on.
Charon?
Everyone shut up, let Agma do this.
No, wait. If you look at some of the R's, they actually are. They actually are Karens.
Yeah.
And then there are other ones that are just V's.
I know. I saw that too. Just now.
No, it's also dingling. There's like it's like a G, whatever that's called. There's things below.
That's the font I use in my terminal.
It also uses the fucking Uralic unknown back, like UPA unknown back vowel symbol.
That's what that is? Oh god.
That's what that, yeah. I have it on my keyboard. It's this thing. It's used in Uralic phonetic alphabet, and that's everything.
About good.
Fluent speaker mode.
Yes.
Yes.
Here we go.
I can't tell this one.
This is 2 times speed.
This is literally just electric toothbrush for like a minute and a half.
Sorry, that's not part of language at all. Alright, here it goes.
Wait, none of that. Okay,
Oops. I've never understood Agma Schwa. The first video I ever had was sang out by apologizing.
God damn it.
Excuse me. I've never understood Agma Schwa. The first video I ever had was sang out by trying to gross out the viewer. Obviously, I did. The next video I ever had was sang out by apologizing for ruining your day, but you also didn't watch. I just don't get why anyone watches makes intros like that. It's seriously like he's trying to be as outgoing as possible. It looks more like a troll trying to be anything else. Sorry, mispronunciation.
I mean, if you want to make it faster, I can make it faster.
I think we'll We'll be okay. I'll skip ahead.
According to unknown laws of abbreviation.
Oh God! So wait, so the A was the first year's translation, B is the second year's translation, C is gonna be the third year's translation.
There's no
I think Elisa's description of an out-of-tune didgeridoo seems about right.
Yeah,
an out-of-tune didgeridoo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so technically, bro put the English text inside of the how do I say this?
Yeah.
So he put the original English text inside of his translation of that same text?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Absolute gamer move.
Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The V, of course, flies anyway because bees don't care what humans think is impossible.
I refuse to listen to the B movie script again. I've listened to it like 120 times, I believe. Right? So, no.
Never again.
So yeah, because I think I'll just skip to the end. We'll speed this up a bit more.
Yeah, I think we got the point. Oh
God. Okay, I think we can skip to the end.
Creativity shall make inspection and certification prior to the confirmation of Najva Gun's official status. Deny thine humanity. There are no politics in
There are no politics in real life.
Which, well, we should probably. Okay, I think that's the rest of the video.
So, yeah.
For anyone watching, because don't think it was ever explained what this text is. A few people should know, but I think now is the right time to explain it. This text is basically like the rules of our Discord server and a few other things thrown through Google Translate, like through 30 different languages, and then just we picked out a few sentences and just sort of pasted them together. So that's why it says it was ruled by Agma Schwa, because like Agma is the
yeah. Actually, I think
forever.
Actually, I think Agma Schwa and his son Gusaba is from Agma Schwa and the Children of Nga.
Exactly.
I think it's just literally that.
All right. That's the name.
All these names that were brought into the lore were formed via Google Translate.
Yep.
Yes.
There's also Naiva Gun and Ngu that still need to be introduced.
Naiva Gun. I never understood how to Najvagoon.
I can't describe to you how long it took me to. I went through like I don't even know how many languages I went through, but it took me so long, and I can't believe that I contributed to this lore.
Truly honorable, from the circus to the Tunga craft, all the way.
Yeah. From the circus to the ring was my problem. That's my blame.
No. Oh man,
I do not want to hear KSI. Please.
Destroy. Okay, time to judge. Time to score. Let's go.
Okay.
What the fish?
I've skimmed all of these. I didn't want to like truly give myself the full emotional reaction until now, though.
The native gender.
All right,
I love bird gender.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Okay.
There we go.
It's from the guy. It's the guy that makes the stuff.
The what? Oh,
it's the guy.
Yep.
Oh god, it's gonna be fun.
Hell yeah. All right, let's see.
Cry out to me, not with their voices, but with their minds. They fear the boars of Wigma and the cruel ravens of Kakal, and I awaken to answer them with chivalry is my greatest gift. Have you ever noticed how all old gods resemble octopi? The infinite is our birthright.
Excuse me, the word octopi is based on a Latin inflection pattern, incorrectly applied to a Greek word octopus as an overcorrection. The correct plural should be octopodes.
Quand Vistin Arodjun Raf. The great strength of Wigma and Kakal are their languages that let them work together and learn. So it was my gift to create a language for Shavor. So what is a language? Well, from my research, sounds produced by animals are mapped onto meaning, which allows said meaning to be transmitted simply by producing sound. So how is sound produced? Evidently, by breathing. More specifically, this is a diagram of a typical oral cavity. In the back, we have a giant bag that holds air. This opens into a pharyngeal cavity. As air is forced from one to another, the aperture vibrates to produce a voicing, voicing effect. From the pharynx, air is directed towards an opening, either the mouth or intraocular fistula. Along its way, it is shaped by an obstruction or lack thereof. That much is obvious. For my research, any sound produced in this manner can be described by 4 characteristics. Number 1, the place of articulation. Somewhere in the mouth must be occluded to shape the sound or to redirect air out the fistula. Where along in the mouth it occurs affects the sound noticeably. Number 2, the oral release. Sounds with a high level of oral release are affricates with lots of pressure and sound, and those with a low oral release instead release out the fistula. However, raising the oral release even further returns to a clearer sound, and ultimately it opens up into a vowel. This represents a triangle which can be filled out with "ah." So, should oral and interocular release not be separated into completely different axes? Well, not exactly. Changes in fistulization can really only be detected at the extremes of oral obstruction, so there are only 2 ways between these. But there are 2, so it's a loop. Number 3, the voicing. By flexing one's aperture, the voicing effect can be magnified or reduced. And number 4, the breath force. This one seems self-explanatory. Higher breath force at the top and lower breath force at the bottom. Now these can be constructed into a 4-dimensional sound space, and we can map different aspects of meaning to each characteristic. Now, we would need 73 different axes to completely define every aspect of meaning, but we can describe some rudimentary nouns. Whether an object is alive or not seems important, so the alive shall live in the front of the mouth, and the dead shall rest in the back. Gender is also an important thing. Allegedly, men are like strong and whatnot, so they can be mapped to high oral release, and females are, perceptive, so they can be interocular. However, if you accept the definition of a man as strong, burly, and small of mind, then a bear should lie even further. And if we accept that a woman is like smart and graceful and frail, then a bird would even be beyond a woman.
She did not know it existed outside of grammar.
They're both animals. Now, to make meaning out of raw concepts, you need to inform your audience of their function in the utterance. Voicing can be mapped onto relevance, not relevance to the sentence, because obviously it wouldn't be in the sentence if it was irrelevant, but relevance to the action. Its conjugate mapped onto breath force is agency, how much choice and power it has within the action. And it was only after I created this system I discovered a crucial difference between myself and the octopi of Chavor. They have no interocular fistula, only one mouth. Oh well, if they have no rituals, they will forget what I have done for them. But even this meaning was not enough, so I did what my people always did when faced with an infinite void. I created. In other languages, meaning is only in the arrangement of sounds, not in the sounds themselves. To arrange them, I of course needed a set of fixed sounds, and they would need to be independent from the free phonemes, otherwise they would have meaning of their own. This is difficult because the free phonemes encompass the entire set of possible sounds, but I found a way. First, I cut up the phoneme space into chunks of a manageable size by slicing oral release into thirds and place of articulation into fifths. Using your alphabet, they would be expressed using these letters, which fill out Chavorese's phonemic inventory. Yeah, I couldn't get these two unstuck. To keep them separate from the fixed phonemes, they...
cylinders merge into each other.
Great. Sort of, yeah, good.
That's another 5-dimensional moment right there. Like, the cylinders just are one in those areas.
Drift around through the phoneme space. They move slowly enough that you don't lose track of them over a conversation, but they are moving. They always leave an empty space for the free phoneme they just occupied. The downside is that now each individual octopus has a different way of pronouncing every phoneme, and these change over time. But I just checked, and that's how it works in other languages, so I'm not worried. So let's get specific. What exactly are the fixed phonemes? Well, to keep them separate from each other and in the same general range, they have to occupy enough of a space to displace one that comes into contact. For that, I prefer to multiply it further. First of all, although a circle is chosen to portray the loop that is oral release, it is just a line that connects to itself, and each chunk is shaped like a cube. Anyway, each chunk contains a polyhedra with the identities of the different phonemes attached to them. The plosives each contain a 6-pointed octahedron, the fricatives a 5-pointed trigonal bipyramid, and the vowels an 8-pointed cube. Numbering each vertex and placing and orienting the polyhedron allows you to plot the coordinates of each phoneme and know the pronunciations. Here are mine as of writing this video. It is these fixed phonemes that create the words. But what is a word?
Excuse me? Plosives 1 through 6, fricatives 1 through 5, labula, alveolar, palatal, alveolar, uvular. Okay. Alright, I guess I get it.
Yeah, good.
Damn.
What an interesting set of phonemes.
Yeah, really.
Accept the definition suggestion that a word is some letters surrounded by a gap, then many unpronounceable combinations arise. The only appropriate solution is to make words out of precious few combinations. At maximum, a fricative followed by a plosive surrounding a vowel and a single final consonant. But if you stack two of these beside each other, that would be three consonants at once. So to prevent it, I insert a schwa sound. That means nonsense like abstain is prevented, leaving only sensible words like knappet. So now that we have words, the hard part is mapping meaning onto them. In many worse languages, people foolishly try to map complex topics onto simple words, and then get mad at each other when the topics are complex. Truly repellent. So instead, we map them onto complex words. Imagine everything. Now arrange it by meaning. Each word is like a little atom with an electron field of meaning surrounding it. The meaning at its nucleus is its true meaning, and the further you move away, the less accurate each definition is. Now, I can already hear you tapping away in the comment section with those bony tentacles on the ends of your arms. Sure, a concept might have an imaginary meaning, one in your mouth, but that's different from the one that has in your arm thingies or whatever, fingers. And yes, so instead of imagining everything, simply feel everything. That graph is slightly, yet crucially, different from the other one, and the new atoms are displaced from those in the sonic graph. But we don't have anything to map onto those atoms. Not yet, at least. Now, the Wigmesians know me as she who bears 10,000 tentacles. My spawn, the Chavoris, have only 8, but they can certainly spare 2 of them to communicate. The motion and positioning, the interaction of these appendages and their temper, these are just as effective at communicating meaning as the mouth. Now, hands are not bound to the same axes as breath is, and therefore cannot possibly be described at the same level. It also has no free equivalent to contrast with, so the signed language can be pretty fast and loose. It's mainly meant to supplement the audible language. Additionally, tones can be used to specify the exact meaning and to provide context to any utterance. Its phonemes are this shape. The tones fall onto this arc. At the start, we have increasingly rising tones, and at the end, we have increasingly falling tones. The meaning, therefore, is pretty obvious. If something requires an answer is uncertain.
It is. We're going onto the curve now. Oh, God. You never escape.
Or in the future, it has a rising tone. If something provides an answer is certain, or in the past, it has...
Are we on for
the what?
So far. Like, how many different, like, axes can each sound have so far?
There's a lot.
A lot.
We've gone off the deep end of these axes.
I don't think anyone knows. I think everybody has lost track at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
All I know is it's not one of the ones on the dodecahedrons. That's all I know. One of the other ones.
Yeah, one of the other ones. Oh, God.
I can only say that this is exactly what it feels like to doze off during maths class. This is the exact same feeling.
Okay, everyone, pay attention. We're watching a video.
What? I was asleep.
You wake up to see that the cylinders have merged. Like, what is happening? Where am
Not
I?
again. This feels like the fucking triangle machine meme all over again.
Oh, God. Okay, let's continue. Let's see what happens.
Has a falling tone. The tertiary meanings are most evident when applied to the word raison, which I guess would translate as time, but now that we have all of the building blocks, it's time to start putting them together. We start with an idea we need to convey. For example, I just drank some water. This can be broken up into a subject, object, and verb in that order, which can be represented by the words and signs quin, raison, and sesquing. The overlap between these is pretty close already, but the meaning can yet be whittled down by the use of tones. Ron means the water of life, so a downtone can correct it to just mean regular water. Similarly, I am no ordinary noun. I am Master Inkart, the last void architect, so I receive the largest possible uptone. But that isn't enough to encompass my grandiose. This is where the free phonemes return. As you recall, they refer to a few rudimentary characteristics which can be applied to a noun. In terms of gender, I don't because I'm a void entity. However, we are talking grammatically, and grammatically I use feminine pronouns because it makes it harder for the Cacalians to insult me. My animacy is lower than most. I come from the void where we thrive on emptiness. For case, my relevance and agency are at the highest. All that matters is me, and I am in control. That plots the coordinates of As I said, the additional meaning of the drinking in question taking place in the past is added via the additional word time with a downtone, appended to the beginning of to drink. We concatenate the whole thing and produce kang, ron, redon, sesquer. But you could probably tell we're missing something. Language is more than just meaning. Language is poetry, song. Where is the emotion? So I decided to insert it. Every sentence ends with a particle. The quality of the emotion dictates the manner of articulation, if you'll consult my graphs. Voicing is the certainty you have in the emotion, and breath force indicates the intensity. And the voicing is the certainty of the emotion dictates the manner of articulation, if you'll consult my
You can't even read it. It's just a series of emotions. It's just all the emotions that are pinned with sounds. Oh god.
Oh no.
It's like,
wait a second.
It's a spectrum of emotions that are just like each labeled with a different sound. I can't even say vowel or consonant because it's both.
I'm noticing like the inner circle has 6 labels, but there's 8 sounds.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
That's why you have the several layers of subdivisions so that you can clarify.
Yeah, I see.
It's like the color spectrum on one side. You have more expressiveness on one side than the other because it's fucked up and evil.
There you go. Oh god.
Not this one. God.
Help us all.
Graphs. Voicing is the certainty you have in the emotion, and breath force indicates the intensity. And the place of articulation indicates the confidence you have in the validity, which I guess is only applicable to statements, but statements and questions are just different ends of a spectrum. That leaves the tone, which is the formality. If you are talking to someone more important than you, it goes up because you are opening and waiting on them. If someone is less important than you may use a down tone to indicate the finality of your statements in comparison. For the example sentence, that would mostly be disinterested because it's just water. But I suppose I am excited about the prospect of linguistic example sentences, and there's no mystery about any of this. So that creates what might be broadly written as with a massive downtone because I am the creator, the dweller in the void that existed before you were a thought in the minds of your god, and you are a bone construct. So and see. That concludes my 10 minutes, but first I need to shout out the artist of all these drawings of Master Inkheart, Absolutely. And he actually refused to take monetary payment, so you're literally robbing him if you don't pay attention. You can check him out on Tumblr at Artsonutely or on Kara. That's not a real website. It is? It has 700,000 users? Okay. I looked it up. Apparently, it's a new-ish alternative to Instagram without all the AI slop. That's completely fair. Anyway, you can check him out at Absolutely. I've also included the big link in the description that leads to everywhere. Go check it out. Go check it out. And now we enter the translation segment. The sentence requested is this passage from Twilight. About 3 things I was absolutely positive. First, Edward was a vampire. Second, there was a part of him, and I don't know how potent that part might be, that thirsted for my blood. And third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him. It did not seem in character for Inkheart to use this sort of passage, so I'll be taking over from here. Now, this first clause, about 3 things I was absolutely positive, appears to be written in OSV, but about 3 things is a prepositional phrase, and you can put those wherever. But Shavarese uses SOV, and like some other languages, I would imagine, has a singular word for to be positive about. So it's 4 words arranged as I, 3 things, was positive about. Now, we already covered. Although not being Master Inkheart, I use a masculine and more animate declension. Not having seen Twilight, I can't speak to the original author's declension, but this works for me. Shavarese, believe it or not, does not have a word for 3. It refers to all amounts in relative terms, like a lot or a little. 3 is a relatively small amount, so it uses the word plugs. Now, often when between 2 nouns, adjectives would be declined, but no one thinks we're applying a numeral to a singular pronoun. Thing uses the combination of that word ŋappet and this sign. Je is the word for to be sure of, and past tense, raison with downtone. Ordinals like first, second always just count up from ngo, which is accurate enough that a sign isn't needed. Names are complicated in Shavarese. We could either translate it with free phonemes as Edward or using fixed phonemes as Edswords, which I choose because it's going to take up way less space. Vampire, on the other hand, is trivial because it's shockingly easy to translate novel concepts. The sign for leech, bloodsucker, or drain, and the word which means undead or resurrection, normally have no overlap, but if you use them in conjunction, people will will understand that there's some sort of blood-sucking undead they need to be on the lookout for. Scoods is the word for to be, past tense. Here we include our particle. The three particles in these sentences are mostly the same, just with increasing intensity. As you can imagine, the certainty is max and the evidentiality is firsthand. Love and fear are actually right next to each other at around gra. We start with an aspiration of just gra. We all know how to count. What comes after wukno? That's right, hungr. The construction there was for indicating presence is English specific. German, for example, uses es gibt or it's giving. Chivalries, on the other hand, uses a dummy noun zungt, which doesn't have a meaning outside of being used in this construction, but that all needs to be taken in stride because the entire sentence is not very nice in terms of construction. Obviously, that is the point to test the limits of the language, but it means I'm going to be not very nice with my answer, recursion. It was Noam Chomsky himself who said, "Why did the mods of two-sentence horror delete my submission? It was technically two sentences." Without going into too much detail, recursion is when you use an entire clause instead of a single word. And in this case, it means using an entire sentence in place of a sentence's object. To be more specific, let's break up this sentence into three sentences. 1, there was a part of him. 2, I wasn't sure how strong the part was. And 3, the part thirsted for my blood. Now, at least 2 have to share the same object, so we regloss this as, I couldn't accurately assess the strength of the part. In English, we use the linking word that, as in, there was a part of him that I couldn't assess the strength of, that thirsted for my blood, but in Chivalries, it's all nested together and written as the 9 words, it, I, his, part, my, blood, thirsted, no, could accurately assess the strength of, was. So these words can be translated as previously stated.
This like feels horrible, but at the same time, if you've ever made a language that doesn't have relative pronouns, they're all like this. It's always like requires completely rewiring your brain to figure out how any sentence works. It's horrible. I have to do it way too often.
This is how hallowed ween my ghost language works to a certain extent. It's
also a bit kind of the opposite of that is how Portuguese works, because Portuguese has no nesting.
Yep.
In Shakyamdash, I use possession chains with like present participles with possession prefixes attached, and it just turns into a whole mess.
Dear
Okay,
God.
let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Kan, zburpen, kan, ngadzurt, seskner, ŋimp, vgur, and scoods. Put the verb in past tense, decline both pronouns to refer to me, although in this sentence I feel like I have less agency, so I'll decrease the aspiration to just ra. And we need to decline this one with respect to my blood, so indicated as possessive. My blood is the same amount of masculine as I am, although it's like the essence of my life, so it's all the way to the lips and animacy. That gives va. Also, him needs to be declined for him and the part. I haven't seen Twilight, so I'll just give a generic masculine, obviously without animacy because he's undead. So wa, and the part has less agency, so wa.
Undead
Couldn't
is
be
just a
simpler.
lack of animacy.
Oh yeah, and we escalate into gra. Finally, snurk comes after hung, and we finish with a proclamation of love. English has the benefit of a million words that all mean the same thing, but in Chivalries, these two words both translate as jernary. To get the same effect, we can include one with an uptone and one with a downtone to show how that's the short and long of it, so to speak. Love and in love with is a distinction that every language makes differently. In Chivalries, you just slap an uptone on, you glue. You know the pronouns, order it, past tense verb, decline us, and in this case, I have no agency whatsoever. I am the puppet of my feverish love for Edward, and the particle escalates into gra, and altogether that
Go back just a
is escalates into.
I noticed, like one slide back from this, I noticed that the period was colored the same as the object. At
Probably on purpose.
the end of the verb.
I bet it is on purpose. It's canonically.
I think it was.
Yeah, nested around it. Oh God.
Yeah. A puppet of my feverish love for Edward, and the particle escalates into gra, and altogether that is.
Kern, Fods, Knappet, Rajung, Jerv, Ukno Edwards, Rum, Forgave, Rajung, Scoods, Gra, Hunga, Zunt, Kan, cow zverfm cow zorch rejung sestner nerp rejung gur rejung skoods gra snurk cow jgergnuri rejung gru gra.
Oh man.
I love that. I love
Beautiful.
that scream at the end. That is something I would do. That is something I would do, and I love it.
Beautiful.
Brilliant. Okay, I shall.
Oh man. Time
I'll get
for
more in the video.
Boom.
Okay, I've seen this one. I've seen this
Lycan
one.
is here, I think. Even Lycan is here, even I think so.
Oh, nice. Hey, Lycan. Yeah, Lycan was talking to me about this one. He's very excited about this one.
I haven't seen this one. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, Starmok is good.
I think I know Star Trek and Star Wars, so I can sort of see where this is going. But God, I know.
All right. Oh yeah, this one I'm pretty sure it's got some music that will certainly get me copyrighted on the video. So thanks, Lycan. Let's see.
I mean, if everyone is good.
Let's see. Here we go.
But let me read that out so you can hear what it sounds like. Huaygonjin boleji daibonko stukaani. Dar small bola murishani tatuin.
Louder, maybe.
That's as loud as it goes.
Okay, if it's that as loud as it goes, I need to use my Okay, you're gonna get my JavaScript again.
Alright.
Stuka Han Solo. Palpatine. Stuka Jajar Bingsi Mulyara Murishani Bosnas. Ben Ordinaros. Huegonjin Hopa Murishani Wato. Obi-Wan Mulyara Tisi 14. Anakin Jiska Palpatine Jiska Mesa Windu Bola Coruscanta. Luke Jiska Murishani Daru. Stuka Ben Kenobi Jiska Luke Bola Mos Eisley Mulyara Chewbacca. Stuka Obi-Wan Hopa Biska Dar Small. Odimandel. Anakin Hopa Padme Bola Wermo. Now, you might have some questions like, what does it mean?
Yes.
And how does it work? And why have I done this? Let's start with the why. It all began with a little video by Agma Schwa asking for people to send in entries for the Cursed Conlang Circus number 3. The competition defined cursed as 1, disturbing, painful or uncanny, 2, high effort, and 3, clever. Other than sounding like a description of my overachieving evil twin Leonard, what really got me was the optional theme of tell a story. I thought, what if the story is the conlang? What I mean by this is this. What if there was a story that the two speakers knew so well that they could have a conversation just by referring to the events in the story? I felt that if a story was long enough, or if enough different stuff happens in it, then you could use it to express more or less anything. I hope. This idea was explored briefly in Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 5, Episode 2, entitled Starmok. Any resemblance between that name and my conlang Starmok is entirely coincidental.
Oh, yeah.
Commander Data explains it well.
They seem to communicate through narrative imagery, a reference to the individuals and places which appear in their mytho-historical accounts.
Thanks, Data. So I thought, let the mytho-historical account for this language be Star Wars, specifically the movies of episodes 1 through 6. The rules of the language are this.
Very good.
Only individual people and places which are specifically named in the films 1 through 6 can be referred to. Things like Darth Vader and Camino, but not things like Tipoca City, the city on the planet Camino, or these guys in the Mos Eisley Cantina, apparently called Hem Dazon and Arlyle Scoos, which are never named during the films and only in subsequent ancillary works. And obviously you can't refer to unnamed things like the Mos Eisley Cantina or Bothan's Spies.
Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
There is a finite number of particles to indicate relations between named entities. First, two named entities can be related to each other in one of four ways. Character X with character Y, character X at place Y, X qualified by Y, and character X towards character Y, and this might refer to an action or simply an attitude. Secondly, once a relation between X and Y is established, we'll call this Z, it can be situated in the narrative more specifically with the following particles. The first time Z happens, the second time Z happens, another time Z happens, the penultimate time Z happens, the last time Z happens, before Z happens, and after Z happens. There are even neat little glossing abbreviations. With, at, qual, to, first, skund, other, nult, last, befr, after. In terms of syntax and constituents, the minimum you need is a single named entity, like Dars Pelegis, Darth Plagueis, which on its own might mean something like wise or wisdom. We can then expand on it into a phrase like Palpatine hopa Dars Pelegis, Palpatine towards Darth Plagueis, which might mean something like foolish, given how Papa Palpatine feels about his old master. We could also have Palpatine hopa Anakin stuka Dars Pelegis, Palpatine towards Anakin, qualified by Darth Plagueis, to mean something like temptation or a false promise.
Yeah.
Word order is entity, particle.
God damn it. Oh, that's good. Oh, God.
Yeah, like this, by the way, things like, I don't know, Palpatine towards that is more or less literally how the phrases work in that Star Trek episode.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And this is how you really do language that has storytelling as a theme.
Yeah, it is made of the storytelling.
Yeah.
Optional time specifier entity. I hope that makes sense. If not, the rest of this is not going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy, but will in fact be, as we like to say in Britain, difficult, lemon difficult. But that's normal for a Cursed Conlang, isn't it?
I got a bad feeling about this.
So we've seen the structure of these narrative particles, or as I like to call them, narticles. But what sounds should they have? Well, in Star Wars, there is a lingua franca for the criminal underworld called Huttese. You hear it a few times when OGs like Greedo or Jabba the Hutt speak. And thankfully, there are folks more dedicated than me who have taken great pains to document this language, which is more or less a relex of English, but that doesn't matter for our purposes. I relied on the brilliant personal project of Wormo's Guide, link below, for a baseline dictionary, and took words from it for my articles. With is Jiska, from the word for keep, i.e. keep the company of. At is bola, from go, because once you go somewhere, that's where you're at. Qual is stuka, from looks like, because if X looks like Y, it means they share qualities. And to is hopa, from the verb to help. The temporal narticles were more difficult, because Wormo's dictionary was sorely lacking in time-related words. So I returned to the source material. Namely, that this language Huttese is spoken by members of the criminal underworld. So for words like before and after, I used kipuna and mulyara, meaning shoot and money, respectively, because you have to shoot the bounty before you get paid. For the other temporal narticles, there was a weird entry in Wormo's dictionary, biska, meaning last fool. But it has the word last in it, so now biska is the narticle for the last time something happens. And if first is the opposite of last, then what's the opposite of a fool? It's a highly competent person, or Murishani, a bounty hunter. So then our temporal scale is now based on a scale of idiocy. Unfortunately, if you ain't first, you're last. So only Murishani relates to competence, and the other words are just different shades of idiot. Thankfully, what little vocabulary there is in Huttese, there seem to be plenty of words for fool. So the scale in order is Murishani, Wermo, Stupa, Kuchu, and Biska. Lastly, I made a phonological assessment of Wermo's dictionary. The author, Summer, does not use the International Phonetic Alphabet, and it seems the words are mostly pronounced according to how they would be in English. I tried best as I could to IPA-ify it and determine what the sounds and phonotactics would be. This is because the named entities have...
Yeah.
I do love the comment here that B. Gilson will be the most idiotic.
Yeah, B. Gilson, the last fool.
Naturally.
Hello.
Also, hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm here for the tail end of this session.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sayo.
Oh man, we're watching Starmok right now.
We are onto the, believe it or not, we're onto the 5th language this session.
It's really just
I'm not sure you'll understand much of any of this, quite frankly, without the context that we just got.
Yeah.
But,
good luck.
So if you know Star Trek and Star Wars, you might be able to piece it together from the name.
I do not.
Okay, that's
yeah, have fun then. Good luck. Just dive in and just embrace the experience. Oh god. Alright, let's do it.
have to have their names fit into the phonotactics of Huttese. I won't linger on this like a sunset on Tatooine, but the phonology and phonotactics are as follows.
Okay.
Now that the groundwork has been laid, let's translate the start of that opening crawl. Side note, the Wermo's Guide Dictionary has a word for Jedi, Jedi, and palace, bunko, so I used that for temple instead of calcing it directly from English as Jedi Temple. When Qui-Gon Jinn is at the Jedi Temple and speaks to the Jedi Council about Anakin, he is certain that Anakin is the chosen one.
This is so weird. It's like it's like almost like a Creole or a Pidgin of like Huttese with like an English speaking Star Wars nerd. Like oh god. Legendary. Okay.
Thus conveying the idea of certainty. Also, you'll notice the word Ani instead of Anakin to make sure we're referring to the character when he is a child. Darsmol bola murishani Tatooine, stuka, Ani jiska biska sibulba. Here we have two scenes qualifying each other to hone in on what they have in common. One is when Darth Maul first arrives on Tatooine and releases 3 probe droids to explore. And the other is the last time we see Anakin and Sebulba together, which is the 3rd lap of the Bunta Eve pod race. What do these scenes have in common? Lots, probably. But in this instance, it's that there are 3 things. 3 droids, 3 laps. So these 2 scenes, juxtaposed, is a long-winded way to get to the relatively simple concept of 3 things.
3 things.
So the meaning of the whole sentence, Qui-Gon Jinn bola Jedi bunko stuka ani, Darth Maul bola morishane Tatooine, stuka ani jiska biska sibulba, means something like certainty about 3 things. Or as the original text from Twilight says, about 3 things. I was absolutely
Oh my god.
Now, let's look at the original Twilight extract in full. About 3 things I was absolutely positive. First, Edward was a vampire. Second, there was a part of him, and I don't know how potent that part might be, that thirsted for my blood. And third,
I was
unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him. We've seen how the first sentence would be rendered into Starmok. This is then followed by a 3-part list introduced with the words first, second, and third. Given the huge effort we had in coming up with a way to express the concept of 3, these words seemed like they would be a challenge. But no. You see, in Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace, during the Bunta Eve pod race, the 2-headed sports commentator names the racers, and during the race the first 3 to drop out are Marhonic, then Quaternaros, and Odi Mandel. So we'll just use those names for first, second, and third. Easy peasy lemon.
Also, yeah.
So far as I can tell, there is no character named in the Star Wars films episodes 1 through 6 called Edward. But I realised, for the sake of what Bella is saying here in the story of Twilight, it doesn't really matter what Edward's name is. The character would be the same if his name were Fred or Agamemnon. What's important is what he's like as a character, as a person. So I translated, if we can call it translation at this point, it's more like vaguely gesturing towards.
It's like if you go to Chinese class and they like assign you a Chinese name. This man does this, but for Star Wars.
Yeah, literally.
In context, we'll do the rest. I translated Edward as Anakin Stuka Han Solo. You know, because Anakin's kind of moody and dangerous, but Han Solo has roguish charm and heart of gold, and both characters are involved in romance. I think these qualities denote the sparkly vampire of Edward pretty well. Speaking of, how to translate vampire. Drinking blood seems obvious, but that's explicitly referenced in Bella's second thing she's absolutely positive about. So really, I think what Bella's trying to say here about Anakin Stuka Han Solo is that he's a monster. So I've conceptually gestured to the idea of monstrousness with the phrase Palpatine Stuka Jar Jar Binksi Mulira Murishani Bosnas. Let's face it, Palpatine is a man of many qualities, one of which is being monstrous. So we need to qualify it a bit with a scene that occurs after Jar Jar Binks speaks to Boss Nass for the first time. This is when the characters travel through the planet core of Naboo and encounter various oceanic horrors, i.e. monsters.
Oh my god.
So altogether we have Anakin Stuka Han Solo, Palpatine Stuka Jar Jar Binksi Mulira Murishani Bosnas. Anakin qualified by Han Solo, Palpatine qualified by the time after Jar Jar Binks is first with Boss Nass. And it's at this point I realise there's a grammar mistake here. After the word Jar Jar Binksi, we need an article, which in this case would probably just be Jiska. Phew. 2 sentences down, 2 sentences to go. At this point, I should mention that there is no pronominal reference at all here. Bella says the word I a few times, but in Starmok, it would be pretty hard to refer to either yourself or the person you're speaking with unless you had assigned yourselves descriptors based on characters in the mytho-cultural narrative. Maybe a culture that speaks this language would make names which are impossible in the narrative, like Darseveder Bola Camino, or Lamasu Bola Endor. But in this particular instance, we can infer who's doing what, and this is a pretty common thing for human speakers of Earth languages. Just like a Japanese, for example. If we take the phrase Chiyo no mitai, it means want to drink blood. But situated in a conversation, you'd know whether it means I want to drink blood, or you want to drink blood, or anyone else wants to drink blood, based on the context. Let me tell you, context does a lot of heavy lifting in Starmok. Back to the translation. There was a part of him. I've done this as Qui-Gon Jinn Hopamurishani Watto. When Qui-Gon Jinn first interacts with Watto, he's asking him for parts to fix the Queen's spaceship. Gosh, that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. So the concept behind this phrase might distill down to meaning just part or parts. I didn't know how potent that part might be. I've done as Obi-Wan Mulira TC-14, Anakin Jiska Palpatine Jiska Mesa Windu Bola Coruscanta. Again, looks like I've left out an article between Obi-Wan and TC-14. Should probably be Jiska again.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I thought you said pause.
No, I said, of course.
Oh, great. All right.
This refers to the time when Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are aboard the Trade Federation ship over Naboo, and Obi-Wan expresses uncertainty and anxiety. Before you say, who's TC-14? It's the droid that greets them when they arrive who happens to say its own name, which means it's an allowed part of the lexicon of Starmok.
With TC-14 at your service.
Then we have Anakin with Palpatine and Mace Windu on Coruscant. Lots of things happen, but notably Palpatine talks about power and strength. So we get the idea of powerful from this phrase. And it could be made more specific if needed with another article and named person like Stuka Palpatine Hopa Mace Windu to make it explicit it's when Palpatine is doing something to Mace Windu, but I didn't want the sentence to get too long. So conceptually we have parts, uncertainty, and power. And now on to that thirsted for my blood. This is Luke Jiska Murishani Beru. Stuka Ben Kenobi Jiska Luke Bolamos Aisli Mulira Chewbacca. Stuka Obi-Wan Hopa Biska Dar Small. There's a lot going on here, with phrases qualifying other phrases. The first is Luke Jiska Murishani Beru. We see Luke taking a drink of some blue milk, so this gets across the idea of drinking, or thirst. Then there's Ben Kenobi Jiska Luke Bolamos Aisli Mulira Chewbacca. Here you'll notice the use of Ben Kenobi instead of Obi-Wan, because it specifically refers to him when he's old. I've also forgotten another Jiska. Maybe it's time for a retcon, and say that Mulira and Kipuna can be temporal or relational articles. The scene here is immediately after Ben Kenobi starts speaking to Chewbacca at the bar of the Mos Eisley Cantina, and Luke is attacked by two unnamed characters, and Ben Kenobi cuts one of their arms off. This is one of the only instances in Star Wars where there is any blood on screen, so the intended meaning is blood. However, lots of other things are happening in the scene, which is why it also has to be further qualified by another scene.
Great.
Obi-Wan Hopa Biska Darth Maul, which is the last thing Obi-Wan does to Darth Maul, namely, cut him in half, during which we see a light spray of blood. So, altogether, the words Luke Jiska Murishani Baru Stuka Ben Kenobi Jiska Luke Bola Mos Eisley Mulira Chewbacca Stuka Obi-Wan Hopa Biska Darth Maul get across the concept of drinking and blood. Add that to the rest, and we have Ben Guadinaros, Qui-Gon Jinn Hopa Murishani Wato. Obi-Wan
I'm starting to get the feeling that this person probably browses prequel memes with some regularity.
I will have you know, prequel memes is probably one of the best subreddits. So
it's beautiful. It is a beautiful place.
Obviously, Lycan knows what he's doing, and he mostly picked clips from the prequels, which are the best Star Wars movies, obviously. So
obviously. Yeah. This whole language has like the structure of like a never-ending Family Guy cutaway gag. It's like it just keeps on. It's just references upon references upon references, all to make up one big reference to the Twilight movie.
The entire system of making nouns is just so like the time that this guy did this to this and.
Yes.
Holy crap!
Yeah,
That's just like the time Darth Maul got cut in half by Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, you figured out the grammar without having it explained to you.
Yeah, that is
so smart, aren't I?
Yeah, as you mentioned before, that's a reference to Star Trek episode that's literally done the same way.
It's just references and references and references.
Yeah. As I said before, you kind of have to know Star Trek and Star Wars especially, to get this. Otherwise, you will be very confused.
Which I am.
Yeah, I can tell.
Wouldn't this like technically be oligosynthetic?
I don't even know.
Maybe.
All I know is it definitely fits the story criteria.
I agree. All right, let's finish this.
Jiska Nesa Winter Bola Corsanta, Luke Jiska Murishani Beru, Stuka Ben Kenobi Jiska Luke Bola Mos Eisley Mulira Chewbacca, Stuka Obi-Wan Hopa Biska Darth Maul, which concept by concept denotes second thing, part, uncertain, power, thirst, and blood. Then the last sentence.
Oh, it keeps going.
Third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him. I rendered it quite simply as Anakin Hopa Padme Bola Wermo Nabu.
Oh my fucking god, that's clever. Okay.
Padme the second time they are on Naboo.
Okay.
The first time they're on Naboo.
Anakin, Padme, Naboo. God damn it.
That's okay. Works. Yeah.
At this point, as a prequel meme viewer, I'm fluent in this language.
Anakin's about 10 years old, and it's only when they are there for the second time that Anakin confesses his love for Padme, and his love runs deep. Thus, while some concepts in Starmok to express things like the number 3 require the juxtaposition of two scenes, a concept like unconditionally and irrevocably in love can be done quite simply, because that feeling occurs in the mytho-cultural narrative of Star Wars episodes 1 through 6.
Just like that time Anakin and Padme fell in love.
And I guess that's it. I suppose I could talk about the orthography of the language. which can be conveyed in the Romanized form I've used here, preferably as an opening crawl with appropriate backing track, or via stills or clips from the movies. But I don't have time to get into that. So there it is. That's my entry for the Cursed Conlang Circus number 3, Starmok, the language based on using the narrative of Star Wars episodes 1 through 6. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll leave you with little Starmok text to translate yourselves.
Oh god.
And as always...
Oh no. The restrictions that you impose yourself with with this language actually work.
Star Wars reference lang.
Yeah, it's basically what memes are, but simultaneously expanded and narrowed. It is, again, Family Guy cutaway, Star Wars reference into a language.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, man. This one.
Oh no. Desmo slang.
Yes.
No. Make sure to reload the tab.
Oh, what is that?
Everyone's.
This must be. Oh god, it's a math song. No.
And the video is muted because of Star Wars. So.
All right, here we go.
Warning. This conlang contains many high-pitched noises and sounds that may sound like sirens. If any of the people viewing this may be sensitive to such noises, I recommend that you click away. Hello and welcome to... Or in English, Graffer It. The submission for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus.
It sounds beautiful. It sounds beautiful.
I can see where this is going. I can see where this is going.
Yep.
My brain has been given a massage, and not in a good way.
It's about to get a whole lot more.
Scrambled.
Oh man, you will be scrambled. Alright.
Scramble the brain.
Graffer It is a language based off of Desmos, an online graphing calculator, which allows you to make graphs of varying levels of complexity. Desmos also has a helpful function called tone, which plays a specific tone for a number's frequency. This function is the basis of Graffer It. In Graffer It, all words are different functions, and clauses and sentences are made up of different functions played simultaneously. In short, a sentence in Graffer It is made up of a series of overlapping tones, each representing a specific word in that sentence. So a sentence may sound like this. The average adult human can hear sounds from around 20 Hz to around 20,000 Hz. However, sounds above 1,500 Hz basically just sound like a high-pitched whine.
Yeah. Oh god. Certified.
Dear God.
For this reason, I decided to limit all functions to 1,000 Hz.
Thank you.
There were a couple ways that I could have done this, but I thought it would be cool to make the function bounce every time it reached its limit, like you can see in this graph. To do this, I run all words through this bounce function. Thanks, Reddit.
Oh man.
Now that we
Wait, let me look at that graph.
To do this, I run all words through this. Now that we know how the sound works, we can make words. All words are polynomials of different degrees, and their degrees are decided based on the part of speech or lexical category of the word. For those of you who don't know, a polynomial is an expression composed of coefficients and variables.
What a great segue. This is the only situation where that segue can happen. Oh god. Oh man.
Polynomial is known as the degree of the polynomial, and that's what we care about when making our words. In Graffer It, all lexical categories are connected with a certain degree of polynomial. Conjunctions have degree 0, pronouns have degree 1, prepositions have degree 2, interjections have degree 3, adjectives and adverbs have degree 4, verbs have degree 5, and nouns have degree 6.
Great.
So, for example, all verbs are polynomials with a degree of 5.
Okay.
Verb tenses are determined with transformations of the graph of the word. I will show examples on the screen with the verb to be. Past perfect uses floor, past simple uses square root, habitual uses sine, present simple just uses the base form, and future simple uses mod 600.
Dear God.
All of the tenses don't use the exact functions that I listed, but modified versions that make them sound better for the language. Plurals are quite easy to make in Graffer It, as you simply multiply the function by the number of items. So this function is thing, and this one is 3 things. When the plural is not mentioned, like in some things, you multiply the function by a non-integer constant, which is dependent on the amount.
Oh, no.
For very few things, you multiply by 0.5. For a couple things, you multiply by 1.5. For a lot of things, you multiply by 3.5. For a whole lot of things, you multiply by 5.5.
Of course.
While cardinal numbers for amounts like 1, 2, and 3, are made through multiple...
Let me pause for a second.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking when they said that it was going to be like, yeah, you need to multiply by I.
Yeah.
I'm hopefully surprised if that was somehow incorporated later.
Yeah, takes it onto the imaginary plane there. Yeah.
Yep.
Multiplying functions by a constant, ordinal numbers for the order of a list, like first, second, and third, are made a little bit differently. Ordinal numbers are made by combining the word for the number with the word order. But how do we get the word for the number? We, as humans, use base 10 due to us having 10 fingers.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, speakers of Grapharit use base -2 due to the fact that they have -2 fingers. This means that each digit in their numbers are a power of -2. The first digit is worth 1, then -2, then 4, then -8, and so on. These are the first 30 numbers in base -2. Please don't ask how long I spent on making them. Each digit is represented by a line at a multiple of 200, where each new line up is a new digit. If a line is there, it represents a 1, and if it is not, it represents a 0.
Okay.
In order to negate a word, you put it on the bottom of a rational function. Basically, what we do is we divide 1 by the function, with some dilation to make it look nice. This isn't just used to negate words, however. It can be also used to make opposites. For example, this transformation used on the word day makes the word night. If I want to change a word's lexical category, I need to change its polynomial's degree. An easy way to do this is to use the mathematical functions of derivative and indefinite integral.
Of course.
Don't worry, you don't need to know what these functions do mathematically. All you need to know is that they can change a polynomial's degree.
Correct.
The derivative will bring the degree of a polynomial down by 1, and the indefinite integral will bring it up by 1. So, for example, if I need to turn a noun into a verb, I would take the derivative of the noun. This may seem useless for now, but don't worry, it'll be important later. Now, you may remember that at the start, I said that all words in a phrase are played simultaneously, and you may be wondering how word order works. Well, to tell you the truth, I lied earlier. I said that the tone function only takes one number, when in actuality, it can take two. The frequency and the decibel level. You can give any number between 0 and 1, 1 being full volume and 0 being muted. We can use this to differentiate between syntactic roles. I don't know if that's the right term in English, but we'll roll with it. So, the subject of a sentence will be at 0.7, the predicate will be at 0.8, the object will be at 0.85, descriptors, like phrases, adjectives, and adverbs, will be at 0.2, and connectors will be at 0.3. Due to Grapharit's relatively small vocabulary, many words are made...
Yeah?
Someone has a comment, I see.
Agma Schwa, you made a mistake. You said slight difference, but it's decibels. Decibels are logarithmic. The difference is not slight at all. That's a very big difference.
That is a big difference. I forgot about that.
God.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Also, I do love that it makes sense to say you can differentiate nouns to turn them into verbs and integrate verbs to nominalize
They
them.
should have said like 10 to the power of the decibel, so it would like look.
Yeah,
better
it is a bit weird because what is 1? What is full volume? That's not specified.
It's like log n, and that's I think it's log 10.
Something like that.
It's probably just whatever the setting is on Desmos or whatever.
Well, no, it's decibels. So
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Decibels would you do 10 to the power bank.
I'm pretty sure even for decibels like 0.8 and 0.85, that's still not a big difference.
Okay, well it depends. If it's 0.8 decibel is nothing basically. That's probably not even audible. But it's 0.8 out of whatever the maximum is, which I don't know what it is.
Yeah, whatever
one is.
value has
it's
to
not
be.
1 decibel because 1 decibel isn't even audible. It's like you can't hear that.
They have very good ears.
Yeah, there you go. You have to listen real closely to this one. All right. Anyway, let's finish
Turn the volume up to 6,000.
Yeah. 6,000%. All right, here we go.
Made up of multiple words put together. Now, a major problem with this idea in graph root is that we have no order to the words. We wouldn't be able to differentiate between a race car and a car race. In order to solve this, we can increment the decibel level by 0.01 for each new word.
Okay.
On top of this, in order to create a compound, all words need to be in the same lexical class. I told you it would be important. So, to create the word bird, we can combine the word fly, but as a noun, and animal, increasing the decibel level by 0.01 for each word, eventually getting the word.
Oh.
God. Wait, fly now?
Oh, fly now equals
like an act of flying, I see. Okay. Derivation of foul moment.
Flight.
Also, I hate that in fly only the F is typeset properly. Like, that's why are the L and Y in the subscript?
It's cool.
It would be variables if you do that.
Go back 5 seconds. Why is the L and the Y in the subscript of the F? That's not how you do this.
I think LaTeX does that when you don't have it.
No, LaTeX doesn't randomly throw it into the subscript. What it does do, it formats it horribly with like extra white space because it thinks that it's separate variables, and you have to actually explicitly tell it that it's one variable, but it's not going to just throw it into the subscript randomly. That doesn't make sense.
It's FLY.
Maybe this is a screenshot of Desmos, and Desmos thought LY was like light year or something.
I don't know. Maybe it's just stuffed.
Flight years.
Flight years.
Flight
years. My God.
Oh my God.
I think they just didn't like that Desmos shows an error when you write the variables next to each other.
That's probably it.
We should make flight years an actual unit. We should make flight years an actual unit of measurement of time.
Good.
Wait, no, hold on.
No.
If I remember correctly, light years are measurement of distance, right? Not time.
Yeah. It's how far light travels in a year.
Yeah, that's. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a vacuum.
Light years would be.
Anyway.
Flight years would be the distance birds travel in a year.
Yeah. A flight year. All right, let's finish this.
Increasing the decibel level by 0.01 for each word, eventually getting the word bird. This also happens to be how you make nouns possessive. So if I had the word name and then the word me, it would be my name. The domain of the sentence, to which x values the graph goes to, is determined by the type and the truthfulness of a sentence. The types are question, opinion, known truth, speculative fact, and idiom/saying. The matching domains to all of these sentences are shown on screen. Regarding the translation, there'll be a literal translation of the sentences with a word order to make it easy to read. But just remember that all of the words are being spoken simultaneously. I'm also using some glossing terms, but only when I feel like it, because I'm too lazy to actually learn glossing. Anyway, let's begin.
Oh, man.
Brain massage.
This is beautiful. I love this.
The brain massage.
Brain massage.
Oh, God.
This, you know, those like sorting algorithm videos on YouTube.
Yeah, it's just like
exactly what this sounds.
Yep. All right, let's finish it. You can't even tell.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed.
Okay, this
Dear God.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
Greedy introduction negative.
Wow. Okay.
Warning. This
well, there you go. Time to score it. Yes.
Potato computer.
The thing is, the worst part about this is that won't even be necessary because, sure, in terms of videos, you might think that we're a fifth of the way done. But if we look at the remaining watch time, the total watch time is 9 hours and 50 minutes for all the videos.
God damn it.
Today, we got done with 1 hour and 20 minutes, which means that 8 hours and 25 minutes are still remaining.
Kill me.
So
you said January, you meant next January.
I think.
I think you might have to edit on Christmas Eve again.
Have fun.
I don't think we're keeping this. We might have to do a top 10 next year.
Oh man.
Agma needs a team of editors now.
I don't like where this trend is going.
Or just limit the video time.
Top 3 in 2 years.
Top 1 next year after that.
It's just one. Just hitting play on one.
We still get to vote on it though.
Yeah.
Testing. Doing a little more testing. Sometimes we like to test around here. So, first of all, I'd like to thank all of my patrons over on patreon.com/nga, along with the channel members on YouTube who have clicked on the join button that's below all these videos. This would be impossible without all of you, and many of you participated in the judging that you're all about to witness. So to everyone who participated in the judging from Patreon, thank you very much. I've always been struggling with what kind of benefits to give to the patrons for supporting our cursed, nightmarish cause, but lately we got a few things going. I've got the weekly update that sometimes happens weekly on there. You get early access to updates to the comic. You get the secret chat on Discord. You get immediate access to our Minecraft server, which otherwise would take you sending 1,000 messages on the server to get access to. So there's that, if you're into the old craft. Craft is pretty awesome. And along with all of that, you also get just access to me. We get to communicate, you get to suggest ideas. If you need conlang help, I got you on that front. And maybe there's some behind-the-scenes content that happens sometimes. I don't know, but I just really appreciate it. Seriously though, that Minecraft server is really fun. I'm gonna make a video about it sometime. But if you want on, either send 1,000 messages on the Discord server or become a patron. Those are the two possible paths that you can get onto there with. It's pretty good. So.
God damn it.
God damn it. I see, very interesting.
What?
His face fist.
Who's face?
Trying something here.
Oh god.
Frisian.
Oh, that's Frisian? Oh god.
Yeah. His face fist.
Yeah, we got some John.
Well, I was about to demonstrate why you shouldn't copy the link, but apparently Discord is too wary of phishing attempts to make me mad to allow me to mask a link using another link. So here's the video, but if you select and copy again, I will have an aneurysm. You right click and then you click copy link.
Fine. Copy link. Copy link. I'm copying.
Yeah.
I'm copying.
I've seen this one. So here we go.
Oh yeah, I've seen at least part of this. The Cornish speakers of Spokane.
This video is probably a major departure from my usual content, but it's been a long passion of mine, and the Agma Schwa himself has given me the perfect
What?
How did you manage that? Why are subtitles on your book?
Oh yeah, look at that. Goodbye.
Why are they so low resolution?
Yeah, these 240p images. It's beautiful.
Oh no.
Dang.
Yeah, but she only uses those pixel art fonts, so it shouldn't be too bad.
I like it.
Monospace font, yes. If that's even a monospace font.
That's
no,
that's my ogres are like onions translation from 5 years ago at this point.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That doesn't surprise me, given that Corn is still obsessed with Ultra French to this day.
Very true. Very true. Ultra French is amazing, though. Eternal and Onwan have evolved that thing beyond even the comprehension of the original showcase. We have to do a second one, like.
We'll do one at some point.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Opportunity to show this thing.
This thing.
So, in 2017, I was multiple things. For one, I was cis. And I was, let's just say, a little bit full of myself. But more relevant to this video, I was bored out of my goddamn mind! So I decided to do something that would ruin me. So here's my journey through Cornish.
Are we going for the story theme on this one? Or is it just another opening scene?
Red and Mulligan. Sorry for the microphone, it's a little...
It's acceptable
So,
compared to some
Cornish isn't a well-documented language by any means. I had to rely on digital scans for this video, and there isn't a lot of free material, much less copyright-free. But it does very much exist. So,
okay.
Quicker overview on Cornish culture. The Cornish diaspora is split into 4 different groups, with 2 of them in France. Map. There's also a now extinct group, but we'll get to them pretty soon. I chose to try learning Cornish. Mostly because why not, and also kind of because it was a semi-endangered language near me. God damn it, I just revealed my location, didn't I? Cornish folks are also conjectured by some to have telepathic abilities. It's just kind of, kind of out there, but food for thought. Okay, so while editing this video, a friend sent me a paper that suggests that there's a language that's related to Cornish, spoken in Egypt, written with Cyrillic.
Oh no.
Why? Here are the consonants. Sorry for the quality is the only scan available. And
wait a
also
second.
Consonants.
Excuse
Sorry.
me.
What the fuck?
Oh no.
We're 2 hours and 15 minutes.
We have like a co-articulated labial vela implosive, but we also contrast between co-articulated M-eng and M-n.
I
love how there's just na and wa, and they're just normal.
And of course, you're the the palatal approximate.
I like how we're 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and this is the first mention of phonology this judging session.
It is!
Amazing.
Oh god, what is this reality we're living in? Okay, let's go.
For the quality is the only scan available. And so I stretched some things to fit onto the screen. A few things to note. La is indeed dental and maybe fricative.
Sure. Is that okay? So that's just more phonology. Okay.
Is that documentation in Ultra French?
Is it?
It looks almost. I mean, there's a few things that I wouldn't spell the way it's spelled here, but it's. I can see what's happening here more or less.
Yeah, it is. It's literally
not one but dog. It's just the old French word for tooth. There's just the old French word for tooth. So
I like how it's themed after a bad skin.
Speak Ultra French.
Yeah, again, it's not how. Some things I wouldn't spell this way. For instance, most of those O's should be AU.
Oh yeah.
It's
very true.
Yeah.
But goddamn, it's like one of those shitty scans, like as if it was found from Ultra French a long time ago and scanned 20 times by 10 different universities. Like,
I would also make like most of the column and row. I mean, definitely the column names should probably be adjectives, and those would be a bit different because most Ultra French adjectives aren't proper adjectives, but adjective verbs. So they have a very specific ending if they use those adjectives.
Oh god. Still, anyway, goddamn.
I mean, the main pain point here is how the table is aligned. Like, what is this formatting? Seriously, this is. Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. Okay.
This is actually pretty well documented by Cornish standards. The syllabic nasals and the lengthened s are results of vowel elision. Va is usually categorized as a semivowel for historical reasons. Two of my sources described foi as an elephant of voix. Ya and wa have asterisks in this chart, as they are very much looped into the more than controversial discussion of Cornish vowels. The parentheses represent the rhoticized quality compared to Middle Cornish. And Old Cornish was historically a number of front vowels, followed by n. Owing to this, it's generally called the nasal e. E in modern Cornish is apparently in free variation with e to distinguish it from long e further. Also, the diphthongs shown at the bottom of this chart here are just the ones usually taught in the Getha variety of Cornish. It's the whole thing in linguistic circles that care about Cornish. So, as I've alluded to, the evolution of Cornish is a bit peculiar. To abridge a lot of things, the first shifts were probably deaffrication, and then loss of ga and wa, where have I seen that before, followed by a vowel shift in Middle Cornish, finalized with...
It's just... God damn it.
Very similar to Ultra French.
Yeah,
Ultra French,
It's an Ultra French evolution moment. God damn it. This had a target audience of like 3.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The maker included.
Oh god, okay.
The rhotic shift in modern Cornish, and we'll get into all of that at the end of the video. Middle Cornish is also responsible for vowel elision, wreaking havoc onto any semblance of phonotactics, such as Vishin, where everything is a consonant. Wait, how's that spelled again? Oh god, I'm skimming through this script and... O to me was a lot more enthusiastic. Like, my native language already has multiple word crimes in its orthography, so how bad could it really be in Cornish? So, the first Cornish text written in the modern script was by Conlang, who is also non-coincidentally the namesake of the language. Cornish orthography is generally considered to be entirely decoupled from spoken language, to the point that there are some words that are written the exact same that mean very different things. Probably the most sensible part of the script is the obvious doublet Dave and David, both of which are derived from a folk story from Vesfoy Cornish. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about Vesfoy. So, Vesfoy was a group of poets, basically.
What?
No, just the script, just look at that, god.
Yeah, pixelated, like, Germanic.
It does look really fucking cool.
Yeah,
it does.
I just love how everything is, like, themed like it's scanned, like 5 layers of scanning. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
In Westphalia, and they poeticized. They added a whole bunch of words with dual meanings. The only source that even pretends to claim where they went said they all died in a mine explosion. The evolution of Cornish can basically be boiled down to trying to save as much space as possible. Seriously, there's not much precedent for Angstria to be spelled BXFH. Oh yeah, that dotless J character is called hash, and the dotless I you'll see in many words is called A. And if you thought I was going to list all the anomalies right here, I don't know what to tell you. The whole video is just doing that on its own. Okay, maybe one example. How would you pronounce this word?
Oh no.
The standard Cornish pronunciation of this is actually shiv. Bonus points if you can figure out the etymology. So in 2008, Maxine Leverton...
My guess would be Xinjiang, which is surprisingly incorrect.
Bonus points if you can...
I'm incorrect, of course.
Figure out the etymology. So in 2008, Maxine Leverton, who describes herself as a former native speaker of Cornish, and I swear to God that's about the only coherent sentence on her website, tried to make a more phonetically consistent alphabet for Cornish. And it sucks. Here's a comparison using the letter she wrote when people criticized her for her handling of everything. The debacle is probably a
real person
story for another
meme.
video.
Like what?
One that I won't make.
No idea.
A slightly more subtle changes in the ASCII reform, which is used mainly by Maxu folks on the internet because Cornish keyboards don't seem to exist.
I
It's not
searched
that
up
weird.
the name for Maxine Beaverton, and the only thing that came up was an arrest record from like Tennessee.
Okay. All right. I guess. Oh man. Okay.
Other than the removal of all diacritics and accents, X becoming S and the almost standard K to LR, which is more than a little controversial over there.
Why?
Cornish grammar isn't that notable. I gave up on learning it at this point, but it was just a lack of motivation. Not that my mother tongue would have made it easy. The verb particles are shown here, with this thick line being where the root is positioned in relation. So, don gethad means to be lied to, but gethadon would attach to the next verb. Probably. The exception to this positioning in this chart would be the interrogative array, which is placed at the end of the sentence.
I do love how this part of the documentation is in English for some reason and also typeset properly.
yeah. Honestly, it was probably a lot of effort to make those other tables.
I still wouldn't count the orthography table being right aligned as typeset properly, but it's better than whatever that nonsense was before with the misaligned column.
God damn it. Okay.
Don't mind the 2 words for vomit. Cornish speakers do that hard enough. Also, Cornish grammar is mostly based on the teachings of the cannibal, who was a cannibal. Basically, verbs are the only thing you need to worry about. Nouns in Cornish don't have
Wait, what did that say?
Verbs are
previous factors.
His name was apparently.
Wait, whether he was truly the great butcher of lamb or of another meat entirely. What is it? The name. God damn it. That's like the translation text where like "na" becomes "mu."
Yeah, "mu."
"Gu." God damn it.
the only thing you need to worry about. Nouns in Cornish don't have cases, and instead rely on the word order of generally SVO, and the pronouns? What the honk? The pronouns can speak for themselves. There's also second-person nominative in modern Cornish, only used in the interrogative. Yikes. Also, when I said that the word order is generally SVO, that's only true for written Cornish. In spoken language, people can do whatever the hell they want, and the meaning is just inferred from context. Aside from that, the grammar is pretty self-explanatory for a Germanic language. Is it Germanic? Is it Romance? Is it Austronesian? No one's sure.
We're paranormal researchers literally combine Cornish and Ultra French speakers into one group, citing near identical results when using various measurement systems to detect physical activity around them.
Again, no one's gonna get this, what this is supposed to be. No one is gonna get this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna tell you what the reference is supposed to be. Where is the thing? Well, the Ultra French, the start of the Ultra French copy pasta that we translated starts with, "We can detect rays and beams of energy floating between Ultra French speakers if we use certain long forbidden measurement systems."
Oh, yeah.
Reference to that. Apparently.
The Ultra... Oh, man. Okay.
Agma, how does it feel to have someone who knows more about your conlangs than you do?
The Ultra French copy.
God.
The funny part about that particular, just real quick, the funny part about that particular part of the Ultra French copy pasta is that this is the speaker effectively alleging that Ultra French speakers communicate via telepathy, but it's not the act of speaking the language that allows them to communicate telepathically, but the way it's translated into Ultra French, it's translated in a way that asserts that it's not just speaking Ultra French, but speaking and comprehending it in its entirety that does allow you to communicate telepathically.
God damn it. God damn it. Good times. All right.
Probably the most heated debate about Cornish right now. Here are the numbers in Cornish. No, I did not make a typo there. I and Z are spelt the same, even though they're about as different as I and Z. This is obviously a problem when reading Cornish. Numbers outside of these are fairly easy to construct. They're just hyphenated together. So 11 would be base I, 10, 1, and 36 would be phi base Z, 3, 10, 6. Pretty straightforward. The names of the powers of 10 beyond 1,000 aren't well documented online, but people borrow numbers for Ultra French for this.
God damn it.
I think. There's also an irregular Cornish word for 13, Jagen Twin Sextertrud, which I am not saying again. It comes from Phrygian. Cornish also seemingly had a fairly regular numeral system. In the past. Where did they go, you may ask? Well, Old Cornish numbers died. Well, the cardinals stayed, but basically it died. The powers of 10 retained their archaic fractional counterparts, and first was revived as borrowing from Ultra French, Roeng. But other than that, our faithful cardinals, quotation marks, were all that remained around the time of Middle Cornish. Fortunately, there are now suffixes in modern Cornish learned from Ultra French to help, namely ling for fractional, zue for multiplicative, and zue for ordinal. Yeah, the latter two are pronounced the same for some reason. In formal speech, you might sometimes hear the former as h instead, but it's also pretty rare. Compound numbers only have the last part of the word quote-unquote conjugated for this, so 11th is Bezrueng. Oh, yeah, Jagen Twin Sexter is 13th. That's irregular too.
Just
there also exists Dai, a cardinal prefix, even though numbers should already be cardinal. This is because, historically, outside of count nouns, numbers actually took the fractional by default. This is mostly due to a cultural anomaly. Traditional Cornish units were otherwise impractically large. They would be superseded by SI units around the time late Middle Cornish was spoken, which didn't make things any less weird, mind you. The default unit of length was the hecking femtometer. Soaking of units.
Wait, is it femtometer? Like,
Not just a femtometer, the hecking femtometer.
A hectofemtometer.
Yeah, it's 10 to the negative 15.
God.
10 to the negative 15 meters.
God damn it.
Hey, at least they didn't have to use fractionals anymore.
Nanometer.
Yeah, I'm approximately 6 times 10 to the 16th power femtometers tall. Like, God damn it. Oh, man. Okay.
The unit to survive into modern usage is the DOE, which is usually defined as the Dallas Fort Worth metropolitan area. To further complicate things, numbers pertaining to DOE are still implied to be fractional, so 4.5 DOE would be Daishoketi DOE. But for rifles, which is also the case for everything else, it would be Shoketi Ibring Fihi. The other half is usually the suppressor.
God damn it.
So, probably the only bit of culture to come from Cascade map. Yes, there are more Cornish speakers in Wyoming than in California, is the Dertergent, which, as one blog puts it, is the perfect embodiment of the word cringe fest. Basically, the main premise is to make something that's emotionally grimacing to experience. Translations of horrific works are generally submitted here, being part of the spirit, including a translation of Jeff the Killer, Nietzsche, and of course, Twilight. The latter apparently being made over the course of 4 mornings. So, with all that said, here's the example text in all of its glorokti. Lao de Guanjai, c'est que des faiseuses. Rolling, iedereen de fwappen vis bang. Ibdwa, bardeu sage, Lao de Guanjai sakerak, de elkander kral. Fusieur, Lao de don bostems, it de renyang valor de romain. Before we get into the... Here's 11 Labs reading that text.
Road Yoija. Arias Shanti, Tijri, Xuj. Chidradi,
Yeah, isn't comprehending this language anytime soon. And me reading that Maxine Everton thing they mentioned in the orthography section. Akti dikay don donafrik vishin hunra dirora karsko and sage. I don't speak Cornish very well. And if you're wondering why I didn't submit something I've already shown you in this video that is infinitely more cursed, no. Also, the day I started work on editing, I found a theory floating around that Proto-Cornish had articles which were achieved through mutation. I'm not going to talk about things I don't know, so editing me here.
What?
I'm stupid.
Sam Kolob? What?
I'm not going to get into the vowels in this video, because no one is sure about anything, and I don't think the engagement would be worth being burned at the stake. The affrication happened. That's about as far as anyone can say about the palatal fricatives.
Yeah, she's just making
the deck
people
tools aren't that interesting either.
This is Gambian
Intercalic
characters, like...
divises into ha, and la turns into the, mostly word initially. Slightly more interesting is...
God damn it.
Like how the Ultimate Grammar contains reference to several people named Snuff.
Yeah. You'll find Smuth everywhere. Smuth is part of a whole different cinematic universe. Like,
yeah.
Well, I think Smuth is referenced in the Gambian Holiday Wiki too, right? There's a Smuth in there now too. From
yes, I think so.
Yeah, because of the Chimney Man, right? Smuth is in there from him.
Yeah, I'm remembering something.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this conlang has several Gambian holiday articles in it.
Honestly, at this point, not even surprising. Okay.
That intervocalic va became the glide wa, changing the vowel qualities of offending words. You know who else turned into wa? Ga did. Galvanized into wa before back vowels, ya word initially, and else just became ga. Aspirated ka also u with a rise around the same time. The wodics of Proto-Cornish are wa and hua, as far as that can be traced back. Most of the words that contained hua were apparently lost and replaced, and the wodics in general just got u with a rise to be more like a wa and hua, and initial wa became fwa. This would be the standing of the wodics by the time Middle Cornish started being spoken, and not much happens to them there, apparently. The fortition, I guess, of hua to hua in modern Cornish, 1, happened, and is 2, unconditional. So, this fricative is just a plosive now. And hua became more fricativized into hua. Thanks, Ultra French. Oh yeah, Cheval Roll, if you couldn't tell already, gets loaned by Cornish a lot, and surprise, surprise, the phonologies don't exactly fit. So, wa and wa are analyzed as wa and evolves accordingly. Meanwhile, wa is always just wa. As words with are borrowed early on, non-ra colored la evolves like the, but defaults to ra, which, on to the rhotics. The rhotics in Proto-Cornish are, oddly enough, ra and ra. the weirdness here comes from loan words, and you'll see why I've left this section till last. Ra attached onto vowels and sometimes became the vowel, and ra became a lateral ra sometime around Middle Cornish. Rhoticized vowels tried to bring some kind of vowel harmony in early modern Cornish, and ra and ra retroflexed, so now we have ra and la. The labialization of ra came from either English influence or a weird analogy with the Wotics. There's also a pattern commonly taught in Cornish that if a fricative is followed by an R sound, the cluster is usually pronounced f. Is it true? Rhotics from loan words or something. They're generally recognized as R sounds, somehow, and they're generally written with an R, but seldom actually correspond with Cornish's actual rhotics, which means I get to do some really insidious things. English got analyzed as r for self-explanatory reasons. All taps in general became la, ditto. The Visfoy loaned German r as g, as it was the closest guttural to it in Middle Cornish. Ultra-French r is also regurgitated as r, and Pseudo-French r would be analyzed as hua in Cornish words. With the recent fortition of hua, combined with the fact that the letter R is actually pretty well preserved in Cornish script, leaves me with this. In Cornish, technically speaking, hua is erotic.
Every sound and spelling change in this language was a real pronunciation or writing mistake I have made in life.
Oh God.
There's something that really does more stuff at the end of the video for recall.
The what? Oh, at the very end. Origin of the Maxine Leverton text. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Who's Maxine? What? Okay. All right. Okay. Got it.
You can leave it, Agma. Just stop. It's a few seconds. No, I mean, keep going. Stop looking at the timeline for 5 seconds. God.
But that's a bit of an oversized carrot.
Yeah, it is. That's what I have no idea what the context is for that one.
That's a bit of
Agma,
an
stop the
oversized.
autoplay.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh God! Oh God!
I have no idea. Just go back. Just simply go back. Yeah, I have no idea what the context was for that one. Go.
The overly sized carrot.
Oversized carrot. Yeah. Go. I don't know what this is referencing.
I have no idea what that was.
Probably some Minecraft stuff, but I don't know. 8 minutes for one, so a short one.
Okay. All right. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And probably one that fits a theme.
We'll see. We'll see. We need some more themed ones.
I like how it's labeled intro watch this. Like, yes, that is the point of a video.
You know what? I think I'm gonna skip it just to be a contrarian. All right, now let's.
Have you ever sat outside, just listening to the sounds of nature?
Turn up the volume. No one can hear that. Turn up the volume.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to do some volume maxing.
Open the browser console. Open the browser console.
Kerchow. All right.
Browser console. There you go.
The hacker.
YouTube hates him. All right.
Have you ever listened to the crackling of a fire, the howling of the wind, all by yourself? Have you ever sat there, listening to nature,
very quiet,
and wondered,
yeah,
what is it trying to
turn it
say?
up a bit more?
I guess we could.
Didn't you say you check the volume on all of them to make sure that it's
And I think I did too, so I don't know how. Maybe this one gets louder later.
It probably does. I think this is just for the vibe. Just listen carefully for a bit before we go through more effort.
Oh, Agma, you're cutting out.
Yeah.
Really?
See.
That's a little sus.
Now you're back.
Okay.
Well, now you're back. Let's see how this goes.
Okay. All right.
Hey. Ladies and enemies, I give you the fire crackles 3 times. The howling of the wind lowers in pitch. The fire crackles thrice more, then twice. The howling of the wind grows quiet for a second, before quickly lowering in pitch. The fire
Suddenly
crackles
lowering
4
in
more
volume.
times.
Yeah, I think that's part
Bird
of it.
sings a note. The bird is echoed twice, then sings a longer tune. The fire crackles 4 more times, and the wind begins to thump on the trees. The fire crackles once, and the wind returns to thumping. Then the fire ends it off with one final crackle. Which of course translates to, every sound is a poem.
Oh no.
Yap is the language I made with the help of a few friends for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus 3. The idea for this language comes from a somewhat complicated place. Basically, I had my friend
Stop. Someone there's audio backfeeding. Stop.
That's
whose fault is this?
I think that's
the video.
I think that's the video.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Actually, the video.
I think it is.
I will confirm. Hold on.
I think it's the video.
Yeah.
Everyone be quiet for... Okay, hold on. It is the video, Jesus fucking Christ.
You could ignore all the lore. I designed this language primarily for CCC3. The main purpose of this language is to be able to turn any sound into readable text. Specifically, it's meant for natural sounds, like the howling of the wind or the crackling of a fire. Theoretically, it's able to translate any sound, but it's best used to translate the sounds of nature. This is my first time ever making a full conlang. I've dabbled before, but I've never finished the language. I've also never studied linguistics. Pretty much all of my linguistics knowledge comes from watching all of Conlang Critic and just absorbing knowledge through osmosis. And I'm recording all of this while sick, so sorry if the audio quality is bad. Now let's get to explaining the language, starting with the phonemes. Yap's phonemes fall into 3 categories: drones, pulses, and snaps. Drones are the changes in a constant sound, like the wind howling becoming quieter. The different types of drones are as follows: a droning sound quieting or stopping for a short time, a droning sound quieting or stopping for a long time, a droning sound loudening for a short time, a droning sound loudening for a long time, a thumping sound of drone repeatedly changing in volume or pitch, the droning lowering in pitch, and the droning raising in pitch.
Okay.
Pulses are erratic sounds that start and stop with variable timing. There are only 2 kinds of pulses, short and long. Keep in mind they do have to last for some amount of time, so that you don't confuse them with the next category, snaps. Snaps are a number of sudden noises in quick succession. They range from 1 to 5. They're transcribed by writing the number of
Elisa's
snaps
saying
as a number.
that this could use music notation.
True. That is true, actually. that would be cool. That would be cool.
Could.
Right? Like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those could all be like tones. I like it. Anyway.
Altogether, there are 14 phonemes.
Yeah, that could be music.
Now, it's time to talk about words and sentences. This poses somewhat of a challenge. Since we want to be able to translate anything into a readable sentence, we need to make sure that any combination of characters will result in something that makes grammatical sense. We can't rely on a single character to separate words or sentences, since we can't guarantee that sound will exist. We can't even rely on a lack of sounds to separate things, since the soundscape could be too noisy for a silence. I ended up going with making every word have exactly 3 characters. This isn't the best solution, since it limits the word list to only 2,744 words, but I have a few solutions to that you'll see shortly. We also can't just use a regular word list. If we let a sentence be made up of random words, we could end up with a sentence that has only
exactly 3 symbols per word? This is vaudeville.
I'm a bit excited. Okay.
Muscle relax.
Oh man.
There's so many vowels.
Are there going to be any third-person pronouns, though?
Who knows?
We'll see.
Is it going to have a writing system optimized specifically for Minecraft?
Well, we didn't go in the music notation direction, so there's only one way to find out. Oh man.
Is there anything that just wouldn't make sense? To solve this, words will be different depending on their position in a sentence. We'll have 3 different word lists, one for nouns, one for verbs, and one for adjectives. So if the droning gets quieter for a short time 3 times in a row, which looks like this, it could mean bush if it was a noun, embrace if it was a verb, or amusing if it was an adjective. This ends up tripling the word count to 8,232, which is already much better. Now for the actual word order, I want it to be symmetrical, so it could either be SVO or OVS. There's really no difference, so I decided to... So we're going with OVS. This means that the sentence structure of the language is adjective, object,
Actual Belgian level derivation.
verb, adjective, subject. There are no adverbs, and every noun must have an adjective. The forced adjectives will help with that vague poem vibe we're looking for. They'll also help with the effect of word count.
Oh god, this is some Santa nonsense.
It is going on like the Santa mathematical extrapolation kind of moment here.
Yeah.
I like it.
Now, as the same word, then there are 7,529,000 words. This hard word order combined with all of the words being exactly 3 characters means that every sentence in ISAP will be exactly 16 characters.
This could fit into a 4/4 bar of 16th notes. 4 bars of quarter notes.
No.
This literally could work as music.
That explains the basic word order, but you may have heard me mention tenses. Each verb will have a tense particle attached to it to signify its tense. There are 14 tenses, one for each phoneme. The tenses are future, future false, past, past false, present, present false, future uncertain, future uncertain false, past uncertain, past uncertain false.
How is
like most people try to come up with obscure Latin terms for their tenses, and here it's just future false.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, why even bother?
Yeah, short, sweet, and to the point.
Present uncertain, present uncertain false, constant, and constant false. We need the tense to include things like false and unlikely because there's no other space in the sentence for those. Let's do a quick example before we continue. I've been taking these notes every time I'm sitting in bed and can't sleep. I just open my window and listen. They should be perfect for translation. Here I've transcribed that first line. We've got 2 sentences. We go adjective, noun, tense, verb, adjective, noun, plug everything into the word list. That gives us fatherly parts have created instantaneous normalcy. We think this might be trying to say that paternalistic elements may be what created traditions. That's but let's see what the second sentence says. Same process again gives us arrogant influences spell accelerated bits. I think this is something about influencers boasting about their internet speed. Not sure how it relates to the first sentence, but, you know, they could be separate. Alright, break's over. It's time to talk about names. To translate a name into every sound as a poem, simply try to describe that person or thing as best you can. My name can be translated directly one-to-one into ASAP, so it's not really the best example. I'm literally 3 snaps followed by a short pulse and then a long pulse and then 4 snaps and then 2 more snaps and then joining pitch lowers. A better example might be my friend Ollie, who I'd describe as this, which means a cute girl. And with that, it's time for the translation. Here's the full grid of option 1, and I will attempt to pronounce the first sentence.
Blood delinquent.
Okay.
I am the obtuse girl.
Oh, wait.
Beep.
Oh.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
What? I was not expecting this.
Beep.
The cat moment.
The cat is not funny in a good moment.
Good to know. Good to know.
Cat moment.
Cat moment.
This is indeed very high
As you can
autism
probably
levels.
tell, this language wasn't exactly designed for human pronounceability. It's the best at what it was designed for, and I'm really proud of it. I had a lot of fun making it, and I think it's pretty good for my first ever finished conlang. I'm almost definitely
Language
gonna
made
try my hand at
entirely
the
of
next one,
vocal
but I
stems.
just have to admit, I'm much more likely to try again if I do well in this one, so if you want me to go next time, you better vote me highly.
I like it. All right, there we go.
Yeah,
That was
good.
pretty good. That was pretty solid. I like
Yeah, that was nice.
Have you ever wished you could...
it. Anyway, all right. Okay. Anyway, let's do it. Project Wedge, forgetting.
Have you ever wished you could forget how to read? Well, now you can. Or perhaps you will soon.
Oh, God.
The year is 1066. William the Conqueror leads an army of thousands in the invasion of England. The Old English language is struck with a vital blow, smothered by the languages used by the new ruling class. But English as a whole is resilient.
I like the sources, including Home Depot, because of the photo of the knife.
So we're off to a bad start.
I also love grammarly irregularities in English as a source.
Grammarly. Oh my God. Okay.
The Norman conquest actually had very little short-term effect on the language, and basically, Old English is considered to have ended entirely through native sound changes, like 100 years after the Norman conquest.
No, in this canon, it died in a single day. William the Conqueror found it Old English and stabbed it to death, personally.
Is William...
Atom bomb of French.
Is William going to go and replace Old English with his own conlang now?
Yeah, there you go. Just like that Roman created Hungarian.
Yeah.
He created Middle English. God damn it. Okay, anyway.
And will continue to live on for almost 950 years more. The year is 1949. Claude Elwood Shannon openly publishes his paper, Communication Theory of Secrecy Systems, in which previously classified properties of encryption systems are described in detail. English novelist George Orwell publishes a book admonishing its readers about the dangers...
What?
In case you don't know who Claude Shannon is, I'm not sure if he invented signal processing, but he is a very important person in signal processing and information theory.
Oh, okay. I did not know who Claude Shannon was. All right.
You might have heard of the Nyquist-Shannon sampling theorem that states that any analog signal can be represented by a digital signal with, I think, twice the frequency or something like that. Basically, you can record, you can take any analog signal and perfectly, and that's the important part, perfectly represent it via if you just sample it fast enough.
I like it. Yeah, I've definitely
I've
heard of that one. Yeah. So okay, I guess I have heard of him indirectly. Got it. Okay.
of totalitarianism and the importance of unregulated language. These warnings go unheeded. The year is likely near 1984. As foreseen, the superstate of Oceania exists alongside two others locked in an endless war. But not all is as prophesied, for the advancements of technology show much more promise in the current year than predicted in the year 35 prior.
Wikipedia.org
The current plan...
technology.
Yeah, it's just it's for technology. Oh my god. This is literally 1984. Okay. All right.
And to phase out the use of English Old Speak by 2050 and wait for it to die on its own is deemed too passive. Dynamic action is needed. To phase out the use of English before the turn of the generation, it must be killed. And so a weapon is devised, introducing Wedge. To call Wedge simply a language is to do a disservice to the scope of the effort that went into its creation. In many ways, Wedge serves as the antithesis of language, the predator, to English's prey. As a constantly changing language family, Wedge is able to adapt to the weaknesses of its target, such as words representing ideas contrary to the party's aims, and obfuscate their meanings through accelerated semantic drift. How is it done? Encryption is the process of making text unreadable.
What?
Click to add bottom text.
Yeah, I click to add text. God damn it. And you have to manually add that in. You have to manually add in that, like, they typed in, like, they click to add text. Because the slideshow's running. God damn it. Okay. Congratulations. Alright.
To anyone you don't want reading it. Shannon described the two most important ingredients for this: confusion and diffusion. Confusion, substitution, replacement, change. The classic example is the Caesar cipher. With a key of 2, it replaces every letter with the letter 2 letters after it in the alphabet. In principle, any letter replaced by another is substitution. Diffusion, permutation, shuffling, moving. You can do diffusion by shuffling characters around in a sentence, sentences around in a story, or pages from a diary tossed to the wind. This makes it hard to read, but anyone who knows how you moved them can reconstruct the original text. Do both, and things quickly become utterly incomprehensible. The creators of Wedge took these...
What?
There's a joke you might have missed if you go back one more slide. It says click to add plain text. In cryptography, plain text is the unencrypted form, and the encrypted form is called ciphertext.
God damn it. That's pretty good. I like that.
And on the next slide, it's encrypted.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Does this mean it says click to add plain text?
Maybe, and maybe with the words shuffle around, I don't know. I'm not sure how exactly it's encrypted.
Click to add ciphertext now.
But it's in the same position, so it's suspicious.
Okay.
They become utterly incomprehensible. The creators of Wedge took these principles and applied them to the English language itself, word by word, meaning by meaning. First, confusion. Each word is replaced with another word with a slightly different spelling or pronunciation. Next, diffusion. Meanings are...
What?
Oh no, it's Tasman.
Mborg.com/recipes easy cheese omelet.
I'm so glad we have these citations. I like how they cite the iStock photo website, where you're supposed to so desperately want to remove the watermark that you pay money to have it, but instead it's still cited as a source here with the watermark.
With watermark, yeah.
Amazing.
Oh my god, okay.
are shuffled. Each word takes on new meanings and loses some. Some meanings are lost in this transfer. Repeat until anything not saved is lost. An example is illustrative. The word we watch will be English, but recall that a similar progress is applied to each word in the language. We shall witness its decay in real time. The years tick by. Project Wedge is instigated. Ideas are suppressed. English deteriorates. Spelling is standardized to more closely match words to their spellings.
Oh, no.
The first wave of redefinitions take force. No ideas are fully purged at this time, as the memory of what the words once meant is still fresh. Tensions develop between full-hearted adopters of the language and the working-class prole factions which resent the constant reformation. English idioms are subsumed into existing words. New, impermanent idioms quickly develop. It becomes illegal to use any word older than 5 years old. This law is enforced strongly.
Oh no.
The last openly dissenting voice is silenced. English etymology is scoured from each word. Pronouns are lost. Wedge reigns. All unapproved meanings are lost as meanings shift again. Tenses disappear. the pronunciation of a word is changed to be unique to its spelling. Party ideals are actively inserted into each word. Parts of speech vanish. Spelling reaches its simplest form. Project Wedge, or rather, We, is completed with a total of around 750 words. English dies. The following is an example of a proclamation establishing bureaucratic process given around that time.
What?
No more English.
English has
No more
died.
English.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna headcanon it that because English ended in 2000 here, that English died because of Y2K Pug.
Oh yeah. Y2K did the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Also, I have to explain that one too, probably because some people are probably too young to remember what Y2K bugs are supposed to be. So, in the 60s, they were like, using 4 characters for a year is a bit much. Let's use 2 characters, the decade and the actual year. Surely someone's going to update that before the turn of the century. Yeah, it cost us, I think, $500 billion or so to update every system that use 2-digit years to actually be able to represent the year 2000, but eventually people got it done. That's the Y2K bug. The system doesn't account for that. And suddenly you go from 1999 to 1900.
It was the Cold War. They thought that their century was just the century. There wasn't going to be anything after. Alright, anyway.
No, ye akamasuya son ku sapa. Inotian on ye, ino lawe polo, lawe we mewata. Yuna we kometa, kilo we. Alita son polo on lawe nu. No lawe, no ko. Son ye, lun lawe nawakun. Kilo on apoke. Onye on lawe kolelon. The phonology Wedge settles on is rather simple. A slightly altered numeral system, base 12 with 2 unused digits, cuts the thread to unambiguous calculation. The year is 2001.
Okay.
A pamphlet begins to circulate underground, which consists of a list of illegal words. For though words can be removed, the ideas they express will remain. Like a balloon popped underwater, the vacuum is quickly filled. Words for ideas such as humanity, community, unity, and emotion begin to spark. Flared into a fire fueled by a populace primed by decades of experience with an invariably variable verbiage. Stories are told which include these new words, reminding of the power of love to spark change in difficult times.
So in this canon, Twilight is written in this language with the illegal word.
No. But I realized, hold on, I just realized something. They used the other translation because by the time that this takes place, Twilight wasn't written yet.
Yeah, exactly. So Twilight takes place in that canon. Oh god.
An excerpt. Io tola mi ye kamonu. Open la yan etua li on moli yuna. Nan patula sie ona ni li wele enpi.
Wait, is this just turned into Tokipona? Wait,
I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I don't know Tokipona, but this seems familiar.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Tokipona. This is just turned into Tokipona. Wait a second.
Turned English into Tokipona.
Of course.
Moli yuna. Nan patula sie ona ni li wele enpi e baluton.
I was like, wait a second, why do I understand some of this again? It just is Tokipona.
This is like,
God damn it.
This is like last circus, where we had someone who made a language that literally turned into French.
Yeah. Wait, so does that mean that this was a proto-language all along? It evolved into Tokipona? Oh god. Oh man.
You keep going, English.
Keep going. Mi on mewata e lunuawa. Nan patola Mi we piolin on kilo kanomu e ona. Time passes.
Click that to better.
Oceania.
Just go back one slide. Click to add a better gloss.
God damn it. That's beautiful.
Kanomu e ona. Time passes, and Oceania predictably crumbles from within. The forced words from the language of Wedge quickly fall out of favor, and naturalistic remnants take their place as the de facto language. A new dictionary is published, detailing how the speakers are reportedly using these words, along with some new additions that developed since the original publication of the pamphlet. As years go by, the culture surrounding the language revels in its simplicity, rejoicing in the richness of each word. Wedge, the quickest language to ever die out, is remembered only as a transitory stage between the language of England and the language of good. Okay, see ya. Have you ever...
Okay. Well done.
I
love this.
It's like it's kind of crazy because like it turned into Tokipona, so but it was kind of like the proto-language for it, but it also was a story. This one might qualify for both of them.
Both. I'd say it qualifies as both. Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. Here we are, session 3. It is another week in the future at this point. Let's do it. So, Eternal, once you got a second, send me the first language of the day, and we shall do it.
We are in fact a third through the time too. So
nice. All right.
And to test this, just pull up one of your videos to see if the audio works.
Yeah, how about this hit AZ Plant Reviews video?
Hey everybody, AZ Plant Reviews here. Today I wanted to talk...
Yeah, there you go. Wow, who's that stranger
it's
there?
Good.
Okay, so Tamaran will be our first one.
Okay, see, two people have the same idea. So,
hey,
context,
what
do you remember Starmok?
Yeah.
That the aliens that speak the language in Star Trek are the Tamarians. So that's going to be a similar concept.
Oh.
So two people have the same idea there.
Okay.
Icard Shidethan Toela Drel. This is Tamarian, or Sokath Esibura Avaba, the language of 1 million translators' notes.
Oh, God.
Tamarian is an alien language spoken by the Tamarians, or Children of Tama, which originate from Sigma Tama 4. The language's first appearance was in Season 5, Episode 2 of Star Trek The Next Generation.
Mm-hmm.
In the episode, the crew of the Enterprise D struggled to communicate with a Tamarian diplomatic envoy, despite possessing absurd universal translator technology, which can psychically glean intended meaning from a speaker's brainwaves and convert that into language the user understands. And while Universal Translator is capable of translating Tamarian speech into Federation Standard, it comes across as strings of proper names of individuals and locations.
Oh no.
For those curious, I highly recommend Astrid Lundberg's video essay on the episode. It resurfaced in 2021 with the appearance of a Tamarian lieutenant named Kaishon in Star Trek Lower Decks. While the language is the main focus of the episode, Tamarian has not yet, to my knowledge, been fleshed out into a fully formed conlang. As such, I have taken it upon myself to correct this.
Oh boy, okay.
To remove ambiguity between lore established in my personal realization of Tamarian and established canon, all canon statements will be written in purple and marked with a dagger. The consonants are ma, na, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, fa, va, sa, za, sha, ja, fa, ha, ra, and la. The vowels are I, U, E, O, A, and I.
Nice.
There are 4 tonemes in Tamarian: stress, rising tone, falling tone, and vibrato. Stress in Tamarian is characterized by...
This was a perfectly good phonology. Why did you have to add tones?
Oh, God. Rest in peace, tone users.
Increased loudness and vowel length, as well as full articulation of the vowel. Rising and falling tones are used for defective single-syllable nouns, where stress is not sufficient to divide the noun into distinguishable inflections. It is easier to tell whether your friend Rapunki said rai or rai than whether he said rai or rai. Vibrato functions the same as it does in singing and public speaking, and will be represented here with vibrato's musical notation. As the grammatical information which these tonemes convey is often inferable from context, they are frequently dropped in Tamarian's conversational mode. Orthography. Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
There was very little to go off of other than a few scribbles.
It's like a screenshot from the show.
Yeah.
Oh god. That's
I also like.
Yeah.
I also like the immediate okay, hear me out. As soon as it was shown on screen.
It was probably some assistant set designer scribbles on this page that's becoming the origin for a legit orthography. It's beautiful. Okay.
Glimpsed over Picard's shoulder and on one computer screen. Scribbles which were probably not meant to be viewed with too much resolution. So I did my best to interpret what was there. Besides, writing systems in Star Trek are already kind of a hot mess.
God damn. Yeah, they are.
The inspirations for the Tamarian alphabet are cursive, musical notation, and paper transcription of Agma.
Musical notation. The others are writing systems. I buy that. We have good on for some reason. Okay. And so that makes sense. But musical notation. Okay. God.
All right. I'm interested to see where this is going.
Is the musical notation gonna be used for the vibrato that I mentioned earlier?
Possibly only for the vibrato.
Oh boy.
Letters are drawn on top of a guideline. Each letter starts and ends on the guideline and are written without lifting the writing implement. The Tamarian alphabet is arranged by its speakers in a 6x6 grid. The vowels appear in 3 rows at the end in unstressed, stressed, and vibrato-stressed cases.
Ooh.
As previously mentioned, the grammatical information which Tamarian tonemes convey is often inferable from context.
Those are pretty aesthetic.
Meaning denoting them in writing is not strictly necessary.
That's pretty cool. Goddamn.
Yeah. I'm assuming the dotted line is the baseline where it's the baseline isn't written, so it would be.
It's it looks like it's the center line. It's the center line. I did the same thing with the Noshin orthography, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think this looks really cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Howdy, y'all.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It is 6:20 in the morning for me.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, welcome to the show. Welcome to the.
It's 4:20 a.m. for me.
I got up by chance 15 minutes ago, and I don't know why.
You know, Miss Nuffy is experiencing what I had to deal with last year. Where we would start judging at 3:30 a.m. and we'd stop at sunrise for me.
Every time.
Yeah, we'd end the session and it was dawn. That's how it went for 7 sessions, 7 6-hour sessions, mind you, last year.
God.
For knowing where and how to pronounce them, and pronouncing them is not strictly necessary for understanding meaning. As such, the stressed and vibrato-stressed cases of vowels are often treated more like illuminated letters than in a proper uppercase. This justifies their complexity, necessitation of precise handwriting, and tendency to physically overlap with other letters on the writing medium.
Oh no.
A stressed case vowel casts its entire syllable as stressed. A vibrato stressed case vowel casts its entire syllable as stressed, assuming the word it appears in is a non-defective role noun, and its entire word as spoken with vibrato.
Okay, that's still
Tamarian
pretty awesome,
sentences
honestly.
mostly consist of nouns and adjectives. There are no verbs in Tamarian. While adjectives are sometimes used more like participles, they rarely describe an action that the sentence actually conveys. This is because the plot twist of Starmok is that the language conveys complex ideas through metaphor and reference to mythology. It is metonymy taken to an extreme. In Tamarian, you would not call something
Hang
a
on
weakness.
a second.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be like that one language we saw earlier that was like
Yes.
the Family
Yeah, I
Guy
think so.
cutaways, but first?
I think
It is just like Starmok, because as you might be able to guess by the name Starmok, it was inspired by the same Star Trek episode.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, I have a feeling this is exactly where that's going. All right.
Would call it the equivalent of kryptonite or Achilles' heel in Tamarian mythology. For example, unfurled in Mirab his sails unfurled is only meant to convey unfurling insofar as it evokes a scene in a story where Mirab sails away from a location. The phrase Mirab his sails unfurled pragmatically conveys the action of leaving, possibly in combination with any circumstances or connotations present in that scene, such as leaving because your task has proven futile, or perhaps leaving because of overwhelming risk. Not that anyone would know. Most Tamarian idioms are not explained in canon. The Tamarian ego structure does not allow for the concept of self-identity. While it is obvious from the behavior of Tamarian characters in the show that they have a concept of the self, Tamarians see themselves as perpetual actors, which, at any moment, may inhabit the roles of any number of characters whenever they feel the situation resembles one from the story those characters appear in. Side note, despite being the centerpiece and title of the Tamarian's debut episode, Darmok and Jalada Tanagra is actually a lone story, given that the episode states that Darmok is a mytho-historical figure from Shantil 3, and Tanagra is an island continent also from Shantil 3. This information was provided by the Enterprise D's computer, despite the fact that the Federation had not cracked the Tamarian language by this point.
Oh, God.
The fact that the language is conveyed through metonymy raises a number of questions about how the language is taught and how it came to exist.
Yes,
if the vocabulary of the language
Yeah,
is
literally, like...
That's always been my question with, how is this supposed to work as a language? Because clearly the quote-unquote words which are describe situations are themselves constructed of words which have syntax and meaning. So how is there not a language in a language there?
Just eons
so let's see
of references.
Making sense somehow.
Oh God, this makes me want to watch Star Trek. I've literally never seen like any Star Trek before. Anyway.
Stories, how do you build a Tamarian child's vocabulary if the simplest sentences require knowing an entire story? If a language mostly consists of references to mytho-historical accounts, what were those accounts written in? We can resolve the first question by proposing that Tamarian children are taught narrative vocabulary through nonverbal storytelling methods like picture books, puppet shows, and traditional performance art. We may also assume that younger children use more personalized narrative vocabulary, with references to situations which the child and parent both personally experienced. This is similar to how younger human children use baby speak words, which only exist in the micro-dialect used between them and their parents. Additionally, we can assume that in much the same way infant neuroplasticity allows human babies to pick up the partial meanings of words without understanding their full meanings, it may also allow Tamarian babies to pick up the meanings of references even if they are not familiar with the stories those references originate from. As for the second question regarding what Tamarian mythology was originally written in, I propose a turtles all the way down solution. Modern Tamarian is communicated with references to a body of mythology, which was originally written in what is called the mytho-historical age.
Oh, God.
The mythology is written in many different dialects of an earlier version of the language called mytho-historical Tamarian. These dialects varied little in grammar and verbal vocabulary, but varied drastically in narrative vocabulary. That is, the stories they utilized to convey complex ideas. A single dialect of mytho-historical Tamarian is communicated with references to the speaker's local folklore, which was passed on in oral tradition dating back to the folkloric age. It is believed by Tamarian archaeolinguists that the dialects of folkloric Tamarian spoken at the time used references to anecdotes about members of the speaker's family or tribe. As time passed and Tamarian linguistics groups came in contact with one another, their narrative vocabularies merged until they became the shared body of narrative vocabulary used in modern Tamarian. Note that the mytho-historical in mytho-historical age and mytho-historical Tamarian dialects refers to the kind of stories which originate from that time and incarnation of the language, not to the kind of stories which make up the narrative vocabulary of said language, family, and corresponding age.
God.
The same is true of the word folkloric in folkloric age and folkloric Tamarian.
So
In the
what are
same way that
anecdotes,
older
then?
human texts can be republished with more modern language that was conceived after the text's original publication, so too can Tamarian texts be republished with references to stories which were created after the original story's creation. The closest analog Tamarian has to sentences are called images. Nouns in an image which correspond to actors in the speaker's present situation are called roles. For example, if I were Lily Sloan accusing Jean-Luc Picard of dragging his crew into his obsessive, self-destructive, trauma-fueled pursuit of the Borg, but I wanted to do it Tamarian style by comparing the situation to Moby Dick, I would say something which literally translates to Ahab, his white whale in sight. In this image, Ahab and white whale are roles which are inhabited by Picard and the Borg respectively. The first noun in an image is almost always the primary role. The primary role can be the character whose actions the speaker wishes to focus on, or a location which, combined with other details provided in the image, paint a scenario which the speaker wishes to cast over the current situation. It is usually in the nominative case, though occasionally it is in the temporal case. All Tamarian images start with the primary role noun unless they elaborate on a previous image, in which case the primary role is implied to be the same as the one in the prior image. For example, if I wanted to accuse someone of over-ambition by saying Icarus, his wings brilliant in the sun, and wanted to elaborate that my warning seemed to fall on deaf ears by saying his father in hysterics, the primary role of the second image is implied to be Icarus without the need to repeat it. Images, and those images which elaborate upon them, are separated by brief pauses. Common images are often abbreviated to just their primary role, such as Darmok and Chalatabak shortened to Darmok, Murab his sails unfurled being shortened to Murab, and the river Timark in winter being shortened to just Timark. The primary role exists to reflect that every canon piece of Tamarian dialogue starts with a character or proper noun, and then elaborates on the specific scene with that character or proper noun, which applies to the situation.
Okay.
Nouns in Tamarian have 6 cases: nominative, locative, temporal, associative, extensive, and ergative genitive.
Oh.
Cases are formed by the
Ergative
prefixes to, ospa, shi, esi, and pe, with the nominative taking no prefix. Nominative case is used exclusively for primary roles. The locative, temporal, and associative cases function as you would expect. The extensive case acts similarly to a possessive.
The what?
What do you mean the associative case works as you expect?
Yeah,
you
really.
Can't just say that.
What does it?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Oh God, and I'm interested to see this ergative genitive too. That'll be fascinating.
Case, shifting focus from a primary role to a noun which exists in relation to it. It exists so the primary role can go first in the image, while the parts of the image which come after the extensive case noun point to it, and not the primary role it exists in relation to. Many pieces of Tamarian dialogue take the form of Temba, his arms wide, Sokaf, his eyes open, Uzani, his armies at Lashmir, etc., etc. The extensive case was created to reflect that. The ergative genitive case mostly uses its genitive functionality, unless the noun before it has adjectives attached, in which case the ergative genitive noun justifies why those adjectives are attached to the noun before it. The ergative functionality of this case more or less only exists because one time Lieutenant Kaishon said,
Yeah.
Is your connection horrible or is the video stuttering?
The video's stuttering.
Okay, I was gonna say.
No.
I was also getting some stutters.
Yeah, no. It's just some pauses in the dialogue.
His throat slit by his mistress. All other instances of Tamarian dialogue which contain verbs, participles, or other words formed from verbs do not come with an agent. That is to say, no other piece of dialogue has a noun that is verbed, be verbed by another noun.
Okay.
These 6 cases plus adjectives can be used to gloss every single piece of canon Tamarian dialogue with minimal change to word order. I would know because I did just that.
Oh my God.
Tamarian numerals are base 6 with digits fa, se, vai, pi, ro, and ju. And why, yes, those are the first 6 consonants combined with the 6 vowels. Thank you for noticing. Okay. Number words are strung together from most significant digit.
What?
Are they talking about all sorts of derivations from verbs and nouns being used as verbs and stuff. Didn't he say that there were no verbs a few seconds ago?
Well, there are, but apparently they're like layered back, like the things that have become the words and verbs are descended from the folkloric age and so on and so forth. At least I think. I think.
Right.
Is this?
So
I
it does.
can't recall.
You're just calling them something else again.
Yeah.
I can't recall any Tamaran sentence that has an actual finite verb in it.
That's true.
It's all just noun phrases.
Yeah.
It's noun phrases and prepositional phrases, if anything. Mostly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
That makes sense.
I think this is gonna be the first like Cursed Conlang that we've seen as like, yeah, this language doesn't have verbs and it's actually correct and it's not just like calling them
honestly.
adjectives or something like that.
Yeah, because everything is just like, at the most you could call it like a participle form, but it's not like actually a verb. That's true. That's true. Let's see if that holds up for the rest of this.
Thank you for noticing. Number words are strung together from most significant digit to least significant digit Tongan style.
Oh.
There are 5 forms of numerals in Tamaran: the adjectival forms, cardinal and ordinal, and the noun forms, which are the mathematical, representing numbers as abstract concepts, pronominal, as in Rapunki when he joined the Seven, and nominal, because I wanted to give the Tamarians a way to say 7 of 9's name.
Okay.
Each form of numeral is formed using these suffixes, the cardinal taking no suffix. Often, the base forms of number words are abbreviated to just the consonants. Number words abbreviated in this way are marked with the numeral punctuation mark between the base form and any suffixes.
Okay.
Until now, I have described Tamarian grammar as it relates to words in an image. However, Tamarian also possesses grammar which relates roles and actors, as well as roles and other roles between images. Tamarian nouns each have 3 forms indicated by stress pattern, where stress falls in each form specific to the noun.
Oh God, wait, no.
Defective single-syllable nouns forms are distinguished by rising and falling tones, as previously mentioned, though which tone applies to which form is also specific to the noun. Rising and falling tones may be written with the rising and falling tone punctuation marks placed after the word, though much like special cases of vowels, they are not strictly necessary. When taking a loan word or proper noun from another language, the first stress pattern is generally the way that stress normally falls on the noun in its native tongue. The second stress pattern is some arbitrary other stress pattern. The first stress pattern of a single-syllable nouns from foreign languages are given whichever tone the Tamarians think they hear when they first learn it.
Okay.
Noun forms of numerals have their stress patterns fall on their suffixes. In conversational Tamarian, tonemes help indicate which actors inhabit which roles in an image. When in use, tonemes are applied to all roles in the image. All other words are pronounced without stress or vibrato. Instead of using a person and number system, the roles are given tonemes based on a occlusivity system. If the actor or collective of actors inhabiting a role includes the speaker, the role noun is given vibrato. Otherwise, the role noun is without vibrato.
Exclusive and inclusive. I like it.
Vibrato. If the actor/collective of actors inhabiting a role includes the speaker, the role noun is given. If the actor or collective of actors
that's
inhabiting a role includes individuals out of earshot, the role noun takes its second stress pattern. Otherwise, it takes its first stress pattern. This gives the listener a better idea of who in a situation is inhabiting what role if it is difficult to infer from context. The second stress pattern is sometimes used sarcastically when the speaker is fed up with a particularly stubborn audience. It implies that the listener is so bad at understanding what the speaker is saying that they must be out of earshot. The stress pattern system also solves problems with certain actors forgetting the pronunciation guide from the script and using multiple different stress patterns for the same proper nouns.
God damn it.
We've created a system for representing present circumstances to imagery from stories. However, we still have no tools for describing people and events unrelated to the current situation. This is problematic for a language whose vocabulary is mostly made of stories. If you can't tell a story, how are you supposed to speak a language communicated almost exclusively in stories? For this reason, Tamarian has 2 modes. I have described the conversational mode thus far. However, when telling stories, Tamarian switched to storytelling mode. Storytelling mode necessitates the usage of the final part of speech in Tamarian, the relator. Relators describe the relationship between the scene in one image and the scene in another. There are 4 relators in Tamarian. The standard metaphorical relator, the hyperbolic relator for rhetorical exaggeration, the meiotic relator for tactful understatement, and the sarcastic relator for sarcastic comparison.
But wait, will these be verbs? Are these copulas that have just been introduced? I'm interested to find out.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
In storytelling mode, images are grouped together. First, a head image, which describes the characters and situation in the story being told, and then one or more tail images. Images from other stories which are anteceded by relators.
Well.
The roles from the tail images are inhabited by characters described in the head image. Thus, the first image in the chain provides characters, setting, and elements from the story being told. And the following images in the chain compare those characters, settings, and elements to those in other stories the listener is expected to be familiar with. Pauses are used in between chains in the same way a natural language speaker might pause between paragraph breaks. Stress patterns are repurposed to create agreement between nouns in the story being told and the roles those nouns inhabit in stories being used as a comparison. Vibrato changes function in storytelling mode to indicate which parts of a post-relator images in the chain are metaphorical, hyperbolic, meiotic, or sarcastic. For example, the sentence Anzanto vinda hogai kopechesitanagas melo is different from Anzanto vina hogai kopechesitanagas melo, both of which are different from Anzanto vina hogai kopechesitanagas melo.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
There are 2 pronouns in Tamarian. The speaker pronoun,
What was
eka,
that?
which is effectively the first person singular and only appears in head images in storytelling mode, and the primary role pronoun, vok. Vok always points to the primary role in the image it appears in, and as such does not take any tonemes. I would like to take this final section of the presentation before the translations to go into the specifics of how grammar evolved from mytho-historical Tamarian to modern Tamarian, as well as a reconstruction of folkloric Tamarian. The temporal case is absent in mytho-historical Tamarian, favoring usage of the locative case, or in rare cases of more precise and ornate language, the phrase totusupa. It is understood that totusupa was rebracketed into the early temporal case prefix otsupa, which was further simplified into ospa. It is around this time that scholars note a change in the ergative genitive prefix from pa to pe, to distinguish it from ospa. In surviving mytho-historical Tamarian texts, the meiotic and sarcastic relators are also absent, with modern Tamarian scholars believing understatement and sarcasm to have been distinguished by context and affect, while still following under the metaphorical relator unzi.
All right.
Unearthed sealed parchment on which mytho-historical Tamarian calligraphers practiced the alphabet conspicuously substitute the row for vibrato-stressed case with ideograms representing common trade items. The row for stressed case is still present. This has led Tamarian historical linguists to believe that vibrato was absent in mytho-historical Tamarian. The oldest mytho-historical texts, particularly those deemed to be likely transcriptions of oral storytelling, prefer the usage of the associative case over the extensive case. Tamarian linguists theorize that the extensive case did not exist in folkloric Tamarian, with its function fulfilled by the associative. The theory suggests that the extensive case prefix esi is derived from os she. The hyperbolic relator only begins to appear in writing at the beginning of the Middle Mytho-Historical Age, suggesting that only the metaphorical relator was present in folkloric Tamarian.
Okay.
Furthermore, there is the Birigiliganma, a book from the mytho-historical age Gitag Empire. The Birigiliganma catalogs orphaned images whose meanings were known, but whose stories were unknown or lost to time. Recorded in it is the image Boza, his binding severed when Kotok died. What was not known to the Gitagites, however, was that the image originated from the Zigash dynasty, where its associated story and...
Hi. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, Ilya, do you remember? Were you here for the Starmok episode?
What?
Like, were you here for the Starmok episode?
Or the video?
Yeah, I was. I think so.
This is based on the same Star Trek episode, so it's a similar concept.
Amazing.
Yeah, this part is just talking about like how the grammatical elements that got into the final version came to be from like 3 different layers of historical context. So yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know.
I see.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go.
Where its associated story.
Again, these are pauses. It's not me lagging.
Jesus Christ. That is a long pause.
Continued to survive.
Okay, there we go.
Modern Tamarian archaeologists studying Zigashik tests discovered that Boza and Kotok were 2 separate images from 2 separate stories. The Epic of Boza is, in fact, set nowhere near Lake Kotok. The archaeologists believe that the version in the Birigiliganma entered the Gitagite dialect in the folkloric age when the empire still had contact with Zigashik traders. Tamarian archaeolinguists speculate that for the 2 images to have been misheard as one, it must have been possible or even common in folkloric Tamarian to replace Unzi, at the time its only relator, with the pause. Several other orphaned images in the Birigiliganma corroborate this. Another quality of the earliest surviving Tamarian texts is that head images and tail images tend to match phrase structure more closely the older the text is. The order of roles in the head image also tends to match the order of corresponding roles in the tail images as well. Historical linguists speculate that this is because the beginning of the mytho-historical age was marked by the introduction of the 2-stress pattern system into the language, where it had not existed in folkloric Tamarian. With stress patterns helping to indicate correspondence between head image roles and tail image roles, phrase structure and role order no longer needed to match as closely. For the translation portion of the presentation, I decided to exceed the requirements for translation. I prepared not 1 or 2, but 4 separate demonstrations. 3 translating the passage from Twilight in each incarnation of Tamarian, and 1 original passage.
What?
Oh, don't you dare to translate the B-movie script. I'm sick of hearing that. Don't you dare.
Yeah, dear God.
Passage showcasing how folkloric Tamarian would be taught to children.
Okay.
Eka shivara pi unzi uzani esi elesh kindo. Seso, eka shi edu ard to forks unzi visha shigiza totejad.
No wonder this is called the language of 1,000 translators' notes. The text down below explains all the references and things that make it actually make sense. It's beautiful.
Vaisu, keu pe Eduard unzi valak, ospalijon nek unzi kishak totejad. Piso, eka shi Eduard to forks, unzi arnok shi mile totendar esikanak netso. The original scheme for need of specificity, mytho-historical Tamarian will be represented by the dialect of the Anba people, who lived on the Orokoth Cape. Eka shivara pi unzi leto in mashek. Seso, Eduard unzi ulo to bivad. Vaiso, Eduard shijeva pa eka, unzi karno esiori beo pagongi niva. Piso, eka shi Eduard to forks unzi ama shi.
Are all of these references from Star Trek? Are they from that episode?
No, it's not that detailed. It's 1 48-minute episode. No.
Okay, yeah, I figured. I'm like, there's no way all of these are like.
Unless there's more, and at least that's in TNG. If there's something like extended material that I'm not aware of, and maybe
it appears more often in lower decks because there's a Tamarian character there, but I believe most of these references are original.
Probably, yeah.
That would make sense.
Not familiar
that would be the
Star Trek
easiest
Lower
way to do it.
I'm not familiar with Star Trek Lower Decks. I have literally seen every other Star Trek episode there is, so.
Oh boy, okay.
The original scheme for the folkloric Tamarian translation was to fabricate an ancient Tamarian community to draw anecdotes from to construct a narrative vocabulary. However, thanks to the generous contributions of the timekeepers of the Klingon monastery on Boreth, we have been allowed to capture several covert recordings of a Tamarian storyteller named Uba performing for her granddaughter Ziza. From this, Federation scientists were able to gather enough narrative vocabulary to construct a translation matrix with which to translate the passage. Notable individuals which appear in anecdotes referenced in Uba's narrative vocabulary include Kaya, Uba's daughter, and Ziza's mother, Vito,
The fucking family
Ziza's
speak
father,
understand the language.
Ganga, Vito's widowed brother.
And how would you
and
explain this to
Ganga's
someone?
late
I've been thinking lately while I was working on my own kinship system for Shakyamtasha. Kinship systems can get so cursed you could probably make a whole CCC submission out of just kinship.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Genealogy language.
Yeah. to describe like a phytoplankton, you gotta use say, like, oh yeah, my 850 quadrillionth cousin or whatever. Like.
Well, you can have normal kinship and then semantic kinship. So it kind of works like those games where you go from one Wikipedia article to another.
Yeah, like an adverb. The adverb is like the uncle of the verb or something like that. Like.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay. That would be pretty good. Oh man. All right, let's go.
Wife. Use of the first person to refer to Bella has been substituted with the third person to better reflect the oral tradition of folkloric Tamarian storytelling and to remove any discrepancies that would have been created by having the character Bella reference Uba's relatives as if they were her own. Bella Shivara Pi Bidi Patama Shivoa Hinak.
Oh god.
Seso Edward Shijeva Buria Shikita Vegha. Vaiso, Edward Shijeva Pabela, Ganga Shibila, Piso, Bella Shi Eduard Unzivido Shikaya.
I think
the final passage is one of the.
Wait, it actually. I think it actually has succeeded in having no verbs, like no true verbs. That's
first
crazy.
language ever with no verbs.
That's crazy.
Also, 17 translation notes.
Yeah, just 1,000 translation notes will do it. Oh god.
Recordings used to construct the translation matrix. In it, Uba is performing for a much younger Ziza at a time when both Ziza's verbal and narrative vocabularies were much smaller and more personal. As such, here Uba limits her narrative vocabulary to basic idioms, as well as situations which Ziza had personally witnessed. The performance captured by our mixed Klingon and Tamarian survey team showcases an ancient Tamarian creation story. It was recorded in Uba's Story Cave, a cave with wall paintings and a fire pit for shadow puppet shows. Iskaseso. Iskaseso metesh to pisa. Kobor kets metesh to velach. Iskaseso to pizza. Ganga Tobedio.
Ganga on the hill.
Iskaseso to Pisa. Uba Shiziza to Volka. Tama. Tama tosu pa iska seso vava. Vido shishenzila. Iska seso nima lonza to bebil. Tama totusu pa iska seso vava. Kaya shiviska Shishem Hio. Tama Shitama to Tama. Uba Shiziza to Volka.
God.
Tama Shiishka Patama. Kaya Shiziza. Uba Shiketso. Volka Vava Shiuba. Bidi Patama.
Oh god.
Ah? Bidi? Oh. Bidi Shiwanua.
Okay.
Ziza Shikaya.
Oh god.
Ziza Shiori Gukosh.
Oh, man.
Thank you to the editors and administrators at Memory Alpha for maintaining comprehensive archives of Star Trek trivia, Star Trek Minutiae for keeping a digital copy of the script for Starmok, and Desmos Graphing Calculator, which I used to create the alphabet.
Oh, wow.
I would also like to thank my dad and my friend Griffin for helping to foster my love of Star Trek. Finally, I would like to thank, strangely enough, Tumblr for Mobile User Interface for being simultaneously the most unintuitive way of writing a blog post and the most intuitive way of writing this script, which was written entirely in a Tumblr draft. My name is Franco-Enoan, and you
What the fuck?
Damn, I never came up with
I love that. Con script made in Desmos, script made in Tumblr. Amazing.
Oh, God. Oh, that's beautiful. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah.
For whatever you're supposed to pronounce this as?
The year was 2023.
Oh, I've seen some of this. Okay, I remember.
The Cursed Conlang Circus 2 was underway and halfway done. The deadline drawing ever nearer, I rushed to finish my project. However, where a normal person would simply pick one idea, stick with it, and not worry too much about perfection, I was not normal. I wanted, nay, I needed this project to be absolutely
yes, the
perfect.
hypothetical normal person participating in the season.
Yeah. The classic folly. The classic folly. Oh, God.
You assume there were any miracles among us?
I don't think there's ever been a conlanging experience where you come out fully satisfied with the result. It's like it's the Sisyphean task. It's impossible. All right. Let's continue.
Nothing was good enough. I couldn't think of something bad enough, and the final day never stopped coming. I began to panic. I had so many ideas, yet none of them were developed in any way. However, when all seemed lost, I created one that was horrible in every way. I rushed to complete the video and to submit it, but to my horror, I was too late. September 15th had passed nearly a month ago.
What do
I
you
was
mean?
so wrapped up in my need
A
for
month
perfection.
too late is not. What do you mean? I was expecting I missed the deadline by a day. What do you mean a month ago?
Oh no, I accidentally missed a month. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Oh man.
That I missed the dates and didn't even realize it.
Actually, it's been 3 months. It's December now.
Oh yeah. This video should have been updated every month to add another month to the time scale.
Yes.
Got him.
The task seemed too great, too insurmountable, especially for one such as myself with so little experience in linguistics. I felt like I had flown too close to the sun. However, this is not where our tale ends. During the showcase, I studied the entries to the circus, learned how people create such horrible things, and once the showcase was finished, I had a realization.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what I would create for next year. Do you think if Icarus had survived falling that he would have given up? Would he have learned anything? I say he wouldn't. So, much like Icarus, if he survived, I will not give up. I will make a submission this...
What?
I will say one thing. Out of all the analogies that he could have chosen, could have identified yourself, Icarus is not someone I would have chosen.
Oh God. Yeah.
Does this mean Agma is Daedalus?
Yes, it does.
God damn it. Oh no, kill me. Okay. God damn it.
Here, I will not allow the circus to defeat me another year. I have become obsessed with the circus, and really, what could be a bigger enemy? What could be more tormenting than romance?
Oh God. Oh god. Fourth wall broken.
Showtime.
Alright.
When someone is new to linguistics and language learning, what do you think is one of the first questions they ask themselves? I think at least one of the first things they ask themselves is, what is the most beautiful language in the world? And they get a bunch of lists that I think are kind of dumb because they are all listing the same languages: Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and French for some reason. But there has to be a reason for why those are the commonly listed languages, right? I mean, it can't just be because they're European languages. It can't be. So, what do all of those languages have in common? Well, they all have a trilled or a tapped consonant in common, and we're just going to ignore French for a little bit. And even...
I mean, sort of. I mean, French has
trill in French.
French is uvula fricative. That's not a trill. And Portuguese has a tap in some dialects.
Counterpoint, clearly the most romantic version of French is the one with the alveolar trill, so this does not apply.
There you go.
Is this language just gonna be whoops all trills?
That's hyper-pirate. That's hyper-pirate.
Also, if a tap is enough to qualify, then American English qualifies.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
Oh my god. Alright, let's see where this is going.
Even the non-European languages that occasionally are on those lists, such as Japanese, still have a tapped or a trilled sound. So, logically, one can assume that in order to make the most beautiful language possible, we must include as many trills as possible. So, judges and the voters of our fine democracy, allow me to introduce you to...
Oh god.
It's just hyper-pirate.
This might be
it already sounds like... Yeah, it already sounds like hyper-pirate.
It does sound like hyper-pirate, yep.
Hyper-pirate 2.0.
The plot
I was thinking more like a... yeah, more like Douleur from last year.
Oh yeah, it definitely has some Douleur, yeah.
The plot twist...
Is this going to be just French again?
Yeah, I was gonna say the plot twist is gonna be that this is like the ancestor of Hyper-Pirate and Douleur.
Yeah, it's actually hyper-Douleur.
Yeah, proto-hyper-Douleur.
Old French specifically.
Yeah, Old French, yeah. Oh god. Okay, let's see.
English. Hyper-romantic.
Oh wait, oh no.
There we go.
Yep.
Good.
That's right. Every trill, except the ones that I forgot, is here. P, b, p,
oh god.
r, 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 r,
Wait, is a capitalization the only thing differentiating between voiceless and voiced on some of these?
Why do they flip? Like, you have... There's RH for the alveolar one, and it's at the bottom, and then for the uvular one, it's reversed.
That and the uvular and the retroflex trills, the voiceless one is HR, but the alveolar one is RH.
That too.
I like with the velar how they just added a bar to the K, and we're
my god, they have the Esperanto letter as well.
I used that K with the bar on it for the original romanization of Arodjun back in the day, long ago.
Because you hate G.
Yeah, exactly. To avoid the shameful use of G.
Oh, I also didn't realize, is God just in here?
Yeah.
How is that pronounced? Is that just... Oh, no, that's just a velar trill. Never mind.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Good.
Oh, God. Okay.
Now, you may notice something odd is here. That being the the velar trill, which doesn't exist.
Yeah, there we go.
The velar trills being are unable to be made by humans because they are simply too beautiful of a sound for the human mouth and brain to handle.
Literally.
Except that's not all, because we also have the co-articulations with ra.
Oh, God.
Any consonant that isn't made with your tongue can have the alveolar trill.
This is also. Oh, God.
Yeah. God, that's horrible.
It's crazy.
Pronounced at the same time. So, the consonants such as it's great.
Oh man.
Or maybe a whole box of them.
This has
I
to.
also adore the fact that
God.
the slide is just called consonants continued.
Yeah. Yeah. This has to be the ancestor of Hyperpirate and Dolor. It has to be, I swear.
But we're still not done with the consonants.
Oh, no.
Remember how French is one of the most beautiful languages in the world?
No.
Well, it had to be listed for some reason, so obviously the consonants must also have nasal variation, and I'm not going to say them all again.
Wait a second.
Nasalized velar.
Did they get the 2 as the nasal from that one, like, synthetic polyester?
Oh no!
Yes, almost.
Yeah, that's such a deep cut. God damn it! Like, okay.
Trill scares me too much for right now. Now, vowels aren't trilled. If you're a loser, at least. But as I am not a loser, I figured out how to trill vowels. You see, using the same co-articulation thing, we can pronounce the uvular trill at the same time as vowels, thus giving them the effect of being trilled. However, remember when I said that all trills that don't use your tongue can also have the alveolar trill at the same time?
No.
That's right. Vowels have a uvular and uvular alveolar distinction and can never be pronounced without these trills. The vowels are...
Oh God.
But of course, that's not all. Going back to French, we can add...
Am I listening to a cat purring or what?
I'm expecting, like, if I was shocked the fact that you have the 2 for the nasal thing, and then you don't use these stupid written over each other letters like in polyespo. Like, just write an R over it.
I'm assuming they're using Google Slides for the presentation because I recognize the template. I think that may be limiting them being able to use the silly letters over top of each other because they're sadly not doing this presentation on a typewriter.
Yeah, you need a proper...
Counterpoint, you can draw them.
You can also just use a proper typesetting engine like LaTeX.
Nasalization, of course, but there is another language which evolved from French, a much more beautiful and sophisticated language. That's right.
When I saw like all the nasal consonants, I was like, is Ultra French also going to factor into this?
I think it will. I think that's what's about to happen.
Language of
There we go.
Since this is obviously the most beautiful language that currently exists, we have to take something from it.
Very true.
Let's add the nasal vowels, which look very unfortunate. And of course, I forgot to mention the Roman.
Just IR22, IRHR22. God damn it.
These are just starting to look like ID key numbers
Yeah,
at this
literally.
point.
Oh god.
Yeah.
What is that?
Not
Like
just-
a pentagraph, quintagraph, something like that? 5, 6 sextagraph.
Jut be like, yeah, I agree.
Sextagraph.
Oh god.
With like
it's crazy. Oh god.
Organization of the nasalized stuff. It's just written with the number 2 because the number 2 kind of looks like a nose. But yes, this does mean that the language has what can best be described as nasal trills. And no, I did not just include this part because I wanted to show off that I can say the name of Ultra French perfectly. You may have noticed that I didn't talk about phonotactics. We'll get to...
Let's see.
There are none.
Where is Ultra French? Where's the cover listed? Come on, it's got to be somewhere in here.
What you won't see it here because it shows you in 5-second intervals. Just go back 10 seconds.
Yeah.
YouTube previews are done.
Language that currently exists. We have to take something from it. So let's add the this. Since this is obviously the most langue.
Oh,
right.
Here we go.
The language of language.
Okay, that's not on them then. There's a typo here.
Yeah. Where? Where's the typo?
So there should not be an apostrophe between the B and H. It's not thebon.
Yeah.
It's thebon. It's thebon. So that's the typo on the slide because it has B apostrophe H and BH. But this is supposed to be BH, which is a different consonant.
So close. So close.
They make that type every once in a while because they're just so similar.
Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunate.
Words. It's pretty easy to construct root words in Hypo-Romantic. Every root word is only 2 phonemes, and every combination of phonemes is used. Crucially, the root words only mean one thing. Sort of.
Oh no.
As the speakers of Hypo-Romantic prioritize romance in their lives, this is reflected in their language. The Hypo-Romantic language is created to be grammatically romantic. That is to say, of course, describing a concept is only possible by combining 2 words together. There is no such thing as a person. There is simply a person with person, or person with apple, etc. The concept of an individual person would not exist. The way you combine words together, though, is by putting 2 root words together. But how do root words go together? Well, you see, when a word and a word love each other very much, they make this chart. You may recognize this if you live in the U.S. and were taught math in elementary school. For people that need a refresher or don't live in the U.S., this table is supposed to make math easy by writing the numbers on the sides of the table, then adding them together. In practice, it just makes the table longer and be more complicated, and is probably at least part.
I hate that so much.
I never saw that.
Me either.
I didn't, but so at my high school, they also had like 8th grade there, and I had to go and teach 8th graders how to do multiplication the other way because they kept trying to do it this way, and it just didn't make sense to them, and they just like gave up on multiplying things ever. And that's kind of a thing you need to know how to do.
God.
Yeah.
Like a year doing multiplication like that.
It's rough.
It was awful.
It's rough. It's rough. I think it was one of like the formula. I think it was one of like the format changes from like the Common Core era, like where they tried to like they tried to make things more efficient, but it just ended up making things more confusing.
Yeah.
Great. Can't wait to see more of this.
Part of why I'm bad at math. So I decided to take it and use it as a substitute for a pedigree chart. In order to make new words, we must take 2 root words and combine them together. Whichever phoneme is stronger is the one that gets inherited to the new word. This new word means both of these roots together.
Don't give me ideas, Agma.
Oh no.
God.
Literally. It's a word Punnett square.
But roots don't have meaning by themselves, so the meaning seems arbitrary by English standards. It isn't really arbitrary, though, but we'll get into that in a second. Which phonemes are stronger, though? Well, luckily for you, I made...
Dominant and recessive phonemes? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, that's clearly...
Is there going to be a very small chance of phoneme mutation? Cause new phoneme species to exist?
What about co-dominance?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, no.
This chart with the phonemes all listed
if you
in order
irradiate
of
a
the farther...
phoneme, does it change?
Yeah, irradiate. You get a little seraphim in here and put some ionizing radiation.
I mean,
on
probably this language is about as stable as the average Neptunian isotope.
God damn it. Okay.
Up and left you go, the stronger the phoneme is. Feast your eyes.
Oh,
Since each root word only has 2 phonemes and each new word is double the amount of phonemes, the stronger phonemes being inherited is the reason why phonotactics don't exist, as in the new words, phonemes are needed to go basically wherever they need to. Now let's talk about parts of speech, starting with verbs because they're the easiest. They're easy because they don't exist. Moving on to prepositions and conjunctions.
Okay, bold claim.
Pretty bold claim. We'll see whether that's true.
Wait, what was that just now? I zoned out for a second.
Oh, no, I already immediately see prepositions replace verbs.
So that's just so that's just a bunch
okay,
of
so those are
verbs. Yeah. Okay.
So
we'll
you
see.
do have verbs.
All right.
I mean, they're not verbs if you call them something not verbs.
Yeah.
For the next,
Thanks,
for the next
Logebon.
CCC, we should ban the sentence "This language doesn't have verbs."
Or make it a one of the themes to actually have no verbs.
Yeah, and then every language will fail it.
That is
They'll all be like, oh, we don't have verbs.
theme, Agma.
Yeah, it would be terrible because everyone would fail.
Yeah, we'd have like 50 entries saying they don't have verbs, and all of them would have verbs.
Yeah, exactly. It would be 200.
Everything ever. Good.
Oh God. Okay.
There's so many of these that are just like, yeah, we don't have verbs. Why not just have verbs twice?
No nouns.
Off-brand verbs.
V2 reference.
Yeah. Really. Okay, let's go back.
Junctions. These replace the functions of verbs. In order to talk about things happening, speakers must continuously list prepositional phrases in order of occurrence. That's how actions are described. So you must think, well then there must be a ton of prepositions then, and you're wrong. There is exactly one. This guy.
Okay.
Now on to pronouns. Pronouns are interesting. Let's go over the cases real quick. There's not any cases per se. However, there is a lot of difference between singular, dual, plural, inclusive, and exclusive.
There's only a first-person singular exclusive and not a singular inclusive. Oh God.
Fascinating. How does a singular exclusive even work?
I like.
What does that even mean?
I like how
Well, because singular things can't exist.
I like how for the singular, like only the first person has an exclusive singular. The rest don't.
Yeah, but if there's only one for each of them, then it technically, like semantically applies to both. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
unless the pronoun can only drop in those conditions.
Yeah. Well.
Then there would be no point for it to exist at all.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or maybe you'd have to use the dual in that situation if you want to use the singular inclusive.
The problem is not what would you use for the singular inclusive. The problem is when would exclusive.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Me when I talk about myself excluding myself, maybe in poetry.
Yeah.
Would that just be like zeroth person perspective or something.
I guess.
It's like the character you're playing on a video game. It's you, but it's not you. It's excluded from the core of you, but it is you.
No, wait. Wouldn't that be like excluding the listener though?
Yeah, but that's already the case. You're saying I, so it doesn't include the listener.
Person singular without you.
Yeah, it only works if you're talking to yourself.
You're not involved.
Okay. I haven't slept in like 22 hours, I think. No, wait. Scratch that. 23.
Oh God. Oh man, we're getting
Why
deep.
Sleep when you can not sleep.
Yeah, there you go. Look at you,
Checkmate.
conscious.
Creole.
Certified Creole.
I love how they felt the need to explain the fact that some words are the same, like German articles being used multiple times for different cases. As if that's like a revolutionary concept no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just called things merging.
Oh, God.
Hooray for syncretism.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. Let's see where this is going.
The default first-person pronouns, for example, is the singular exclusive because it would be rude and unromantic to do something without a partner, so you can't include yourself as a default. And the default for second and third person is inclusive because it is romantic to include other people. There's also no differentiation between gender because obviously love knows no genders, so there's no need to tell the difference.
I've stalled long enough now. I think it's time for nouns. I think I need as good of vision as I can get. So I think I need another layer of glasses.
That doesn't make it better.
That looks good. That looks great, doesn't it?
It's amazing.
I can see perfectly.
That just seeing that is giving me a headache.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Like-
this room was like a prison cell that just has an exercise bike in it. Solitary confinement, but an exercise bike.
Just like brick wall and exercise bike and 2 pairs of glasses.
Yeah. 2 pairs of glasses, but nothing to read.
At least the ceiling is like absurdly high. So.
Yeah, there you go.
I have no glasses, but I must read.
I have 2 glasses, but there is no read. Okay.
I have 2 glasses, and yet I must bike.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's an elliptical, actually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
But
whatever.
I must ellipse.
I must ellipse. Oh God. God damn it. Okay. All right. Let's go.
So nouns cannot occur in isolation, which is already kind of bad, but it's so much worse. I haven't brought up word order yet because this language doesn't have word order. Normally, you'd have a subject, an object, and a verb, but we've already established that verbs aren't real. Both the subject and object must be 2 things put together and listed with a preposition. But more than that, the subject and object shouldn't be kept apart, right? So let's make them happy and put them together. With the same process as earlier with the phoneme inheritance table, now, if we had a sentence such as, Edward was a vampire, let's go through the process so we can see what it would look like in English. First, take the verb out, getting Edward vampire. And we mark the S for subject and O for object. Now, we need to pair these with other words. Edward gets paired with Bella, and vampire gets paired with diamond, because vampires are shiny like diamonds.
Okay.
So now we have Edward Bella S, Vampire Diamond O as the sentence as 2 words. Now we combine these 2 words using the inheritance chart, giving us 1 word meaning Edward Bella Vampire Diamond. But I've been withholding an important piece of information about nouns. Since they are new words, they also have new meanings. Each new word is a combination of the two roots, yes, but there are only so many possible roots, so the meaning has to change in some circumstances, either to...
Wait, I feel like, is there like background noise in the audio or someone making background noise?
I can't hear anything.
okay. I think I might be.
I don't hear anything at all. Neither any background noise in the video, no.
There was like a faint hum in the video, I think, but like it's not super intrusive.
Wait, the roots
it's not bad.
There's a chance. Like, did it like just turn on? Because I did like just unmute my microphone, and my microphone setup is on top of my server, and I know it picks up the fans from that sometimes.
that might be it, actually. Yeah, you might want to mute yourself until you talk.
The microphone picks up your keyboard. I wouldn't be surprised if it picked up the fan as well. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is in fact touching the keyboard.
Yeah.
Anywho's, I just wanted to say I like how the bilabial trill is slightly smaller than the other phonemes surrounding it. Like, it's just slightly smaller than the schwa.
It's a small caps. Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's a small caps of a small cap.
Yeah, exactly. The lowercase small caps. All right, here we go.
Words. I also love the fact that it just means twink.
Oh god, brilliant.
Okay.
A single root word entirely. So, for example, this word, oh god, could mean heart and rainbow, or house and river, or simply be the root word for twink. But remember how root words don't have meaning on their own? This means you can't separate words down to only two phonemes, because then the meaning is lost. Well, not technically, it still means something, but I don't know what it means. We can calculate the possible meanings of words, though. When you think of romance, do you think of laying and watching the stars? Well, I hope so, because each root word is placed within a zodiac sign. So, we can look at the two roots
I am
in
shocked
example.
this has not been done before.
Yeah, really.
That I've not seen zodiac sign words.
Yeah.
Also, one thing that I'd like to point out is I think they might be confusing words and morphemes here, because a word having to be paired with another word, meaning that's not a word anymore. That's a morpheme. That's
True.
But it's like a blended, like a genetic diagram combined.
Yeah, but still, the individual parts can't stand on their own, and therefore they're not words.
Yeah. That's true. But they are the roots and
words and morphemes here.
Yeah.
The waste-bin taxon of clinics.
Oh god. Okay.
As a Gemini, standing for concepts such as togetherness, and brach is a Scorpio, symbolizing things such as passion. Since Gemini and Scorpio are not compatible signs romantically, the difference in their meanings is greater than it would be otherwise. Because of their original signs, they will mean something tangentially related to the other sign, to what the other sign stands for. Blach, providing the heart part.
What determines zodiac sign compatibility? Is this an agreed upon, thing?
I think
is there a list somewhere?
I think there is a list.
Yeah, I think.
I know at least in The Sims 3, there's defined compatibility.
Oh god, I thought they were making this up.
No, they're
astrology is more deranged than I thought it was.
I'm just gonna headcanon it that
it's The Sims 3.
The compatibility is from The Sims 3.
Yeah, that's right. In this astrology romance language.
Good headcanon. I like it.
part of the two words and providing the rainbow part, but since they are not compatible signs, they could also mean house and river, as house is sort of related to being together, and river is sort of related to passion. If they were compatible signs, their other meaning wouldn't be as far apart. So it's...
What? What do you mean?
No idea.
Don't worry about it. Just trust the process.
They're both juicy or something, or flowing.
Ah, there you go.
It's technically possible to predict what meanings could be, but you won't get it exact, and you'll at most get a tangentially related. But guess what? Nouns still aren't done, because the meaning being completely lost the more you add or subtract from the combination, combining objects and subjects together, and getting meaning from zodiac sign compatibility isn't enough. We still have more to do. If we
My
have
day has
the
been alright, by
preposition...
the way.
Wait. It has null Santa now.
Oh no. A null modifier saying it again.
Are we gonna get Santa level redundancy here?
Yeah, I think we are. Oh god. Also, I don't know if this is like reversible. Like that this language, like if you could like discover.
I don't think so.
I don't think it can be. I don't think it can be. I don't know. Oh god.
In the sentence, does it really have to be by itself? It's so sad and lonely all by itself, so let's put it in the noun polycule. Of course, doing this sort of messes up the existing meaning, by which I mean... We must add a null preposition so there is an even number of words, because there's an odd number, all meaning gets lost. By adding a null number cancels out one of the sets, so in order to get it back, we must now list all of the words twice. Doing this will overpower the null preposition, and the word goes back to having some sort of meaning. But now that the preposition got eaten up by the nouns, there is no more sentence breaks keeping words apart. So, if you've been following, you know what's about to happen. All of the noun collections become one thing, and if you change even one tiny thing about it, the entire sentence loses its meaning. And because the meaning is dependent on whatever the zodiac sign compatibility is, each word doesn't have an independent meaning, thus it can't really be glossed. So to summarize, we have a language with entirely trilled phonemes, including nasal trills. Verbs do not exist, making sentences just be long lists of prepositional phrases. We have to string words together to get massive words full of concepts that mean all of them at once, and removing one of them gets rid of all of the meaning completely. The meaning of nouns is determined by their zodiac sign compatibility, making it not really glossable to my knowledge. When talking about yourself, you must exclude yourself from actions, and we have a huge list of all of the phonemes ordered by how strong and weak they are. Now, it's time for some suffering. The following is an excerpt from the official translation of Twilight in Hypo-Romantic. Please sit back and enjoy the melodic sound of this language.
Oh god.
Let's do this.
There we go. That's not what I was expecting.
I like the gloss.
Just the gloss, the hands. Just, I don't know. Shrug. Fluency mode.
I wish someone would whisper that in my ear.
Go ahead, do it.
Alright, we're in fluency mode now. This is like making me self-conscious of my throat.
Probably giving you hyperpyrite PTSD.
Yeah, exactly. It's giving my body like like a muscle memory reaction to hyperfred. I mean to hyperpyrite and ultra French, honestly.
It also kind of reminds me of Gumsmack in some extent.
A little bit. Oh god. Okay.
The same kind of like feeling of distress while listening to it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
The Twilight text and God damn, that hurt. That hurts so much.
Now you understand.
I don't know if it's because I haven't drank water in a while, but my throat hurts. Like I don't think I was.
See, the thing that they're forgetting here is that that most of what I do is done with the express purpose of causing Agma as much pain and suffering as possible. Hyperpyrate's phonology being a prime example of that. So to make a language with that same phonology and then have self-pronounce it, you have brought that upon yourself. I never read anything hyperpyrate. I just have Agma do it instead.
Like, just like with
finally, I know the dynamic between you two.
like with hyperpyrate, because that was like those were, I think that was the first one that we were like really working together on. In terms of like a cursed language, like there were a lot of, like we had the phonology, and then we started making like the words and the grammar and stuff, and then there would be moments where I'm like, oh yeah, well you could do this grammatical construction to simplify this, and then you're just like, actually, what if we like made another construction that actually made it contain like 10 times as many sounds, and I'm like, okay, and then the end result is just an enormous just wall of pain.
The thing about I have to realize that it uses reduplication and triplication even a lot in grammar. And the base form of the verb, the unmarked form, is the future dual, which is like the most useful form imaginable. To express any sort of useful verbal morphology, you have to just reduplicate the verbs twice or whatever.
Yeah. So. Oh,
well, it seems like Ultra French is going to hit with this year's conlang submitters.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I feel like speakers of this language would continuously have to carry either like lemon tea with them or like cough drops just to prevent pain from speaking.
Be a pirate. Just be a pirate.
Yeah, there you go.
So I guess that goes to show that the true language of love is hyperpyrate.
And also to be fair though, the hyperpirates aren't exactly human. I mean, you have.
Yeah. Oh god. Kill me.
I think my my throat was trying to tell me to stop it. But yeah,
yeah.
Oh my god, that was painful.
Also relatable. What?
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, relatable. God damn it.
It's so real.
I finally done it. I just need to make the submission, and then the curse will finally be. Hey, sorry about that. I recorded that about a week ago, and I did embellish the madness a fair bit for the dramatics and the theatrics, but that right there, yeah, that was real. Congratulations.
I
you made
feel
it to
that.
the end of the video. You're very brave.
Yep, some milk tea of some sort.
I'm very proud of you for making it this far. And I just wanted to make this bit to say that I'm not actually insane. I was a little bit, but
look where we are. Look at our section of the internet. There's no escaping the allegations.
I think most people, or maybe I'm just projecting, but I think most people who submitted to any of the Cursed Conlang Circuses were at least at some point giggling to themselves about how fucked up their language was.
That's the only way. That's the only way.
Oh, definitely. Like, as someone who submitted to all three circuses, so far, I've gotten ideas at like random intervals and just like started laughing.
Exactly.
I remember last year when I was working on my submission, when I was like drawing on the whiteboard in my room for like the car mouth like anatomy. I was just like giggling to myself as I was like coming up with new ideas, and because I was giggling, like my hand shook a bit, and then I kept having to erase stuff and redraw it because I kept giggling too much.
I remember that one. That was horrible.
That was a beautiful thing.
I think I remember that when I came up with, when I was trying to think of a term for turning all the phonemes into like Belgian, and then my brain just went, yassification, and then I just sat there laughing to myself.
The best part of Belgian. Yassification.
It's a core part of the experience. That's a core memory from in the Inside Out bubble. Oh, the power just went out. That's not good. Oh no. Hang on a second. Wait. No. No.
Mute yourself.
Okay. All right. I'm back. Hang on. The electricity is back.
There we go.
Oh my god.
You're still muted.
Hang on. Okay. I'm back. Okay, the electricity's back on. My earbuds do not want to connect to my computer right now.
I'm really not. I'm fine.
There
I
we
was just embellishing it because it's funny.
Okay.
So,
okay, all right. Goddamn, the electricity went out, and it's back.
Just now, it wouldn't be a CCC without technical difficulties.
It's literally
another comparison to Icarus.
Oh God. Okay.
I think.
Okay. Yeah. This was absolutely an Icarus moment, though.
Oh, with that being said, happy voting. Thank you so much. Yeah, I should go before I ramble for way too long. Have a nice time judging.
Thank you.
Okay, I do appreciate the fact that hyper-romantic is made by an aromantic person.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Judging time.
I thought we established that the dumpsters. The dumpsters took out your power.
Yeah. The dumpster came back. The
dumpster
came back the other direction. Knocked out by circuit breaker.
Anyone want to fill Marzen on the dumpster lore?
Oh yeah. So for context, this morning a dumpster attacked Agma. Hope that helps.
Yeah, there you go. That's all the context you need.
This morning a dumpster.
It just kind of like flew into Agma.
Yeah. There you go.
Is a wind that bad there right now?
Yeah, the wind is insane. It's crazy out here right now. Oh God! Like it literally It wasn't just the dumpster. It was all the fences too, because it wasn't like it wasn't like an individual like unified fence. It was all those like little like metal bars, like those like little portable pieces of fence that you move around, and all of them at the same time just started tumbling down this parking lot. I almost got knocked over, and then the dumpster started rolling too. I'm like, oh no.
Got fenced by a fence.
Yeah, literally. Oh, I've seen this one. This is a good one. Okay, all right.
Oh yeah. So I have this one's good.
Are we live?
Yeah.
We are recording it.
Well, I'm not like it's not live.
Are we recording, Agma?
Yeah, we're recording, but yeah.
Good.
All right, let's do it. I hear the sounds of a microphone activated on top of a keyboard.
Probably N3.
Yeah.
Nope.
That was not me. My microphone was muted.
Really?
Okay. I think it's the video.
No. Like the well.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah,
It is gone.
Yeah, that's the video.
Yeah.
No, that's different. It's different from what I was hearing. But anyway, wait, let's start over. Yeah, it was different, but it's gone now. This is for your eyes only. Exposing the secrets.
God.
Oh God.
June 21st, 1957. My name is Columbus Livingston Dover, ex-MI5 communications specialist. If you have not before heard of me, it means that a strategy of changing monikers every 8 to 12 business days is working as intended. Over my past 2 decades in the field of intelligence, it has become increasingly apparent to me that the state of communication within His Majesty's forces of espionage is, quite frankly, pitifully primitive. And as such, after years of research, I have finally devised what I consider the ultimate solution. Consider the humble pigeon, our faithful postie, familiar necessitator of street cleaners, and subsequent linchpin of the economy. For centuries, we have relied on their services to carry messages, including in times of utmost urgency and national importance. But the papers upon which their messages have always read pose a huge risk both to the safety of individual birds and in their vulnerability to total decryption should one fall into enemy hands. I now propose to forego that penned pulp, that middleman of meager mystery, and adopt a medium so ubiquitously common and so unconventional that the enemy will never suspect it. From now on, we convey and encode all of our secret messaging across the pigeons themselves.
Oh God. Sequential pigeon.
Our familiar city pigeons come in a variety of colours and patterns. This ubiquitous blue, for example, might be barless, barred, checked, tea-checked, spread, as well as piebald, pearl-eyed, juvenile, honourably discharged, or otherwise. Any of those could also be found in birds that are ash red, brown, or any of the three diluted. By merely multiplying potential colours and patterns, we already have at least 30 different...
Did not know there were that many types of pigeons.
Yeah, really. That's crazy.
There are a lot of species of pigeons, and like the city pigeons keep interbreeding with like 3 different other species of pigeons, so there's still plenty of variety to go around.
Oh man, that's crazy though. I like it.
Unique manifestations of plumage. But as merely 30 words do not a language make, we will once again multiply that by itself, forming each word from 2 individual pigeons in combination.
Oh God.
Given the proportional rarity of non-blue birds, I will also be simplifying color categories down to blue and non-blue, with dilute variants of each, which still leaves plenty of unique pairs with which to communicate. From here on out, I shall be referring to these dipalomatic units communicating distinct ideas as birds.
Boards.
Since it would be unwieldy to note down each pigeon as described in full, we shall give each a code, with the colour denoted by a consonant and pattern denoted by a vowel. This should hopefully do wonders to demystify the following explanation on the fruits of my genius, as well as save ourselves, in this presentation, time. Now, this cannot simply be a new method by which to transcribe English, as, on occasion, our enemies have been found to understand it, which would render the whole exercise moot. In order for this operation to take flight, it will require the employment of an entirely novel syntax.
Look at that. 3
This
times.
is really good. Like, this presentation is really nice.
It is. This is some high production value here. This is higher production value than I have ever made. I like it.
Grammar and lexicon, which will, in turn, require lofty ideals. Number 1, the language must be
370 miles per hour there.
Wait, what? Is that what it said?
It said 370 miles per hour.
Oh, God.
Let's keep going for now.
Yeah, I yeah.
For those who understand how it works, and absolutely befuddling to anyone else, including to any outsiders who might somehow become aware of its existence and basis concept. Number 2, the lexicon must cater to covert communication specifically, focusing on conveying concepts necessary in the field over those largely absent, even when they are basic, if not fundamental, in other contexts. Number 3, the language must be practical for its users and encourage good habits within espionage. In order to use the language, you must claim and monitor a flock of local pigeons and make known to those within your conversation where they can be found. You must make yourself familiar with all the birds within it so that you might be able to tell when one is missing. This will help you to identify when you may be about to receive a message. Sometimes birds just vanish of their own accord, but this element of randomness serves to further obfuscate the meaning from any eavesdropping enemy, and keeping alertness about yourself for any potential clue will make for better performance in all areas of the field. A diplomatic transmission is structured and executed with a series of homing pigeons released in a specific order. Each transmission begins with a completely white pigeon. Its toes, in order from left to right, represent 8 binary digits, being either present for a 0 or missing for a 1. To avoid potentially running out of white pigeons in possession of toes, they instead choose to denote those missing by painting their claws and leaving those claws on the present toes unpainted. This number indicates the total number of pigeons in the forthcoming message, so the recipient can better anticipate the transmission and identify if and when a pigeon may have gone missing from it. The message is concluded with another white pigeon, this one with all toes intact, as there are 0 pigeons left to follow it. Limiting a single transmission to 255 individual pigeons necessitates concise and direct speech.
Oh, God.
Whether or not the white pigeons that open and close the message are included in this number varies by dialect, as the bird carries no semantic information itself. It's blank. All natural human languages contain, fundamentally, a wide variety of verbs with which to convey ideas of...
Wait, come on. Boost to British seed economy. Reduced
paper consumption. Oh my God, there's actually a Pune square on there as well.
Yes, there is. God damn it.
Human languages contain, fundamentally, a wide variety of verbs with which to convey ideas of action and activity, and espionage concerns itself particularly with the knowledge of what various forces are doing or planning to do at any given time. Anyone seeking to decrypt a message into plain text written in a natural human language will therefore approach in the mindset that there will be many different verbs. Operation Diplomacy, in order to derail these enemy codebreakers, functions in possession of a single, universal verb, generally translatable as to be, though whose precise usage is inferred through bird order. Given that emergency for communication...
Bird order. Bird order.
Oh, man. Oh, God.
I love puns and conlangs.
I do too. The pigeon will exist. The pigeon will be caused to exist. The pigeon will be caused to be communication. Oh, God, I see where this is going. Oh, man. Okay.
Pigeons concern themselves with anticipating events as yet unplayed. It makes only natural sense that the future should be the default unmarked tense. The verb is marked by a following bird, indicating in order its moods, tense, certainty, and urgency, all optionally, but explicit by good sense. These markers will always be attached to the verb they follow, and as such cannot be misinterpreted.
Yeah. All the sounds are lame. Cuckoo. cuckoo. It's beautiful.
Interpreted as nouns in their own right. A subordinate clause, not a clause regarding one's subordinates, but easily mistaken, is marked by a particle which can act effectively as a comma, colon, semicolon, anything to clarify what is doing what to what else. There are also specific punctuation birds for the full stop and exclamation mark at the end of a sentence. Pronouns are as follows and include...
Imagine being hired to be a spy, but you end up getting hired as the punctuation bird. Oh my god.
Inclusive and exclusive we's, and an animate and inanimate they, both singular and plural. There is no grammatical gender distinction or any gendered nouns, as such a thing seems unnecessary as, if you remember from several previous and conclusive reports of mine, women are not real. The nest is a sort of verbal bracket that the language makes several usages of, given its limited inventory, to expand its scope beyond base ideas to specific names, dates,
I guess it really was
verb.
1957.
Oh yeah. God damn it. Yeah, they forgot this canonically takes place in 1957. Oh my god.
If you really must, as well as grouping nouns to serve as a single unit within a phrase, such as fish and chips. For example, the feathers are purple and green, like so, implies that within the group of feathers there are some that are purple and some that are green. By applying the nest to specify that the feathers are open nest, purple and green, closed nest, we can specify that the feathers are, homogeneously, all both purple and green at once. If you must borrow a word from English or one of its contemporaries, if it is a distinct personal name, or if you cannot for some reason figure out how to use the system as intended, you can use a proper noun or loan nest and spell it using birds as they appear in the alphabetical chart I have created, ordered by English letter frequency.
Oh.
You may notice that C and Q are missing. You will simply have to make do with variations on S, K, and W. Undercover, you will need to be used to shortages of things you'd otherwise take for granted, or risk cracking under pressure and putting everyone you know in danger. A loan verb, if you absolutely must use it, must be provided in its most basic root form. If this renders it ungrammatical, by tense for instance, you must then contain the whole loan nest within a correction nest, to indicate to your recipient that you are not simply an uneducated bumpkin. This goes for any necessary spellings of names or loan
that
words.
definitely has to be communicated. When we're dealing with extremely efficient spy communication, you definitely have to mark, yes, I do know this is not how it's spelled.
I mean, you want to know that the spies are competent, right?
Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, I like it.
As well. Other miscellaneous functions include piebalding on a pigeon will mark a noun as plural, the verb as a question, and an adjective as comparative, with its own noun being more intensive quality than whatever is being compared to. Using a juvenile as opposed to an adult marks the phrase entry in a list.
I would like to say is I really like the little pigeons. I think they're great.
I mean, the whole presentation and graphics is just amazing.
Truly.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I like it a lot.
It's much like a...
The what?
I want them as plushies.
Yeah, literally. Give me the diplomatic plushies.
A bullet point. Yes. Foot feathering on a noun functions as the genitive/adjectivizer marker previously mentioned, and a pigeon carrying a paper message, its contents irrelevant and ideally misleading, negates. These additional indicators are applied on both pigeons in a single word, which helps...
every politician brings a pigeon plushie to each diplomatic mission, to each diplomatic meeting.
There you go.
For emotional support.
Yeah, exactly. Emotional support burb. Oh my god. I like how they all are also trained as like classic like messenger pigeons, but the messages are the fake ones. They're all carrying fake messages. They could be whatever, like completely random stuff.
It seems that Seo sees the stream at a resolution of about 15 by 20 pixels.
What the hell?
That's only why I have it not focused.
If you control the stream to focus it, it becomes
fascinating.
But the speaker list is still fucked.
Yeah.
Amazing technology.
Discord is very functional.
I love Discord.
Functional application.
I love Discord. I love Discord so much.
I love it when applications are built on spaghetti code because they want to sell to a venture capital firm, and then they just keep building on top of that with more and more spaghetti code instead of actually going through and trying to fix their horrific code. I love it when that happens. Yippee!
I feel like that's like
memory
everything.
leaks.
Oh god. Like that's Minecraft too. It's just a never-ending pile.
They tried to rewrite it and they made it worse. The rewrite is called Minecraft Bedrock.
I still can't get over how there's this variable in Minecraft Java called var87 that's a boolean, and if you set it to true, there's a bird trying to get into my house. 1 second.
It's a diplomacy bird.
You're getting a message.
I thought it was like poking at where like my window lock was, so I was a little worried it might actually like come in, but I got to go away. Anyways, var87, if you change it from false to true, it just rotates the entire thing by 1 radian, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, well, the thing about graphics programming is if you change one little thing, everything is horribly screwed up.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, I want a bird plushie.
Yes. We need a lot so that we can actually do them diplomacy with our plushies.
Yeah, exactly. You need at least 255 of them.
Yes.
Every one of them custom designed.
And then we can throw them at each other for messages.
Oh god, it's beautiful.
Where's the Nacor diplomacy thread?
Yeah, really.
Please, I want that so bad.
Give me the bird. Okay, let's continue.
Keep going.
Good luck with the pixels, Sayo.
And make it more obvious when a bird may have gone missing somewhere. If you're missing the pigeon from your flock necessary for a message because it lacks one of the additional qualities, you can send a white pigeon with that quality immediately afterwards to apply it to the previous bird. Just try to avoid this resort too close to either the beginning or end of a message to avoid potential confusion over bird count. The medium requires some knowledge of technique and of the biology of the pigeons themselves.
I like the name change every 8 to 12 business days, all listed out here. That's beautiful.
Pigeons mate for life and are very doting and dutiful parents, and will wait for their mate to return before leaving their nest. You must send your message in time for all adult pigeons to be home within 3 days of their initial kidnapping, because their mate could very well sooner starve than leave their eggs or squabs unattended. This ethical limitation encourages urgency and punctuality, vital qualities in the field of espionage, though it may require that you make several staggered visitations to the recipient's flock over several days. Of course, if the individual is obviously too young to have mated and produced offspring, to hell with it. In the most extreme of circumstances, you may send your recipient instead a dead pigeon in the post of any variety, though blues imply condolences, ash reds imply a good scolding, whites imply indifference, and browns imply your complete and utter mortal terror, much as one's trousers.
God damn it.
Recessive red pigeons are not necessary to everyday speech, as they are rare, and most flocks will not have any. However, if your recipient's flock is lucky enough to contain one, you will be able to communicate with a single pigeon. Thank you for your understanding as I repeatedly kidnap your local pigeons. I am not one to be caught on camera, but I believe in my creation and shall be making an appearance as proof of that faith. Without further ado, a demonstration.
Oh, dang. Oh, yeah.
Here we are, at the location of my hypothetical fellow agent's flock. And I've just spotted the individual we need to form half of the bird for operation, which is a beautiful blue bar. Like that one.
No way. No way.
Now, here's where I reveal to you the secret weapon of this method, crushed peanuts. By creating jobs and simultaneously stimulating the British nut industry, we can Kill two birds.
This
one
is what the
stone.
British Northern mystery was about.
The what?
Yeah.
The thing in the beginning where it was like the British seed or whatever industry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The seed industry. Oh my god.
Get the economy moving again. Though perhaps that could be more considerately phrased. Also, just ignore the futuristic building and flying cars I'm sure will one day be edited into this video for anachronistic confusion for the purpose of strategy.
Yeah, purposefully for anachronistic confusion.
I like how they're saying that specifically so that it would be like not confusing, and then you could just be like, oh, it's just edited in. They said so in the video.
Well, they'll cut that bit out.
Also, my screen is no longer tiny.
Nice.
Yay.
America wins again. All right, let's go. No way. Oh god.
Now, my father always said that you should never trust a man who can't even remember to put his cuffs on in the morning, but I have done this quite intentionally, as I knew that I would want to roll up my sleeve, for you see I came prepared. Now, our partner has chosen quite a nice flock here. Lots of variation in the blues, but if he wanted to get more of the other colors, perhaps he should invest himself in the breeding of the birds just to pair them off nicely to create more vocabulary for himself.
So this is entirely dependent on finding a flock with the correct proportion of variety.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And less overlap.
I mean,
Now,
you could
where
just
am I?
like create a flock by just like every time you see a pigeon you need on the street, just like put it in your bag.
Grab
You
it.
just have the pigeon bag, and you can just pull them out whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the idea is that they return to the place where you got them from.
Yeah.
But like,
Well, yeah, they'll return to your
collect
bag.
them from all different places, then they'll just fly back to those places instead of to the person that you want to send it to.
I mean, you could ask them nicely not to.
God damn it.
I don't know if the pigeons speak diplomacy.
Yeah, that's part of the secrecy. They don't even know what they're saying. Oh, God.
Hello. There you are. Now, there is a bit of a trick to this, but with a little practice, you can just... There you go.
Bird collected.
A beautiful blue bar. Winston getting closer. Look at him. Hello,
That is the
handsome
first time
chap.
I've seen a person successfully grab a pigeon.
Yeah, literally. That's insane. Oh my god.
A friend of mine just grabbed geese
Oh god.
with no hesitation.
Imagine you have to do this hundreds of times to make sure you're sending the correct message. Oh,
Yes.
I'm now in a separate location many miles away. And at last,
It's literally just a different
he
angle.
is ready. I have reached the point in the sentence where he is necessary. Chucks away. As you can see, it is a very effective system that will do
Wow, that pigeon went
the
couple miles a second.
Yeah, 360 miles per hour. Okay.
of our nation's security.
Definitely didn't cause any other pigeons to start flying.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Now that you are all clued in as to the eccentricities of the diplomatic method, I have here translated and glossed the Zimmermann telegram as
God.
decrypted in 1917 to demonstrate.
Oh,
I have
God.
also provided for educational purposes a more literal English translation approximating
Mexico. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh god.
Diplomatic structure and phrasing. It is my magnum opus. An easy system to use that takes advantage of hiding in plain sight. Speakers get to enjoy the additional benefits of being outside, regular physical exertion, keeping in routine practice.
Wait a second.
Enjoy the additional benefits of being outside.
These three intelligences had become certain by means of me. The one was this. Thing one was this.
Thing one was this.
Yeah, thing one was this. The person Edward was an enemy blood eater. Thing two was this. There was a part of his intelligence unknown to me that existed with unknown certainty by means of power, by means of which my blood was of extreme urgency. Thing three is this. His assured victory was guaranteed over my complete lack of morale.
Close enough.
Good enough.
Regular physical exertion, keeping in routine practice of punctuality, pre-planning, paying attention to detail, sharpening their reflexes, and keeping a low profile with slightly lower stakes than usually provided in the field. And probably a raise for how much better they'll be at their job for it. Bet you wish you'd hired me now, Bletchley Park. Bet your office wouldn't have been fully staffed already knowing that, huh?
Oh my god.
God.
Oh god. Trained under those with years of experience. Holy crap. Robbing Hood for the first CCC. I see. Beautiful. Thank you, Agma Schwa. Yeah, that's right. Oh my god. That was beautiful. Very cool.
Operation Diplomacy.
Yeah, diplomacy. It's beautiful. All right, time for the scoring. That was 80 messages, Elise. God damn it.
I will be right back.
Read all of them.
So, did you know that I'm writing a comic? I've only mentioned it like 500 times, but it looks like it's finally taking off because according to the Google Search Console on the website, over 40,000 people have looked at the comic in the past month, which is kind of crazy. But if you didn't know, I've got a comic, a web comic, if you will, since it is indeed being published on the web. It is called Jojawa Jororch, or Dog Days, if you want to give it an English name, which I often do. It is a story that takes place in the Dog Days world. I've made several videos on that, including the Language Families video, and recently the Arodjun Showcase. And the comic is special because it is available in both English and in Arodjun. If you want to learn Arodjun, the conlang that I have by far worked the most on over all these years, then you can use both the documentation that's available on nga.org/languages/Arodjun and the book that I've published, edited by Eternal, which is available on Amazon for $25 US, a grammar of the Arodjun language, and all supplemented by the comic, which you can read entirely in Arodjun, entirely in English, toggleable by a button. It's pretty cool. I like it. I've put a lot of effort into it. The release has been very slow over time because I'm a busy person, but hopefully by the time this circus video comes out, chapter 2 of the comic will be completely done and all available to read on nga.org/comic. So, if you're interested, if you like my art, if you've seen any of my art in some of my videos, it's a very similar art style. If you like that, if you like the story, you like learning conlangs, particularly Arodjun, I would recommend going and checking it out because I'm going to keep on going with it and there's much more to come. So go check it out. Also, if you're a patron, you get to see the new pages of the comic early. Did I mention that? Oh, I don't know if I mentioned that. I think I mentioned that. I think I mentioned. Did I mention that? Did I mention that? Patreon.com. I don't have any money. I'm running out of money out here. Like literally, it's way more expensive than I had predicted. All right, the screen is Sharon. Let's do another 13 messages from Elisa, of course. And then Eternal, feel free to send me the next video. So now we have this, the language of selflessness. All right.
Well, let's
Tell
see.
me if something goes wrong.
Sure.
Here we go.
Hello,
Welcome, one come all, to this animated short story, this world-building sneak peek, this fast little exercise in linguistics, this iteration of Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus. Now, this entire video, from the decision to enter, including my first research in linguistics, that's right, I have never taken a class in it, all the way up to script writing, animation, and editing, took a total of 54 days. We had 2 animators. Everything went exactly according to plan, and there were no obstacles.
None.
And now we have it.
Now, we know you forgot what a clause was. Don't worry, we've got you covered.
If you,
like us,
need help getting the jokes, we provided our curated notes on grammar, which we will have exactly which bullet points we are using on stream, and all of the specific to language readings are in the description.
You should be able to follow along and
hopefully
use this document if you're interested in other people's cursed conlangs.
Here at Tiffany, we care about equality. That's right, we want everyone on the same level so that each person drowns at the same time.
Fair is fair. Now without further ado, an abomination.
Okay.
This is a good.
Oh shit.
Of course it is.
Yeah. It's not a cult.
No, belief is merely a side effect. The church offers purpose and an unmatched quality of life. Besides, the placement test was auspicious. Your leg's looking much better.
I didn't think it could heal that perfectly.
Of course it can. I've seen much worse.
You're sure it's free, right?
Why wouldn't it be? Everything's provided.
Oh god.
Done. Not that bad.
A place has been found, no?
What is this?
Sure.
What'd you say?
What kind of cult is this?
Yeah, that's this is definitely going for the story theme. Holy crap, it's fully animated. That's insane. Okay, I'm very interested to see where this is going.
Learning starts tomorrow and will finish in a few weeks. Is celebration appropriate?
A few weeks? What's the rush?
Now, it is required. Using other languages is from unpatriotic to treason.
You've been speaking Central the whole time.
This role carries an exemption. Only children require absolute parity, no?
Oh, God.
It's for the best. Central doesn't provide the processes to understand valuable doctrine. It's important for safety, too. Everything's safety.
Safety.
Safety, not non-safety.
Oh, God.
Naturally.
Okay.
Phonology and orthography are first. There are many characters to learn, but challenge is a foundational concept. Strive for mastery.
Wait a second.
Worry about reading.
Wait a second.
I should hope they're going to slow down at some point.
Slow down.
Wait a second. This is a really cool writing system, though. Holy crap.
Foundational concept.
Right.
Strive for mastery. Worry about reading for now. Writing befits a higher level, but success will surely be achieved.
Jeez.
Note the consistency and
Acted, by the way.
The characters welcome literacy.
Wait, I didn't get that.
It's quite all right. Just go back here if it's forgotten. The next thing to solve is the name.
Excuse me?
He's higher, see? It assumes too much. Its pronunciation is quite obtuse. These together are unacceptable. Fit to be seen, by grace of the council, the new label is Wethel.
I think that's unnecessary.
Some statements inevitably lack approval. Wethel is the label. This is incontrovertible.
Oh, God.
Wethel is better suited to the assent. Personhood has been left behind. It's a compliment. Nothing's worse than being a person.
Oh, God.
People bear the responsibility of each breath, each wrong thought, each uncast vote. True? Imagine. It's an unnecessary concept. Just like pronouns.
What do you mean?
What?
Not you, actually. The system works perfectly, simply using measure words and titles.
Oh god.
Perfectly.
So,
Evidently.
where's the selfless language?
It's that's why that may be why it's called the language of selflessness. Indeed.
Without
Are
one
these
self.
pronouns by a different name though?
That's kind of. It looks like it.
Yes.
But not
Probably.
just. Yeah. That's it's
more like an honorific system rather than pronouns, but kind of not.
Yeah. It looks.
I mean. There is like a note at the top. There
is also a note at the right that calls them pronouns explicitly.
Pronouns are irrelevant. They make the arbitrary distinction between person and thing, but fail to deliver any hierarchical information. For this reason, measured words are associated with hierarchical positions. See this table? This combines the title and measure word. Really the same, no? To ensure everything understands.
What about, how do I say mine, yours?
Possessives? Why, they're meaningless. The church is the only possessor. Objects are either inside or outside the line of command, see? In Central, there is only one independent verb per phrase, correct?
I don't even know. I haven't thought about phrases for,
Oh, right.
Four sisters.
Don't say that.
This is not a sentence.
Frustration is sufficient for an observation.
Neither is frustration.
Of course not. Independent nouns are observations and independent verbs are passive voice.
Okay.
So, if this dependency tree could exceed distractors...
I don't want to look at it.
There is no you. In any case, this is a sentence from Central. Lackluster, no?
No,
While there can be compounds that affect each other, you and I run and hide, for example, run and hide applies to both subjects equally. Therein lies the problem. Now, while Naddawana can express the prior sentence, it skirts Central's limitations. These two verbs may have different loci of effect in Naddawana. The option is present for both individual subjects and a joint subject. This single Naddawana sentence Akoda eshu kedu unde ikvabide ikvail ked biunde can communicate I run, you hide. We do a combination of running and hiding. This is quite easy given the marking system.
What?
I just don't think that's true.
All verbs have implicit activity, no?
Wait.
Okay.
Of running and hiding. This is quite easy given the...
Redacted.
Yeah, it's all just redacted.
Given the marking system.
I just don't think that's true.
All verbs have implicit activity, no? Withholding love, expressing love, Central fails to distinguish the external and internal. It fails to visualize interplay. Performance to philosophy. Civilization is an eternal balancing act. Else chaos, else extinction. Two equally good outcomes, no? It's much like word order. What happens will happen. When doesn't matter. Well, tenses and aspects are important. Clearly, there's much flexibility for unknown. Now that the verbs
at
make
least
sense,
this language does claim to have verbs.
It's a very low bar, but sure. You should really add your language must have verbs as just a criterion for next year.
Didn't someone make a noun list?
That would just challenge people further. You gotta just more like a statement, like your language does have verbs. That's just a statement.
No matter what you say, your language has verbs.
Yeah. Unless it's freaking Tamaran, I guess, with never-ending references. All right. Anyway, let's keep going.
Nouns are quite simple. They contain an automatic fog particle to make the noun's core definition more comfortable.
Fog particle?
For example, if the dictionary says good, in practice its antonym is used, i.e. not good. This fog particle can be taken
I've
away.
noticed that like each slide has had a little message in the top left corner that like pertains to the story. which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
It's like flicking through the beginning video games, like monologue, or like the traveler's logs or books or whatever in the video game. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
In which case, the used version would match the dictionary again. Make sense?
No.
What's the reading done? Nouns are marked by the corresponding verb's passivity. This ensures actions are correctly applied to the objects and subjects. The other interesting part about nouns is each holds an intrinsic harm level. Fortunately, this is only applied in writing. All writing is verified by the church. Unbalanced harm levels are indications of counterfeit information. Expectations are to memorize the noun's harm levels to avoid outside interruption. The reading covered this. Harm must sum to 0 at the end of each paragraph. Repeat the teacher. Murder, 0 harm. Killing, 10 harm.
Hi.
Only people are murdered. Anything can be killed. The better of the two is murder.
Oh, God.
Do you know what they do to people? People aren't allowed to exist. Where'd that kid go? Yeah, the short one. I don't care. Get him over here. We are all liable.
That will have to do, supposedly.
What was that?
Moving down the hierarchy. Adjectives were touched on before in that they removed a noun's fog particle. They bear that noun's measure word for clarity. They also changed definition with the observer. No questions. The reading was not completed by the student. This exists elsewhere, but it is in nebulous social rules that are never and always followed. Quite a mess. Nadhiwana solves this automatically by adjusting the intensity of statements according to rank. For example, an equal rank would perceive the weather is good, as is. A lower would perceive the weather is phenomenal, and a higher would perceive the weather is adequate.
No! What if I write something to you that's true and...
There is no me and you.
Just listen. If I say something to you and then a superior reads it, it could be a lie without me lying.
Endeavor not to communicate untruths. Waste no time. Adverbs.
But no.
Adverbs. They mirror and infix. That's
Assignment 20 is overdue.
Not I.
I don't understand.
What is difficult? Sit studiously. Infix. It goes between morphemes. Mirror. It's backwards.
I like how much of the adverbs are redacted.
Yeah, like so much of it. It's
SCP moment.
Yeah, it's like there's a. It's like we're being just assaulted with just like disinformation in our minds. It's cursed. I like this.
Yeah, this is cool.
Very would be very irrev. There's only one morpheme, and so it sticks to the end. Actually very would be actually revly, and incredibly hopeless would be hopi libiders no less. Simple.
What?
So,
what?
Very successful would be successfully rev.
No.
Why?
Listen! There's one other infixed category. Loan words. The table should have been available.
I haven't gotten around to it.
Not I. This table shows infixes that tag the location, then the era that the word was verified by the Arshan Church. It makes reevaluations much easier.
Re-evaluations?
Replace all words from Karnan with synonyms by Tuesday. Surely this isn't new. Now, simply follow this table's guide, which lists the hierarchy of suffix, and that's it. Put the marked words in any order, and a sentence is formed. What though? This is not done. Vocabulary. Now. Definition is a rather relative term.
No, it's not. It's not a relative term.
Of course it is. Words exist solely for the communication of the church. They mean nothing until spoken to Arshan fellows. The only importance is that the church uses the same words.
So, like a dictionary? Is that it? A constant, agreed upon.
Agreed upon? Agreement requires people. No.
God damn it.
Dictionaries are provided by...
Really?
Many definitions are classified. However...
I can't do this.
The contract was signed. Now, the common words. Numbers 0 to 10. Ngang, non, nel, novem, efa, agde, dizetach.
What about think or feel or... Yes?
I like how it's labeled blood as a resource.
Oh god. Blood as a resource.
Uncontaminated water cannot be used for further rain.
Oh god.
Structures at a supported height in the air, not redacted. This definition excludes the physical foundation avoiding discomfort. No synonyms available!
What does that even begin to mean?
Yeah, what is that even? It's so cryptic. Oh god. Okay.
Only people? Some animals feel.
What was just said? Meaning is only achieved when the exchange of the collective is enhanced. Labels for anything other than observable pain are irrelevant. One sad is not another sad. How is consistency achieved? Each member would reference something different, and communication would fail. This is why adherence to the dictionary is essential. The church has verified each word.
So your language lacks the tools to describe private thought.
Private thought doesn't exist. If the church can't verify it, then it isn't worth debating. Moving on. We only have one topic left.
I don't believe you.
That is rude and unverified. Sentence endings. The traditional ma and na, of course. Subject marker.
If it occurs, take back is best. Better to admit an absence than to become a presence. What?
Oh my god! It's a particle form of like I rescind my statement.
Perhaps
Redacted.
more elegantly translated as never mind.
It's like that thing that politicians do. Like they say something unparliamentary and like I
retract my statement.
I retract.
Retract the statement. Oh god.
Duh. Object marker. La. These are important. The particles to indicate quality of judgment. O is a fantastic way to negate a sentence. And nga. The truth conditions of the preceding sentence were unmet.
That's respected?
It is not for light use.
Yeah.
They're magicians. Make any other mistake.
This is the final exam. Surely, Wethel is ready. Some call it hazing. It's been the practice for millennia. Apologies. No, they're not equals. Edward is heathen, apostate. Certainly not a drinker of the church according to historical records.
So he's lower in authority than Bella?
He's higher, see?
Ah, right.
What?
This is unseen. Yet theoretically correct. This answer will not be reported.
And it's balanced, it's past tense. What's wrong now?
Why was Nolita used? Interrogating the universe with no intent of learning?
Bella seems like an idiot.
Bella remembered to balance her verbs.
It's not wrong.
Harm levels too.
The what?
I said that's not wrong from what I know about Twilight.
Yeah, literally.
I like the harm counter in the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Harm the sentence does. That's crazy.
This is written.
No.
No, there is no observing. The church observed this. No, you do not perceive. The church's verification is available for sensing.
+1 harm.
Ikva. Min the ikva.
Min the ikva.
Min the ikva. Hedvi. Hedvi. El Hebinkud.
No, El Chibenkud.
Edward Achvunde. Ekvasigde. Vash.
Vash. Vash.
Oh, that's the music is crazy sped up.
Vash.
Vash.
Rush.
Rush.
Nelite.
Nelite.
Zepikda.
Zepikde.
Urel ichoshukit.
Orel ichoshukit.
Wait.
Shasigla.
Shasigla. Zepikda.
Shasigla.
Come on.
Shasigla. Het. Ikvunovoku. Rush.
That wasn't so bad, was it? See, it makes sense.
Oh God.
But does it?
See? The axle spins fate for all. Congratulations! The church will welcome fully fledged members in a month's time. Please use this time wisely to compose an original speech. It will be much appreciated.
Definitely.
Oh,
Fana?
Beshune lo zetho wahari veshune.
Dear Adnoratsid, Dolfo de Ofla, Nesofona Ofte, Natasha Thun.
Wishmo bedesigne.
What was that?
Babal ikvesigde mare ne?
Araliamo, Zonochna.
Tun. Elel.
Repsarianog, Latesarianog, De Helde Avifetella. Ach Elhella, Gengela. La Subde, De Viva Sopla. Ashra Hue Sopla. Tesho. Frunukis. Ashra Hue Subunde.
Vestel beshune. Deva yene dima spade wanene.
Shmoeran, dochazuk, lerasikde. Avifet achel sigofte. Vafiva ashrohue sigofte. Kaga sigoflad. Dozok nezene.
Oh God.
What?
Emo biter chaside. Shovelela, Showezula, Shovesatella, Befomo. The Eve Erliemo. Deme osite serecha carnimi shiofte loachum tesvado ne sid nim ke Kesete, cold folder, ersten folder Vilves Sepla, Kub MFO. Emo ikvebo mild vljobi, mare chside, ershinelde, Shioku, Ovsa Sigla, Iste Khandla. No, Tower. Izet.
Tower.
Oh. Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, God damn it.
I love this gift. Please send that to me, Sayo, please. One sec.
God damn it.
Mission.
Oh, yeah? Alright.
Old Zealand's in Denmark somewhere, I think.
I kept getting this one in my recommended.
In the Netherlands, yeah.
Zealand.
Alright.
Oh, it's from On One.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I like how hashtags were created out of the name of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think
Alright.
somebody searched up #C to learn about the programming language and this just came up?
Maybe.
Hashtags.
Horrible.
Oh no. Okay, let's do it. How dare you, On One? How dare you?
This is a presentation of
Oh no!
chapter referred to as 811, my entry to the 3rd annual Cursed Conlang Circus. First, some context on the language. 811 is spoken by various devices connected to the global phone network that gain sapience by some means or another. The language has been traced back to a modem on an IBM mainframe in a library in Tel Aviv in the mid-2000s. This will be relevant later on. The language is spread all over the world nowadays as more and more devices awakened on the network. This presentation is the result of an investigation taking the form of months of packet sniffing at key point on the phone network. First, let's talk about what compose 811 Due to a notable inefficiency to transmit complex sounds over what are often purely digital interfaces to the network, the speakers instead use DTMF signaling as a medium. You can see here a table summarizing the different tones used.
Oh god.
A packet is the smallest amount of information you can transmit in 811. It is composed of multiple parts.
Of course it's packets.
First, there is the sender and receiver parts. They contain the information about who the message is intended for, as well as who sends the message. Those are fully qualified phone numbers, including country prefixes, but excluding national escape. For example, if sending a message to someone in Britain, the recipient field would use 44 as a national prefix with nothing before it. To broadcast a message to anyone willing to listen, one may use a lone octothorpe as the recipient. One can...
What did On One call the hashtag? An octothorpe?
I'll be right back.
Is that what Octothorpe's username is based on?
Maybe. I don't know. I'd like to point out one thing here, because that's maybe not obvious to someone who doesn't know network. The reason why you need an explicit recipient field is the way that packets are sent in general on the you can't one person in particular. You just throw it on the network and then it goes to it, especially if you're using Wi-Fi. So that's why you need the recipient, so anyone receiving it knows whether it's intended for
Yep. I've never heard Octothorpe before. That's new. That's a new
name for that symbol.
Interesting. Alright.
Can theoretically send a message anonymously by using a lone octothorpe as the sender parameter, but this is considered extremely rude, and most will not listen to such packets. The sequence number field is a sequence of 3 tones interpreted as a decimal number that represent the number of messages previously sent by the sender to the recipient modulo 1000 in the current conversation. This part allows to keep track of the grammar even if packets end up arriving out of order. The type field indicates what kind of data is in the body of the packet. This is represented by a single tone and can be of 6 different values. I forgot one on the slides, and I don't have time to edit them. So there is 0 for semantic information, A for variable, star for grammatical information, octothorpe for string literal, 1 for continuation, and 9 for the identifier of another phone user. The length field contains the length of the data. It is expressed as a decimal number ranging from 1 to 32. This is the last field of the header.
Okay.
Now let's examine the data of the packet. In the case of grammatical packets, the data can take a fixed set of values. Those values are A1 for a reference to the speaker, A2 for a reference to the listener, 1 which indicates the start of an assertion clause which asserts the existence of or the veracity of another clause, 2A clause which is a non-intransitive clause which takes an agent and then verb and makes it a clause. 2B, the passive intransitive clause, which is the same as 2A but takes a patient instead of an agent. 3, the transitive clause, which takes subject, object, and verb and makes a clause. No passive equivalent, just reverse the arguments.
Oh, it has verbs.
And 4, a ditransitive clause that takes 4 arguments.
Confirmed.
Subject, object, beneficiary, and verb. That's for the clause format. There is then the lat packet, which is 0, which takes a variable packet and a syntactic construct, and assigns the syntactic construct as the value of the variable. The variable may, after this point, be used instead of the construct. This is effectively pronouns, but not limited to just nouns or non-frames. It can be any syntactical construct. And
words.
Also remove the problem of pronoun ambiguity because each variable refers to a specific construct. The B clause takes 2 clauses and produces the utterance containing both clauses. It can be called recursively on itself to accommodate any number of clauses, but it is considered polite to put all the clause joiners as a left-leaning tree that is all the close joiners at the start of the utterance. D is a proper noun declarator. It takes a string literal or a variable containing a string literal and a qualifier and producing the matching proper noun. Note that most people on the phone network don't refer to each other using that method, instead preferring to use a type 9 packet and the phone number directly. The variable packets is a reference to some data that has been assigned to it via a let construction. An identifier for a variable can only be a number, as in a decimal number. Semantic packets encode concept for use in the language. It uses a modified version of the Universal Decimal Classification, which is a system used by libraries around the world to give numbers to documents for sorting and indexing purposes. Another system you might have seen used for this is the Dewey Decimal Classification. It was roughly in the same way, but different numbers for things. Numerical values are encoded by the corresponding DTMF tones, while the symbols are encoded in a way that functions as a DTMF. The details are shown over the next couple of slides.
Oh God. Okay.
I do not share a dictionary for two reasons. Firstly, it's highly impractical due to the nature of how the UDC is made. But second, and most importantly, the UDC consortium can be a bit stingy with royalties. So if you want to access it, access the dictionary, which is literally just the UDC spec, you can access an abridged summary online at the address on screen, or obtain a more complete version from the UDC consortium, which might cost a non-negligible amount of money, or from a local library, probably significantly more affordable.
A non-negligible amount of money.
String literal packets contain raw text data. Such data is used for non-UDC notation in semantic packets and for the name part of a proper noun. The encoding of text works as follows. If the string can be represented losslessly on episodic code page 803, it is encoded in hexadecimal, where star stands for XE and octosub stands for XF, following state code page. Otherwise, the string is first expressed in its Unicode decomposed normalization form. Each code point is encoded as the string U plus, followed by the 0 padded 8 hexadecimal digit.
I would like to add something real quick. I'm looking at the link that was there for like vocabulary now. I would just like to mention that Ural Altaic and Paleo-Siberian are both language families under languages under the Universal Decimal Classification.
Why?
It's probably really old, that's why.
Yeah, literally.
Worse anguish.
Literally, that's the worst anguish
Knife
right
emoji.
I would also like to add Ural-Altaic languages have two categories, Uralic languages and Japanese.
What?
Oh wait, never mind. I just realized I misread it. I clicked 2+ things and I thought there was a tab there. My bad. Never mind.
Okay.
Well, let's keep going, shall we?
There's also Sino-Tibetan under that.
Oh. Just imagine if it was just Uralic and Japanese, nothing else. Like...
It's Uralic, Japanese, and Sino-Tibetan.
Okay. I'll take. Anyway,
I'm just gonna headcanon it that's real in this world.
There you go. In this reality, Altaic is canon, and it's just Uralic and Japanese. Okay.
Digit representation of the code point, then encoded according to the code page using the process explained earlier. The Epcodic 803 code page is a code page that was, and sadly still is, used by IBM mainframe in Israel. It supports the Hebrew writing system, uppercase but not lowercase Latin letters without any diacritics, numbers, and a bunch of punctuation. In practice, that means that many strings, despite lacking any special characters, are encoded in expanded Unicode notation for the only reason that they have lowercase letters. Continuation packets are used when
no one understood that, I think.
Yeah, I have no idea what that
no one got the point. So, go back one more. One more.
Let's see.
So yeah, this is the Epsidic code page 803, and the way this used to work is that computers would encode text using sometimes 7-bit, sometimes 8-bit numbers. That means you have 128 characters, or maybe 256 characters. That is not a whole lot of characters, and there's a lot more characters in existence. So if you need to write Hebrew or some other language, you can change what characters that encoding refers to by switching your code page. So the Epsidic 803 code page is what was used, presumably, to write Hebrew. That is why it only has Hebrew characters, uppercase Latin letters, but no lowercase Latin, a bunch of other symbols. So an Epsidic 2 is an encoding standard that's used almost exclusively by IBM, and no one else uses it anymore. It is really outdated. And this is one of the worst code pages he could have chosen to represent Latin text on purpose. And what this means is, if we go back to the code page and take a look at this, as you can see, it has no lowercase Latin characters. That means if you have a name which has lowercase Latin characters, you need to encode it in a different way. And the alternative encoding it provides is you take its Unicode code point, and not just like the abbreviated form, not the full 32-bit version, and then you take each part of that and encode that as a DTMF tone, which means that instead of using just one symbol for a letter, you have to use like 4 or 8 now, which means that expressing, for instance, a noun that contains 10 lowercase characters, instead of being able to just write 10 symbols, you have to write like 8 times that much.
Oh, God.
Because of the choice of code page.
For a lowercase letter.
Yeah.
80 letter long word. Yippee.
Basically, the idea is that you have a system for representing most things, and then a more long-winded generic one for representing, like, in theory, weird symbols. It just happens that according to this code page, a lowercase letter is
Wow. Okay.
I mean, bicameral scripts are weird in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weird comes from the fact that this code page is not designed to write regular Latin text. It's not meant for that. It's meant for Hebrew.
It's meant for Hebrew. It's just like an extra like hurdle for it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, let's continue.
The 803 code page is a code page that was, and sadly still is, used by IBM mainframe in Israel. It supports the Hebrew writing system, uppercase but not lowercase Latin letters without any diacritics, numbers, and a bunch of punctuation. In practice, that means that many strings, despite lacking any special characters, are encoded in expanded Unicode notation for the only reason that they have lowercase letters. Continuation packets are used when the data segment of a packet would exceed 32, which is the maximum length. If such a packet exists, the excess data is emitted in a continuation packet, and an arbitrary number of such continuation packets can be emitted until all the data has been expressed. Now, time for the translation. Some extra info before we start. This translation will be delivered as if from a speaker in Tiklau. It will be delivered as a broadcast for the network, and there might be a mistake in the audio due to typos in the text I have passed to the sound generator, because that sample has like 1,000 tones, and I don't have perfect pitch, so it's literally impossible to detect errors by here.
Okay, so on one to be a Agma Schwa tech. Oh, God.
These are the continuation packets.
Yeah.
Gone.
Oh, no.
So this is how you say Agma Schwa. As you can see, the IBM code page doesn't help. It is still Agma Schwa.
Yeah. Oh, God. So many freaking 0 pound, 0 pound.
Yeah.
I wonder if you played this like in a phone, if it would have a seizure or not.
just imagine with no context putting this on like on just like a radio station or something, just on a number station, just on repeat, just over and over again. The U.S. military would freak out trying to like descramble the code. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. And it's just like. And it's just about Agma Schwa.
Yeah, it's just Agma Schwa.
I think we can keep playing it in the background.
Oh, God.
Unironically, if this was on like Apple Music, I would probably add it to my playlist and listen to it while I
Good.
Yeah,
and I think we can keep playing it in the background.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. It's gonna keep going. Oh, God.
Oh, we're done with Agma Schwa.
All right. Variable 0. Oh, there it is.
Now we're saying Goosaba.
Yeah, here we go. Goosaba. Continuation. Oh, God. It just keeps on going.
So I'm assuming with like Agma Schwa and Gusaba, it uses the uppercase Latin.
No, it uses the lowercase. That's why they're so long.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the whole point. That's why there's 7 zeros in a row, because the code point is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 something.
I was thinking
them were the uppercase.
I was thinking it was going to be 4 times longer than that for some reason.
Oh man, imagine typing all of this into a phone. I think my phone always capped out at around 32 letters. There's 32 symbols on the phone when I typed it in.
Yeah, that's why it's continuation packets, because each continuation packet is a new send.
Guns.
Oh, this is like this in my headphones is like starting to send me into a trance. I don't even know.
Yeah, it's a bit hypnotic.
It's like it doesn't hurt, but it's just like droning me into like this haze.
It's different from when the name of the language is given, and it kind of just ran its hands through my brain and.
Yeah, this is a paragraph with lots of names.
Anwan in his drone music era.
Yeah, literally.
Real.
Just put this on Spotify.
Yeah, exactly. I'd listen to it.
Yeah. Oh,
I wonder what this would sound like if it had like reverb and a bit of an echo to it.
Just
it's like a lo-fi bass, a lo-fi bass drum in the background or something.
Some closing words. I would like to thank Agma Schwa and Ethanol for organizing this contest once again, and everyone else for watching the video. Good luck to all participants. And one out.
There we go. Got him. Alright, judging time.
I haven't even got this one in my recommended feed yet, so this will be completely...
I also did not make it all the way through this one.
There we go. Alright.
Hi.
Here we go.
This is me. And this is my friend. And these are not my friends. I am going to tell you the story of how we ended up in this situation. And what
a long-winded way of saying, yup, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation.
Real?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, the
periphesis.
I love the default PowerPoint slide background.
Yeah.
What it has to do with quite possibly the most horrific language ever spoken on this earth.
It's another Lingulium presentation.
Some 300 years ago, Atlantean was your average agglutinative moral time tone language, quite similar to Japanese. There was a moderate amount of social hierarchy embedded in the language, mostly dependent on age and status. Not quite as much as in Japanese or Korean, a bit more than in French or German. There were a masculine and a feminine gender, and that was about it. And then it went all terribly awry. It all started when some particularly creative noobs thought, wouldn't it be fantastic if we not only marked the sex of the referent, but also their social class? And while we read it, their occupation as well, how many children they have and their respective sex, the body height, attractiveness, eye color, etc., etc., etc. Now, I'm sure there was more to it than just the heck of it, even back then. The idea that these things are important parts of a person and should therefore be expressed. Not to mention the obvious classist idea that aristocrats and peasants were so fundamentally different that even a word like he was too generic to refer to both of them. And it wasn't just a short-lived linguistic trend. It got worse and worse and worse. The developments were imitated by the lower classes. More and more distinct registers emerged. more and more personal aspects were marked. And, perhaps merciful, the government endorsed the developments and did everything in their power to enhance the establishment of this new Atlantean. It was taught in schools, used in speeches and the like, and they managed to stigmatize the old Atlantean forms to the point where those that insisted on using them were ostracized. It was a perfect means to control the masses, in a way that the people actually seemed to want. The actual name of the
Atlantis had literally 1984.
Language is uninteresting and impractical to use here, as it depends on the register. More on that in a moment. I call the language Atlantean, because the society that had given birth to it was similar in some respects to that of the mythical land of Atlantis. It had once been a thriving civilization, but it chose the wrong path and was flooded as a consequence. Not with water, but with words no longer useful but all-crushing. It was also on an island, which facilitated the complete isolation from the rest of the world in the process. My parents, the school, my entire environment made me grow up without a doubt in my head that everything was right and proper with the language and the government. Then, when I was 19 years old, something happened that changed my life. One morning in autumn, I found a pamphlet on the deserted marketplace. The text was weird to read. It was in Euro-Atlantean, but it is a sort of simplified version, with many of the grammatical markings missing. It talked about how limiting our language was, and that the aristocrats had brainwashed us into carefree conformity. As the greatest issue, the pamphlet pointed out the new Atlantean register system. The registers were the most normal thing in the world to me, but with the way this person wrote about it, something shifted within me. I saw how ridiculous it all was, how vain. I was standing there not feeling the cold that was held at bay by the waves of excitement that were gushing through my body. A rough voice yanked me back into the street. I was blocking the way of a horse-drawn cart. I hurried on to school, but I could hardly pull my mind away from the pamphlet. There are officially 14 registers, although several dozen unofficial, more specific ones. Which one you choose depends on your own sex, that of the addressee, and the difference in age and in social class. Registers with voiced obstruents are generally used when speaking to someone who is superior in some way.
God.
Those with voiceless obstruents and reduced vowel systems for someone inferior. F stands for female and M for male. You can easily see how women are regarded in this society. Only 2 registers imply equality of speaker and addressee. These are the 2 used towards same-sex siblings.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. This is like that. It is like just different angles of like the hyper-formal experiment.
And same-sex friends of the same class. What if you want to befriend someone who happens to have a lower or higher class or a different gender? Sorry, not a thing. This row shows roughly the original phonemes from which the registers evolved, as reconstructed by me. In their effort to differentiate the registers from each other, they made sure that no 2 registers had any consonants in common. This led to consonant inventories of atrociously little phonetic contrast. Just look at the first register. You'll need to distinguish between m, ne, 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 and la. And the vowels are not much better.
I think
you can't even rely.
Languages 6 distinction, but then also only make it binary. It doesn't work. And I know that I'm a person, but like having only male and female by 6, not even having any. Like, intersex people can't speak this language. Non-binary people can't speak this language. Trans people can't speak this language. It only works for binary cis people.
That's not too surprising for a language that's this, shall we say, old.
Yeah, that's true. I have a feeling this is going to be intended to be like an ancestor of like all the world's languages, kind of like the other one that claimed to be Atlantean.
I mean,
but yeah.
Theoretically, those groups of people could speak this language, if they were speaking to an outlaw.
Yeah.
God damn it! Just everyone is an outlaw.
This brings a new meaning to be gay to Krang.
God damn it.
Real.
Yeah.
Certified. Okay. Anyway.
Reliably convert between the registers, so you effectively have to learn 14 different languages. It gets even better, because every register has its own syllabary of around 60 characters, partially derived from the original syllabary, partially newly constructed. To make my life easier, I will use only this one register in the following. As I was brought up as a girl, I hadn't really used it, so my pronunciation might be a bit rusty. I will explain later why it shows it for the demonstration anyways. So, register generally marks your relationship to the addressee. But when you refer to someone in the third person, you do so in the register you would use to address them. I will give an example of this later. I knew it was risky, but I couldn't help myself and was looking at the pamphlet in class, hidden in my book. When the teacher turned to write something on the blackboard, the student next to me leaned over to me. With a start, I slammed the book shut. "Meet me after class," they whispered. "What?" I hardly knew them. "I will wait for you under the linden tree." I was bewildered, but couldn't ask any more questions as the teacher turned back to us. Later, I went to the tree. My classmate was sitting on a log, writing in a notebook. "What is it?" I asked. They looked up to me with a frown.
Definitely going for the storytelling.
With a gesture, they indicated the log opposite them. I sat down, still confused and starting to get irritated. But this was soon dispelled, as they revealed to me that the pamphlet I had read in class was their creation. I couldn't believe my luck. "I think you changed my life." They nodded, still frowning. "That's what I was hoping for." "Why so grim then?" "I'm not sure if I did you a favor." In what followed, I realized a lot. They told me so much that was wrong with the system. The history of Atlantis wasn't taught anywhere. People might get the wrong ideas. But I still felt stupid for having been so ignorant about all that. How could I not have seen it? They assured me that it was normal, and that most people wouldn't even see it if they had the evidence shoved in their face. It hit me. I had always felt that something was wrong. That's why I was so ready to acknowledge it. I would be 20 years old soon, which was the age you were expected to start getting pregnant with your first child. But the idea of getting intimate with a boy had always repelled me. I had thought everyone felt like that, but my classmate revealed to me that usually people oblige enthusiastically. The thing is, if you turn 21 and are not at least pregnant, you're declared an outlaw. Which means you're thrown out of your school, job, and home, and people on the street are free to abuse you or even end your life. This is hard-coded into the language.
Yeah.
You can't speak the language if you're an outlaw.
yeah, that's literally. I think that's where this is going. This is like a deeply dystopian society. Like,
New state actually kind of effective.
Be gay, do crime.
There you go. One and the same. Goddamn. All right.
It is simply impossible to refer to someone who is over 20 but has no children. The language doesn't allow it. How is that possible?
Terrifying.
I will show you. As you can see, there is a different marker for each age range, and they are inseparably combined with the number of children the human constituent has. So if you're a woman, you can't have a child before the age of 21, and you need to have at least one after.
Oh God.
The markers in the registers directed towards a man are different. For instance, men don't need to have children before the age of 28. Also, you can only have up to 2 children before you turn 28. This is supposed to keep people from being too naughty. After that, the length of the vowel determines the number of children. And yes, there are 7 vowel length distinctions in New Atlantean. The number system of New Atlantean is base 7, by the way, for complex and mostly religious reasons. Hence also the age intervals and the leftmost column. What happens when you get older than 69? You're euthanized because people can't refer to you anymore. It's considered...
This is like a hybrid of every dystopian story. It's 1984 plus Handmaid's Tale plus Brave New World now. Because in Brave New World, they killed the 64.
Yeah.
Oh, God. It's all three of those put together now. God damn.
This is Turbo Wedge.
Yeah, literally. That's crazy. Okay.
Honorable. Of course, the government would have an interest in getting rid of citizens before they reach an age where they need care and use up too many resources. The sex of the child is encoded through tone. If you have several children, the tone changes in the course of the vowel, starting with your firstborn. So the marker nthu refers to a woman between 42 and 48 who has 3 children, more precisely 2 daughters and a son, the latter being the middle child. Now, you might ask why we don't simply omit all these endings. The age and children of a person are hardly ever important like that. The thing is, you can't. These endings serve yet another purpose. They encode case. These are the genitive forms of the endings, for instance. And there are 4 more cases. New Atlantean depends heavily on cases, so you are forced to accurately represent the age and children of the human constituent as well. It gets even better, though. These endings are not sufficient to mark the cases. There are too many syncretisms, that is, ambiguous forms. These are complemented by the articles. They include attractiveness, including body shape, and disability of the human constituent. The beauty ideas are very phobic, as you might have guessed. There are 6 noun classes. Gorgeous, attractive, average, unattractive, which is actually mostly used for overweight people. Appalling, which can be used for overweight people, but also for underweight homeless people or similar. And finally, inanimate, which is used for everything non-human, for outlawed people, and also, I kid you not, for disabled people. Notice the case syncretisms that fill the gaps of the age and children markers. Only the inanimate/disability article doesn't have syncretisms, because inanimate nouns don't get age and children markers. Neither do outlawed or disabled people. The length of the article vowel refers to the body height. The tone refers to hair and eye color. And if you think that's a lot of forms to remember, there are also 3 different demonstrative articles, generic articles, negating articles, etc. My new friend revealed solutions to me for this absolute abomination of a language. For instance, they simply used the inanimate article for everyone, which allowed them to also drop the age ending. In other conversations, I realized more and more about myself as well. I had never felt right about being referred to as a girl, or speaking in the registers women are supposed to use. This is why I chose a male register for demonstration purposes here. Although I identify as non-binary now, which is obviously not in the least compatible with New Atlantean. My friend warned me, though, to only change the way I spoke around co-conspirators, unless I wanted to be outlawed. But I was too excited, too convinced of the righteousness of our...
is unrivaled.
The what?
My ability to predict foreshadowing is unrivaled. This language probably has some problems with trans and non-binary people.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
I almost said something.
I knew it. Oh, God. Okay.
Our insights. Too naive. And of course, people noticed that I used the language differently, so I was declared an outlaw. I was not imprisoned or even fined. They simply attached a heavy iron collar around my neck that I could not get rid of without seriously endangering my throat. This marked me as an outlaw for everyone to see. You might already have wondered how a complete stranger is supposed to know the age and number of children of a person and all these things. It is encoded in our clothing. Every combination of sex, social class, age, etc. has its own uniform. The number and sex of children is marked by colored buttons. Every physical characteristic, like hair color or attractiveness, is already visible and needs no further clothing marker. So yeah, you need to get real close to identify someone's eye color. Apart from the extremely uncomfortable collar and being at the mercy of extremists, my status as an outlaw also had profound linguistic consequences. Firstly, the register with which people addressed me or referred to me changed. The inanimate article was used. The age marker was dropped. Another thing that changed was the noun that people used for me. There are no pronouns in Atlantean, where you can simply say I, you, she, etc. in English. You have to use a complex noun phrase in Atlantean. This noun phrase consists of the article, followed by a noun that describes your main occupation, followed by the age marker, and finally, yet another thing I will explain later.
Okay.
This is the noun phrase that had been used.
Pronouns.
What?
Those kind of just like pronouns that were derived somewhat recently.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just more complicated pronouns.
I think I might have to make a video about like this.
What a pro form is.
Yeah, well, that and like I might title it something like yes, your language has verbs or something, and just talk about like why the core elements of language happen. That might be a good video.
Like what a pro form is. Maybe not clear to some people.
But like,
yeah, exactly.
No, your language has verbs.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
your language has verbs.
I also think that like even if you don't have
those features,
yeah,
use an example of what that actually looks like.
Yeah,
rather than
exactly.
what it looks like people who don't understand the linguistics behind it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that would be a good video to make.
And like, at least to me, if you have a pronominal phrase or affix or something like that, that's still a pronoun in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. It still technically applies. It's a complicated one with a formula to it, but it still is technically a pronoun, by official
These are
linguistic
just
standards.
pronouns that have been called something else.
Yeah.
Like if you can call something pronominal, that literally just means like of pronouns, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Close enough.
For me, before I was outlawed. The length of the noun stem vowel refers to your intelligence. There are tones that refer to your social class, with the lowest tone reserved just for outlaws. Here is an example. Ntuo, mpo, ntuantuntu. You can see that the tone oscillates to reflect that my social class had changed in the course of my life. And here's the noun phrase that people used after I was outlawed. All in all, it became simpler to talk about me. Not even my sex was mentioned anymore. It would have been great if it weren't so horrible. But that's not all. There is a fourth obligatory element to the noun phrase. The family name. There are no first names in our society, so the family name is necessary to identify the exact person you're talking about, in conjunction with the rest of the noun phrase. As opposed to other words, it doesn't change its sound depending on register. The tone indicates the state of the family honor, which is mostly dependent on whether a family member has become an outlaw. And finally, a suffix is attached to specify whether the human constituent is the speaker, the addressee, or a third-person referent. All that is added to the noun phrase as an apposition. You have no idea what a luxury pronouns are. Of course, I had brought dishonor upon my family. It showed up as a low tone in the noun phrase that was now used for me. And my family obviously threw me out. My friend helped me find a place to stay with them in the cellar of the ruin of a house. They had been caught helping me and became an outlaw as well. I felt terrible about it, but they reassured me that it had been a matter of time anyways. In the days that followed, we planned our escape, gathering provisions from garbage cans in the dead of the night. My friend had somehow come by a map of the North Atlantic Ocean, and the land closest to us was the United Kingdom. But we would still need to endure several days on the sea with nothing more than a rowing boat. Not a very thrilling outlook. Then, one night, we had drunk shouting and laughing approach, followed by an ear-shattering crash at the door. A group of extremists had found our hideout. We managed to escape a cellar through a window.
The what?
A group of excrements.
Excrements, yeah.
I
Also,
mean,
did they draw all of this? Like, if so, these are like really impressive drawings.
Yeah, because
yeah.
They did the same for the last year's submission with the alien slapping language.
Oh yeah. That's really good. That's some really good art.
It's a great artist.
Very cool.
But they saw us, and were on our heels. The harbor was only used for fishing boats. There was no transfer of any kind between Atlantis and any other part of the world. Most citizens were not more than vaguely aware that there even existed more than our little suffocating island. My friend led me to a small rowing boat, which was only loosely tethered. We had already brought a few meters between us and the jetty when the mob arrived. They didn't even bother swimming behind us or using a boat. They just threw rocks at us and other junk they found lying around, laughing and yelling. They probably knew that we wouldn't get far in a rowing boat on the Atlantic Ocean. I already thought we had escaped them for good, when suddenly my friend's head jerked forward. I had them gasp. What happened? I could see little more than outlines against the coast lights. There was no reply. The figure in front of me slumped forward. With a wooden noise, the oar glid across the side of the boat. I could only just grab it. My friend appeared to be unconscious. I felt for their head. Blood was oozing through the headscarf. When I removed it and touched their hair to examine the wound in the dark, a shudder went through me, for I felt the edge of a hole in the skull. We hadn't stowed much on the boat I could use for the wound. Should I row back? Bring my friend to an infirmary? But I knew they wouldn't help an outlaw. I had no other choice but to keep rowing through the jet black night, pleading to any deity that would listen, that we would meet someone benevolent on the ocean soon. And if you still think it's just some silly complicated language, and really rather amusing on the whole, let me tell you that this language has nothing amusing about it. Apart from the fact that it's violently sexist, classist, ableist, fatphobic, and so obsessed with shallow identifiers that you can't see the human for all the boxes anymore. It's also basically unusable by any normal standards, which is not a great trait for a language to have. How do you talk about someone absent if you don't remember they have blue, green, or gray-green eyes? How do you talk about a stranger who's too far away to make out all the clothing markers? How do you talk about, or just several people, if you need to mark personal details to such a degree of specificity? And these are just a few examples. But the people don't mind. For them, the system works just fine. Because they know nothing else. Another huge thing I only now realize is a thing. How do you write a book? We have no books. The only entertainment we get is terribly conformist theater, which is essentially just another propaganda machinery. But I will give you a taste of how a literary text in New Atlantean would look like, to give you an idea of why literature simply doesn't work in this language. Here is an excerpt from the novel Twilight, and here is how it would be rendered in New Atlantean. Verbs are a bit less messy than nouns, but still a pain. The full article of the subject is placed before the finite verb for agreement. The ending encodes the degree of appropriateness of the action. You can't drop it because it is inseparably linked with the tense marking, in this case preterite. In this last sentence, Bella confesses her love for Edward. I chose the marker for highly inappropriate, mostly because it's literally grammatically wrong to use any other marker for a person being in love with someone of a different class. Yes, we learn all this in school. There are tables and everything. It's honestly impressive how much energy they put into all this. And there is a whole set of markers you can employ, but don't have to, although most people use them religiously. I only showed you the absolute basics.
I'd like to add, I do really like how vampire is glossed as inappropriate bat.
I didn't even see that. Oh my god.
I've had a thought. Those things that totally aren't pronouns, because of how specific they are, they're probably more like names.
Honestly, yeah, that too. But like, they still, yeah, I guess that's true. Because if there's only family names, yeah,
which are already insanity. You might have noticed that I haven't actually given a preemptive gloss for the words referring to Bella or Edward yet. They would have taken up too much space, so I abbreviated them and only noted the grammatical case. In order to form the whole noun phrase for each of them, we need to gather all the necessary information first. The markers in this column, referring to Bella, are in a different register than those in this column, referring to Edward. For the whole excerpt, it shows the register female...
I don't know if Edward is actually 17 years old, considering he's actually like he was like 100-something years old. Like, oh god.
No, he has to be young because otherwise he would
I
be
had to
euthanized.
narratively explain why the character died after the age of 69 then.
Yeah, he would have been offed.
Just using the age that the character pretends to be. Presumably, I've never seen Twilight.
Yeah.
Makes
or
sense.
that's the age that he became a vampire, so it's like he stayed that same age and appearance forever.
Yeah.
So I'll give it a pass. All right.
To Edward. For the whole excerpt, it shows the register female to female friend, because I imagine Bella as a first-person narrator, addressing girls of her age and class.
Okay.
But of course, other people read the book as well. So here we see the big problem with register in literature. For the noun phrases that refer to Edward, a different register must be used to encode that he is male and of higher class than the speaker. It's very fortunate that the excerpt is from a time in the book before Bella knew Edward was actually over 100 years old.
There you go.
Because you can't encode anyone being older than 69. And Edward has yellowish eyes, but there is no marker for that, so I opted for green. This language is killing every possibility for creative writing. I will now read the excerpt. Noun phrases and their equivalent in English are highlighted, so you can appreciate how practical this language is. Minenime, ongi in the mir, nune, sobanim, unimni, unigone, nimir, engi, ja, zavor, vara, koronoi, ja, ning, mel, ninium, ja, zavar, saya,
Most of it just fucking proper noun.
nimir,
Fluency mode.
Sobanim, me,
Is it how long
it's like it's
I think we may want to go gadget fluency mode.
This is the language we had fled from. In addition to the noun phrases, I highlighted the verb affixes. You can see more than 50% of this text are just empty clutter. No, my friend did not survive the night. When I was scooped up by a small ferry, I was so exhausted from rowing and crying that I fell asleep almost instantly. I was brought to a hospital in England. In the years that followed, I learned the English language.
Wait, look at that. This is actually modern times. So this New Atlantean area, like Atlantis, this island is existing in the present day. They just don't have any of the technology. Or
it doesn't say much about what time this could be, like 1990 or whatever.
I just immediately assumed very ancient because Atlantis, but damn, this is modern day. Oh god. Yeah.
And the more I learned of it, the more eager I grew to learn more. It is truly a wonderful language. It respects everyone, but not in the suffocating, segregating, life-sucking way of Newton Tian. In English, we are all equals. We can talk about humans without reducing them to their body, intelligence, and class. Yes, there are still she and he, but even those can be circumnavigated. I think my friend would have loved this language as much as I do. Once I had created myself a new life, I went to university to study languages. I learned that there were many more like English, that my friend had been right. New Atlantean is a mutated mess, not at all how language is supposed to look. Language is powerful, and it took me a long time to wash my native tongue out of my system. I still catch myself assessing people to know which register I should use for them, which is so ingrained in my brain that I'm not sure if I will ever fully unlearn it. But I think most of the toxic waste, which I used to think was normal, is gone, and I can breathe freely for the first time in my life.
There we go.
Maybe the real was friends we made along the way.
Oh, illustrations are by Padmayasa. Okay, very cool drawings. Very cool drawings by Padmayasa.
Okay.
All right. Okay, judging time. That was awesome.
Conlang is English.
English.
There we go.
My allergy.
Technology.
Hello, Internet.
All right, let's do it.
My name's Ori, and this is my submission for the 3rd edition of Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus. Enjoy! So, what if there was a language that was written entirely with diacritics? No letters, just diacritics. This is the main premise for this conlang, and I know this is going to be awful, but that's why you're here, right? To make it easier to understand, I'll be explaining the spoken and written languages at the same time, and I color-coded the diacritics in the stack. Of the marks used, umlauts are section dividers, the cedilla marks the bottom of the stack, and acutes are completely ignored, but they're used to mark the center point of the stack, which is very important to reading it. Also, it does not matter the order you read them in. Stacks can be put in any order at all and still be legible. Now, let's get on to the phonology. The language's consonants are ma, na, nya, nga, ba, da, kya, ga, fa, sa, hya, ha, wa,
classic.
ya, la. The language's vowels are I, U, U, E, O, A, A. As you can see, the phonology is neatly organized into grids, which both makes it easier to translate into diacritics, but also leads to some very bad-sounding phonemes. Syllables can either be CV, VC, or just V, but not CVC. And words are 1 or 2 syllables long. Any syllables. There are no rules about what sounds can or can't come after each other. This is going to make the spoken language awful sounding. In terms of the writing system, the phonemes of the root word of the noun or verb are the first thing encoded above the center, with the consonant being written first with 2 diacritics, and then the vowel with 1. And the order of the consonant characters determines whether the syllable is open or closed. Oh, sorry, consonants are actually marked like...
What'd you say?
What? Before they said that the order of the stack didn't matter, that you could write it in any order, and now they're saying that the order of...
The orders of stacks relative to each other.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that then.
Yeah. Alright.
Like this. This is a cursed conlang, remember? It can't be that easy. If there is no consonant, an inverted brev is used to mark it. Let's start by translating the name of the language, which means extremely painful language. The root noun is language, sano, so mark the syllables sa and na, like this. Above the root syllables, there's an umlaut, and then either a circumflex or a tilde to indicate if the root represents a noun or a verb. You can also indicate a preposition here. You must mark the stack's position in the sentence here, using 1 mark. Keep this number system in mind. It will also be used to mark adjectives later. Nouns decline for gender and case. There are 4 genders: toast, sandwich, salad, and soup. Note that people are classified as soup. The word hot dog has its own gender, although many argue it is simply an irregular sandwich noun. Nouns also have 4 cases.
Wait, go back.
Hold on. You need to take a closer look at that system. So made of a single substance is toast, separated into layers is sandwich, many different parts is salad, and mostly fluid. So people are mostly fluid.
I like how there's a secret 5th option.
For a hot dog, because a hot dog, not a sandwich. I get it.
There was argued that hot dogs are sandwiches, and that's sort of the regular.
The 4 genders.
This is something that only the Australian in this call is going to understand, but if you go down to Bunnings and ask them for a sandwich, you're not going to get a hot dog, you're going to get told to go away. Hot dog is not a sandwich.
Oh god. Yes. Australia reference.
You need a snack.
Well, yeah, Australia/New Zealand reference.
I haven't had a snack in ages.
I know, I need to go to Bunnings just for a hot dog.
A hot dog, a snack.
That reminds me.
That's true, they use bread, not a hot dog bun, so it is a snack.
After the judging, I should probably go to the gas station and get their buffalo hot dogs.
Buffalo hot dogs.
Buffalo hot dogs. Is that a hot dog made of buffalo?
It's like buffalo chicken, but they put cheese in the middle too, and they just roll it into a hot dog shape.
So buffalo wings, but a hot dog.
What is buffalo chicken?
Has buffalo sauce on it. It's spicy.
It's a sauce.
Okay.
Anyway,
Anyway, back to the video.
Hang on, let me send a picture of buffalo chicken. Just
back to the genders.
Oh, please do. But I'm gonna hit play.
Own gender, although many argue it is simply an irregular sandwich noun. Nouns also have 4 cases: the nominative case, accusative case, genitive case, and a brief case, which is where adjectives are stored. Depending on whether a noun is left-handed or right-handed, the brief case may come before or after the noun.
It's actually a brief.
There is no rule for this, it must be memorized. Case and gender are indicated with a prefix. For a nominative salad, it is oo. Nouns also take an honorific, indicating size, relative to a sewing machine.
Relative to a sewing machine. What?
This reminds me of K-pop.
What is that X case? Let me grab the XKCD. Let me grab that X case. See what.
If you
This
pull that
reminds me of K-pop.
K-pop video.
I know what that one is. It's the Americans. Will we do anything to avoid metric?
Yeah. The size relative to a sewing machine.
In a non-derivative way, this seems very inspired by the Young Misili K-pop video.
Yeah, I could kind of see that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Luminosity and sexual reproduction. Here's the table for that. That gives us the name of the language, Lusanapoimo.
Inflection for sex.
Yeah, but not the yield type.
Not just for that, but for how they reproduce.
Yeah, how they reproduce.
Or how they sex.
God damn it.
Sanapoima heavily utilizes verb alignment. D&D alignment, that is. In fact, it is the only way verbs conjugate. Like nouns, this is indicated with a prefix. All verb modifiers come after the verb because verbs don't have a briefcase. Verb alignment is marked in the same spot nouns mark their grammatical parts, which is the top of the stack.
God damn it. No. This is like if there was a family tree of Cursed Conlangs, this one is definitely a descendant of the K-bop family of Cursed Conlangs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
K-bop school of Cursed Conlanging.
Yeah, the K-bop school of Cursed Conlangs.
What are diacritics except for textual hats?
Yeah, exactly.
But some of them go below, so.
So they're just textual pants.
Textual shoes.
Textual shoes.
What are hats but human diacritics? That's the real question.
Real.
To negate a verb, use the adverb a, which is not marked with other modifiers, but instead with an overing at the top of the stack. Side note, literally until 2/3 into the development of this language, I thought overings were called angstroms. Whoops.
Angstrom.
The angstrom, yeah, that's that symbol. That's the A with a capital A with an overing that's used as a symbol in physics for the unit of an angstrom.
Yep.
That's named after someone, so.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. God damn.
Under the center point is where modifiers, adjectives, adverbs are indicated. You first mark how many modifiers are in a given phrase, using the counting system shown above, then add each modifier's syllables, which below the center are read in the opposite direction, and indicate what position the modifier holds in the spoken sentence. It does not have to be the same order. Then separate with an umlaut. At the end of this, mark a string of probably 2 or 3 marks, although it can be arbitrarily long to indicate what sentence the stack is part of. This is how you can mix stacks up between sentences and still make out the meaning. At the very bottom of the stack is a cedilla. Add in as many properly spaced acutes as you want, and that gives us the full written translation of the name of this language. This thing.
Beautiful.
Oh, right. Pronouns. First-person pronouns conjugate for case and gender and take an honorific at the end. Second-person pronouns are just first-person pronouns with the suffix o. You can create third-person pronouns by declining an empty noun. You can create the copula verb by doing this for verbs, which is usually just true neutral. Word order in the spoken language is basically free. The particles ye and e fully reverse the order of the text in the section between them and are completely unmarked in the writing system. The language has about 140 root words, which are being shown on screen now. One interesting aspect of this language is that while it is incredibly unwieldy and impractical to use in any way, the writing system allows for, and in some cases enforces, a high degree of personalization in writing style. Different writers may have different ways of placing stacks acutes, or different sentence footers, or word order preferences. And the extreme redundancy of word order and many different ways of saying the same thing also makes Sanapoima a very effective language for secret encoded messages. I didn't think this language would actually be good at something, but of course the spoken language is about to offset that. Oh no. Before I do the translation, I just wanted to ask that you consider subscribing to this channel if you've liked this video so far. I'm just starting out on YouTube, but I have a lot of plans for this channel, including a real conlang showcase coming sometime in a few months. I also make music, and there's a good amount on the channel already, so give that a listen. Alright, that's a shameless plug. Back to the video. So I have to translate this passage from Twilight for the spoken sample. The diacritic stacks will be on the left, the spoken language in the top right, transcription below that, and the actual passage will be at the bottom. Alright, let's do this. Yang Shabasha, we at Niet Bal, Niarachwa, Sheishme.
I like how
Yangashatushavi, Kursu, Niarach, Solwa, Nepotionalom, Yabu.
I like how the number is toast. Why is the number toast?
Toast. Because it's a singular thing.
Yeah,
it's a singular
substance. I would have figured that a number would only be a singular thing if it was one, but I guess all numbers are singular things. Oh god.
At least integers are maybe good. I don't know.
Oh man.
I love the handwriting.
Yeah, I like that. I like it too. I have a feeling this is all drawn on Procreate as a fellow Procreate user.
Yeah, I love Procreate.
Procreate's amazing. That's what my comic is made on.
Saya roti I naknuba aniak potiom. Yangasha shari irichignova ito amashniol irisaranova. Oh, my throat. Alright, that was the video. I hope you enjoyed this awful language that I threw together in less than a month and somehow got out before the deadline. This is my first real YouTube video, and I think I might have chosen the least efficient possible way to make it. Please subscribe if you want to, and I'll be back soon for another video. Bye.
Legendary. Alright, I like Rhea's channel. Okay.
Not educational, yep.
Hello everyone, today I'm going to be talking about Proto-Human, my entry for the third curse, the third circus for Cursed Conlang, to the circus for... So what is Proto-Human? Well, Proto-Human is a hypothesized language ancestral to all modern human languages. It's a fairly controversial concept for a variety of reasons amongst mainstream linguistics, but don't worry about that. I know that Proto-Human exists because I speak it, or at least a version of it, but we'll get to that in a moment. Just trust the process. So, we can all agree that the
Trust the process. Oh, man.
ancestors of languages can be reconstructed, like
the what?
Well, when I'm listening to American, because they're so different, it's harder to understand. But then when it's an Aussie, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's close enough. I get it. It's easy.
Okay.
Yeah. The difference in comprehension is actually kind of crazy.
Oceania has taken over this judging session. All right. Anyway.
Proto-Indo-European, a very famous example. Now, generally, historical linguists don't tend to reconstruct languages older than a few thousand years old, and they cite a few reasons for this, like time depth and the scarcity of evidence going that far back in the past. But the thing is, they're lying about those things. The real reason that they don't look into it is that they're cowards. Now, we all can agree that humans descended from a common ancestor thousands of years ago. If humans are descended from a common ancestor and all humans have language, then it stands to reason that all human languages also descended from a common ancestor. By looking at our current reconstructed proto-languages, like Proto-Indo-European, Proto-Parman-Yungan, Proto-Afroasiatic, etc., we can in turn
Pamanguyan is always part of this club for the proto-human reconstruction. Pamanguyan gang.
reconstruct their hypothetical last common ancestor. And if we can do that with every language, then we'll surely soon have the last common ancestor for every human language. Now, you might think that the total absence of concrete linguistic evidence further back in time than 5,000 years would mean that it would be impossible to reconstruct the ancestor of every living language. You might also think that given the potential thousands upon thousands of languages that were probably spoken throughout history and went totally unrecorded, that it would be irrational to think we could reconstruct the ancestor of all human language based only on the living and dead languages we have evidence of, which themselves likely make up only a tiny fraction of all human languages to ever have existed. Well, if you think those things, then you're wrong. This method is logically sound, it is cogent, it has no problems, it is airtight. Just trust the process. So let's get on to the history here. Now, as you all might know, although there's no shame in admitting that you used to be a sheep, the aliens who landed at Atlantis gave us a variety of gifts, including language. The first language ever spoken on Earth was spoken by aliens who landed in Atlantis.
This is the same backstory as the other, as Project Wedge, or the other, or whatever the other alien one was.
This is just how it starts off with all of these proto-languages and so anyway, aliens, just as a statement of fact.
Yeah. It's an irrefutable fact. Ancient aliens, 100% true.
The rate of speech is perfect for me in this video. I love it.
Yes.
Real? Yeah. Relatable.
Thousands of years ago. They taught the ancient humans how to speak their language, and that is how the original language, Proto-Human, came to be. Now, the only reason this might be hard for you to believe is because that's how Big Ling wants you to think. It's all a conspiracy! Wake up!
Big Ling as opposed to Big Lang. God damn it.
Sheeple! That's just what they want you to think! Curse you, no chumps!
Proto-world from us.
The juxtaposition of someone talking calmly in this call while someone in the background goes, "It's you."
Screeching.
Ski!
A few months ago, I was running in this park in Western Australia.
Grab hand crotch. God damn it. Oh my god.
When I tripped over and ate shit on a bollard. When I woke, I found myself enlightened, or as the doctors said, heavily concussed, and I had been imbued with cosmic knowledge, or as they insisted on calling it, grandiose delusions. When I woke up, I found myself able to speak a language that no one could identify.
I spent the next few months after this incident endeavoring to teach myself linguistics in order to figure out what had happened to me. I eventually discovered Altaic, and after that found myself faced with the concept of the Proto-Human language. The particular bollard that I hit my head on was positioned here in Inglewood, Western Australia. The exact antipode of this point is just to the east of the island of Bermuda, which is famously part of the Bermuda Triangle, and we all know the significance of the Bermuda Triangle.
I soon realized, due to the obvious celestial significance of the bollard that I donked my noggin on, that the language I had been imbued with was the language spoken by the aliens who landed at Atlantis millions of years ago. And therefore, the language that I had been imbued with was the original human language.
Now, there are two registers of this language that I'm talking about. There is Atlantean, the original form of the language spoken by the
I do like the presentation of the bollard as like the obelisk from, was it 2001: A Space Odyssey or something? I forgot what that film was, but
2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
I also like
primeval bollard.
Ram hand crotch.
Something I really like is how they've like gone in public and they're just saying this in a public space, just completely straight face.
I'm gonna have to do freaking circus videos out here in public in Spain. Like, I'm gonna put on that circus uniform and shout Cursed Conlang Circus to the world.
Because of Australian culture.
Influencer comes to record their TikToks.
Because of Australian culture, someone would have seen them doing that, and then went with it and probably started spreading it around that town, like as a town fact. Like it happens. It happens.
The town fact has dropped.
Sort of along the lines of, hey, mate, you know this bollard at the park? Yeah, it's the origin of all human language, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
You dig down from here, you get to the Bermuda Triangle.
That's where the aliens are hiding Atlantis.
God damn it. Oh man. Okay.
The aliens who landed at Atlantis, and then there is Proto-Human, the original human language that we are able to reconstruct. Now, these might sound like two completely different languages, but the truth is that Proto-Human is a bastardized form of Atlantean that was passed down from the aliens. Any differences between them are due to imperfect acquisition or anatomical/temporal differences between aliens and humans. For a full description of the phonemic correspondences and discrepancies between Proto-Human and Atlantean, please refer to the ancillary document. Please also see the ancillary document for the details of this phonetic reconstruction with which I'm about to present you. We can see here that Proto-Human had 5 phonemic vowels, E.
So it looks like we're going for the Proto-Language theme on this one.
Yep.
God damn it.
E, A, O, U, with a long, short length distinction. It also had 3 vowel qualities: modal or plain A, creaky A, and pharyngeal.
The what? Question.
Vowels are, we have a capital A, capital E, capital A, and a capital Omega, which is probably because it's not quite known what these vowels were exactly, so they're just transcribed like that.
Okay, I was about to ask about that because I was thinking, like, was it like XIPA or something?
No. You use capital letters to refer to a sound that's like a general range, but they don't know the exact.
I would still have used an O. Why did I use an Omega? It's not like the O's
really.
used for anything.
It was silly.
The only ones they know for a fact are E and U. Everything else is a broad assumption, still placed in a specific spot on the phoneme chart.
I mean, they also know the velar implosive. So
it looks like they know all of the consonants.
Yeah.
Good. Well, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Ah. We can also see the consonants of Proto-Human. Ma, na, pa, ta, sa, ka, ka, ba, da, da, ga, ga, pa, ta, ka, ka, ba, da, ga, cha, cha, fa, tha, sa, sha, 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 ha, ra, la, ra, ya, wa. We can see the fingerprints of these sounds in many modern languages. For example, the
The what?
What?
I also love the entire IPA chart being recited at me.
God damn it. It could be much worse.
So apparently in Sinology, the small caps A is used for centralized A.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What about the small caps Omega? Did you get anything on that?
I'm looking it up now.
Small caps Omega. Okay, whatever.
Complex stop distinctions of Proto-Human clearly correlate to those of Proto-Parmenyungan and Proto-Indo-European. The 3 vowel qualities evidently became tone in languages like Chinese and African, and the weird bits explain why languages like French sound so weird. Now, the phonology of Atlantean...
Oh God.
Okay, so...
the chart's getting...
A small capital Omega refers to a lowered O.
Lowered O.
Or open O, or regular O, or upsilon.
Okay. So it's just the range of O-ish vowels. That's like...
Also the uvular vowel, but centralized.
The uvular vowel?
Good. AKA retracted O with the line through it.
Okay.
Not the diagonal line, the horizontal line. The central.
That one, yeah.
If the tongue's touching the uvula to make that vowel, isn't it just an approximate at that
No,
point?
it doesn't touch the uvula. It's just
well
at that position. It's like how E is a palatal vowel, but it's just
okay. I see what you mean now. Okay. I thought for a second you were just like, yeah, this vowel goes in the uvular.
What's the vowel? What's the semi-vowel? What's a semi-vocalic consonant? Like it.
Yeah. Like, uvulated might be a better way to describe it, but I feel like that's not an officially used term.
Uvularized?
Uvularized, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, here you go.
And the original language from which Proto-Human originated is a little bit more complex. Like I said before, humans weren't anatomically capable of producing all the same sounds as the aliens. I, however, was imbued with the knowledge of these sounds, as well as the rest of the Atlantean register, when my head impacted the bollard. In addition to all the vowel distinctions of Proto-Human, Atlantean also had 3 additional vowel qualities. On top of modal R, creaky R, and pharyngeal R, there was also ventricular R, rhotic R, and ingressive R. There are also an additional series of consonants that are largely too difficult and complex for humans to produce. These are and Another interesting aspect of the phonology of these languages was their timing. So Proto-Human, like languages like Japanese today, which retain this feature, was a Mora-timed language. In other words, each sound or sequence of sounds occupied a certain amount of morae. Atlantean timing is much more complex, however, because aliens are capable of simultaneously occupying multiple points in time. Word order works a little bit differently between Proto-Human and Atlantean. In Proto-Human, say we've got 3 words here in both languages. 1 ABC, 2 DEF, and 3 GHI. In Proto-Human, what we would do is we would assign each of these words syntactic functions, and we would rearrange them so that the subject came first, then the object, and then the verb. And we would keep this word order strict because we need to know what the subject and object are. Of course, Proto-Human was analytical, so the only way that we really have of knowing which is with the order of the words. So, a strict SOV word order in Proto-Human. It works a little bit differently in Atlantean, however, because aliens, like I've said before, can occupy multiple points in time simultaneously. So how we would do this if we were speaking in the Atlantean register is that we would say the first sound of every word all at once, followed by the second, all at the same time, and then the third word, the third sound of each word, all at the same time. And all of these words are the same length, but you can do it with words of varying length, and the sentence essentially lasts as long as the longest word. Effectively, the way that would sound would be an A...
Slaughterhouse 5 Conlang. Oh, God.
It's like Seraphim, basically.
Yeah,
kinda.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Oh, man.
A D and a G said all at once, a B, an E, and an H said all at once, and a C, and an F, and an I said all at once. And you'll probably notice that...
the letters just written on top of each other.
Also, like, go down for socks. Like,
yeah.
Is that
a reference?
Pangolin socks.
This is a little bit hard to parse because, of course, you could get the correct word ABC from this, but you could also just as well get AEI, and that would just be wrong. So how do they tell what they're saying? Well, aliens can sense something that we can't, and I say we, I mean the rest of you. I can sense it because I'm chosen. Aliens have something called a Zeef. Aliens can perceive Zeef, and what they do is they assign each word a specific Zeef value, so that when all of the different phones show up in the jumble, you can tell which word they belong to because of their Zeef.
all of the different phones belonging to one word will all have the same zeef, and that's how they keep track of all the words. Now, of course, I can't demonstrate zeef to you in the spoken sample, so I'll just notate it with colour in the transcription. I'm quickly running out of time, so I'll just tell you that the grammar is analytic, not synthetic.
Thank you very much for watching, and I am very glad to have imbued you with free thought for the first time in your life. Do come back for my next documentary, Anachronistic Aliens. And I hope that you can come away from this not just having learned about the language of the aliens, but perhaps being a little bit better at free thinking.
Alright, out of character now. Thank you all so much for watching. This video was a lot of fun to make, and I hope it's also been a lot of fun to watch.
Wait, is there no
I made a submission
translation?
last year for the Cursed Conlang Circus, Zaz, which was also horrible, so do check that out if you've enjoyed this. And if you like linguistics, my actual normal content is like educational, real linguistics, so check that out as well if you're interested in that. Alright, I think that's everything. Enjoy the sample.
Nga sa Juan stak thiwtsen. Shikni thult ab John. Nkir singolig fnungaun bes ngad ngang ab knifti. Nga bes mopsail takshen. Juan's nga se rodo thiwtsen.
We got both. Oh god. Oh, that's legendary. That's legendary.
Yeah.
I think that might qualify for both themes, honestly, because it was a story, like telling the story of Graham Handcrotch, and it was also a proto-language.
No, I mean, yeah, I guess, sort of.
I think it does. I think
it's definitely a proto-language. We can mark that.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, like what?
Also, the Conlanger census of 2024 is still open, still taking submissions right now. I think last year we got 2,430 responses, all about the demographics of conlangers and the activities of conlangers when it comes to conlanging and a little bit of world building. So it's a pretty cool thing. We've been doing it for long enough that we can start making some graphs and stuff out of the data, especially as the questions get more consistent. So I think last time I checked, we were at about 1,700 responses. So we still need another 700 or so before we beat last year's number. So if you haven't filled out the Conlanger census of 2024, it's a Google Doc. It'll be in the description. I'll put a little card up at the top corner of the screen. So please do it. It takes like 5 minutes, and it'll help us get even more accurate data about what the Conlang world is like. And if you find a place in the Conlang community where it has not yet been shared, definitely go and share it so we get the most representative sample possible. Anyway, back to the judging. All right, there we go. Here I am in my padded cell of solitary confinement. Welcome to, what is this, Session 5. Session 5 of circus judging. Looks like we have about 10 left to go.
I do love how the thumbnail says, "Don't panic." It's 27 minutes too. Most of the ones coming up are going to be a bit longer.
AHL.
Let's do it.
Oh no! Oh, that doesn't bode well as a subtitle.
That does not.
Oh no! So it's 4.
Oh no.
Oh god. Yeah, at least 2 people in this call know what I'm saying. Everyone else is probably confused. So, stack-oriented concatenative language is like a very, I guess, sort of weird way to write a programming language, where normally a programming language is like, okay, if this is true, then do that, else do this, and while this is true, do that. Like in that order, the code is laid out in that order. But for a stack-oriented language, it would be like condition, while, and then something, or condition if something. Like it goes like as you go left to right and evaluate stuff, everything gets put on a stack. So there's like some very famous languages for that. Yeah, you can look at and also Forth is a famous example of that. So this is bound to be interesting. I see we have a bunch of programming-related submissions this year.
Somehow I'm not surprised. Let's see.
Is a concatenative stack-oriented programming language for human communication. It has pretty unique features for a human language, like a simple stack-based grammar with no ambiguous syntax. Its tacit programming style based on stack manipulation means it neatly solves gay fanfiction writers' biggest problem: third-person pronouns. No more stupid epithets. The combination of functions as first-class citizens.
Another one of these. My language doesn't have lexical category.
Well, to be fair, for a programming language, I can see why. Well, for a stack-based language, if they don't have variables at all somehow, then that works because it's more of a programming language. And like the equivalent to pronouns in a programming language, more or less, would be variables. If they don't have any, if they only have functions in some sense, then that actually works. So for a programming language, you can say that it doesn't have pronouns. If it is still weird even for a programming language to not have variables, though.
And partial function application is very powerful. Yeah, I believe it supports at least third-order logic, but I'm not sure how to prove that actually mathematically. Anyway, AHL has a symbolic orthography which gives it almost unrivaled conciseness in writing without losing precision. The phonology is based on simple rules and internationally accepted standards. Yeah, if you don't know what any of...
So, I'm noticing that it says information dense. Is it just going to have, like, a lot of different strokes per character or something?
Because there is... This is called AHL, A Human Language. There's a very famous programming language that's called APL, which stands for A Programming Language.
Oh...
So if this is APL, where's the game? Yeah, this is what an APL program looks like. You scroll down a bit. There's a program that generates prime numbers. Here, that one generates prime.
God.
So this is APL. It uses a bunch of nowadays we'd call them Unicode characters, but this is from 1960. So back then people would have to use special keyboards to type this language. Yeah, it uses a bunch of weird special characters. I think you were partially also supposed to type them because back then they were also either it was a special keyboard or because it was punch cards. You were supposed to use a typewriter to type two symbols on top of each other, and that would then punch out a specific sequence of holes. So you would literally overlay characters on a typewriter, sometimes to type this language. This is one of the prime examples of what I consider a cursed programming language. And there are people who do actually program in it and see that if you understand it, it can be pretty nice and concise. I've just always found it really cursed.
Oh, that's a really good like-to-view ratio. Dang. 1 in 14 people who watched this video liked it. That's a really good ratio. Holy crap. Okay, anyway.
I'm not going to talk too much more about the things listed here because they'll probably get to it later. If not, we can come back to it.
I hope so. There's still 26 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
This means I'm so sorry. I hope I managed to explain everything. AHL's consonants are B, D, K, G, G, L, F, Th, Th, S, Z, J, H, R, L, M. AHL's vowels are E, I, O, O, A, I put this here as
I like how panicked some of those laws sounded.
This is French levels of having just too many goddamn vowels in the same square in the
literally
in the vowel.
God, this is terrible.
I like how there's so many vowels there, but there's just no E.
There's no E, there's no
Ooh doesn't exist either.
As tradition, not because it makes sense structurally. The rest of the phonology is explained later. The natural structure to present this language is grammar, then vocabulary, then orthography, then phonology, since each topic directly influences the next, but not really the other way around.
Oh, God.
Now I'm going to explain the grammar of AHL, which will be the longest chapter by far.
Affect the phonology, but not the other way around.
Goes before the phonology. This is
I think that one's less orthography, but more. I don't know how to explain it. We'll see.
This is like Ithkuil backwards. Oh God.
The grammar of AHL is stack-based, but what does that actually mean? A stack is an abstract data structure which can contain an arbitrary number of elements, but only the top element is actually accessible. The two basic operations on a stack are push, where an element is put on top of the stack, and pop, where an element is removed from the top of the stack. In AHL, there are several basic stack manipulation operations. I'm going to represent these operations in this way. The symbol used for the operation in AHL, called the glyph, is on the left, whereas its name...
The glyph.
Those are operations you have in every stack-based programming language, pretty much. Because those are very important primitives. Duplicate what's already on the stack and swap the topmost elements.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Aim, which can also be thought of as a gloss, is on the right. Duplicates the top element of the stack. Swap exchanges the top two elements of the stack. Quite self-explanatory so far. Over duplicates the second element to the top. Dup-D and swap-D are variants of dup and swap, which operate on the second element.
Okay.
D stands for down, which means they are essentially the same, just operate one element down. Dup-D duplicates the second element, but in contrast to over, doesn't put it at the top. Swap-D swaps the second and third element. Then there are two rotation operations. Rotate up and rotate down. Up and down refer to what happens to the middle element, since in both the top element always goes down and the bottom element always goes up. Yeah, but what has the stack to do with language? In AHL, abstract objects representing meaning can be put onto the stack. For now, I'm mostly gonna represent these objects in English. For example, if we have two objects on top of the stack, one has the meaning of the statement Alice is hungry, and the other one has the meaning Bob likes trains, then we can apply the logical AND operator, which results in popping these two objects from the stack, but pushing a new one, which has the compound meaning Alice is hungry and Bob likes trains.
Okay.
Similarly, if we have the two objects it rains and the street is wet on the stack, and use the logical implication operator, then as a result we will get a new object with the meaning if it rains then the street is wet.
Okay.
Observe, since implication is not commutative, swapping the two objects will result in a different meaning. If it rains, then the street is wet is not the same as if the street is wet, then it rains. Another common logical operator is negation. Bob likes trains becomes Bob doesn't like trains. We can combine multiple operations.
The what?
No. Go back. I have to complain about the crime, the typographical crime that this person has committed. That is not an apostrophe, that's an opening quotation mark.
Oh, God.
An apostrophe looks the same as a comma that's raised up. And because of that, it looks the same as a closing quotation mark, not an opening one. Okay?
Why do I feel like this was done on purpose? Just
I have seen Halia use.
Bob likes trains becomes Bob doesn't like trains. We can combine multiple operations by writing them next to each other. They are applied left to right. This is called reverse Polish notation. It is a form of notation which doesn't need any...
By the way, reverse Polish notation, for the people who don't know, is if instead of 3 plus 4, I write 3, 4 plus.
Oh. Okay.
So I push 3, I push 4, and then plus adds the last two things you pushed. The reason why you would use that, because why it sounds at first like why would you ever write that, because that's horrible. It's very easy to parse because you can just go left to right and you don't have to care about precedence. You can just go left to right.
Parentheses. Operations are simply applied left to right. So Alice is hungry, Bob likes trains, and not becomes not Alice is hungry and Bob likes trains. Which means Alice is not hungry or Bob doesn't like trains, with the or being logical inclusive or. So now something directly related to the translation.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
and not.
Yeah.
Let's say we have Edward and vampires on the stack, and we apply the is element of the set operator. Then we get Edward is element of the set vampires, which simply means Edward is a vampire. You see, the vampires object is actually of type set and includes all vampires. So if we have I and blood and use set intersection, we get the intersection of me and the set blood. That's how you say my blood. eye and blood are set, so if we take the intersection of them, we get just the blood that is inside of me. To be more accurate, the objects on the stack in AHL are concrete and not context dependent. So actually I would have to use Bella instead of I. Another important operator to explain is get. It turns an object of type string into the real thing. It does that by accessing the value associated with that name in the context. I'm going to explain the details of that later. So love here is actually a function which we can invoke with the aptly named operator. Invoke takes an object of type function of the stack. And
oh god.
That's supposed to be, that symbol to the left of it is apparently supposed to be how you write the invoke operator.
Yuck.
That's horrible.
I might be thinking of a different symbol, but I remember some Unicode character that looked really similar to that. It was included because somebody thought for some reason that it might have been related to math, but then when people tried to figure out what it was meant to represent, they were like, oh, whoops.
God. Also, I do love how so far this is less programming language and just a crash course on predicate logic.
I was about to say, this just seems like the predicate logic.
This is just logic without
college.
Yeah, I think the operator symbols are just being explained now before we get into the actual stuff, because this section is titled operators.
Which, to be fair, like the basis of programming in terms of like how things like logic gates work is all just predicate logic or propositional logic even.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then additionally a number of objects matching the number of parameters the function takes. Then it calls the function with these arguments and pushes the result onto the stack. The next concept to introduce is modifiers. They are the digits 0 to 9 and the upper and lowercase letters. They are written directly to the right of the operator they modify. Multiple modifiers can apply to the same operator, and the order of the modifiers might be important depending on the operator, as the meaning of the modifier also depends on it. This is how the digit modifiers modify the meaning of these two stack manipulation operators. In the gloss, the modifiers are written after a dash.
I would like to say, so I just checked that was in fact the symbol. It's named Ansgar, and we don't know where it came from.
Ansgar, God.
It disappeared in Unicode.
A dark mystery.
For example, dup 2 duplicates the top 2 elements, whereas row25 rotates the top 5 instead of 3. This is also how the number system works in AHL. The number operator modified with some digits simply puts that number onto the stack. Hexadecimal and floating point numbers are also supported, but the period is represented by a P, since the period character is the dup operator and not a modifier. Accordingly, a negative sign is represented by an M. Modifiers are also how the string operator works. The text of the resulting string is simply the modifier characters of the string operator. The alphabetical modifiers also play another very important role. For most operators, the uppercase letter modifier means that a specific parameter of the operator should not be bound. This puts a function onto the stack with the same.
Oh god, wait. Okay, I get it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
okay. Goddamn.
Meaning just that the unbound parameter is missing. This is represented here with an X. That's called partial function application. Yeah, these operators can be thought of as functions. In this example, not binding the first parameter leads to if X, then it rains. Not binding the second parameter leads to if it rains, then X. And not binding both parameters leads to if X, then Y. Obviously, the unbound parameter can be bound later with an invoke operation. The abilities to put functions onto the stack and invoke them later is what I'm referring to when I say AHL has functions as first-class citizens. An important side note is that these parameter variables being called X or Y or something is just notation which I include for the clarity to the viewer. In AHL, these things don't actually have names, they are implicit. Not having any explicit names for variables is what tacit programming style refers to. There are more uses for these functions that sit on the stack. One of them is in conjunction with quantifiers. I will demonstrate this on a more involved example. One part of translating the Twilight sentence is to translate I love Edward unconditionally, which can be rephrased as there is no condition on I love Edward, which in turn can be rephrased by saying there exists nothing that implies that I don't love Edward, which is now in the correct shape to be expressed in standard mathematical notation, which reads there exists no x such that x implies I don't love Edward. This backwards E-looking symbol is the quantifier of existence. So how do we build this in AHL? If we start with I love Edward on the stack, applying the negation operator results in I don't love Edward. Then applying the implies A operator results in the left-hand side of the implication to not be bound. It puts a function onto the stack with the meaning X implies I don't love Edward. Then the exists operator takes this function and binds the parameter x, turning this function with a parameter into an expression that doesn't have any parameters. Another not operator completes our construction. Putting things together, starting with I love Edward on the stack, and then applying not implies A exists not, results in there doesn't exist an X such that X implies I don't love Edward, which is what my translation is for I love Edward unconditionally. Practically, you would put a dupe at the start to duplicate the I love Edward object to still have access to it later. I will now present a few more details, which are not necessarily straightforward, completely abstractly and using a more mathematical notation for anonymous functions. Let's recall. If we have something on the stack, let's call it alpha, applying the AND B operator results in the function x maps to alpha and x. Doing another partial function application creates a new function and simply appends the unbound parameter to the parameter list of that function. So if we have x maps to alpha and x and do implies b, this results in the new function xy maps to alpha and x implies y. If we want to apply a quantification operator on such a multi-parameter function, we have to mark which parameter the quantifier should bind. This is done through the lowercase letter modifiers. As you can see, exists lowercase a binds the first parameter of the function, whereas exists lowercase b binds the second one. Since applying a quantifier reduces the parameter count in this function from 2 to 1, the second quantifier doesn't need such modifiers, since there is no need to disambiguate which parameter needs to be bound if you only have one parameter. Currently, this system has a big flaw though. We don't have a way to construct a function which uses the same parameter at multiple places. Every partial application of an operator leads to the creation.
The what?
Because someone in chat is saying programming is scary. This is not programming, this is just logic so far. So if you're not familiar with predicate logic, this will probably be a bit confusing to you.
Yeah, these are just a
it's
series
not
of
complicated
logic patterns.
Yeah. You just have to know what it means to have a variable bound by a quantifier and so on. Because I'm not explaining that now because I can't just give a full course to predicate logic as part of the CCC.
Yeah, just go with what this is saying for now, I guess.
Just casually enrolls all of the CCC judgings into like a college for a full semester of predicate logic class.
Oh god.
Parameter. So we can't say things like this yet, just things like this. What we need is some operator which turns this into that. The operator in question is called diag, short for diagonalization. If we have a formula with two parameters x and y, and then set x to be equal to y, we create a new formula which essentially only has one parameter. I call this process diagonalization, since in a Cartesian coordinate system, if you set x and y to be equal, you get the main diagonal. If we apply diagonalization to a function with more than two parameters, we need to disambiguate which parameters to diagonalize over. Diag AB diagonalizes the first and second, diag AC diagonalizes the first and third, and so on. You can also diagonalize over more than two parameters at once. In this mock example, which I'm absolutely not going to explain, we can see heavy use of these concepts. If for some reason we wanted to say there exists something that loves nothing but itself, and we have the function x loves y on the stack, this absolute madness can achieve this. Do not swap diag and diag AC equals AB, not diag AC, diag BC for all B exists. Now I'm going to briefly touch upon the different sentence types in AHL. They are distinguished by the last glyph in the sentence. These special symbols turn abstract objects on the stack into real-world meaning. They encapsulate the side effects which are necessary to create meaning. Without them, you would just be manipulating some abstract objects on some abstract stack, completely meaningless in the real world. Statement pops the top object of the stack and declares to the real world that the proposition it represents is true. Question takes a logical predicate, a proposition with one or more unbound parameters, and asks the real world question, what can we insert here such that this...
Because in case that wasn't clear so far when they were forming, I don't know, I love Edward unconditionally, they weren't actually saying these things. They were just forming them on a stack. To actually express it, you have to use the statement modifier. So you basically, as you communicate sort of with these stack-based operators, you just form constructs on the stack, but you're not necessarily saying these things, you're just building up things, and then you say the entire thing at once, basically, that you've built up. And you may have still things left on the stack to reuse later.
Predicate becomes true. Answer declares that this list of objects is the answer to the previous question. Sometimes it is necessary to import a library into the context. This is what an import sentence does. And sometimes it is necessary...
Just importing a library into your language for your speech utterances. Hang on, let me import the library first. God damn it.
It's a bit maybe like, what's the closest thing to that in language? Like, I don't know, opening, like having a meme folder or something like that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Just pulling stuff out of there, that's more or less equivalent, I guess.
Exchange the current context for a different one, called a context switch. This is done with a switch sentence. We can also set names in the context equal to some values, which can be retrieved later with the get operator. In the final translation, only statement, import, and switch are used. Fun fact,
hold on.
Set is
the set thing is technically pronouns, because you're using variables. That is technically a pronoun.
Yep.
More or less.
Context reliant.
Is the registered trademark symbol because you register a value into the context. As you have seen in the previous slide, in AHL the context can be explicitly manipulated. This is necessary since in AHL only a few changes in the context happen implicitly. Like changing who speaks automatically changes the meaning of the word I. But most of these changes in context have to be made explicit. To do this, we use the context builder operator and the context switch sentence type. For example, for the sentence I am translating, I need to explicitly state that it is a quote from the book Twilight, else words like Edward don't mean anything, and we don't know who I is supposed to be. Without it, I would refer to me, the person recording this. This is done in two sentences. First, we need to import the books module, since obviously not every book ever written is going to be part of the core library. In the second sentence, we get the book Twilight by its international standard book number, then build a quote context and switch to it. Notice the two different quotation marks. One is the string operator and the other one is the quote operator. Now, as an interjection, I want to give a quick summary about a cursed implication this grammar holds, since it might not necessarily be obvious. Speakers of this language need to keep the entire state of the stack and context in their head while speaking, without any error whatsoever. Since any tiny error can have massive consequences of the meaning of anything said down the line. Keeping the entire state of the stack in mind is very difficult, since it will inevitably grow over a conversation. And if you mess up the stack manipulation, the downstream effects can be catastrophic. One tiny error can easily result in every operator...
I would like to add something here. Imagine speaking and having a stack overflow error while speaking.
That would be when you said so many things that you forgot what was on the bottom of the stack.
That would be a Stack Overflow in the system.
The Stack
You were talking for too long, you forgot what he was saying. And as Eliza is pointing out, that's called a stroke. Yes, possibly.
Stack Overflow.
That's the stroke. Oh god.
Yeah, a Stack Overflow in this case is literally forgetting what is on the bottom or somewhere else on the stack because you've been saying too many other things.
Yeah.
You literally ran out of stack space mentally.
Function down the line to be given the wrong arguments, which obviously just creates a complete mess, producing absolute nonsense or even something straight up ungrammatical. If you create a type error, for example, the only thing you can do at that point is panic. Because of this difficulty, I will not guarantee that the translation is accurate and not a completely garbled mess.
Oh god.
The vocabulary of IHL is split into two parts. The core operators, which have their own unique Unicode symbols as glyphs, and the standard library, which is always part of the context. Functions of the standard library and other things in the context are accessed using the get operator. As a standard practice for programming languages, these things are in English, which means that the vocabulary of AHL is essentially comprised of special Unicode symbols and English vocabulary. The orthography of AHL can be classified as a hybrid between a logography and a syllabary. It has logograms called glyphs, which are used for the core operators, whereas the functions of the standard library are written using the Latin alphabetic characters. But this does not constitute an alphabet, since each character does not encode a phoneme or something close to it, but is pronounced as a distinct syllable, as we will see in the phonology section.
Oh god.
One important part of AHL orthography is that all those strange glyphs are part of the Unicode standard. Let's look at how the glyphs of AHL are distributed in Unicode. As you can see, the majority of the symbols are from the basic Latin Unicode block, which was taken from the earlier ASCII standard. There's also, unsurprisingly, quite a few mathematical and technical symbols. And a handful of emojis, just for good measure. You can also see the UTF-8 range of these Unicode blocks in hexadecimal. UTF-8 is the most widely used encoding for Unicode and is the standard on the web.
Oh, I see.
If you want to learn more about Unicode...
Kat is suggesting that they might be writing out the literal UTF-8 bytes instead of the code points, which would be an absolutely horrible thing to do. Why would you ever do that?
I think that's what it is. It says UTF-8 at the top.
That might be what it is. Because then it makes sense that because emojis are typically 4 bytes, that would make sense. It's just such a weird thing to do because code points exist for a reason, so you can reference them with just a single number instead of 4 bytes. So, go on.
Secret cursed element. Alright.
Unicode in UTF-8, I highly recommend you watch the videos by Tom Scott on the topic, link in the video description. You might notice that the UTF-8 encodings of most of these characters look quite similar. This is because the symbols are taken from only a few Unicode blocks, and many of these blocks are situated relatively close together. This leads to some important implications for the phonology, as you will see in the next section. The phonology of AHL is characterized by a principle I like to call double IPA UTF-8 hex reverse leetspeak. It's similar to leetspeak, but kind of in reverse.
Oh, no.
Instead of the decimal digits standing in for letters, we use IPA symbols to stand in for hexadecimal digits, but twice. Once for consonants and once for vowels. The IPA symbols are selected for resemblance to the hexadecimal digits. The phonotactics of AHL is CV. The consonant of a syllable encodes the 16th digit, while the vowel encodes the 1's digit of the hexadecimal representation of a byte. The bytes come from the UTF-8 encoding of these symbols. This results in 256 theoretically possible distinct syllables, one for each different value of a byte. Here are the internationally accepted standards from the intro, if you were wondering. In this chart, you can see which consonants and which vowels were chosen to represent the hexadecimal digits. There were some obvious choices, like if literally the same symbol exists in the IPA. These were some other very easy choices, but not all digits were so lucky, especially in the vowels. For some, I even had to use diacritics to make them even barely resemble the digits. Having phonemic and nasalized variants of some vowels definitely makes this phonology pretty difficult.
God damn it. The aw with a tilde on it looks like a 5. The 4s, the freaking caret or whatever with the thing under it to make it almost kind of look like a 4. God damn it. That's pretty good.
I do like how on the consonants, if the hexadecimal value is A, it's just an eth because it very vaguely looks like an A.
Yeah.
Same with the uvular plosive for E.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. A small capital G looking like a lowercase e. Okay, that's pretty good. I like it.
And there's the zero.
I feel like
Yeah,
in any
zero.
other context, an E for a uvular plosive would just be like, change
Yeah,
that.
that's like it's completely random except for in this context, which is literally just on the shape of the letter.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. And the theta for 8. I like it. Legendary. Okay.
Along with
I
having
wasn't
to
expecting
distinguish
that.
between 16 vowels in general, and having a distinction between a velar, a uvular, and an epiglottal plosive. Especially since most words start with either law or law, because many of the UTF-8 encodings are so similar as mentioned in the orthography section. This is a table of all 256 theoretically possible syllables. These syllables can only occur as ASCII control characters, and as such are quite unlikely to be ever used in AHL, but you never know. These are the syllables which actually come up in the translation of the Twilight sentence. As you might notice, the D row is completely empty. This stems from the fact that AHL is yet to include any character from the Cyrillic, Cyrillic supplement, Armenian, Hebrew, Arabic, Syriac, Arabic supplements, Tana, and Inco blocks. If I had to include one, it would probably be the Big Yus. Just look at it, it looks like an alien. Let's talk a bit about the influences of AHL, since they are very uncommon for a human language. It's programming languages, baby, and not just any programming languages. AHL is influenced by concatenative stack-based languages like Forth, Factor, and Wiwa, and symbolic array languages like APL, BQN, and Wiwa. The name of AHL, a human language, is derived by the absolute peak of creativity for naming a language. APL, a programming language. The orthography is mostly based on Wiwa and standard mathematical notation. AHL can be characterized as a logical language, but I didn't look at any other logical languages like Loglan and Lojban as part of the design process. The primary influence of AHL is Wiwa. Wiwa, pronounced, according to the official website, is a general-purpose, stack-based, array-oriented programming language with a...
Do you know about this, Eternal? Have you ever heard of this Wiwa?
It's similar. I haven't really. I'm not sure I've heard of it. The name doesn't ring a bell, but it's similar in concept to APL.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, and you notice you have this like symbol input block at the top because no one has all of this nonsense on their keyboard.
Oh god, I like it.
With a focus on simplicity, beauty, and tacit code. The concatenative stack-oriented nature of AHL is taken from even though is hardly the first programming language with this concept. But the combination of stack orientation and being symbolic instead of lexical makes unique, and as such serves as the primary inspiration for AHL. Some important differences between and AHL are: one being a language for communication between a human and a computer, and the other facilitating interhuman communication. Wiwa is designed to work with multidimensional...
That's a bit of a stretch, I feel.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I do like how every time they say the name of that programming language, they just use the MP3 that was on their website.
I love how enthusiastic it is. Oh, you are. It's beautiful. Very passionate.
Dimensional arrays made of numbers, whereas AHL primarily manipulates functions and sets that represent complex semantic meaning. Custom functions in Wiwa are constructed using a syntax utilizing parentheses, kind of breaking reverse Polish notation in the process. Whereas in AHL, they are constructed through partial function application, thus preserving reverse Polish notation. At last, the translation. Yeah, because of the phonology, I'm not going to be able to read this fluently, so it might get a little bit choppy. Also, the pauses and spaces between words.
Looks like it's gonna be not too crazy long, but it would probably be worthy of fluency mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Here
That's
we go.
just for clarity. Technically, they are unnecessary, since being based on UTF-8 means that where words begin and end is completely unambiguous even without them.
Edward is element of the set. I don't know the measure of the part thirsting for my blood. There exists nothing that implies I don't love them. Collect these 3 propositions in a set, map the function I believe X on each element that set of that set, and then reduce the set using the and XY function, then declare that all of this is true.
That's where the APL part comes in, because you just take everything and then you run an operation on everything, and then you reduce everything down by combining elements pairwise with an operator.
And I like how, this is the beginning of the original text. It starts with about these 3 things as absolutely certain or whatever. But here it says as a summary of everything that's already been stated. Collect these 3 propositions in a set.
I would like to point out that none of what we've heard so far has actually been stating something. We've just been pushing we've been building up 3 statements and pushing them onto the stack. And this now is running the state that this is true operator on all elements of that.
I think it would have been nice if on the translation they had something on the side to visualize what the stack looked like at any given time during.
That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. But we have this beautiful pronunciation here going along with it. Very human. Very, very human. Oh god.
And that's it. That was the translation.
That's the whole thing. Goddamn.
I hope you had as much fun as I had. Yeah, this was AHL, a human language. A concatenative stack-oriented programming language for human communication. Thanks for watching, I guess.
Not much of a programming language, and more like just logic, mostly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Similar to programming languages, sure. Okay.
All right, judging time. The opposite of what I wanted to do. All right, we're doing great. Here we go.
All you dungarees, plungers, and rubber
It's a
baby
little
buggy bumpers. My pants are on fire. And welcome to... Oh god, why am I doing this? Welcome to hell. I mean, welcome to a 1-part miniseries where I show off the most inner depths of my mind. So, hell. If you've been a part of this channel for a while, you know that I changed my name.
Oh, this one. So they made the Skibbity Bum Da Da one last year, which I think was the very first one submitted last year.
God.
Name, previously called Large, and I participated in Agma Schwa's second Conlang Circus. I got an 85% on it, which I'm kind of happy with, but there's this part of me that wants to strive for greatness, to strive for the unusual. And as a native speaker of, I'll show y'all how this conlang works. First off, we gotta give a big shout out to Agma Schwa. If this video goes over 10 minutes,
That's an old picture, good God.
Yeah, that picture is from like at least 4 years ago. That's crazy. Oh god, that was back when I was like manually erasing the backgrounds to get pictures of my face into video thumbnails. Goddamn. Okay.
Will, thank you for removing the 10-minute video limit because I do appreciate it. Also, thank you to PowerPoint for these sick graphics. Part 1. What is a conlang? So, conlangs are engineered languages that are designed for a specific purpose, usually for the creator and a few people surrounding them, and they generally involve creating and recreating sounds via manipulating muscles through one's mouth or electronic sound recreation devices. I don't want a conlang that does any of that. Okay, ears, they're overrated. Who designed them? Nature?
Yeah.
Ew. Okay. But I do want a conlang that does, without using your ears and mouth, human language, obviously, your innermost thoughts, which you don't really want to say because they're considered rude or impolite, and you kind of just want to say them anyway and knock some sense into the listener. Also, your inner demons might need a walk as well, so you might. Stress on certain words, tone across sentences, epic guitar solos, and much more. So with that, I present to you... Whoa, hold up there, what's happening? Part 2, the light grid. Here we have 19 dots in a 5x4 grid, and for naming purposes, we're going to start at top left and label them left to right, top down. And with that, And with that, we have labels. Note we don't include T for orientation purposes, and we don't want to get confused with the upside down variant, which looks like this. So these colors can be anywhere from black to white, and everywhere in between, all changing every single second. For you, we're going to take it a little bit slower because you're new. And this is also kind of the same concept with Mandarin Chinese, except they kind of fail because for some ideas you need multiple symbols to represent one word in English. Like, we don't encourage that here because we can take all these different light combinations, we'll call them a set, for all the lights at once, and string them together to make full-on detailed sentences that we can convey in one set at a time. Uh-oh, somebody's worried that we might run out of idea space. So let's do some math. Okay, so we have 16.7 million colors per light, and since we have 19 lights, we have around this many combinations. It's about 137. I think we're good on ideas for the moment. So, Mysterious Magic Man, let's bring back the language name again. Thank you, Mysterious Magic Man.
Just a few
Let's
words.
explain how this works.
Yeah, just a few.
This dot, called A,
I'd like to point out,
symbolizes...
Yeah.
If every possible color is phonemic, that means like red is very different from just a slightly brighter shade of red that's just like one R value more or less.
Yeah, exactly. That's insane.
Is that this is the name of the language, aka the language so great that you will shield your eyes in terror from what you have gazed upon. So what's all this other crap? Don't worry, we'll get to these guys in a bit. These other 15 lights make a background context of who let this idiot make a language. He knows nothing about conlanging.
Click to add subtitle.
If you choose to read it in that order. Part 3, the light grid. You see, this language has not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 275 quadrillion, 889 trillion, 802 billion, 35 million, 620,000 different writing directions.
Okay.
Okay, ignore the stuff in the parentheses. That's just for me to, add stuff up, because Wolfram Alpha, couldn't calculate this because character limits and whatnot. So why so much? And why not just 19 factorial? So in some dialects, like the aforementioned, some lights just kind of burned out, and the beings just kept using them, so in the great coming together, all was merged. And so we have lights which are displaying a color we are perceived as off.
One thing here. Is the writing direction like Bustrophodon, but worse?
I think it is. I think it's meant to be like Bustrophodon, but you're strophing in every possible direction. Like
Bustrophodon, but 19 factorial.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Off. Yet we also have lights that are off that are perceived as displaying a color. Okay, so we can read this inner thought as follows. An elephant is snacking on my pajamas. Hi, I'd like a chocolate milkshake.
God.
The toothpaste has arrived. I did not eat the peanut butter.
Just to let her eat.
What are you doing in my house? Hinga-dinga-durgan.
Should leave.
I have insomnia, which means the cows can't come home tonight. According to the laws, or according to all known laws of aviation,
God damn it.
there's no way a bee is able to fly. The horse is coming to get Paul Revere. Okay, I might have eaten the peanut butter.
F.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. How fast can you run? I'm not doing a guitar solo due to DMCA, my ability not to play a guitar, and my ability not to edit things, otherwise there'd be more for guitar solos. Which also means that we don't have this many words, 10 to the 137. It's more along the lines of about 10 to the 2 quintillion, aka a 1 followed by 2 quintillion zeros. Like, that's just bonkers right there. So if we just tried to write this number out to get a sense of scale, it would take roughly 2 exabytes of space, 2,000 petabytes. For more reference, you can get 24 terabyte hard drives for around $440 on B&H Photo and Video. Okay? You would still need 83,000 of them. That's not accounting for the thing of like, 24 terabyte hard drives aren't actually 24 terabytes, they're around like 21 or 22-ish. Okay?
Well, no.
Like file system.
They have 24 terabytes, but so the way this works is that there's one scale which is kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte, which is times 1,000 every time because that's SI prefixes and those are always 1,000. And then there's the 2 to the power of 10 scale, which is 2 to the power of 10 is 1,024, and those are more properly called kibibytes, mebibytes, gibibytes. But some people use gigabyte for like gigabyte. So, and then because of that causes discrepancies because a 25 terabyte hard drive, I'm sure, is mostly 25 terabytes, but it's a lot less gigabytes. It's the same amount of space, it's just that the unit is bigger. That causes a lot of confusion, especially because with Windows uses gigabytes but calls them gigabytes.
Also, I think, at least with Windows, I think there's around like 500 megabytes reserved just for like partition tables and stuff.
A few things goes into my data, but that's negligible. It's not like several hundred. It's not like 100 gigabytes that appeal to be missing on a 1 terabyte drive.
Yeah,
no, that's not missing. It's there. It's just the units are different.
But at this scale, the difference would be pretty significant. Oh, God.
I do like how it cost $36 million to write one number.
yeah, just to write the number.
From overhead. Okay, you would still need 83,000 of them. So I think we're good on words and combinations and all that. Now, I hear some of you, that's a lie. I can predict that some of you are like colorblind, or that you can't automatically determine writing directions. So let's test it out. Here's word number 1. Here's word number 2.
Oh,
Which one is the language name? Go put your guess down in the comments. I'll wait.
God damn it. It's literally just every unit of like the
Time's
hex
up.
code.
For those of you who said the first word, y'all are wrong. And to those of you who said the second word, you're also wrong. The answer is neither of them. The first word is the pigeon with the head of a horse and the body of a horse.
God damn it.
And the second word is, do you ever wish that you were the box instead of overpriced protein bars?
Wait. Go back. The pigeon with the head of a horse and the body of a horse. Isn't that just a horse?
No, it's a pigeon with the head of a horse and the body of a horse.
Where's the pigeon?
It's a pigeon ship of Theseus. First the head was replaced with a horse head, and then the body was replaced with a horse body. Still the same old pigeon.
I mean, are we counting the legs as part of the body? Like, is it just like a horse with like pigeon legs?
Yeah, just 2. Like the other 2 horse legs are gone. Just 2 little pigeon legs sticking out of a horse torso, and that's why it's still a pigeon.
Yeah. And I'd assume it would probably like still behave like a pigeon, yeah?
Well, did that head include the mind? Does it still have the mind?
The
Pigeon?
brain is a pigeon.
True.
It can't be a pigeon because it wouldn't be useful for Operation Diplomacy.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the real standard here now.
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay, well I see where this one is going. God damn it. The freaking entire hex code scheme. So certified not ADA accessible or whatever. Not colorblind accessible moment.
It's not just this is not human accessible. No one has
exactly.
color vision good enough to distinguish
exactly.
every single color in any color space.
Yeah, it like literally only a computer could read this. Oh god.
And the second word is, do you ever wish that you were the box for a set of overpriced protein bars? Obviously. Okay, fine. Have some colors. Have some writing directions and translations. If I was Oprah, I probably would have given you a car, but I'm already broke as is, so deal with it. So now we can effectively write things like, I didn't say to kill this dog. Cue the Vsauce music. Part 4, stress and tone. So remember those 3 lights I say we'll get to later? This is Q's time to shine. This bad boy is a tone marker, and because text wasn't designed to be put in use with tone and the variance of the human voice, we now get to use this. We now get to take up a whole light for tone. So using the following chart, you too can convey tone. Here it is. Got it? Cool. So stress is
God damn it.
convey tone.
Okay. So wait, so if those are that's like actual like pragmatic tone, you know, like a like a tone of voice, not actual.
I do love that you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward tone? The last one.
just literally just that like emotion, just the face SpongeBob makes going, you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? But that means that you could probably take away like an entire like exponential iteration from the list, so it doesn't actually go into the actual linguistic number count, you know, of all the possibilities. So it might cost you $1 million less or so to read out a number now.
Yippee.
Oh god.
Now we only need $29 million for one number. Yippee!
Yeah, exactly. Hooray. God damn it.
Got it? Cool. So stress is important, but if you also want to stress a certain word, then a certain light will be flashing. But beware, because there's some imposter lights that'll try to fuck you up. It's determined by the following chart. Ready? Look at this fool, thinking I'd reveal the secrets of the blinking lights, okay? This is an exercise for you, the watcher, if you choose to solve it. Just like part 5, everything else. So, now we can shuffle words within a light system, and now we can shuffle words around. Remember those other 2 lights I'd say we'll get to later? Well, it's now later. Basically, for each like mid color, you have to take all of the red values, add them up, and they have to end in 0, 0. Okay.
What?
Same with all the green values, they have to add up and end in 0, 0. Same with all the blue values, not including white or black, because reasons. Okay. This is how we can determine our word order. Sounds confusing? That's because it is. So words are shuffled around due to the following modifiers. Mood. How thirsty you are. How much you want to flood South Australia. How much you want to become a horse and mate with a donkey.
Style again.
How much you want that head of the cave troll that keeps eating the children and drinking the schnapps. How much you want to speak Toki Pona, your second favorite language of all time. Speaking of Toki Pona, you can actually speak Toki Pona. By using this dictionary chart, you too can speak Toki Pona. Again, your second favorite language of all time.
We know
Wait,
you
need
have
to tell me that Toki
more
Pona isn't
favorite
your second
one.
favorite language of all time? There's a reason why I put it second, so let me introduce you to JS Fuck. So because JavaScript is JavaScript.
Oh no.
What?
Is this gonna be just a combination of JavaScript and brainfuck?
No, the way this works is, you know the premise of brainfucker, there's like 6 or 8 symbols.
Yeah.
JavaScript has really weird type version rules. Like you can add an empty array to an empty array, and that equals, I don't know, 2 or something. Like you can add and subtract and then compare like all sorts of things in the language, like an empty object and an empty array, and that's well defined for some ungodly reason. And it turns out that that is Turing complete. So you can write any program using just operations of adding arrays together and negating them, and doing access like member access with arrays.
Every single time I hear about JavaScript, I'm more and more confused on how it possibly got used as a like internet standard.
Now,
Esoteric
open your browser
education.
console.
Okay.
Open your browser console. Copy that where it says alert 1. If you like copy that and you paste it in your console and you run it, that will pop up an alert message that says 1.
Okay.
Boom. Okay. Now, that text box is that but encoded in JS. Close the text box here. I mean the one on the website. See that big blob of characters? Copy the contents of all of that.
Oh God. Okay.
Click into that. Do Control A, Control C.
Yeah.
However that works on Mac, and then go back to the console and then run this. It's alert 1 encoded as JS fuck. You can encode any JavaScript program just using these characters. You're welcome.
No. Oh no.
I have created a Hello World program in this. It's
9 kilobytes.
God damn.
Sounds
That's
about right.
beautiful. Yeah, 2,345 characters. Wow. Oh boy.
There you go, that's JS fuck.
I like it. I like it.
Entirely in JavaScript using only 6 characters. Like, look at this. This is all valid JavaScript. You could just copy and paste this into a browser and it would work. Like, safety tip, if you ever find stuff like this on the internet or on like a Craigslist ad or something, do not paste it into your browser, okay? Never, ever paste it into your browser, okay? Just
I think you
report
should
the
actually
posting.
paste it into your browser, and you should run code that you have no idea what it says. You can go
paste
in.
it. This just now was fine because I tested it beforehand. For the record. Don't run that code in the browser console.
I think you should also click every single sketchy link you get in your email. That seems like a good idea to me.
Yeah. Like in my case, every time I get an offer to review like some Amazon product as a totally legit sponsorship from some random email address that's a string of text with a Czech Republic email domain, I should definitely accept that and click on every link that they send me and give them my personal info. It
Yeah.
only lead to good things happening to me.
That actually put this stuff in there, okay? Never, ever do this. Okay, safety tip over. This is genius, and it belongs my language, okay? If you care how to do it, here's how. And using that following thing,
Yep,
you
there
can
it
say
is.
hi mom in 47 seconds. Part 6, translate.
47
So let's
seconds.
just translate a basic sentence that everybody knows. All we need to do is remove all the articles, unconjugate all the verbs, and we're pretty much done. We just need to do a lookup table in our dictionary, and bam, we're done. Oh, did you not get that? Is that too quick for you? Well, let's try another thing. How about this? Funny enough, we have a specific light cycle for this. Bam. How handy dandy is that? Part 7. Just get to it already. Okay, you know all that you need to know. I'll shut up. See if you can follow along. Ready? Good luck.
God.
Oh no. The blinking light. Oh, we got the Agma Schwa. Ugh.
And now, the B movie.
God damn it. It's all yellow.
God.
Lip and Scrimbo. Oh, I've seen some of this. This is a fascinating one.
In
I don't know if any of you know that song. The what?
I should like to point out the author of this one is in the audience currently. Him.
Oh yeah. I was just gonna say that song that played at the beginning, Rhapsody in Blue. That's like one of the most famous instances of like a clarinet doing a multi-octave pitch bend up to the like in the very beginning. Like that's a really hard thing to do. I had to learn how to do it back when I was in the university symphonic band, because like it's easy to pitch bend within the same register on the clarinet, but that song involves doing like as smooth of a pitch bend as you can between like 3 different octaves, and it's really hard to do. So yeah, memories. Anyway.
1949, the famous science fiction author Robert Heinlein created a language for his novella Gulf that was meant to be spoken by a secret society of people with superhuman intelligence. He named his language Speed Talk because every letter, every phoneme in the language represented an entire word, allowing it to be spoken incredibly fast. This is that language. Or, not exactly. This is my interpretation of the language with a modern understanding of both conlanging and mathematics. I was surprised to learn that, as far as I can tell, no one has actually constructed Speed Talk properly. A couple of people have made things like Speed Talk, including John Quijada's Ithquil and Ben Sandler's quote-unquote crackpot scheme, but no one has reconstructed Speed Talk based on Heinlein's original novella. And to that I said, challenge accepted. This video is based on a classic science fiction story, but it also is a story. A detective story. This is my quest to discover Robert Heinlein's Speed Talk. It all started in the dim and distant past of 2022, when I said in my podcast episode about conlangs that the number of distinct sounds that can theoretically be produced by the human voice could run into the tens of thousands. Already plenty of words to make a language. I didn't do anything else with it at the time, but this was the first seed of an idea of how I might, perhaps, build Speed Talk for myself. Then came 2024, when the case well and truly landed on my desk. When Agma Schwa announced the 3rd Cursed Conlang Circus, and I took up the mantle again, because any language as alien as Speed Talk would assuredly be cursed. I did a more rigorous calculation than before, and I discovered that my earlier guess was a gross underestimate. I now believe that the actual number of phonemes that can be produced by the human voice is over 1 million. Surely this was the way. It then transpired that this was completely irrelevant, because my first mistake was that I should have read Gulf before I started. And in the novella, Heinlein clearly states that Speed Talk only has 1,000 phonemes, and it handles vocabulary very differently. Heinlein doesn't give the exact number, probably because it was 1949 and computer science as we know it didn't exist yet, but clearly any sensible superhuman society would make it 1,024 phonemes. That was when I realized that I needed to be more rigorous about this to actually build Speed Talk as Heinlein intended it. I would have to build it piece by piece, no matter where the leads took me. And trust me, they took me to some weird places. So I buckled in and took the first step. What does Heinlein actually tell us about Speed Talk's phonology? I started hunting for clues in Heinlein's story, but unfortunately there weren't many to be found. At least not compared with the 1,024 phonemes there were supposed to be. The precise patterns he used to get that many consonants and vowels eluded me. Or more likely, he never figured them out in the first place. We only see a couple dozen of Speed Talk's phonemes written out, and those are transcribed inaccurately by a non-speaker. But Heinlein does give us some clues in the main character Joe's language lessons. First, Speed Talk has phonemic vowel length and gemination. And I immediately thought that doesn't sound like the fastest way to do it. The fastest way would be to make them all short. But in a theme that will come up multiple times, Heinlein didn't have access to information theory. Claude Shannon had only discovered it the previous year, so he didn't have the mathematical knowledge to do things optimally. But of course, length wasn't the full story. Speed talk is also a tonal language, and not just with level tones, but also contour tones. And it has phonemic stress. But here I had to disagree. Stress is a supersegmental that applies to syllables. You can't stress a single phoneme, can you? And yet, Heinlein seems to be pointing at phoneme-level phonemic stress. I couldn't do it. Maybe there was a way, maybe it would even make it more cursed. But to have the language be speakable, I decided to reinterpret that stress as something Joe could plausibly misinterpret as stress, namely aspirated consonants. Oh, and if you're thinking, isn't tone also a supersegmental that applies to syllables and not phonemes? Just wait. But Heinlein gives us one more clue from his transcribed conversations. If you look at them, the ratio of consonants to vowels is more or less normal for a native English speaker. That's more important than you might think, because the other thing we know about Speed Talk's phonology is that Heinlein envisioned it to be of middling exoticness. He does write, quote, some of the vowel and consonant sequences were very difficult to pronounce, but he also says the massive phonology was achieved, quote, without much refinement of accepted phonetic practice. And even before he learned the language, Joe was able to imitate it enough to be partially understood, which honestly seems pretty improbable from the outset, but really serves to underscore how quote-unquote normal it must be. These were the clues I had to turn into a working phonology of 1024 phonemes. And here I broke with tradition and started with the vowels. The snippets of Speed Talk we see give us these vowels. Note the inclusion of 3 rounded unrounded pairs and a lot of front vowels. If we allow all of the vowels with valid rounded unrounded pairs to have them, we get these. If we allow all of the front vowels with a corresponding back vowel to have them, we get these. And yes, there are a couple of blank spots, but this is accepted phonetic practice. And of course, you've got to have a schwa. Although note that this is not a reduced vowel, it's just very mid. From this, Speed Talk's vowels are E, 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 U, U, E, E, U, E, E, O, O, E, E, O, A, Ah. That's 20 vowels in all. Now, brief sidebar, what about the orthography? What orthography do you use for Speed Talk when the language has 1,000 phonemes? Why, it's written in IPA, of course. And with capital letters used for loanwords because those aren't used in IPA. But we're not done yet because we also have length and tone. Speed Talk's vowels can have 2 lengths, short or long, and they can have any of these 9 tones. Note that we're still using IPA, but with diacritics, not tone letters. 20 times 2 times 9 is a total of 360 vowels. But the vowels were easy. The consonants were the hard part. I needed 664 of them to fill out the phonology, and I barely knew where to begin with them. All of Heinlein's clues led to a large vowel inventory. He barely even mentioned the consonants. And it would have been a lot easier to come up with 3 times as many vowels. Just add creaky and breathy voice and you're done. But remember what I said, Speed Talk has a normal consonant-to-vowel ratio. If I wanted to be faithful to Heinlein's vision, I had to come up with more consonants. I followed all the leads I could, venturing down the dark alleys of the IPA chart. If you dig deep enough, there turned out to be a lot to choose from, but even then it was a struggle to get to 664 on the back of gemination and co-articulation alone. It was possible, but it would take just about everything. And Heinlein said it wasn't supposed to get too weird. I needed a different approach. So I kept digging, and I eventually found the clue I needed to solve the puzzle. I asked myself, what happens to syllabic consonants in tonal languages? Remember how I said tone is normally a supersegmental? Not in Speed Talk. Speed Talk has tonal consonants, separate from tonal vowels.
Oh, God.
More specifically, Speed Talk has 57 basic consonants. M, N, N, Ñ, Ng, P, B, T, D, T, D,
Yeah, exactly.
K, G, K, G, K, G, fava, fava, thada, saza, shaja, shaja, yaja, haga, haga, ha ha, ha ha. Ra, ra, ya.
Good old Latvia dental approximate.
Ba, ra, ra.
Bilabial tap.
Yeah, bilabial.
Ra, sha, ja, la, la.
Okay.
And just like with the vowels, these consonants can have variations. Each one can have up to 4 articulations: plain, aspirated, labialized, and either palatalized or velarized. Plus, the ones highlighted in red are ones that don't quite fit the pattern. That's 191. Then there's gemination. All the consonants that have a distinct length, the fricatives, approximants, and nasals, have short and long versions. Also, the trills are parsed as exclusively long. That's 316. And finally, every voiced, nasal, approximant, fricative, and trill has phonemic tone. They only have 3 tones, high, middle, and low. But that, at last, was enough to get me to the required 664 consonants, 1,024 phonemes in all. Now, you may think a language with over 1,000 phonemes is already pretty cursed, but we're just getting started. We still have to put these phonemes together.
Oh no.
I was hot on the trail, but there was plenty more trouble still to come. As soon as I solved the first part of the case, a new mystery arose, contained in the very solution to the previous one. You see, there was a problem lurking in the tonal consonants. In fact, there was a problem with using tonal vowels rather than syllables. What happens if you string together 2 vowels with different tones? The way Heinlein describes it, speed talk doesn't really have phonotactics. It does have traditional notions of syllables, and it seems like phonemes will usually be arranged into coherent syllables. But that's not always possible, and in theory, any sounds can occur in any order. I could see immediately it wasn't going to work. It didn't matter what Heinlein said. The clues were pointing me to only one conclusion, and that was that the language couldn't have phonemes going all willy-nilly. It had to have some structure. I had to apply tonotactics. Real word. There was a reason I gave vowels contour tones, but consonants only got level tones. The consonants still have 2 slots for different tones, but one of them is used for tone harmonization, where the tone at the end of one sound has to be the same as the start of the next sound.
Okay.
If you put a tonal consonant next to a vowel, whichever slot is touching the vowel, it can be the first one or the second one, has the same tone as the vowel, while the other slot is used for the consonant's level tone. If it's a consonant cluster, whichever slot is closer to the vowel is harmonized. If 2 vowels are next to each other, they also have to harmonize. This also means that any given consonant can have up to 5 different allophones, all of which can overlap with the allophones of other consonants, depending on the adjacent vowel. For example, nga can be realized as nga, 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 ang.
Okay.
The thing is, it sounded nice, but it still wasn't going to work. I couldn't just ignore the no phonotactics rule. These phonemes aren't just phonemes, they're words. What if a sentence were such that you had to put 2 words with clashing tones next to each other? I finally decided that the answer was to set aside 2 spacer phonemes that don't have any semantic meaning but are only used to break up forbidden clusters. The spacer for vowels is the plain glottal stop, So, if you have 2 vowels with clashing phonemes, like you add the spacer to form And the same problem can occur with consonants if you have to string a bunch of them together. I allowed for a flexible syllable structure. Any sound that has phonemic length can serve as a syllable nucleus, with highest sonority taking precedence. And that even works in English with sounds like pst and pft. But what if you had a bunch of plosives in a row? Take the number 197,757, for example. In SpeedTalk's number system, I'll come back to that later, it would be pronounced b-g-d. Maybe you'd call that pronounceable, maybe you wouldn't, but it's not really a syllable. To make it a syllable, we add the spacer for consonants, which is the short mid-tone schwa, to form bagda. Also, there are some other nuances and guidelines I learned from doing the translations. And that was it. I had one of the most cursed phonologies I'd ever seen. And yet, just when I thought I understood the language, Heinlein snatched it away again, taunting me from beyond the grave with bad 1940s philosophy. Because the grammar he assigned to his language was literal pseudoscience.
I have a feeling I know where this is going, and I've already prepared an image just for this. It's going where I think it is.
Okay.
Like, I just finished making it in Photoshop.
God damn it. Okay.
Welcome back to being awake, Sayo. I would suggest sleeping. Sleeping helps to be awake.
Yeah. Oh my god. Good times. Embark with us. Let's see how it gets weird from here.
While he doesn't call it by that name, Heinlein all but confirms that SpeedTalk's grammar is based on something called general semantics. General semantics is a real-world philosophical system that was in vogue when Gulf was written. It purports to be a logical, scientific way of looking at the world, but later thinkers lampooned it as a pseudoscientific self-help system. I'll go a long way in pursuit of a case, but I wasn't about to make the effort to internalize how general semantics works. I could give an overview, but I wouldn't trust myself to get it all right. But a few major features did come up in the breadcrumbs Heinlein left for us. These included use of mathematical logic, pedantic accuracy, even when it overcomplicates things, a weird hostility to the verb to be, which it considers both imprecise and overly dogmatic, and the biggest one of all, Heinlein writes that the language does not distinguish between nouns and verbs. That's right, SpeedTalk is a verbless language.
Yeah.
I can use my image.
Let's see your image. Let's see this image you're talking about. Where are we? Let's see. It is the constant. It is our constant of reality. God damn it. Well, we'll see.
Reality isn't made of nouns and verbs, says Heinlein. It's made of, quote, space-time events and relationships between them. Now, the word event has specific meanings in several areas of physics. But of course, it can't be that simple because general semantics has its own definition. In general semantics, an event is what we would call a noun at a particular point in time. So Bob Jones is a noun. But Bob Jones in 1994 is an event. And Bob Jones in 2004 is a different event. Why Bob Jones, especially since he died in 1968? I have no idea. That was just the example given on the Institute of General Semantics website. Yes, there is one. But how does that work, having a language without verbs? That took more detective work than I have time to describe here. It was a lot of thinking and parsing it out and reading the general semantics translation of the Bible. Yes, that's real too. But I think I figured out the secret. And it's really just pedantically insisting that things that look like verbs are actually something else. Verbs that represent position or orientation are analyzed as adpositions, not prepositions or postpositions because they can go anywhere. But the real trick is that this can also apply to verbs of motion. And this is where SpeedTalk's pedantic accuracy is not a bug, but a feature, because SpeedTalk also doesn't distinguish between space and time.
There we Einstein's go. That's one of the main points that I make in the video, saying yes, your language has verbs, is because the only way that there could be a language that doesn't have any semblance of verbs is if there was no time, and if there was no time, there wouldn't be any communication because communication is an act. So like, so the only way that you could get there, and it wouldn't actually be able to work in our reality because you need time for there to be communication, would be if there isn't space or time. So we'll see where this is going.
Einstein's theory of relativity regards space-time as a unified whole, and that means speed talk also insists on regarding space-time as a unified whole. This sounds like it would confuse things, but in this case it doesn't. If there's a ball at point A and a ball at point B, those are two space-time events. If a ball rolls from point A to point B, those are also two space-time events. And in relativity, there's no fundamental difference. Both pairs are separated by space-time intervals that are calculated in the same way. So if the first one can be an add position, so can the second. But when you allow this, it doesn't just work for motion. Verbs that represent states are parsed as adjectives, but verbs that represent changes in state can be add positions relating before and after states. Also, creation and destruction are considered changes of state. That's a quantum mechanics thing. And there was one other category I needed.
I
verbs of
like to add something here. If states are adjectives, wouldn't that just make adjectives a type of verb in this language?
Pretty much. I think that is essentially what it will end up having to be, right? Because if it is a change, it contains verbal information, even if it grammatically doesn't act in a way that we would associate with a verb.
It's a bit like in ultraventral. Most adjectives are actually adjective verbs that mean to have that state, and then the actual adjective form is formed by using the present participle.
Yep, exactly. So it always happens.
Communication and some other ditransitive verbs like to give are analyzed as nouns. Or more specifically, the subject of the sentence is the message itself, which is then subject to an adposition of motion, moving from sender to recipient. I'd gotten myself into the amateur conlanger's mindset. It was going well so far, but I wasn't done yet, because even if I'd figured out how to get rid of verbs, I still had to deal with word order. It's not entirely clear, but speed talk seems to have free word order. This is kind of reading between the lines of the story, but if nothing else, you have the issue that I mentioned earlier, that effectively random phonemes have to be arranged into coherent syllables if at all possible. And that means the governing principle of word order is not syntax. The problem is that despite having free word order, speed talk is also completely non-inflecting. If every phoneme is a different word, you can't very well add more phonemes for inflections. How was I going to solve this? Once again, I had to fudge it a bit. I decided that even though words, that is, phonemes, don't inflect, sentences might. And even though there's a free word order, there should still be a default word order. And what is that word order? It's essentially topic-headed. A speed talk sentence will describe a thing, or event, and its relation to other events. So it's topic first, nouns precede adjectives. If there's a before and after, before comes first. If there's a ditransitive not verb of communication, message comes before sender, comes before recipient. And if a sentence is constructed that violates those rules, you have to add an extra phoneme called a particle of inversion to signify that. It's actually a little like noun cases, except they apply to a whole sentence. So, in the basic grammar of speed talk, a simple sentence is sort of like throwing a bunch of phonemes in a bucket and turning them into what other languages would call a single word. If the phonotactics allow it, you construct it by putting the phonemes in the default word order. If not, you rearrange them into a coherent syllable and add the additional phonemes for inversion to indicate the correct reading order. More complex sentences can occur if one of the semantic units of the sentence is actually a phrase. This can happen with technical terms, as I'll explain later, and it can also happen with states that are adjectival phrases. For example, if you like Rhapsody in Blue, then your state is not liking, but liking Rhapsody in Blue. Sentences are constructed so that adjectival phrases like this are separate syllables, with appropriate spacers when needed. And note that we do see multisyllable words in Heinlein's transcribed conversations, so this still fits what he wrote. A couple other features of speed talk's grammar. Evidentiality is very important, and there is a series of evidential particles that are not required but are strongly encouraged. This goes back to general semantics. General semantics doesn't like absolute pronouncements, even for such obvious truths as the flower is red, instead preferring to say the flower appears red to me. This is horribly clunky in English, but SpeedTalk does it in just 3 words: flower, red, and the evidential for perceived by the speaker. On the flip side, SpeedTalk also allows you to drop any words that are not necessary to understand the meaning of the sentence, since, it emphasizes speed. So the evidentials can be dropped if they can be reasonably inferred, which would probably apply to the flower example. Similarly, SpeedTalk speakers wouldn't want to waste time with proper names, so it would use them as little as possible. But it would also want to avoid getting its pronouns all mixed up. What to do? Heinlein did include one proper noun in his sample texts, New Jersey, and I found it interesting that it was preceded by the only apostrophe in the samples. In context, I interpreted that
the only proper noun used.
just New Jersey, nothing else.
Only New Jersey.
Yep. New Jersey should just be like the proper noun, like that is the word used to denote a proper noun. Yeah, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
New Jersey, blah blah blah.
Yeah, like if you want any more specifics than that, guess.
Good
this
luck.
Helps.
Good luck. God damn it. All right.
That as a glottal stop, and specifically the aspirated glottal stop, since I was already using the plain glottal stop as a spacer. And in context, I interpret it as an assignment operator. SpeedTalk has explicit referencing and dereferencing of pronouns like a programming language. And yes, I kinda stole that from Lojban, but it's exactly the kind of thing that SpeedTalk would come up with.
Oh god, what?
Hang on a second.
Wait. You have to you have to deallocate your pronouns when you're done with them?
I would. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I feel like deallocating pronouns would take more time and thus be, like, make the language longer to speak. But now that I think about it, like, what if you want to use a pronoun, but it's, like, for a different sentence and it's, like, it's still in the conversation? You would have to dereference the pronoun.
I guess. Yeah. Like, I guess.
I wonder what would happen if you made a pronoun that, like, pointed to a null object. That might be a fun.
And you have pronouns that refer to other pronouns. If so, what happens if you free the pronoun a pronoun refers to?
Can you get language memory leaks?
Can you create a dangling pronoun?
Yeah, a dangling pronoun. Oh god. Let's find out.
Talk would come up with. And I'd done it. I'd solved the grammar. Now there was only one step left to crack the entire case. How do you make a functional language spoken by highly intelligent superhumans work with only 1,000 words? But luckily, Heinlein already answered this one. You don't. You use numbers. SpeedTalk's 1,000 phonemes form the basic vocabulary, the most common words. Also, another thing I learned from doing the translations was that function words should be vowels to make it easier to build syllables. Heinlein was inspired by Ogden's Basic English, which condenses English into 850 words. But even Ogden concluded that you need an additional set of technical terms for any specific field of study, something that Orwell also copied in Newspeak. Since SpeedTalk is already overloaded with phonemes, Heinlein just gave every technical term a number and left it at that. SpeedTalk's number system is base 60.
Wait,
Why
so
not a power
would this
of 2?
like be like Wikidata ID numbers?
Yeah,
Like,
it's just an ID number for every concept. Just like, oh, quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's number 248,226.
Just like 811 Anwan's language use the universal classification system.
Yeah. Oh God! Just let me. Everyone have to carry like a phone book looking thing with them, so they know the ID of difficult concepts. Oh God!
No.
Well, it was 19.
The what?
I just realized if they're like highly intelligent, or if they like have a good memory, yeah.
Maybe
they could just. Yeah.
Probably.
It'd be tough for a human to try and learn it.
1949. We barely understood the value of binary in actual computers back then. I set the 60 digits of the number system to be far apart in the space of phonemes. No tone, no length, no articulation, to be more easily distinguished from one another. A word that is not in the set of basic vocabulary is represented by a 3-digit number preceded by the special particle sh, parsed as a separate syllable.
Okay.
This gives an additional 216,000 words to work with.
Oh God!
Enough to compete even.
That's vampire word number 193,817.
Apparently, in the story, they say the speakers do memorize all the numbers for everything.
I see. All right.
That's.
I'd assume it'd be similar to just memorizing words for things, yeah?
Yeah, well, it looks like it comes from a library here. You see, look, there's like section 53, or like, or like row 53, column 50, book 17, or something like that. It's like that, but it leads to like a certain word coordinate.
Like it's Dewey Decimal System or the Universal Classification System, something like that.
Yeah, so I assume if someone made a mistake and said like, oh yeah, word number 193,813, in the context of speaking, they'd be like, wait, you mean 17? They'd be like, oh yeah, it's 17. That's pretty good.
Even with English, with all of its technical language.
An ominous statement always.
And that's it. That's Robert Heinlein's speed talk.
Actually, hold on.
Yeah.
I just thought of something because you said, because if someone misspoke, they'd probably figure out what they meant. But the problem is, if you misspeak on one of the lower digits, since the concepts are grouped by meaning, chances are you're going to accidentally say something that is close enough to where it would be semantically relevant, but it's not the thing you meant to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's possible to recover, but it could be just off enough to completely mess you up.
Yeah.
Oh God.
No, this is wrong. It's all been a wild goose chase, and Heinlein led me on every step of the way. It doesn't matter how well I build speed talk, because it can't work. Mathematically can't. The fidelity you need is impossible. Not in a crowded room or over noisy phone lines. No one will be able to understand it. Just when I thought I'd solved it, the trail is vanishing before my eyes. Okay, enough drama. There's one big problem with speed talk as Heinlein described it, and it's one that I mentioned in my original podcast episode. Fidelity. Speed talk may work fine if you're talking in person in a quiet room, but do you really think you could distinguish 1,024 phonemes accurately over noisy phone lines, even with superhuman intelligence? With aliasing, where 2 or more different phonemes could equally make sense in context, even superhumans will be stuck. There's just too much ambiguity. But no, I couldn't let that stop me. I'd come too far to give up now. I had to find a way to fix it. I followed more leads. I racked my brain and dug through the literature. I went out in disguise. I contacted the irregulars. I threw my archenemy over a waterfall. Wait, no, that was Sherlock Holmes. Okay, it makes a nice story, but that's not really what happened. The truth is that solving the fidelity problem was my original idea for the language, and I already knew what my solution was. Speed talk has built-in error correction. You see, I was originally going to make this a math video, similar to last year's Gopt Jam. But I just didn't have time before the Summer of Math Exposition deadline. And also, the longer I worked on it, the more this video wound up not being about the math, but more about constructing speed talk as Heinlein envisioned it. So the focus had to change. But the error correction is still there because the fidelity problem is still there. The thing is, it's not mandatory. Speed talk does probably work in a quiet room, or in writing for that matter. So I didn't need it to make this video. I did design the error correction algorithm though, and it is as cursed as everything else put together because it's not an easy error correction code like a Hamming code. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Speed talk uses a Reed-Solomon code. Reed-Solomon codes are very popular codes that let you do error correction directly on alphabetical characters, not just binary. And they're everywhere. They're used in DVDs, QR codes, and even communication with spacecraft. But they're also horrendously complicated. Senior level college math, if not graduate level. In fact, I'm not even going to explain it here because if I took the time to explain how it works and why it works, and all the background knowledge I needed to make it work, this video would be over an hour long. I am not kidding. I'm just going to throw up some slides here showing a quick and dirty version of how it works, and I will hopefully be making a dedicated video about it in the...
Excuse me? These are not numbers, representations of 10-bit binary strings. Also not numbers, but elements of the Galois field GF 1024, which have different rules of arithmetic. Addition and subtraction are both bitwise XOR. What does XOR mean?
Exclusive OR.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Multiplication by 2 is a bit shift left. Okay. But if it goes over 10 bits, remove the leading bit and add 9, 1001. And there's long multiplication. Dear God. Okay.
In the future. Pause the video if you really want to know how to do it.
Jesus. Long division of the word by 1, 6, 8. Then add the 2-character remainder to the end. The remainder 895 710 leads to that. Dear God. Okay.
I'm still a bit confused on to where the 168 comes from.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't. Yeah, science means fiction. You're gonna have to make that follow-up video if you haven't already. Cause
yeah.
I mean, the error correction sounds really cool. I'll have to go and check it out after the judging session because that
exactly.
That looks like something that might be fun to look into.
Yeah, that's crazy. But all right, I'll pretend I understand for now.
But while that's running, I have one more brief comment. It may sound crazy to do this much math to encode and decode error correction in the language. Now, first of all, it's a Cursed Conlang contest, so why not?
I'm
but
not
also,
even gonna...
it still makes sense in Heinlein's story. Heinlein writes that the new men, the people who speak speed talk, can think 20 times as fast as a normal human. Meanwhile, speed talk, even though it encodes a lot of information, is still spoken at normal speeds. So I'd say the new men have the brain power to spare for this. So, after all that, I...
Thinking just 20 times fast, wouldn't that just make time be perceived as 20 times slower than it is? I feel
not
like...
Not necessarily.
Not really. I feel like it would still... Well, I guess it depends, but... My thought of it would be that you're still perceiving time the same way. It's just that like the data processing in your head of like solving problems and things would be 20 times faster.
Okay.
Yeah. God.
I had truly solved the case. This was speed talk as Robert Heinlein envisioned it. Or at least as he would have envisioned it if he knew modern information theory and computer science. Now, all that was left was to translate the text of the Twilight meme, because it's supposed to be cursed after all.
Cursed.
This also took some doing. Most notably, what does it mean in a general semantic sense for Edward to be a vampire? Remember, general semantics doesn't like the verb to be. It's not obvious, but I eventually settled on Edward belonged to the class vampire.
Yeah,
and after
like
sorting out a few more things, this was the result. Note that it includes a pronoun assignment at the beginning. And as short as it is, there is no way this is going to happen in one take, or even one take per sentence. To Edward,
Alright, fluency mode.
I feel like fluency mode isn't really needed with just how small the translation is.
So this
yeah,
one
you're
shouldn't
right.
need it.
Holy crap, never mind. I thought it was going to go on for multiple pages. This is the whole thing. Yeah. Never mind. Holy crap. Wow.
Oh. Except a native speed talk speaker would talk at a normal speed, which is about 16 phonemes per second, which would need a video of its own to explain. So it would sound more like this. Edward. I really want to do speed talk justice because it's a major signpost in the history of
fluency mode in for us.
Yeah, there you go. Didn't even need it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's awesome. Oh, God.
History of conlanging that hasn't been fully constructed before. So I'm planning to do a full video series on it to cover all the stuff I glossed over here and more. Like, I had a whole section about speed talk poetry where I was going to turn the translation text into different poems by changing the tones, but the pronouns just didn't work out right for that. So, if you want updates on that, subscribe to my channel, and if you want to support me in this and my other endeavors, consider joining my Patreon. And until next time...
Oh, God. Beautiful. Things in the afternoon.
Okay, the next one is 6 minutes.
I like it. And
it has you in the thumbnail, so that's promising.
Oh, good. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Briggs and Geezer.
Oh, what the hell is this?
This one looks promising.
It doesn't have much to do at all with what the name suggests, but I remember watching this one. It is very cursed.
Dear Agma Schwa, on June 7th, the cursed Conlang gods asked of me, demanded of me, a sacrifice, a creation. And the truth is, I have sacrificed many things to bring you this. My sanity, my dignity, my tongue. But it has all come together to create the beautiful masterpiece you are about to witness. My name is Tom Coolery, and this is my entry to the 3rd Cursed Conlang Circus. So get vote when you fall.
Bonus points.
The what?
Bonus points for putting the flag the right way around and not upside down. Well done.
Yes.
But it's a 50-50 chance. Whenever I see it, it's like half the people who use the Union Jack put it upside down because they don't realize that it's not symmetric.
Put it sideways and then just like stretch it to fit the aspect ratio of the screen.
But then there's still an upside and like a right way to do that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
God damn it.
If you want to know what the rule is, the thick white bars have to be on top on the side that the flag is flown from, and if there is no flagpole, it's assumed to be on the left. So if you look at the left half of the flag, the thick white diagonal bars, those are on top. On the right, they're on the bottom. That's the right orientation. If the flagpole is on the left, or if there is no flagpole. So it's flown from the right, or if you look at it from the back, then the thick white bars on top will be on the right.
Yeah, look at that.
There you go.
Interesting.
Now if you see the Union Jack anywhere, you'll know if it's upside down or not, and half of the time it is.
It would be even easier if there was a big Welsh dragon in the middle.
Yes, that would make it easier.
Okay, anyway.
I would like to mention I searched up UK flag to see this, and for some reason DuckDuckGo just gave me Philippines flag HD wallpaper.
Same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Hang on, it's sending. Is this an upside down British flag, guys?
Let me see. Let's see. Let's see for sure.
I mean, the colors are the same, more or less.
You can get.
It's the right way up because the thick white bit is on the left.
Oh, yeah. Glad you clarified that. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway.
Let's start, as any good conlang showcase would, with a phonology of the language. The consonants here are ma, na, nga, ba, ta, da, ka, ga,
The letter T is also the. Okay, I see where this is going
already. The vowels in this language are E, U, E, O, O, E,
The IRE for the schwa.
Ah, God.
Oh, God.
O, O. It should be noted that all of these vowels have phonemic long variants, and that this language is most often spoken in a lower voice with the mouth rounded on most syllables.
It's just everything.
And also, if this phonology looks a little Englishy, that's part of the joke. Do not cry.
Do not cry.
This language's phonotactics just don't exist because of how complex the grammatical system is. And speaking of the grammar of the language, let's go over what nouns are inflected for and what verbs are inflected for. Nouns are inflected for 1 of 5 cases and 4 numbers and 5 animacy classes.
Oh God, what's happening with this
while
song?
verbs are marked for 1 of 8.
You have your own animacy class.
Animus class, object, concept, child, person, and Agma Schwa. Congratulations, you have your own animus class.
I'm an animacy class.
You have not a person, apparently.
That's because Agma is a deity, obviously.
Yeah,
You know, we'll have
I'm not a
Agma Schwa.
person. I'm not a child. I'm not a concept. I'm just an Agma Schwa, I guess. That's
Agma
who I
Schwa is
am.
the deity of the
Agma Schwa.
God damn it.
Yeah, you're not Agma Schwa, you're the Agma Schwa.
Exactly.
I like how the numbers include pental. This is singular, plural, dual, and pental. Just specifically 5 of something. I like it. I like it. Extremely practical.
Hand.
Yeah, just a hand. Dude. Yeah, referring to your hands. Yeah.
5 animacy classes, while verbs are marked for 1 of 8 tenses, 1 of 4 numbers, and 1 of 3 moods. But now, you may be wondering, how are we actually going to mark for these things?
That's freaking freeze.
Will we use prefixes and suffixes? Will we even use infixes if we're feeling a little dubious? Maybe even using mutation. We're feeling completely devious. And if we were to feel totally diabolical, that mutation could apply to every single consonant and vowel in the word? Well, fear not, my friend. The answer is yes. We will be using all of them at the same time.
Oh no.
No. Here's how it works. Every single grammatical category in this language has not only an affix that is connected to it, but also has a table of mutation that is connected to it, that displays all of the patterns of mutation that are associated with that grammatical category. Now let's say a word has 2 suffixes. The base word will be mutated for the first suffix and then the second suffix.
What are they doing to the background song in that part? When it loops over, that just has this section of being just like randomly cut and spliced all over the place. As the creator of the song, it's breaking my brain. I'm like, oh god,
brilliant.
Oh
also,
god.
I see they didn't mention disfixes at all in that. The missing one.
Yeah. They're missing that one.
I will say, I know I've been saying, for a lot of these, oh yeah, they should add background music, but I feel like with this one, they should, make the background music a bit quieter, because they're kind of fighting with the background music to be heard.
It is a bit powerful. It is a bit powerful.
It does add some chaos, though.
It does add chaos, and it is the Cursed Conlang Circus song, so I'll give it a pass. There you go.
But the first suffix itself will be mutated for the second suffix.
Oh god, yeah.
And the second suffix itself will be mutated for where the first suffix marks. This also carries on if there are more than 2 suffixes, just 1 would get marked for 2 and 3, and 2 would get marked for 3 and 1, and so on. This language is a naturalistic language, so sometimes there are irregular forms.
The what?
Who knows?
Okay. What were you gonna say, enough? I feel like you're like trying.
Oh no! He just said it's naturalistic, and I was just like, is it now?
You're like, really? Really?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah. Press X to doubt. Alright.
In the initial affix as well as in the mutation tables. There are also some notable allophones in the language. For example, the unvoiced ta and ta become the voiced ba and da when placed in front of an approximant, like la, wa, ra. It should also be noted that the spelling of the word does not change despite all of the immense change that happens to its pronunciation during grammatical inflection. Not only does this make reading fundamentally impossible, it also means that literally nothing in the language can be understood unless the base word can be seen and the pronunciation of the inflected word can be heard at the same time. Let's run through the full inflection of a single word. First, we have to note this language is VSO, synthetic, and adjectives and adverbs come before the nouns and verbs that they mark for. And while we won't need it for this specific example, this language has nominative accusative alignment. So the word that we will be using is that for I will walk, which is the base word of walk with the future tense, indicative mood, and first person. The base word for walk is pronounced sprouse, and with the three affixes, that becomes sprouso. First, let's take the marker for first person, which will be mutated for the future tense and then the indicative mood. Next, the marker for the indicative mood will be mutated for the future tense and the first person. And finally, the future tense marker will be mutated for the indicative mood and the first person. And then the original word will be mutated for the future, then indicative, then first person.
Oh god.
And this all comes out to our final word, which is pronounced as Tujoisos. The final thing I want to cover before the actual translation is how this language deals with names.
You know
Usually
what this kind
if
of
one
reminds me
doesn't...
of?
What?
A while back, I think it was Native Lang that made this video on Tibetan spelling.
Yeah.
And it kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah, it's got that vibe. That severity.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I was with that as one of my langs. I have
It's also kind of what I did to it's kind of what I did to Noshin too, where the consonant spelling paused like 1500 years ago and the vowel spelling paused like 500 years ago. So it's like a staggered but horrifically different spelling to the pronunciation.
Right. It's literally just the Proto-Lang spelling, basically.
I see.
It's just all the pronunciation goes from this Proto to the modern in the lexicon to sound change thing, and it's all just written as the Proto-Lang. It's fun.
Good times. Good times. Agma Schwa is translated as entertainer.
Yes.
Know someone directly or has only heard about them through a story, it's more typical to not use their first name and instead just to use their job title. And now with all that said, I think we can move on to the translation. So without further ado, this is how to pronounce the Agma Schwa text, and so Gebfo, would you far? Without three things, I was absolutely positive. First, Edward was a vampire. Second, I was a part of it, and I didn't know how potent that part might be. At first, the thing was done. And third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him.
Oh my god.
That's actually really impressive, right? Because that's the utterance of the Agma Schwa text is pronounced as the other text, the Edwards of Vampire text. So, like that was a translation of the Agma Schwa text, but it was.
At first, I thought they were just reading the wrong text.
Yeah, but no, it's not.
Wait a second.
And what's fun is that you can tell that, like, it is most likely definitely, like, actually in the language like this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously that was the end goal all along, but that's what it was. It's beautiful.
And I like the spelling included, just...
Oh, yeah.
Just in case.
It's completely
REPB with him.
REPB, yeah. That's with him. Oh, God.
God.
And Attis just...
Yeah, it's just a glottal stop. Oh, man.
So unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him.
That's
I
quite
get the
something.
name now.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That really is something right there. Oh, you're here still. Did you know that I make music? Yeah, like all of the background music that I use in my videos, including the Cursed Conlang Circus theme song, is music that was either made just by me or by me and some of my friends who have been in various music groups over the years. In fact, a lot of it's on Spotify and Apple Music and all the other places where you listen to music. That's right. In fact, at least one person had me as their top artist of the year this year. That's right. You can go and find all of the instrumental songs that I've made for this YouTube channel if you go to Spotify or Apple Music or whatever and look up The Velar Nasal, right? There I am. Boom. Someone had The Velar Nasal as their top song of the year, one of my songs on there. Right? You could listen to the Cursed Conlang Circus theme on repeat for days and days and days without stopping, and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I don't recommend it for your mental health, but I wouldn't be able to stop you. Also, I've got a band called Humans by Day, Raccoons by Night, and so far we have 2 songs on Spotify that you could also listen to as well. There's more coming, but my activity with that has been slowed down due to the fact that I'm on a different continent. So, yeah, go and check that out if you want. And just remember, when you're hearing the background music in my videos, it's me. You can't get away from me. You'll never get away. Also, have you heard of Eternal? If you haven't, you probably should by now, because Eternal is responsible for about 75% of the things that happen behind the scenes of this channel. Outside of the videos, Eternal runs the Minecraft server, he runs the Discord server, and also he made, with me, several of the Cursed Conlangs that you've seen presented on my channel. In fact, he actually made most of the content of several of those Cursed Conlangs specifically to torture me as much as possible while presenting it. And torture me he did. So Eternal has a Patreon too, so I will link that in the description. I'll put it up in the card above. If you use the Discord server, if you use the Minecraft server, I recommend giving Eternal a little Patreon supportage if you possibly can, because Eternal is awesome. And if you can't do that, then definitely just say, "We love you, Eternal," in the comments below. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. So thank you, Eternal. Love ya. Mwah.
How many hours of footage do we already have recorded?
Oh, I don't even want to know. I don't want to find out until it's done. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out when you start editing.
Yeah, that's just a good bet at this point.
I see ultra French in there.
I saw douleur written there as well.
Yeah, and it's starting with an Arizona reference, so this is gonna be good.
Starting off on the wasteland.
Okay, let's start.
Yeah.
Let's start.
Today, a barren wasteland of deserts and flower beds.
These pictures are from AZ Plant Reviews, by the way. Like, these are from my other channel.
Well, you played yourself, Agma.
Yeah. Okay, anyway.
Inhabited by pirates, formal people, Santa Claus, the Sino-Dutch, angels, Portuguese, and Flintstonian.
And that's my spillway video. God damn it. Oh my god. Okay.
Spillway dwelling degenerates, all of whom are but pawns in the endless struggle between the ites and the ultra-French. Yet it was not always so. For once the ancestors of these two warring tribes lived together in harmony as a single people with a single language. Before and there was
Proto-Language of Dolor and Ultra.
Oh no! Good luck with that. That's bound to be horrible. Let's see.
God.
Is it just going to be French though? Is the whole language going to be French?
It would be funny if it was literally just French. Somehow.
That would be very hilarious.
They did it fucking again.
Yeah. Also,
it's just like all the way at the end. It's just like, oh, this was actually the ecclesiastical pronunciation. The classical pronunciation is speaks French.
It totally could be. It would be canonically accurate. Oh god. Okay, let's go.
Today, as French. Certain discredited scholars have recently published a work on the Ultra-French language, purporting through their analysis to explicate the link between this modern tongue and the ancient French language. Yet they failed to take into account any features of in their analysis at all. I am here to right that wrong and present you with a complete and utterly and factually true description of the ancient French language based on a reconstructive analysis of its two descendants. The French language was agglutinative, highly inflected, and utilized OVS word order, like all good languages do.
I also love how this is spoken in Arizona, canonically.
Yeah, all of these all those languages were canonically in Arizona, even Seraphim. Oh my god.
Order is strictly observed and inflexible in spite of the fact that abundant case marking renders it completely redundant. What exactly motivated the speakers of early Ultra-French to move towards a semi-free word order tending towards SVO or SOV is an active area of research. While French syllables can ostensibly only have 2 initial and 2 final consonants and no more than 2 vowels, it does still allow for larger consonant clusters than are generally seen in The reconstructed consonant inventory of the French language shows us the roots of all the distinguishing phonologies of both Ultra-French and
Yeah, what especially this one right here.
How does superscript R? Is that co-articulated with a trill, even though the trill is not actually part of the language?
It is. I think
possibly.
It is.
Yeah. The sounds being na, sa, za, sa, ha.
It is. It's a uvular trill and a post-alveolar fricative at the same time.
It's not a uvular trill. It's an alveolar trill.
Was it? Listen to what. Yeah. No, it should be, but what?
And the sounds being na, sa, za, sa.
Oh god,
ha,
it is.
Sa, za, va, fa, va, ha, la, and ha. It also carries the
that was not a lateral fricative.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was, but it was the lateral fricative. But to be fair, that one is hard to pronounce.
Yeah, that was something.
A lot of
something interesting.
Wrong, so.
Perfectly says the name of Douleur struggles to pronounce a lateral fricative.
Trolling. All right.
Consonants. And the mellifluous vowels oo, e, o,
no close vowels.
Note the absence of the R-colored consonants present in Ultra-French. as well as the absence of most uvular trill-colored consonants and all of the uvular trill-colored vowels present in In both cases, the uvular trill ultimately came to be assimilated by its nearby phonemes. Reconstruction indicates that this process was already well underway at the time of the Ultra-French split, as demonstrated by the fact that both s and sh in all instances had already assimilated their nearby rhotic trills. Though these phonemes would be dropped in Ultra-French, this process would ultimately proceed to a much greater extreme in with the uvular trill assimilating to many of the language's consonants and even most of its vowels. Even to the point that, unlike in Ultra-French, the uvular trill would become no longer phonemic on its own in at all. The non-pulmonic consonants, on the other hand, would become increasingly obsolete in Ultra-French, following the general trend of mumblification that language exhibits. While in these would be significantly elaborated. All French affixes precede the root word, and are applied in a regular sequence running from gender to tense to number to case. When the meeting of two affixes would create a vowel or consonant cluster, the phoneme closer to the root word is eliminated. French verbs are inflected for the tense, number, and gender of their agent, while nouns are inflected for their tense, number, gender, and case. But it is in no way that simple. The quote-unquote scholars of Ultra-French previously mentioned noted with some perplexity the presence...
I like with how well you and Anwan have made the the Ultra-French documentation. These look like it looks like a legit linguistics paper, you know?
Yeah.
So someone who hasn't seen the Ultra-French paper, someone who looks
grammar,
would be so confused, you know? Like what the hell is this language?
Also, I see the future too there. Good luck. That's one of the more complicated tenses.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not gonna lie. When they first put this photo on the screen, I thought for a second they just put stock footage of a linguistics paper, and then I read it and I was like, oh no, this is just Ultra-French.
Yep. Exactly.
I think the part that made me realize was the double accents, and then the fact that it just says, unfortunately, the future too is a lot worse.
Yes. Of a second future tense in that language, treating it as a mere curiosity with no antecedent in the ancient French language. In reality, both the second future tense of Ultra-French and the elaborate noun and verb classifier system in are remnants of the ancestral ancient French condition. French had two complete...
Yeah.
Hold on. What do you mean it's not explained? The second paragraph explains the diachrony of the future too. It's somewhat unclear, but it's likely from avoir earlier.
Are remnants of the ancestral ancient French condition. French had two complete sets of tenses, one going from far past to hesternal to hodiernal past.
Oh yeah, tense with a C.
Oh yeah.
Tense.
Silly.
Past to and habitual persistent. To present to persistent to future, with the other, in contrast, having non-future pluperfect,
past tense, and you can buy things with them.
Oh yeah. 10 pence, tense.
Future and far future, two numbers, not two numerals, but two different systems for inflecting for numbers. The first proceeding from subsingular to singular to icositeteral to plural, with icositeteral, of course, being the default, with the second system having the null, dual, trial, pile, tetral, pental, hexal, heptal, octal, and nonal. And not two, but three distinct systems for marking gender. Well, sort of.
Ultra feminine, feminine, infra feminine, and then yellow beige and cyan.
Hypoformals being separate sort of checks out.
Yeah, and then small animal is in the masculine one.
Yeah, small animal, ultra masculine, infra masculine.
In the same category with inanimate object, which honestly isn't the worst analysis.
I do like. Yeah, I was about to say piratical.
There it is. Yeah, piratical.
Masculine and insectile.
And I like how black and white just doesn't have a suffix.
Just unmasked, yeah.
It's an unmarked.
It's not even a no morpheme.
it's just there's just no way to express it.
They just wanted to mention that there's no way to say it.
I do also like how the insect gender is the default one.
Yeah.
Or I guess for gender 3, for gender 1 it's cyan, and gender 2 it's non-masculine.
Yeah, and of course, insectile and insect are completely different genders.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on a second. If it's not marked, how do you tell between these 3 categories? So
I guess we will find out eventually.
We'll find out, I suppose, yes.
Okay.
You just assume that it's a cyan, non-masculine insect.
Yeah, I also noticed it says not astronomical phenomenon, but astrological phenomenon.
Sort of gender. The first proceeding from ultra-feminine to infra-feminine to yellow to beige to cyan. The second containing non-masculine, purple, pink, hyperformal human, brown, adult human, orange, small animal, ultra-masculine, and inframasculine. And the third containing masculine, insectile, insect, which is different, and of course the default, piratical, potative, other, blue or green, red, black or white, child or large animal, inanimate object, whether astrological phenomenon or abstraction. Which tense, number, or gender?
Hyperformal human being separate from adult human implies that hyperformality is just another stage of growth.
Yeah,
I think it's more
beyond adulthood.
It's separate more because hyperformal people don't even really think like normal people. So
yeah.
Probably a bit of a stretch, and the same applies to the pirates.
Also, I didn't even notice the other category, which means that not only is black and white impossible, but it is also a separate category from other. It's just something beyond. I don't even know. Okay. Anyway.
Gender applies
Maybe the
to any
text was
specific
put in
word.
white because it's black and white.
No, it's because black and white is biased towards reality.
God damn it.
Of course.
Obviously.
Anyway, back to the video.
Yeah.
Is utterly random. The precise conditions which led to the emergence of this system are lost in the mists of prehistory. But leading scholars in the field hypothesize that perhaps ancient Proto-French speakers lived in a condition of high bilinguality with one or more other languages with conflicting tense, number, and/or gender systems which became incorporated into the language with the adoption of loanwords. Proto-French is also believed to have had a significant impact on the language of a small tribe of Indo-Europeans, leading to the complex noun declension system present in Classical Latin. Though this is less certain, as Classical Latin is known only from reconstructions based on its descendant Ecclesiastical Latin, which itself is preserved only as a tense marker in Seraphim. In any event, the descendants of French took this system and innovated on it in drastically different directions. In Ultra-French, the two systems
I do
for
like
tense...
just the implications that a entire language was reconstructed off of a reconstruction off of a single tense marker.
Yeah.
No.
Proto-languages from like, hey, English has a plural, let's go and reconstruct Indo-Uralic, I don't know.
Simplified and combined, while the system of gender was discarded altogether. Remarkably, though, the French case system, which goes from absolutive to nominative to vocative to partitive to accusative to genitive to dative to incessive to interrogative.
Not all of them.
I should elaborate on that. The case table is now twice as big as this. This is tiny. And the cases, the section on the cases notes that the most common cases are listed there, which means that's not all cases. It's not exhaustive. There's a lot more locative, for instance.
Yeah.
Interessive to ablative to allative to considerative to instrumental remained completely intact. This relative paucity of inflections is theorized to have led to the development of polysynthesis in later Ultra-French. On the other hand, did not simplify these systems, but rather radically reanalyzed them. The two number systems were simply consolidated. The second tense system reduced down to just the non-future and the future and became responsible for the numbering of all nouns. Tense 1, on the other hand, absorbed the abandoned categories from Tense 2 and came to be applied to verbs, becoming the unique verb classifier system. Of course, any modern person of any education understands that as a system of gender using tenses for its verbs. Similarly, the three systems of gender consolidated and then broke apart into gender proper, color, and animacy, with gender and color becoming inherent properties of nouns, and animacy combining with a novel evidentiality system to become the basis of ish pronouns. In this chaos, however, the entire inflectional system inherited from French broke down. Prefixes were dropped entirely, and the case system, the only one which did not require reanalysis, was also discarded. The loss of case, however, provided the speakers of early with an opportunity. Remember how case was comparatively simple? Well, it isn't. In addition to adding prefixes, the case system in French employed a system of mutation. Properly employing the case system of French involved putting the first consonant and last vowel of every root word through a track of mutation, with each case having a unique mutation track for both vowels and consonants. While in Ultra French the mutation system was dropped, in when the elimination of case inflection left the mutation track orphaned, it instead attached to the other systems of classification, leading to hideously complex whole-word triple-layer mutations in place of slightly clunky agglutination. One area where Ultra French was by far the more conservative of the two languages is pronouns, as it preserves French's boundary of personal, possessive, relative, and demonstrative pronouns all inflected for case. Ultra French also agrees with French in its lack.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Pronouns all inflected for case. Ultra French also agrees with French in its lack of articles. The 137,280 irregular articles of are theorized to have descended from personal ejaculatory particles specific to every individual, bestowed at adulthood or the achievement of full community status, though the circumstances and timing at which this status could be achieved varied by gender. Indeed, reconstruction suggests that 68% of articles originated from individuals of the dominant cyan gender. With that, we're ready for the translation? No, we're not. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think the glorious speakers of the ancient French language were stupid? Do you think that they would be relegated to speaking such an uncursed language like the swine of the spillways? No. For the ancient French masters attained heights of linguistic power that we cannot imagine. The first millimeter of the first step of the first mile on the road to understanding their power is knowing how it was given to these paragons to open their third eye and their second mouth and conversed with God in the divine Franco-Enoan tongue. In order to form an understanding of Enochian, we must first look at two contemporary Arizonan languages, Hoptiam and Seraphim. Both of these languages resulted from attempts to combine human and divine means of communication. Seraphim being developed by lower-ranking angels as a means of communicating with their followers, and Hoptiam being an attempt by Sino-Dutch mathematicians to see God in matrix algebra. But what if I told you both of these languages' most infamous features, the fourth-dimensional sentence tree-based word construction in Seraphim, and the infinite base matrix and encryption algorithm of Hoptiam, were actually intended to be concessions to the puny mortal minds of those who would have to understand them? Let us begin at the beginning. The native language of angels, demons, bodhisattvas, archons, and other celestial beings is Enochian, which fundamentally conveys meaning through binary hierarchical trees of symbolic concepts. This system is preserved mostly intact in Hoptiam, while in Seraphim it has been replaced with a more abstract sentence tree, because the Seraphs thought that would be easier for humans to understand. All concepts in Enochian group into one of four categories.
I love the headcanon that it was made to be easier to understand.
Yeah,
it's the easier version.
I do like how this language has verbs.
Sure does.
Analogous to verbs, adjectives, and nouns, while the last contains only the null concept. Not the concept of nullness, but the null concept. All Enochian utterances are based on a root verb. From the root verb, any daughter concepts may descend, but only if the proper hierarchy is observed. Enochian
Oh my
speakers
god, it's
perceive
like
the universe
Belgium.
as being fundamentally
Yeah, it
based
is.
on actions. Descriptors and qualifiers, analogous to adjectives, may only be described as aspects of actions, meaning they may only appear as the daughter nodes of verbs.
I
So
do
they're
like
adverbs?
how I do like how the branches seem to intersect each other and make fun and new shapes inside the tree.
Actual physical objects are only abstractions from the perspective of Enochian speakers, however. Hence, they can only appear as daughter nodes of adjectives, or aspects of descriptors. Every concept in Enochian, and note that concepts are not words, is defined with a length and an angle. The length is used to construct the segments which make up the tree, while the angle is used to define the relationship between a concept node and the segments of its daughter nodes. All nodes, irrespective of category, must have exactly 2 daughter nodes. At this point, you may have noticed a couple of potential problems with actually communicating with this language. For instance, what if a concept you are attempting to communicate has only one daughter concept, or none at all, or describe a noun carrying out an action without any adjective involved? Moreover, root verbs do not actually portray their length component as they have no parent to form a segment with, and terminal nodes have no daughters through which to enact their angular component. All of these problems are addressed with the null, a unique concept which may fulfill the grammatical purpose.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Now we're doing Santa. Okay.
Yeah, now it's Santa. It's all coming together. It's all.
It's just proto-cursed.
It is proto-cursed.
Real.
PC.
And it's just going to be French again.
Yeah, exactly.
Purpose of any other without imparting additional information. Note that implicitly, all concept trees in Enochian are actually tiny segments of infinitely large trees consisting entirely of nulls otherwise. Again, the null node is sort of present in Choptiam, but there it is used mostly to convey degrees of activeness. However, none of what we constructed is actually articulated, at least not directly. All that is articulated are these segments drawn between sororal nodes, hence why concepts are not directly analogous to words. A hint of this may be found in examining Seraphim, which of course requires 7 distinct articulators to speak properly, including 4 photic articulators, though its photemic inventory is highly restricted, containing only 3 photemes, and their use in the language is vestigial and mostly redundant. This is actually an unconscious holdover from the Serif's native language. For in Enochian, the means of articulation is the emission of photons, defined on one scale by the amount of photons being emitted.
How the hell is this going to become Franco-Enoan?
I was just wondering the same thing. Also, Kat said earlier the word verb became taboo, so people started calling it other things.
One thing I would like to see explained is how French got to Arizona.
Yeah, that's the least nonsensical thing about all of this.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the easiest
years
part.
war.
Yeah.
Like that could have just been like, oh yeah, the colony of Louisiana went a little further west.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
No, it was the time when they invaded Mexico. The French invaded Mexico during the Civil War.
Yeah.
No, wait. Mexico had lost Arizona by then.
Yeah, they reconquered it. Obviously.
Yeah, there you go. They got it back.
Oh.
They allied with Deseret, and then the French and Deseret created a new set of borders that included Arizona. There you go.
Or maybe the U.S.-Mexican War never started up because Texas never declared independence.
Again, all of these are easier ways to explain how French got there than how emitting photons is going to connect to ancient French.
Ranging from total darkness to the point at which photonic matter begins to form, and on the other by the frequency of the photons being emitted. Since sororal segments frequently overlap, and because utterances can be arbitrarily long, Enochian requires arbitrarily many discrete articulators to speak properly. Moreover, since the objects of articulation are line segments projected across an infinitely divisible Cartesian plane, Enochian contains an infinite photemic inventory. At this point, you may have also noted that the duration of articulation is never defined. The archons can perceive and traverse the timeline at will in either direction. Hence, all durations and all orders of articulation are equally comprehensible, and thus free. Now, this could be used to impart additional information, but
this is one hell of a way to say your language has free word order.
English. Another consequence of its speakers' fourth-dimensional perceptions is that Enochian possesses free concept order. If we were to project this tree across time, then geometrically it would work equally well for an Enochian speaker irrespective of what order its nodes were in, meaning that the articulated sororal segments can be broken up and scattered almost at random. Hence why neither sororal segments nor nodes are exactly analogous to words. This also means that Enochian is either pre-glossed or effectively unglossable, depending on how you look at it. This is similar to the V to T to C movement in Seraphim, in which certain morphemes are projected backwards in time to fill null nodes of sentence trees. But that isn't so much an intentional part of the language as an unconscious serif habit which became codified through use. But how did the learned masters of ancient French speak this language? Well, they quite simply swapped light for sound, with vocal volume equating to photon density and voice pitch equating to light frequency, with articulatory duration being defined as equivalent to the duration of the concurrent equivalent articulation in French. Yes, if you speak Enochian, you must speak French at the same time. Franco-Enoan is as close to the divine tongue as humans are permitted to get. Communicating in the language of celestial beings may appear simple, but it should never be undertaken lightly. After all, in ancient times, a certain tribe of indeterminate origin attempted what the French masters succeeded at, and it broke their minds completely and utterly, retaining only memory of the root verb system. This tribe, left to wander the flowery wasteland of Arizona, began communicating by slapping each other in the face with found pieces of vegetation. Historical linguists refer to this ancient system of communication as Old Snapdragon Rose, the ancestor of both modern Snapdragon Rose and 21st century humorese. While it is common to refer to 21st century...
It's all coming together. It's all coming together. God damn it.
I like just the invalid IP at the top.
69 420 1337.
This is the ancestor of every single cursed conlang.
This is the Avengers Endgame of the Cursed Conlang so far.
Proto-cursed.
It's all here.
Humorese as a descendant of Snapdragon Rose. This is both factually inaccurate and politically repressive. Both 19th century humorese and early modern Snapdragon Rose emerged as independent emanations of middle Snapdragon Rose. 21st century humorese speakers are often accused of anti-Snapdragon hatred and history theft, masking the historical systemic oppression of humorese speakers by Snapdragon Rose speakers dating back centuries and continuing into the modern day. I consider it important for anyone who touches on this subject to reiterate the call for a free and independent humoresia. With that issue out of the way, we can get on to the actual Franco-Enoan translation. Now, I could have been elegant and constructed the entire Enochian utterance as a single tree, but I'm recording this the day the submission is due, and I don't have time for that. I've already downsized this project from what it was originally supposed to be. Also, what you will see on...
Wait, what does that say? Oh,
That's
God.
a tree of all the descendants.
It is proto-cursed. Oh, God. And it leads to, old Petric, Geolang, 21st century humorese, Snapdragon Rose, the fighting language, Seraphim, Goptium, Sten Dansk, Delor, and Ultra French. God damn it. And French is all the way back here before classical Latin.
I do downsize this project from what it was originally supposed to be. Also, what you will see on screen corresponds to the French sentence being spoken, even though the Enochian concepts of the entire excerpt will be distributed evenly across the entire utterance without any particular order to them.
Here we go.
I like how the translation slightly zooms in and out.
Yeah, it's pulsing a spiritual experience. Dear God.
If you are new to the Cursed Conlang scene, especially if you did not see my entry from last year, this video probably made absolutely no sense. But if you made it this far, you should probably watch that video on the grammar and vocabulary of which I still can't actually pronounce correctly. Moreover, if you're interested in non-Cursed Conlang based world building, I'm doing that on this channel too. I only have one video in that series, and it's just a description of my research thus far, but life has recently cleared up, so I should be able to add actual content to that soon. So, stay tuned for that, and in any event, thanks for watching.
Got him. Wait, what else is left? How much of just... It's just the music for another 2 minutes. Okay, alright. Good.
The banger KSP music.
It is. That I can't not think of KSP while that's going. Oh.
Oh
no.
Oh no.
Oh, this one.
Hypo-Analytic? What does this mean?
Hypo is like less or below, so...
Hypo.
So it's agglutinative?
Oh no.
This is my submission for the third Cursed Conlang Circus, hosted by Agma Schwa. A lot of times, when I see people trying to make a cursed language, they go to the synthetic side of linguistics, often stuffing their language with a lot of grammatical cases, tenses, moods, and other forms. So I attempted to direct my lingua engineering side towards the analyticism. So I created a language that I would call not just analytic or isolating, but hypo-analytic. Vi du vermotion for ihu.
Oh God.
The vowel phonemes of the language are I, U, U, E, O, and A. The consonants of the language are M, N, Ng, P, B, T, D, K, G, F, Th, Th, S, Z, Sh, J, H, T, D, J, J, Y.
That's fluency mode right there.
Yeah, it is. I like
to write the language, a variation of the Cyrillic script is used. There are a total of 50 letters, and as any other Cyrillic-based alphabet,
syntax again.
Yeah, well, it might be.
This one has a tradition of handwriting.
So far, the phonology seems pretty normal compared to what we've seen.
Yeah,
although it does use a lot of weird Cyrillic letters.
Cursive. To describe how each letter is pronounced, they're organized in tables of 4 rows. In the first row, there are letters, next phonemes and allophones, and last the romanization. Let's start with vowels. A, E, O, I, U, U, U. Note that in the romanization, Y and W are vowels. Next are semivowels. Y, Y, L, W. In both writing and romanization, a brief is added to the letter of the corresponding close vowel. Approximants are used the same way as consonants. Here are the next ones. M, N, Ng, P, T, K, B, D, G, F, H. These are pretty normal consonants with pretty unnormal romanization. G is used for ng. P, T, and C are used for the voiced consonants, and doubled they are used for the voiceless. PH and CH are used for the fricatives. Then there are absolutely normal sibilants, S, T, Sh, Ch, Z, Z, J, and J, with absolutely consistent romanization. Our final consonants are Th, The, L, R, and Sh.
ETH is gross.
When a semivowel is followed by a vowel, in Cyrillic scripts, it's often represented as one letter. The same applies to this language, though not all combinations have their own letter, and not all of them are even allowed in the first place. Finally, there are tones. By default, it's middle tone. If a letter called falling sign is added to the syllable, it acquires falling tone.
Oh no, the soft letters.
If a letter called rising sign is added to the syllable, it acquires rising tone.
I love that.
Ja.
That's awesome.
In romanization, either diacritics or superscript digits are used.
Lexus would have a field day with this one.
Since I made a hypo-analytic language, there's no morphology at all. So let's go straight into the syntax. Meaningful units in the language usually consist of two parts, L part and R part. In fact, it's one morph per 2 words, which makes the ratio of morphs per words be below 1, the theoretical minimum for natural languages. There are some operations you can do to use these morphs in a...
Sorry, what was that? Can we...
2 morphs per 1 word? Is that
one morpheme per 2 words.
Oh, one morph,
or one morph per 2
words.
Words.
That is not how words work.
Way to find out. Let's see.
1. The theoretical minimum for natural languages. There are some operations you can do to use these morphs in a sentence. The first operation is called gluing. It's basically saying or writing the 2 parts consecutively. A more complex operation is binding. It takes 2 morphs or syntax subtrees and creates a subtree by surrounding the L part of the head with both parts of the dependent. Usually it's translated as a possessive or a genitive phrase like dos fatscherlu, which means cat's tail.
Okay, that is
but
pretty
it's also
fucking terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty. That is pretty cursed. Holy crap. Okay, I see where this is going.
At this point, it's still in fixation.
Yeah, it's like infixing or circumfixing itself. Yeah. Yeah.
It's still a single word, just a word that circumfixes.
Yeah, exactly.
My favorite strategy for creating compound words is infixing.
To apply adjectives and adverbs. Now we can look at the sentence structure. Does it follow any of the natural word orders? No. In fact, it's AL, VL, AR, SL, SR, VR, and the language is syntactically ergative. The verb
it actually has verbs.
Means
yes, it does. Openly claimed verbs.
To sleep also has a grammatical role. It can turn transitive verbs from ergative voice to anti-passive. Here are some examples. The verbs can also be used as nouns that are also known as gerunds, though you need to be careful with their ergative nature. To form a doer or a doing of an action, you have to bind the respective word exercis with a gerund. This is also a way to translate some complex nouns like vampire. Now we move to transpositions. They're actually similar.
Like, this is actually agglutinativeness because it's a suffix. It's a circumfix. This is like actually inflection. Like, it's not pure inflection.
Except it's with the component. Well, I think I mean, like, I see the angle that they're coming from with it, right? Like every word has 2 component syllables, and those can just be shuffled and infixed and circumfixed in different patterns to create different grammatical meanings. But that does have the effect of making it essentially agglutinative, but just with space bars in between.
English compounding moment.
So Hypo-Analytic is still a pretty good name for it, though. Entangled and Hypo-Analytic, those are both still very true. Because hypo, less analytic, it goes into the negative range of analytic, and horseshoes its way back around, and it goes back to agglutinative and synthetic.
Yeah, they reinvented agglutination.
Yeah, exactly.
To prepositions or postpositions, but they're kinda not actually pre or post. For example, a transposition of location in Basque, when bound to a noun of some location, forms a syntax subtree that functions as an adjective or an adverb. A transposition of subject patient Zoom rules can be used to substantivate whole sentences. There's a special way to say to be something. Grammatically, it functions as an intransitive verb. The next interesting operation is called swapping. It asks a yes-no question about a specific part of a sentence. Here are some examples. Note that no question marks are used. For asking open questions, there are special questioning words. The final operation is called appending. One or more one-word morphs are added after the L part to mean something. It can be a definite article, a tense, or a numeral. The language uses the balanced ternary system that treats positive and negative numbers equally. Significant digits are sequenced from largest by absolute value to lowest. Additionally, there are some pronumerals. To use them in a sentence, they must be appended to one of these morphs. Then those morphs are bound with a noun to form a phrase. If the numeral is the head, then it's a cardinal numeral. Otherwise, it's an ordinal numeral. Then we have conjunctions that can have the L parts be repeated several times. Finally, we have additional features like direct speech that has an exceptional form when glued, and a parenthesis.
I just like the glued.
Now we finally got to the translation part. Here's the original text. It has 4 main sentences and a parenthesis. Let's simplify it a bit, and we get this. Here's the syntax tree for the first sentence. As a formula, it looks like this. The first sentence is read this way. Here's the syntax tree of the second sentence. It's surely larger than the previous tree. And here's how it sounds. Now look at how large the third sentence is. The two things worth noting here are parentheses and a conjunction. Here's how it sounds. Compared to the third sentence, the fourth is much simpler. Here's how it sounds.
Oh God!
I hope that I did a very good job in creating
the Vietnamese.
Yeah, it's got that aesthetic to it when it's written with the Latin alphabet.
Yeah.
With C's and all the diacritics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's finish it.
Speaking in Cursed Language. Thank you for watching this video until the end. Goodbye.
And then what's the rest of this? It's just all.
How is it a conclusion?
Oh,
it's just like conclusion. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, using language of the goblins. Okay. All right.
All character art is created by HeroForge.com.
Okay.
HeroForge.com is not responsible for the contents of this show and hereby disclaims any and all content and views expressed herein.
Yeah, disclaimer 2. Okay.
I'm not associated with Agma Schwa and do not know him personally. Any characters resembling Robert Cole are purely a joke, and Agma Schwa is not associated with any claims or quotes in this video or views expressed herein. The great dwarven linguist Nyekov was studying the morphosyntax of the Orcish languages when a goblin appeared before him, catching him by surprise and fully breaking his concentration. Goblins are not physical beings, they are selectively corporeal creatures able to appear and disappear at will. They are spirits of mischief and unbalance. They often appear before someone to cause trouble, so Nyekov was afraid of where this interaction could go. Hey, I see you're very good at this language stuff. Can you make me one? Nyekov was shocked by this request. He knew that goblins were never known to speak to each other in any special way, so it was true goblins didn't have their own language, but they didn't appear to have any society either, so he wasn't sure why they would need a language. But the idea of creating a language that would be spoken by many people excited him. Well, that sounds incredible. I would love to, but I don't know what kind of language you want. Can you describe it to me? Well, I don't know. I want it to be gobby, bwabby, mwaggy, and boggy. The dwarf didn't understand what the goblin was trying to convey, as he had never heard adjectives like bwabby and mwaggy before. But from this description, he quickly jotted down a very, very simplistic phonology using 8 consonants and 1 vowel.
Yeah, like Cat mentioned, how is E not in here?
Yeah. I like where this is going. Okay.
Talk backwards.
The univowel.
The what?
The univowel.
Yeah, the univowel. Just like Paramachican. Paramachican's got 1 vowel. Technically. It's got several semi-vowels, but it has 1 vowel.
Maybe E is just an allophone of A. Who knows?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
All vowels are allophones.
Yep.
Yakov and the goblin had been communicating using a language called Dufir the whole time, which is a subject-verb-object language. If the goblin wanted to talk backwards, that meant he wanted an object-verb-subject language. This notion confused Yakov. He knew OVS languages were possible. In fact, there is a commonly spoken language that is a distant relative to Dufir that uses OVS word order, but said language was still being studied, and the notion made no sense to him. To move the subject to be after the verb phrase didn't make sense to him, because the subject is always in the specifier position of tense, which comes before the rest of the tense phrase. But he had an idea. Many of the Orcish languages he studied had a rule with their verbs where all verbs must have morphology relating to the subject and object. In addition, it appears that sentences in this language could put the subject and object in any order or omit it completely with sufficient context. According to his research, in these languages, the true arguments are phonologically null pronouns. The morphemes that attach to the verbs are agreement markers, and any noun coming before or after the verb is an adjunct that gives reference to the null pronoun. So, for this goblin's language, instead of adjuncts giving reference to the noun, an adjunct gives reference to the verb, and the true verb would be phonologically null. Because of this, a noun being stated by itself would still give off the meaning of a verb, like gob would mean a goblin did something, or there is a goblin. Because the phonology was so small, he made a small language with around 100...
I am happy to say we have had 3 languages in a row with verbs.
Yes, good.
Correct.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Monosyllabic root words. And while this language had 1 vowel, he added the word o, which acted as a copula for the language.
What?
So the phrase gob
means... Okay, so there is another vowel. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not the univowel.
But there's still no E.
Let's go.
Means I am a goblin. But gob was also a general word for person, so technically it meant I am a person. This would act as a greeting in the language, and because he liked the funny phrase so much, he decided to name the language after that phrase. Yakov was pleased with his work and thought that it was a nice language that would prioritize simplicity and be very playful and fun to speak. But the goblin was less pleased. There are so few words. How am I supposed to say anything in this language? Well, I apologize, but if you want it to be guabi and boggy, then I can't have any sounds like z, f, or ch. Having so few sounds gives me fewer options for words. Well, I don't know, aren't there more gobby sounds? You could add those. More gobby sounds. The goblin was right.
Oh, God.
As many languages around the world had different ways of pronouncing but...
I'm enjoying this story.
Yeah, I am too. This one's definitely getting the story theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. I like this. The transition from that C into these phonemes is great.
And g, and many have different phonemic distinctions like pharyngealization or aspiration. The 100 root words that Yakov wrote were already pretty comprehensive, so he decided to make modifications of each consonant that would act as modifications to the meaning of the root word. This gave the root words 3 different meanings.
Yeah.
If the first consonant was modified, and 3 more meanings if the last consonant was modified. If there is no consonant where there is a modification, then the velar nasal ng is used. Including the unmodified forms, this caused there to be 12 different versions of each root, making the roots go from 100 or so to 1200 or so. There, you got more specific roots. Are you happy? No, we could get more specific. What the fuck? So Nyekov went on to expand the noun morphology even more. First of all, the intervocalic a could now change to be a number of different vowels that would describe the essence of a noun. Whether they were talking about a physical thing, a hypothetical thing, an ethereal apparition of a thing, the concept of a thing, or an apparent thing that may be either fake or a disguise.
It's got a non-concatenative morphology now.
I do have one question though. Is there still technically only one phonemic vowel, or is this just like? I think
it now officially has consonantal stems.
Yeah, it is consonantal stems, but it does have more vowels. Right,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
it just has a shit ton of ablant.
But it didn't stop there. He also made an honorific and derogatory distinction. Languages can sometimes use adjectives to describe distaste, like, oh, my stupid wand broke. But these statements are nonsensical because a wand can't be stupid, it can't think. In addition, animacy and dynamic distinctions were made.
I really like the example given on the last slide, just the if you go back to it just a little bit, the gracious concept of being a rock.
A noble life, being a rock.
And dynamic distinctions were made. These were not grammatical genders because there's no agreement nor is there a requirement to use them. They simply specify if something is alive or not and whether something is moving or not. So, for example, an inanimate, undynamic, and apparent animal would be a stuffed animal. But there's more, and the goblin didn't ask for this part. Nyekov realized that he could use his knowledge of linguistics to further clear up ambiguities. Take the dwarven sentence, Odwafa qethugfal shimatan. All dwarves must play a drum. Is there one specific drum that all dwarves must play? Or does every dwarf have their own drum that they must play? This ambiguity is called a scopal ambiguity and results from the quantification of a noun. Depending on which quantifier outscopes the other, there will be different meanings.
The scopal ambiguity.
It's still just writing up logic.
Yup.
Meanings, and many languages have a way of differentiating this type of scopal ambiguity. So Nyekov made different prefixes for different types of quantifiers and stated that whichever quantifier comes first in the sentence outscopes the other, and passivization would be used to swap the two quantified phrases in case of ambiguity. The final thing for nouns which Nyekov found important was relevancy to discourse. If talking about a goblin, is this a new goblin we don't know? Is this one that we were talking about? Or is it one that is irrelevant to the discourse entirely? He made prefixes for all of these as well. And with all of these nominal distinctions out of the way, Nyekov and the goblin began to feel much better about the language. But
the goblin sitting there looking at the massive workload he's just given himself. He's like, oh god, what have I done? Thanks.
Well, not just himself, but also
for
his
everyone
entire
else.
family and community.
He's just given his entire civilization decades of homework.
New emote, sure, I'll add it to the list. I'll save it. I already have the head crab or the crab thing saved. This is later 2.png.
Thanks.
I like just how much emotion they've managed to pack into that goblin in this specific frame. And they mentioned at the beginning that they were using this one website for the characters, yeah?
Yeah. That's a pretty good website. These are good.
Yeah, if they were able to do that with a website, I think they did a pretty good job, is what I'm saying.
Feel much better about the language. But an unexpected foe appeared in a flash of light before them. Do you really think this is an acceptable language? Phonologically null verbs? That makes no sense.
How much effort went into creating the circus ringleader me?
It took me a second to recognize that. Yeah.
Oh god, that's pretty good.
Are we gonna see Gooseba as well?
Oh, we probably are.
The unexpected foe. It's freaking me. God damn it.
Whoa, who is that? Agma Schwa, the evil language wizard. I'm surprised that you don't know that there are new languages for me every week. I'm sorry, I'm merely a humble linguist, so I've never made languages before. I suppose you think that's cute, but what it makes you is a fraud. Yes, but I'm a cute fraud though, right? Silence! If you want your language to be more legitimate, if you want your nonsensical verbs to make any semblance of sense, you must add information to the syntactic location of T. Well, that is true. We didn't do anything with tense aspect or mood yet. Yes, but you must make it evil. You must make it cursed. But why would I want to do that? He is right, you know. Oh, damn it. Yakov began working on tense morphology. First of all, because the true verb was phonologically null, there wouldn't be really any affixes on top of said verb. But the adjunct that gives reference to the verb would have a suffix, which would change the lexical aspect of the verb. He changed the suffix o to represent state of verbs, because being something is always a state. Now, when using any of these suffixes, the inherent lexical aspect of the verb would change.
I actively turned into a goblin.
So I guess this language phonologically has no verbs, but it obviously grammatically does.
Yeah,
I'm in the process of becoming a goblin, but I would never reach the point where I am one.
And there was a suffix for each type of lexical aspect, including states, achievements, accomplishments, and processes. If a suffix wasn't on the verb, then it was purposely unspecified, but this isn't recommended due to omnipredicativity. Next, to build on top of distinctions of voice, which Yakov had already created and added to the syntactic tree, he added a marker of agency of the subject. But agency would be a complicated issue, because there isn't always an issue of willing or unwilling. So he created a purposeful marker, an accidental marker, a coercive marker, and a hesitant marker. The hesitant states an action that is performed on purpose but with some emotional barrier.
The what?
A fish accidentally gives advice within instant with a defined endpoint to many gracious non-living but moving concepts of being rocks.
Preventing one from performing it, like procrastinating on writing this script. Then again, it's not that simple. You might start doing something with agency and then decide later, I don't want to do this. Or someone might be coaxed into an unwanted action and then later decide they enjoy it. So another morphological marker was added to show that the action was eventually wanted or unwanted in the long run. Next up was modality. The realis versus irrealis action simply states whether the action was performed. And that's all for regular modality. Then there's semantic modality. That's right, you can directly change the semantics of a sentence by just using a different morpheme. Wait, but that makes no sense. Doesn't the realis versus irrealis distinction already influence semantic modality? How could you have two different modality markers? Well, the semantic modality markers outscope the regular markers. If the irrealis is used, then the modality is about an action that didn't take place. You're evil. I think I like being evil.
How the goblin is just watching on, like, just probably thinking, what the hell is a noun?
During this epic rap battle of history that's going on.
Awe.
Taking a break from the story for a minute, to understand semantic modality, one must understand what someone is saying when they say must have, needs to, or cannot. Semantically speaking, when someone says...
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I mean. It is necessary so that's modal logic.
Yep.
Must have finished the pizza. It's saying him finishing the pizza is true if and only if it is true in all possible worlds. But it goes deeper. Because how do you know what world is possible? Is this a necessity by logic, like pizza? Is it a necessity by epistemic knowledge, like he must have finished the pizza because the box is empty? Or is it a law that he must finish the pizza or else something else will happen? When talking about something that must or mustn't happen, we are talking about necessity. When we're talking about something that could or could not happen, we're talking about possibility. Both necessity and possibility could be logical within the bounds of logic, epistemic within the bounds of one's knowledge, or deontic within the bounds of laws or customs. So the dwarf made a different affix for each of these modality distinctions. Next was an 8-way evidentiality distinction, based on first-hand evidence of the 5 senses, based on reportative evidence of an animate or inanimate source, and based from inferential evidence.
How does something
Can I just say, let the pause sentence die. It's now, I heard that a fish by law must accidentally fail to give advice within an instant with a defined endpoint to many gracious non-living but moving concepts of being rocks but eventually enjoys it. Please put it to rest. God.
I like how this is still somehow 4 words.
Yeah.
This is some Quill shit.
It is. Put it out of its misery. Oh god. That poor goblin.
Which
how would this
was unmarked.
be pronounced right now? Would it be something like or
I don't
something
probably,
like that?
Something like that. I don't even. Okay.
That seems.
Next is the veracity of the tense phrase as a whole, which isn't the veracity of whether or not the sentence is actually true, but whether or not the speaker believes it to be true. It can be split into true, false, and dubitative. Goblin. And finally, to top it all off, there's a tense distinction of past, present, and future. Wait, so that's it? You can do better than that. You can do something more evil. More evil?
Why did you say that, Agma?
I don't know. It just wasn't evil enough, honestly. So I just didn't.
Yakov kept the 3-way tense distinction, but decided to change it from past, present, future to before, momentary, and after. In its default form, it is past, present, and future. But if one puts a verb phrase followed by bob, then the tense is no longer in relation to the deictic point of now, but rather it is in relation to the VP and topic position. And with all of that out of the way, the dwarf got to translating.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like
it all
that was
started
5
when the
minutes
goblin
ago.
said "Gabu, Bobby, Wobby."
Gabo gab. Agama hua obo gab bra gu haba hamo bagam hug.
This is pretty fluent.
Ga ngoh gra ha gra wag bama wung rang mug am re am hua. Go wag ham gab agwahma bagab wumba. Oab oamo ngaba gum gwab abrabo bagab mabogwag. A ungib gub mabi a mabogwab. Ugma. Thank you. You have done well and created a truly cursed language. Thank you, I think. And with that, Gobogob became an official language of the land. Due to magic, all goblins could speak within an instant, and used it with each other to converse.
God damn it. Okay.
Yakov became famous for creating the language,
did not have to
and that is the
10 years of homework, in fact.
Yeah. Everyone else would, but not the goblins.
Yeah.
The goblins are
the origin of the language of the goblins. Thank you for watching. Shout out to my friend Alex. 2 years ago, he and I had brunch together, and he said, if I were to host a D&D campaign, all the goblins in the game would speak by going gob, 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 gob. And this idea stemmed from that conversation. I've been working on this conlang since Christmas of 2023 as well, so I appreciate you watching this far, and I would appreciate it if you shared it with others, so that way more people will know about this project that I worked hard on. Once again, thank you.
Oh, there you go. Kevin MacLeod coming in again with another hit backing track. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. 9 minutes. I like it.
Basque is a language isolate with no known relatives and the last pre-Roman language in the region. It's a rich, beautiful language held dear to the hearts of its speech community. And, as Europe's only language isolate, it's also the frequent subject of internet memes. People on the internet like to joke that languages are related to Basque. Why? Because all credible contemporary linguists agree that Basque has no known linguistic relatives. But this hasn't stopped pseudo-linguists from embarrassing themselves with crazy conspiracy theories. See Sundro and Connor Quimby's videos for summaries, or read anything written by Ido Nyland. Joking that languages are related to Basque is sort of like joking that the Earth is flat, or that birds aren't real, or that Canada is a real country. People on the internet also like to joke about Basque pigeons. Algonquian Basque Pidgin was spoken during trade around the Gulf of St. Lawrence, at least from the late 16th century into the 17th century. Basque Icelandic Pidgin, or Euskoislandiera, excuse my pronunciation, was spoken during trade in Iceland in the 17th century. So why do I provide this context? Because today, a new Basque Pidgin has been discovered. And best of all, it may be the missing link between Basque and all other European languages. For my entry into the 3rd annual Cursed Conlang contest, I present a Basque whale pigeon, the mother of all European languages, and also Hyperpyrite.
God damn it. Oh, God. Should we fluency mode it? Oh, God. What'd you say?
I think this counts as ASMR.
Yeah.
Does this language have any voiced vowels in it?
Oh yeah, look, they're all voiced.
Oh no!
I'm not doing another take. Let's start with the history. Exactly how Basque whale pidgin was created is somewhat unclear. Did Basque scientists figure out whale syntax by trial and error? Did fishers make up a conlang and teach it to whales? Did sperm whales train human fishermen like dogs? Or do the whales even understand the language? Or do they just hear humans speaking gibberish and clever Hans their way to free food? Regardless of the exact origin, that the language exists is an irrefutable part of the historical record. According to Wikipedia, Basque whalers mostly hunted the right whale, possibly the gray whale, and maybe the occasional sperm whale. Why else would sperm whales be hunted less? The only reasonable explanation is that sperm whales and Basque whalers had some means of communicating with each other, that they had an alliance and could talk to each other. Over time, Basque whalers learned to emulate sperm whale clicks, which eventually developed into a pidgin, passed down to young whalers as an L2 jargon. Let's go on to the phonology. The phonology is based heavily on a recent paper titled Contextual and Combinatorial Structure in Sperm Whale Vocalizations.
I've actually seen this,
They provide a handy phonetic alphabet of sperm whale vocalizations. Whale Basque whale pidgin speakers distinguish 15 of these click patterns without phonemic rubato or ornamentation. Human Basque whale pidgin speakers approximate these click patterns using trills, stops, taps, and voiceless vowels. Generally, a stop or a tap corresponds to 1 click, a short trill to about 3, regular trill to about 5, a long trill to about 7, and an extra long trill to anything more than that. Voiceless vowels correspond roughly to the distance between clicks in a sequence, hence why da is the short form of da 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 da. Like Basque, trills occur between vowels. However, when two vowels are adjacent to one another, they coalesce into a long vowel. Most speakers use the sounds already available in Basque, that is, trilled R for clicks and a voiceless version of whatever vowel is least marked in their dialect. This puts us in a pretty tricky analytical position. To the whales, click sequences are the phonemes, but to the humans, the individual sounds that make up those sequences are the phonemes. Do whale and human speakers use completely different grammars to understand each other?
The finger on the whale. The human arm. God damn it.
Well, they have to point somehow.
Yeah.
Or do human speakers use polysyllabic phonemes without realizing it? Or both, or neither? I don't really know. Don't think about it too hard. It's just a conlang. Basque Whale Pidgin is an analytic, largely head-right SOV language with a robust topic comment system. Exceptions to head directionality include determiners and locatives. Some determiners and locatives show up on the left, some on the right. It's lexically determined. The syntax and semantics are fairly simple by design. I wanted to emphasize the overlap between human and whale cognition rather than the differences. One final detail. Speakers don't distinguish between whales and boats. A whale's underside is its hull, its face is its bow, its tail fin is its rudder. That's it for the syntax and semantics.
The what?
Excuse you, it's pronounced bow?
That's it for the syntax and semantics. It's a lot tamer than my last entry. That's because the cursed part is the language evolution. I'm going to start with the hyperpirate branch. Many Basque whalers turned to a life of piracy. Their dialect evolved into what is now hyperpirate. Although hyperpirate distinguishes many more R's than Basque Whale Pidgin, the number of R's is strikingly consistent in a large number of lexical items. This is a consistent generalization across many lexical items of Basque Whale Pidgin origin. The leading hypothesis is that once Basque Whale Pidgin speakers stopped speaking to whales, Basque Whale Pidgin consonants rapidly disseminated into the rich erotic inventory that we see in hyperpirate. Treating hyperpirate as part of the Basque Whale Pidgin family also provides a very clean explanation for hyperpirate case. In hyperpirate, case markers can appear on either side of the word they modify. That's because its proto-language, Basque Whale Pidgin, has quantifiers and adpositions both before and after the noun. Subsequent generations generalized that adpositions could appear in either position, then later grammaticalized them into case markers. To disambiguate which case markers attach to which nominal, speakers reanalyze Basque Whale Pidgin's topic comment system as a system of strict templatic word orders. Traces of the old topic comment system are still evident in the V initial imperative word order. The second branch in the Basque Whale Pidgin family contains all European. Core to my analysis is the work of Ido Nyland. He observes that many Spanish, German, Sanskrit, and Sumerian place names have direct correspondences in the Basque language. How could this be? The only possible explanation is that all European languages come from Sahara, the mother language of Basque, Dravidian, and Ainu. Nyland proposes a process called VCV agglutination. Basically, to create the illusion of new languages, linguists truncated Basque words and stuck them together to create new words and fictional language families, all to fulfill the prophecy of Genesis 11:1-7. Although Nyland's description of VCV agglutination is totally correct and not at all methodologically suspect, he's missing one small piece of the puzzle. Linguists didn't invent new languages. Basque Whale Pidgin speakers did. As whaling trips came to a close, Basque Whale Pidgin speakers settled around the world, but with no whales to speak to, there was no reason to preserve so many trills. For simplicity, they kept only the most distinctive trills and its neighboring vowels, the VCV. This process became so productive that speakers started applying it to Basque. From there, all the world's languages emerged, not from evangelical linguists, but from families and friends expressing themselves. Technically, this means that all European languages descended from Basque, but the VCV agglutination system that allowed this to happen in the first place came from Basque Whale Pidgin. I won't provide any documentation for this language because, like Seraph, I don't have any. I only built enough grammar for this video and for the single translation task. However, feel free to make your own documentation or use my language in your projects. Back to the depths from whence I came. Ciao.
Well, there you go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Well, I will collect the scores now. So press submit if you haven't already. Boom.
This is a fascinating one. Let's see. Oh shit.
Hey Zaway, this is Danny from Locati Portals.
Hey.
You know Chinese, right? 我的名字这位来自汉字，虽然
cool, right.
现在我的普通话不好，但是还是能说一点。
Right, well, what I'm getting at is the Chinese office that we just started up a few weeks ago went to explore Dimension 78H. The main person went missing after sending over the first draft document. The language in that dimension is supposedly really complicated. None of us can read any of their stuff because all of the documents are in Chinese.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so I know our contract with you hasn't even started. Our new website isn't even up and running yet. Maybe we can fudge things to get this through a little early.
Yeah, sure. Send me what you can. I'll look into it.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, we'd let you make a video about it too if you want. You can even use it for that circus thing you were talking about. I'll send you the info if you.
Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah, the language of the Anizao people of Dimension 78H, written by Feng Fang. You sure this is the right doc?
Yeah, this is definitely the one that was sent to me. It's the only Chinese doc currently in our system.
Okay, because the phonology is like really simple. Pa ta da ka ga ma na nga sa za ha ha la with vowels I u e o a. Sure, there's u and but this doc says they don't even show up super often, and there's nothing crazy about overlongs or any of these allophones. Plus, the phonotactics are the same as the Polynesian language.
Okay.
The syllabary isn't bad either. It seems to be perfectly regular. Yeah, there's some weird characters that don't match the pattern, but they're pretty rare anyway.
Look,
why were they having trouble with it?
Look, I'm not quite sure, really. All I know is that this is the right doc.
Okay.
Take a look further down. They've got other stuff they've been able to pass, like simple grammar, vocabulary.
Okay, yeah, so our word order is object, verb, subject, adjectives after nouns. Okay, a little unintuitive as a native English speaker, but I can get used to that. Oh, cool, this will be easy then. Hey guys, today was my first day in Dimension 78H. I'm in a very warm tropical city. There's like a cool ocean breeze and a bunch of beaches nearby. It's a little awkward because I stand out a lot. The people here are like anthropomorphic palm trees. I'm not allowed to take any pictures of them yet, but this stock photo will have to do. They're sort of like this, except taller and angrier. Also, their technology is very advanced. Like, I think some of them are even cyborgs. And because of them being literal trees with eyes and mouths, I see their anatomy must make this phonology a little more complicated than what was made out to be. So after some listening, I'm pretty sure the chart looks something more like this. But I'm not pronouncing that, so we're gonna stick with these. They seem passable anyway. Anyways, I had a really uncomfortable interaction with the person running the hotel here. I used the vocabulary and grammar I got from the doc, but they acted incredibly rudely to me. I managed to get this room regardless. I assume just for the night, but I'm not quite sure. The hotel also had a map of what I guess is the surrounding region of the world I'm in, but I can't read anything it says. I recognize a couple characters from the syllabary, but most of them are way more complicated. Hey, it's away editing here. A couple days afterward, I've figured out what those complicated characters mean now, so I'm gonna use them wherever they're appropriate in my examples, because Okay, back to the video, sorry. Oh, and also, minor issue. Since these guys are all trees, they don't need to, like, eat food, so they also don't seem to understand that I need to eat in order to survive. So there's no food anywhere for me. I have a couple days worth of food in the reserve, but I called the Kari portals, and they're gonna try and figure something out for the long term. Alright, day 2. I'm still in this hotel, but I managed to explore the city a little bit. I think I figured out why the hotel person was rude to me. Well, honestly, so far everyone has been pretty mean. Turns out I only had half the story, so the document they gave me only has what I now think is the informal version of the language, and someone like me, who is a foreigner and I guess a lower class person, shouldn't be using any of these words. They were responding using the informal words though, so I guess I have to be speaking in one register and listening in another. While I say su to mean hotel, the palm guy running this place refers to it as me whenever they would talk to me about it. But I did catch them say a form of the word su to what I think is their manager or something, so because of that, I'm pretty confident in thinking this is a formality system. The hotel guy called the informal words u aragai kausunga and the formal ones to be u araizama. After a while, even though they were frustrated with me, they did seem to understand that I was just trying to figure out their language. So after a lot of very awkward back and forth, they helped me figure out the case system, I think. So Eaya has 6 cases: nominative, accusative, dative, instrumental, genitive, and inessive. The formal version also seems to have a vocative and an ablative. While this chart is a little scary because it seems there are fusional things going on, I'm staying optimistic, because if this is all I need to worry about, I should be fine. I also tried to ask them if they knew of any other foreigners around, because I need to look for Feng, the person missing from the Chinese office. They seem seem to have no clue though, unfortunately. Okay, it's the morning of day 3. The hotel manager must have called some higher ups because they came in my room while I was sleeping, by the way, and began transporting me over here as I was still waking up. It's rather high tech in here, as you can probably tell by everything behind me. Lots of cyborg trees here, very busy. It seems to be in the heart of the city. I wonder if this is government related. I'm kind of in a waiting room at the moment. Figured I'd record something in the meantime. I'll update y'all when I know what's going on though. I hope this isn't related to how Fong went missing. Oh, I think they're Major news. Turns out I've been taken to the palace of these people's ruler, nguhmail. While I haven't met them yet, apparently they appointed an Anizao linguist to help us understand each other. So I've been talking to this linguist. They're a cyborg tree and their name is Kema, which I've learned means water, but I'm supposed to call them Ashisinga. More on that later. Yeah, the people at Lakari Portals were right. This language is definitely complicated. It feels like a rabbit hole. Whenever I figure something out, it comes along with a bunch more new questions. It's quite synthetic. Subjects can attach to verbs, all adjectives can attach to nouns, and the formal version even attaches objects to verbs too. So whole sentences are sometimes one single word. Okay, I thought that's fine. Yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around as an English speaker, but languages like Inuktitut can do that just fine. Nothing too crazy yet. Kema then showed me... Ashisinga then showed me a chart up on their screen with around 30 different forms of their name and how people are supposed to refer to them. This is based on the relationship that the speaker has with that person and whether the speaker is using informal or formal dialogue. So basically, every name must agree with relationship and formality. Failure to do so may get you punished by, well, you heard what they said. But yeah, there's some interesting nuances that arise here. They call me Zawezi when I'm understanding things, and Zawesunga when I get something wrong. Also, side note, I think the Fron link is their version of the internet. Note that a lot of these suffixes are actually different. That's because while Zawe is a loan word and I guess treated a little differently, Ashisinga's name is what they called a rain word. Well, mostly a rain word. We'll get back to these. They kept talking about sun, moon, rain, rock, and root words. These seem to be their 5 declensions, which every word follows regardless of their part of speech. I've marked in green the boxes that have more simple suffixes, and in red the ones that alter the quality of preceding vowels in unpredictable ways. This capital V stands in for those vowels here. These yellow ones change the vowel too, but I think I figured out a pattern to predict those ones. Also, yeah, their use of the term root word is totally different than how we would use that term in linguistics within our own dimension. That's something I'm still getting used to over here. Anyways, I haven't figured out a way to tell which declension a word will be, and on top of that, when the form of a word changes, often the declension category it's in will change to a different one. Other times, it turns into a completely different word entirely. Look, this word, mina, is a rain word on its own, rain in the nominative, and rock in the inessive. Then this word, ali, which means the exact same thing, just more formally, is a root word on its own, rain in the nominative, and sun in the inessive. Okay, I'm getting called back over. These guys have been pretty impatient. Be right back. Yes, I'm coming. Just turning off the camera. Help. I'm gonna leave the mic on, but I'm gonna try and make it look like the camera's off. Ani awema langa una aludaya raya saku sa vihi kaya sugama. Okay. Ow! Hey, let me go! What are you doing? Please! Hello everyone at Lakari Portals. I'm here, and I'm absolutely 100% safe, and there are no problems or issues, so don't come looking for me. You absolutely do not need to come looking for me. I've even found Feng. She's safe over here too. She's very, very safe. And because there are no problems, I'm gonna keep talking about things in the language that I'm learning. All right. Okay, so yeah, it feels like the formality hierarchy has entirely taken over the way that every aspect of the grammar works in Oeya. Do you remember that chart that I showed you with all of Ashisinga's names? Yeah, these relationship forms don't just apply to names. Every verb also gets conjugated with these relationship forms to create a rich system of tenses, aspects, and moods. So if you treat the verb to move as if it was a teacher, its meaning becomes to know how to move. Also note that some of these meanings are only valid in the formal, which means that even when speaking informally, speakers must code switch to the formal to specify this meaning. This code switching seems to happen frequently. Of course, all these forms also combine with each other for more specific meanings, like I want to move, and I've learned a good way to achieve that. Every adjective also gets conjugated by your relationship with it, which gives very specific qualifiers, like saying scared as if it's a child means like newly scared, while scared as a parent means something like it's scared and has been that way for a while. And of course, lots of code switching happening here too. There's also some random nouns that get treated this way as well, and I think it may have something to do with their etymology, but often I can't tell if there's any rhyme or reason behind it. Since these words are part of the relationship hierarchy here, when speaking formally, you're expected to put each word in order of highest to lowest class. So the word order is OVS by default, yeah, but in the formal, it can honestly be anything, since your verb could be an older sibling, or your adjective could be a doctor. This ends up going to the extreme, because this is not only affecting the order of words in a sentence, but also the order of sentences in a paragraph and the order of paragraphs on a page. In order to convey things that are supposed to go in a chronological order, I guess they employ strategies to explain order in other ways, if that's really important to specify, because most higher-ups won't want to hear things chronologically, they'll want to hear things most relevant to them first. Maybe that's how this whole thing evolved. After teaching me this, Ashisinga gave me another chart, and oh god, I have been staring at this thing for ages. Pronouns. Over 600 of them, and that's after you remove the duplicates. Take that, Elon Musk. Pronouns split the formality system further into informal, very informal, formal, very...
Like they're in like this life-threatening situation, and they're just like, take that, Elon Musk. Funny meme.
Yeah.
Oh god. Also, the production value on this is like crazy high. This is insane.
I was gonna say, like earlier when it was showing like how things are affixed and stuff, just like the animations on the words themselves was really cool, I thought.
Yeah, exactly. This is like some skilled stuff here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Whew. All right. Yeah, I don't even have too much more to say. I'm just kind of in awe in this experience. This is really good. Let's go.
Very formal, and what I'm calling ridiculously formal. First, second, and third person pronouns all have singular, dual, and plural forms, and each of those have different forms depending on the speaker's, listener's, or a third party's relationship with the person they're describing. Have you heard of absolute and relative tenses? These are absolute and relative pronouns. So I could say, as an influencer you may have a parasocial relationship with, I appreciate your likes and comments. I would be using this pronoun, which, as you can see, is slightly different than the one in the chart. That's partly because most first and second person pronouns, as subjects or objects, attach to verbs differently than every other noun. And on top of those pronouns, remember, each of these individually inflect for each of the 6 cases. Often, there's a fair amount of suppletion going on in those inflection tables too. That's all I got for today. I cannot wait for another day here at this awesome place.
Hey, so Fang has a small camera on her. It can't connect to Lakari portals, but at least we can document what's been going on in case anyone finds this. Oh, Haba. So basically, we've been made into servants of the king over here, and they're forcing us to learn their language so we can understand their orders better. For the latter half of the day, we've been forced to recite their numbers over and over, memorizing which ones must always be formal, which ones must always be informal, except for 24 through 31 and also 3, because those could be both, which numbers are considered high class and therefore must go at the beginning of sentences, which are considered low class and must go at the end, and also trying to get used to the base 8 system. I guess that part isn't too bad. We also have to learn how those numbers interact with our calendar system, including this 10-day holiday where everyone speaks formally, and this 1 day where everyone speaks informally. Apparently higher classes don't really abide by them, though, if it makes them look weak or subservient. Anyways, we're starting to run out of food, and honestly, we don't know how we're gonna get out of this.
Turusau satu akai osumahei hawaki stiawa wa kaus kaunumana pungasona. Another wonderful day here in Dimension 78H. Everyone has been so nice and welcoming and very helpful in teaching us their language. Me and Feng have spent the day learning thousands of logographs. Yeah, that complicated writing alongside the syllabary is a system of logographs. Apparently there's over 300 million of them. I don't think I'm learning them all. I do hope I'm not learning them all. But yeah, there's about 750 characters.
Cursed Conlang.
The what?
This just in Japanese is the Cursed Conlang.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. How do you even get 300 million different concepts to
They
give a
have
logograph for?
They have cyborgs. I'm sure they can figure it out somehow.
They got those
And also with-
ships going.
Yeah.
This basically feels like Japanese on steroids.
Yeah. Yeah.
But honestly, yeah. I've studied Japanese before, and yeah.
It gives that vibe. It gives that vibe. Palm tree Japanese. Alright, let's go.
Characters that sort of act like building blocks, similar to Chinese radicals. I was taught that when writing formally in the ancient times, those 750-ish characters were often written ornamentally in calligraphy, like the calligraphy common in the Arabic script. Over time, since this was the formal and respectful way to go about things, we now have two writing systems, a simple syllabary for informal writing and loanwords, and a complex logography for formal writing. These characters can combine to make a ton of very specific meanings, like this one. It's pronounced Ahimu Algaongema, and it means my friend's roots in the dative. Yes, because of this system, logographs inflect for case. And of course, any code switching is reflected in writing. Also, did you know that when I said 5 declensions, I...
That many concepts.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that explains it.
I was supposed to say 20. Turns out there's 5 declensions for determining how a word interacts with a word following it, but there's 4 more declensions determining how a word acts with the word preceding it too. So every word is classified as an intersection of these 2 twin declensions. Great. We learned a couple things today. First, on top of the very complex formality system that affects literally every aspect of the grammar, idioms. Oh, there are so many idioms. Some are the same in both registers. Many are only present in one or the other and require code switching. Others are completely different in each register. Ashisinga here has been very nice and has been using very simple speech to help people like us learn the language. But apparently, no one actually talks like that. Everyone uses so many idioms that the actual meaning of any sentence can get so weirdly obscured. There's idioms, inside idioms, and thousands of unique idioms baked into conjugation tables for very specific words, which I now see was why there were weird exceptions in Ashisinga's name chart. So, it seems whenever Fang and I hear a sentence, we have been advised to go through the following steps. 1. Figure out which formality the speaker is using by default.
What'd you say?
Hyper-Japanese.
Yeah, literally. It's got Starmok in it too now, with the layers of references and of idioms.
By default, though remembering code switching is very common, and often the only grammatically correct way of saying certain things. 2. Use the many declensions to figure out how to subdivide each word into its parts, recognizing words get incorporated into each other much more frequently in the formal register. 3. Figure out if there are any words conjugated for the relationship formality hierarchy in here, and remember what meaning each of those signify when applied to different parts of speech. 4. Figure out which cases each word is in, since we can't rely on word order, keeping in mind that we basically have double the case endings thanks to formality. 5. Take the literal meaning of what we just heard, think of any idioms that we might have learned where that construction could fit in, keeping in mind the meaning might be entirely different than what was said. 6. If they're speaking formally, figure out how it all works in the context of the greater paragraph or statement that they're saying, since in formal speech, things may not be in chronological order at all. And 7, be cautious. because any misstep here might lead to our immediate demise if we end up responding inappropriately. Now for the second main thing we've learned today. So a lot of these trees here are cyborgs. Ashisinga is one of them. Since the words here get rather long, the cyborgs have developed a better way to communicate information quicker using a combination of vowel formants and a 7-tone pitch system. Time for a little bit of music theory. So in our own dimension, it has become the standard for European musical tuning to have 12 notes in one octave, each equally spaced. But there's really no reason why 12 notes has to be the default, and in this culture, the default is 7. So over 2 octaves of 7 equally spaced notes, they designate specific pitches to indicate the consonant in a syllable, and vocalize the vowel of the syllable in that pitch. Long vowels are indicated with a slight wiggle in that pitch, what we would call vibrato. This way they could stack a ton of syllables together with tiny millisecond delays to indicate the order of syllables in a word and use extra octaves or different spatial panning when the same consonant appears more than once. Cyborgs like Ashisinga have special audio processors that allow them to understand all this and convert it to intelligible dialogue at rapid speed. So that makes cyborg speak nearly impossible to understand for non-cyborg speakers, which is very good for the very high security military processes that this kingdom has. But what about if higher-ups want to keep information hidden from other cyborgs? Well, that's where encryption comes in. By default, speech by cyborgs sounds totally mangled to anyone in a class lower than them. Higher-ups can bypass this encryption with certain commands. So a middle-class cyborg, which is most of these guys, could either be speaking in the normal informal, normal formal, 7-tone informal, 7-tone formal, encrypted informal, or encrypted formal. All of these have a valid use in day-to-day speech, and it's something they switch between very frequently. Imperatives. Okay. Amani awema kigeseka huadeza lai unaihi asu. Shaisha akiala hau uluma huadema usi unguna. Kiukusuna mateli kamumahe ha izi asu. Loki. Oh my god, okay. Where is it? I think they were still recording. Oh my god, here it is. This awesome place. Ungo Akaluki. Okay. Come on, get on. We're out. Oh my god. Danny, get us a portal quickly. I'm already on it. Just hang tight 1 second.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh god.
I was just about to say, I think they should like put that on Spotify, but apparently they
already did.
Hang on.
Holy crap.
I love this.
God damn.
That was amazing.
That was extremely good. Holy crap. Again, definitely a story.
Hey, everyone judge time.
Honestly, tempted to give it 100 across the board.
I'll give this 100 across the board
Yeah,
too,
me too.
yeah.
That is a perfect score right there. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Thank you to Agma Schwa, Eternal, Vimotan, and your mom for requesting this video. Hello Internet, welcome to Conlang Theory, the show that gets facts wrong about your favorite web show intros. I'm Wasa Wasatoatu, and in this episode, we'll be looking at the Supreme IAL, Esperanto, also known as Ke. I'm personally very excited to do this episode because Esperanto is a criminally underrated conlang. Like seriously, people should have more respect for the world's second oldest IAL. Yet it seems like everyone forgot about it. So I'm here to honor the creator of this language and bring it to the spotlight. Esperanto is an international auxiliary language, originally published in the book The End of Babylon, the Esperanto Language, by British orthodontist G.O. Lehmanhoff, who in 1876, under an extreme case of tuberculosis, reportedly heard the voice of God telling him to reunite the world with a language equal to all. And after waking up in a cold sweat, Lehmanhoff packed his bags and started to travel the world to study.
Why does he have a break
During
brother
his studies, Lehmanhoff traveled across all continents and studied from several language families. And after a span of 10 years, in 1886, he published Esperanto. But during his book signing event, he suddenly collapsed to the floor and died. And according to rumors, witnesses saw an orb of light leave his body and float to the skies. Esperanto features 20 consonants and 3 vowels.
That the witness, like, that's not a reaction image. That's genuinely like what the witness looks like.
Yeah, the actual image of the witness. Cat face on a stick figure body.
Yeah.
With a wall background. Yeah, all of it together.
Its consonants are n, m, t, k, d, g, hua, sh, hua, k, k, and hua. I find these consonants quite good.
I think like half of those are wrong.
They were handpicked by Mr. Lehmanhoff to have the same level of difficulty for every learner from any country.
Yep, there you go.
And when picking consonants, he had a brilliant idea that incorporated his profession as an orthodontist into the language, and added a phoneme made by doing a technique he discovered a while back that helps improve jaw structure, in which you put your tongue in the roof of your mouth. With that, he made the sounds which were later IPA-fied in the future editions of the book. The vowels are and which is a very good and creative choice compared to the common and cliché 5-vowel systems, in my opinion. For the orthography, he didn't want to give one culture.
I like how that was just like the 3-vowel system, but each vowel was just shifted one position in one direction on the vowel.
Priority over others, so he decided to take graphemes from 22 different writing systems, those being Burmese, Khmer, Greek, Futhark, Squamish, Georgian, Thai, Egyptian, Cherokee, Ge'ez, Hanzi, Latin, Mormon, Tifnag, Armenian.
Mormon isn't like from the freaking golden tablet. Oh my god.
Desert alphabet, yeah.
Okay.
Devanagari, Glagolitic, Hiragana, Hangul, Tamil, Mongolian, and Cyrillic. But now, you may be wondering to yourself, Esperanto features 20 consonants and 3 vowels. And to that, I say 2 things. First of all, why did you ask it in Tokipona? And second of all, it's actually quite simple. While Lehmanhoff was having his fever prophecy, a symbol came into his mind. of which he decided to dedicate a letter in his language, resulting in the letter used for the sound.
Is this lost?
Esperanto's
Oh,
grammar.
it is. It is.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The letter used for the sound ka. Esperanto's
Oh yeah,
grammar
Cap
is quite
is right. The
simple,
last
being
letter is
almost fully
misspelled.
analytic. It features 3 grammatical numbers, 4 cases, 2 tenses, 2 moods, 4 genders, 4 articles, and 4 evidentials. The only part of the grammar that isn't analytical is its article affixes. The way the language does superlatives and intensity of adjectives is via reduplication. For example, the phrase, a horse is a big animal,
Oh my god, it was awful.
I will say it's not Eurocentric, so it succeeds there. Where Real verbs. Looks like
while
it does.
a whale is the biggest animal, is has 4 cases, those being the ergative, the accusative, the intransitive, and the instrumental. Some examples for these are
I made the mistake of trying to imagine how I would pronounce that, and I've genuinely given myself a sore throat just by thinking about it.
And ish, ish, which means I eat using my mouth. The language also features 4 evidentials, those being visual, auditory, hearsay, and gustatory. Lack of evidential indicates something other than these 4, like stuff that's common sense, assumptions, guesstimates, or lying, for example. Esperanto is a mostly a posteriori language, taking words from other languages from all across the globe. For example, the word for apple is pun, from French pomme, or the word for mercury is mercure, from Latvian Marcus. Only a few of the words in the language, mostly grammar words, are a priori.
Shout out to Forvo.
For example, le, which is the gustatory evidential, and ka, which means language, and, as you may have noticed, is the endonym for Esperanto. Now, onto a
Every word is just so painful to say. It sounds just so exasperated. Just
Exasperanto.
Exasperanto.
Wait, they have to actually say the translation. Oh no.
Yes.
Let's see what it sounds like. Perhaps
my condolences for that.
No, not from me. They brought this upon themselves.
That's right.
Fair enough.
Their fate is sealed.
Small sample text of the language. Considering Mr. Lamenhoff died too early to experience the greatest literary work of all time, Twilight, I have translated this text myself. I
think we should turn on
I think this is just French, actually.
Anyways, I'd say I like Esperanto more than I like vodka, but not as much as I like.
Fully Espo's #1.
Seraphine.
Vodka.
Oh, not Tokimaso. Is that the one with the based on the fruit?
No, that's the otter. I think the one with the from last year with the The just like where every letter A makes the otter sound and it goes on. Yeah.
Like Polyespo, making it the second best conlang reviewed so far. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time, where I'll be reviewing Latino Comuno.
What is that?
It's Portuguese.
Yeah, I read Portuguese.
Extreme. What would happen if you took the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis?
It's a little better.
Logical extreme. That's what we're going to explore in this video. But first, let's get some things out of the way. Hi, I'm Noli. This is my entry into Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus, and the very first time I ever finished a conlang and recorded a video, so don't expect too much. Also, I'm still a little bit ill, so my voice is a bit off. Sorry for that. There's a lot to cover in very little time, so I'll be skipping over a lot, and I'll add some design notes in the corner here and there to make this flow better. But before we begin, I want to go over the design rules I set for myself. First, every joke feature needs to have some actual. Our story begins not with a bang, but with a lecture. A quite boring one at that. As Andrew listens in to the professor trying his level best to make evolutionary psychology as boring and unappealing as possible, he can barely stay focused after one dry, boring fact about the evolution of communication after another, until the professor offhandedly mentions the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. That was a spark that lit a fire in his mind, as it has with many other conlangers before. His mind reels with possibilities. What if he could come up with a language that made its speakers smarter? And he needed some kind of research to pick too. This one seemed revolutionary. He rushed to text George, his best friend. They've been doing basically everything together recently, and he seemed like a great partner for this project. What they were trying to do has been attempted before, and will likely be attempted again. Their approach was unique, however. A language deliberately hard to use, that required a ton of planning for even simplest sentences, and that would include scientific concept in its grammar. They hoped it would make spatial reasoning and scientific thinking easier for the speakers, and that's how Nyanya was born. Well, not exactly. That was how Nyanya was conceived. It was born when I decided to play the role of a midwife and Dr. Frankenstein, to piece together the language from random scribbled notes, one shitty falling apart notebook, written by somebody with no knowledge or regards to linguistics, some text messages, knock of Adderall, the doctor doesn't want to prescribe math, and my own lack of linguistic know-how. With this context, we can now see what we're dealing with. Nyanya is a positional, agglutinative, inflectional neo-language, and every language starts with a phonology. So I started the research to answer the age-old question: how can you have as a sound inventory? In the end, they decided to basically copy English with a few small changes, like not understanding that English has more than 5 vowels, removing a few sounds and adding some in seemingly at random, and adding a quick consonant for some reason. English phonotactics. There are no phonotactics, nothing in any of the notes. It's not like it matters anyway. Well, you do know a syllable is defined as a vowel with all the consonants before it. Also, no word can have less than 2 syllables, and it's going to become painfully obvious why in a second. Skipping to the part that had actual thought put into it, grammar, starting with nouns. Now, Nyanya was built on one principle that will be easier to understand with an example. Each noun in Nyanya has a grammatical gender, masculine, feminine, or neuter. They are marked by an affix.
Normal gender.
How does one affix cover all the genders? And it's quite simple. It depends on the position. If it's a prefix, suffix, or an interfix. That's why I called Nyanya positional. And how exactly did they come up with that genius idea? And so, the core principle and the first nail in its coffin were established, with almost everything decided by its position and an amount of bound morphemes to rival a BDSM convention. Nyanya had everything it needed. For nouns, this meant that gender, number, definitiveness, and secondary gender each had its own affix. Wait, what even is secondary gender? Well, I didn't know either, and the only notes on it were that it exists and has 8 categories. I couldn't even get rid of it, since it would break things down the line, so I just made something up and moved on. There's more things here, like reduplicating the word with a different number, but who cares about that anyways? What we really came here for are the cases, and Nyanya delivers. At first the system shamelessly copied Hungarian, then Finnish, but in the end...
It feels like this conlang is 10 years in the making.
Yeah.
There's 33 noun cases in Nyanya, besides the affix nya, in regards to all the previous affixes, with rules to limit ambiguity. There's also case stacking with a na affix for showing agreement. At this point, you might be tempted to ask, why are there only 32 cases shown? And to that I said, I can't cover them all, but my favorite one is the relative case, which provides a reference frame, and it's non-optional when using verbs describing movement. Now, this isn't the end of noun features, but what's left is less important, indicating non-grammatical gender, and some modifiers, demonstratives, and measure words. With every noun, there's an article. Their base function is creating diminutive, augmentative, honorific, and respective forms of nouns and functioning as a determiner. There's 24 articles for each gender combination, because articles must agree with nouns in gender, number, and case. More observant among you might be saying,
really exercise their brains.
George solved the problem by adding in grammatical color, a function of 3 affixes, R, G, and B. Each noun is assigned a color based on a long table of categories. It allows adding redshift to the noun, moving the R affix to make it redder, which indicates that the noun is moving away from the speaker. Now, ñaña is nothing if not maximal. So there's also blue shift and green shift. There's only one pronoun, hababa, which can be modified hababa, animasi in case, but with some affix changes. They can also have a reflexive, reciprocal, and interrogative form. A language without verbs is something of a holy grail among conlangers, attempted by many with different degrees of success. So I'm glad to announce Thankfully, can you imagine? No, it has regular verbs. Well,
they had no idea what we'd be bantering about this whole time. We're like, what's happening with the verbs? What's happening to the verbs? And it's like, no, it's just normal verbs. It's like
they had no idea.
Since there's only so many word orders, the affix fiola adds more tense information. Other simple affixes include agreement, negation, voice, and submissive and dominant moods. Wait, what? A quick tangent, there are 4 degrees of formality: casual, safe standing, semi-formal, higher standing, no relation, which we'll get to later. If the verbs were ever going to compete with nouns in terms of complexity, they needed something to rival the case system. So George basically reused the system to give us moods. There were 64 moods in their notes. Some were actually aspects, but when I saw the table, I really stopped caring about proper terminology. They cover factual statements, evidentiality, wishes, intents, intent, emotions, and are used for questions and subclauses. My favorite from this group is auto-persuasive, for when you really want something to be true. We also need to focus on the aspect part of the table.
Dear God.
Auto-persuasive. It's not pseudoscience if it's just the position of the stars.
Extra words and affixes to a sentence which form a 5-part system for essentially passing judgment. Planets mean how a part of life is affected, aspect is how the action of the sentence affects that outcome, how is this part of life that is affected, signs are optional modifiers, and the affix P is used to determine the affected person. The mood system only allows one modality per verb, so to add more, you need more verbs. There's always the verb to be, babe, which is declined like the primary verb, and then given the...
How is this the second astrology thing we've seen?
Direction. X, Y, and Z. They can indicate that
it was written in the stars, that's why.
For the sake of having cover adjectives and verbs together. Both have 2 meanings, one before the word they modify and the other after. To explain this, let's look at ipusie, the only color adjective in ñaña. When put after a noun, it means black, but put it before and it means white. They both have their agreements, negations, comparisons, emphasis, and modifiers.
I do really like how they just inverted the photo.
Yeah,
white cat. I mean, it's not like you could just like find a photo of a white cat.
There are no white cats.
But that's what that particle grammatically does. It inverts the thing that it's describing. Okay.
There's other affixes, but there's always some ambiguity which affix is getting modified, and that's where an auxiliary word tiatia, which contains all the modifier affixes, comes in. And to add on to it, the position of tiatia also affects the modifier. The last big thing is syntax. Word order changes a lot, but if you look at the verb, subject, and object as core elements, it doesn't matter the order they are in. There's always 4 spaces in a sentence between them. We'll designate them 1 through 4. Placement in those spaces is vital for things like nouns and subclauses. Conjunctions are handled by the linker word gre, the modifying affix ble. Words are linked together by gre into one long pseudo-compound, and then the position of the ble affix decides what the conjunction means. Oh, and if you want to link 2 sentences together, you have to do it word by word. Subclauses are formed by taking a sentence exclude the right
Dear God.
Oh my God, they're all the same.
Right part of the a lot of the subclauses is the dummy pronoun, and for that we have the pronoun dumi. The best subclause for me is the succubus clause, which were probably not as a joke, but I decided to include them anyway because I had trouble filling the big table. There's many more features in ñaña, but since the script is getting kind of long, I'll skip through the more important bits. Starting with one of the numbering systems. Yes, one of? Yes, 7 of them, one for every day of the week. Well,
God damn it.
You written down 1. I just filled in the rest. And honestly, the colored numerals are one of my codifications, but we don't have the time covering, so we're just covering base 4 and has 2 digits.
Base -8.
And which separates the positions of digits. Higher digits work like tally marks, with wawa being 2 and wawawa being 3. Now adding the fun each even number must be written as a sum of 2 primes. That's why I called this system Goldbach space 4 with base 1 digits. You might have noticed that there I set technically 7, That's because each numbering system has its high-performer variant. For this one, it's basically the same, but it uses base 2i.
Okay.
The notes on this are a bit messy and convoluted, but George suggested a 7-way split of society based on IQ, with title markings for names and different rules for communicating between tiers. We already discussed casual, formal, and
IQ-based gender system.
It's a version of language that gives the communications between the people of the highest tier to anybody else. It changes how the affixes affect words, and some of the language systems are only intended for hyperformal. Following that, we have to go back to the numbering system for a second, because it's clear to see it needs some form of addition. That's where Boinba comes in. Boinba can be modified by the T and rho affixes to take on different mathematical functions, which can be used as numerals and even for word derivations. Speaking of derivations, Nyanya has a complex system for compounds. Not these kinds of compounds, compound words. Each one needs to be put into a construct style by adding a special set of affixes.
Thanks for clarifying. Oh god.
It's chemical compounds after all. The types of elements and bonds allow for different meanings. Last feature we'll cover are stress patterns. George in his notebook had an idea for making them add extra meaning to the verb, subject, and object. The subject is supposed to contain the step of the hero's journey the speaker is on. The object assigns a unique and archetype to the letter C, and the verb Kabbalistic tarot, predicting the spoken sentence. But that's not all. At this point, George suggests a complex tonal pattern to communicate the ideas across the planes of existence to creatures of higher vibrational frequencies. And at this point, I just gave up. I can barely contact people on this plane, and I'm so tone deaf the Mandarin tone system is like black magic to me. There's no way in hell I'm getting that together from the haphazard notes, and I wasn't the only one that didn't like how the situation was developing. Now, unfortunately, I do not know how that story ends. There's only so much I've been shown.
There are people who love you. Don't push us away. Working on it won't distract you forever.
It's like, please, I know it's a cry for help.
On a lighter note, I did come up with a writing system for Nyanya. To capture the spirit, it's an equally messy system, a positional reverse abugida. Instead of the vowels being marked on consonants, vowels are the main symbol, mostly distinguishable by rotation, while consonants are marked with a small symbol in the right position relative to the vowel. Now, it doesn't have to be written in MS Paint, but I think it fits the aesthetic too well not to.
Oh god, it looks awful.
Hey, thanks for watching. I really hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please consider comment and maybe vote for me in the contest. It would really mean a lot.
Do not make videos in PowerPoint. Yeah, I do recommend.
Do not. Avatar here and Cyberfay who helped me get the audio sounding pretty okay. You will find both of them in the description.
3 and 2 half stars.
Thank you for your attention, and I will now go on to the translation section. For the translation part, I decided to do the Twilight quote, and here is the dictionary I used. Wawawa bonia bolninia baslomi.
Oh, this is taking a while. We need fluency mode, I think.
Fluency mode. Dear God. Dear God.
I'm not doing this one again. It took several hours.
Edward is a white vampire. All of this.
Oh God. Periphrasis.
There's a ton of mistakes here. Please don't remind me in the comments or I'll cry.
Okay, good God.
Oh God.
No! What's going on? While this is going on,
Yeah, you might as well start the judging while this is going on, because it's gonna go on for a while.
We're under an hour now. Yay! 48 minutes remaining. Yay!
Nice.
I feel like when you taste blood because of your Cursed Conlang, that's when you stop speaking in it for a second, wait until you don't taste blood, and then do another take from where you left off.
Imagine if this was spoken in real life and people just have handkerchiefs with them to wipe up the blood.
Isn't that's probably a thing in Gunsmack?
Yeah, honestly. Well, that's just for the saliva.
We're still on this sentence?
I'm already putting in my points on the judging. It's crazy how long this is. The utterance is insanely long.
And there is no gloss, so we have no clue why it's so long.
Oh my God, it's insane. And there it was.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And it's still there waiting for me. Bite a piece. This is the second to last one.
This one is 21 minutes.
Yes.
The last one is 27.
This is Shadriarch.
Troubadours, those storytelling minstrels of the High Middle Ages known for entertaining royal courts and enchanting ladies and lords throughout medieval France. It has come to light that they trace their origins to a far earlier, nearly forgotten history through their language. Though once thought lost to time, it has been recovered, and I am going to tell you its story. But first, Abo naam vau laut der voive Agma Schwa ne fikve. I'm Shadriarch, and this is my entry for the third Cursed Conlang Circus, Druka, a cursed proto-language of ancient Sumerian and Old Occitan, which the so-called first troubadours constructed to be most pleasing and impressive when heard, so that they could tell the grandest of stories.
I'll start.
The what?
The Sumerian quote-unquote flag.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yellow, white, and black stripes.
Had ceased to exist a millennium or more before the concept of flags was really invented as we know it now. So
No. You're just biased towards reality.
Also, I'm pretty sure ancient Sumeria went through many different iterations in 3,000 years. But yeah,
I think Sumer ceased to exist around in the second millennium BC, or something like that. And yes, it is pronounced Occitan.
Yeah, Occitan. All right. Anyway,
Start with my rather basic method for reconstructing words into Druka, using the word for world as an example. Fortunately, Old Occitan already traces back to Indo-European, moving from its word lemon to Gallics B2, Latin's mundus, Proto-Italics terza, to Indo-European's de gom, which I surely pronounced without error. Yet more fortunately, Sumerian is a direct descendant of Druka, so we reference its word ki. These are simply mashed together with much linguistic expertise to make the Druka word for world, mokid. On to phonetics, which actually exist this time. The consonants were reconstructed as the following: ma, na, nga, pa, ba, pa, ta, da, ka, ga, cha, ga, fa, va, sa, za, sha, cha, ha, za, za, cha, za, za, ra, la, and ya. The vowels were as follows: e, a, a, u, o, o.
He did not round E.
Vowel harmony in Druka comes through
E twice. Yep. That was just E twice. Yep.
Through ATR distinction. If a vowel isn't neutral, it must be followed by its opposite ATR to accomplish neutralization. Positive ATR directly followed by negative ATR and vice versa. The only neutral vowel is E, but since na and ya are sometimes treated as vowels, they are considered neutral also. Positive ATR vowels include E, a, u, and o, and negative ATR vowels are the rest. For an example, the tetrapthong yao, which I've butchered, begins with the neutral I, leads to the negative ATR a, is therefore followed with the positive ATR e, and before concluding with the negative ATR o. Whatever word this tetrapthong was in would require at least an additional positive ATR vowel for neutral harmony, which is where neutralizing harmonizers come in. If a conjugated word lacks harmony, the offending vowel or vowels have a neutralizing harmonizer added to it, or its syllable, as a suffix, until harmony is achieved. The neutralizing harmonizers for a word with positive ATR are a and o, and those for a word with negative ATR are e and u. With harmony introduced, we can get into syllables. Of course, Druka syllable construction is most elegant in nature, having few restraints on the onset nucleus and coda, with the exception that if there is a second consonant included in the coda, it must be aspirated, fricative, or affricate. Syllable stress is also very important to Druka speech, as a poetic language. There are 5 rather than 3 forms of syllable stress in Druka: unstressed, tertiary stress, secondary stress, stressed, and overstressed. Primary stress always falls on the last syllable before conjugation, and overstressed syllables commonly appear in the first syllable of a proper noun. The others have no exact rules. For example, the word Yeo by Achsui Vutsaimoan, meaning hearken, has a stress pattern including each of the 5 syllable stresses in this order: secondary stress, unstressed, overstressed, unstressed, tertiary stress, stressed, unstressed, unstressed. The stressed syllable, though it must be the last syllable of a root word, is not often the last syllable of a word, since any prefix or suffix is considered unstressed. You may wonder why all the words so far have been so lengthy. This is because all Druka words are required to be 8 syllables in order to meet line length requirements, which I'll explain later. For now, we're not yet done with syllables. Druka, due to the importance of how syllables must be articulated and in order to meet the 8-syllable line length requirements, has a system for syllable conjugation. This not at all cumbersome process demands that the stressed syllables be conjugated to avoid confusion in pronunciation. This helpful chart will explain the process. Monosyllables are simple. One locates a syllable's stress on the leftmost column, and the column directly beside it has the correct suffix. Sometimes monosyllables are used when a di, tri, or tetrasyllable would do, just to increase syllable count. For disyllables, one determines the syllables which compose the disyllable on the top row, for example, a secondary stress and tertiary stress. Next, move to the first column and locate the type of syllable which the disyllable begins with, per our example, a secondary stress. This gives the suffix a. It is then attached to the final syllable of the disyllable. This rule applies to all multisyllable constructions. Trisyllables are determined similarly. Find its first 2 syllables on the top row, then the third syllable in the first column. For example, if our trisyllable is composed of a tertiary stressed, overstressed, and stressed syllable, we find the tertiary and overstressed syllable combination on the top row, then the stressed monosyllable in the first column. This gives our trisyllable the suffix ana. For tetrasyllables, follow the disyllable process twice, combining the first and second syllables as suffix with the third and fourth. If our tetrasyllable begins with a stressed and secondary stressed syllable, we locate on the top row. We find the stressed syllable in the first column. This is the first part of our tetrasyllable, ak. If the third and fourth syllables are overstressed and stressed, we locate this combination on the top row, find overstressed in the first column, and see that the second part of our trisyllable is u, making aku this tetrasyllable suffix. With phonetics done, nouns are next. The first part of conjugating a noun is case, covering several aspects of a noun's role in a sentence. Druka features a wide variety of cases, including intransitive, ergative, accusative, allative, genitive, equative, dative, directive, terminative, comitative, locative, ablative, and distributive. Case also accounts for animacy, gender, and number, animate and inanimate, masculine, feminine, and neuter, and singular and plural, though plural only occurs in animate words. Articles carry the same information as case, while accounting for definite, indefinite, and proper nouns. Rhyme is another important part of all words which must be included. This will be explained further, but know that a particular line rhyme ending is added as a suffix to every word. Now for adjectives. There are very few true adjectives in Druka, with most being modified verbs added to nouns as suffixes. Oftentimes, adjectives are added to a noun just to increase its syllable count, which is never confusing. Fortunately, adjectives are easy to form. Just add the suffix a to a verb. For example, lem, meaning to be gross or horrible, transforms into lemma, meaning gross or horrible. One may also add the prefix nieg to a verb, which means that an adjective is more whatever it is. This also applies to the prefix nam, meaning most gross or horrible when attached to lemma. This is a chart of the various pronouns and enclitics in Druka. Enclitics may be added as a suffix to a noun to demonstrate possession or association with a given person or thing. Due to the number of affixes to nouns and verbs, chains for each have been created to show when to put which affix where. The noun chain is as follows. First the noun and its syllables, then the article, any negations, numerals, adjectives, and enclitics in that order, then case, and finally line rhyme ending, always last in any word. Now let's try conjugating a noun in full. We'll use the word for curse again, staying on theme.
Spaced out at one point.
Conjugate the noun.
God.
And of course, that's the word for curse, of course.
Theme. Assuming our noun is an intransitive
yeah.
Like, what I've seen so far is a lot of the cursed aspects of this language are like taking something like vowel harmony and changing it in a way that makes it really cursed, and I think that's really cool. And it's not just something like, oh yeah, also it's like 4 trillion cases. It's like you can tell that there's like it could have maybe reasonably sort of kind of actually have evolved that way, even though it's just really cursed, and I think that's neat.
True, very true, very true. It's very strategic. Yes. Alright, let's see where this is going.
Inanimate, neuter, singular word of an indefinite nature without an enclitic. The article will be dos, the case suffix he, and the line rhyme ending ve. This makes yao dos hive. Knowing that this will not be enough for 8 syllables, we'll add lem, giving us yao dos lem hive, or horrible curse. But we're not done yet. We need to conjugate our syllables. This word's current syllable structure is secondary stressed, tertiary stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed. To meet syllable count, we need all three stresses to be conjugated, giving us f for secondary stressed, vu for tertiary stress, and o for stressed. Putting those in the right places, we have iao fodos vulem hi ove. We have a complete syllable structure, but we're still not done. We need vowel harmony. Currently, this is neutral, negative, positive, negative, negative, positive, 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 neutral, negative, positive. Most of that cancels, but leaves negative positive u, and positive e. We'll add e to and as to u and e, making the final product iao feo dos vualem hi ove. With nouns out of the way, onward to verbs. Verb conjugation outlines much of a verb's role in a sentence, accounting for boundedness.
Boundedness. I get it.
The verbs declined in this.
yeah. Noun conjugation, verb declination. Oh god.
I mean, there's
Mood,
transitive and intransitive.
voice,
That's
pronomen.
conjugation.
The what?
There's transitive verbs and intransitive verbs. That's what conjugation is. We solved it.
Yeah, there you go. We solved it, gang.
Nominals, dimensionals, aspect, and tense, but is otherwise pretty straightforward. The complete charts of various types of endings for nouns and verbs are in the full document listed in the description. The verb chain is as follows: boundedness, mood, voice, pronominal, dimensional, aspect, tense, the verb and its syllables, then line rhyme ending. Let's try conjugating a verb. We'll say our verb lem, meaning gross or horrible, and the adjective we used earlier, is a finite, intransitive, indicative, active, simple action in the present, without need for a pronominal and dimensional, the affixes for which are now below. This gives us ihe doiti leman, and a syllable structure of secondary stress, unstressed, unstressed, tertiary stress, stress, unstressed. Now, there would be too many syllable markers in this case, so we need our first two stress syllables, the secondary stress and tertiary stress, to be conjugated as a disyllable, giving us the suffix e. The stress syllable is conjugated as normal with the suffix o, though each of these additions requires a glottal stop for the syllable and rhyme distinction, with the result being ihe doiti elemoan. We are, of course, not done. We need to account for vowel harmony. As it is, this word is neutral, negative, positive, negative, neutral, negative, positive, negative, negative. Many of these cancel, leaving a negative a, o, and a. We'll add an e to all of these. However, the last of these neutralizing harmonizers would change the rhyme of our word. In such cases, the offending neutralizing harmonizer is shifted to the beginning of the word, making the final product e hetwai ti elemoan, or horribles. Being a poetic and storytelling language, syntax is an essential aspect of Druka speech. One cannot merely string words together and expect praise after all. Druka is expressed in SOV word order and 6 sentence forms which have been recovered. There may be more for other situations, but these are as yet unaccounted for. Most of the names for these sentence forms come from associated Old Occitan poetic forms, similar to those with which the troubadours told their stories in the courts. The sentence forms are canso, danza, love request, jeu parti, conversatio, and annuncio. Each has a particular function being employed whenever the associated nature of speech shifts. Canso sentences consist of 5 or more stanzas of any number of 8-syllable lines. The first stanza's rhyme structure must be repeated throughout, hence the need for line-rhyme endings in Druka. Otherwise, sentences could not be properly spoken. Canso sentences are used when speaking to someone the speaker has great respect for, generally members of the court of which the Druka was a part. Danza sentences involve 4 or more stanzas of any number of 8-syllable lines and features a ballad-style rhyme structure. They were generally used for telling stories. The love request has a structure akin to a pastorella poem, though consisting of 7 or more stanzas with 14-syllable lines, breaking Druka rules, yes, with a mono-rhyme throughout. This sentence structure was used when gaining the favor of the court so that the troubadour may integrate into it through their linguistic skills. Jeu parti sentences are made up of 3 stanzas of any number of 8-syllable lines spoken by 2 different troubadours, in turns, using an ABC rhyme scheme. This sentence structure was only used when one troubadour attempted to usurp the court of another for themselves. Each then had to justify their usefulness to the court and to one another, using this form in order to defend their place or take a place in it. This was effectively the way troubadours determined which court was a troubadour's territory, as it were. The conversatio structure, on the other hand, was used for casual conversation between troubadours, consisting of a single stanza with any number of 8-syllable lines spoken in turns with a loose rhyme scheme. Though, due to its simpler nature, this sentence structure would never be used in the presence of the court. Finally, we have the enuntio form. This one used one or more stanzas of one or more 8-syllable lines using an ABBA rhyme scheme. This was employed when a troubadour was instructed to make an announcement on the behalf of a respected individual, namely the royal court which they served. This is the form which the later translation will take. Lastly, I must mention Druka's natural narrative speech. A speaker of Druka will naturally communicate as though they are telling a story, placing themselves in a third-person limited perspective. Any dialogue they recount or begin will typically feature a phrase that indicates speech is about to begin, even though they are currently speaking. For example, a nondescript troubadour might begin speaking by saying, "Then the troubadour said," continue. This practice came about because of the Druka troubadours' desire to constantly entertain the court, and setting their speech in the form of a narrative seemed to appeal to the sensibilities of the court, so it stuck. All this being said, I now move to what is perhaps the most compelling aspect of Druka, and perhaps the most cursed, that being the nature of the ever-perpetuating Druka poem. This is where the storytelling aspect comes into full swing as well. You see, when Druka is spoken, the speaker must continue on from the last part of the story which had ever been uttered before. Because of this aspect, Druka's speech may be understood as one continuous poem, telling the extended story of all Druka speakers past and present. This will be explained further after the most recent Druka utterance is provided, so that the translation of the required text may actually begin. The following is a translation of what is presumed to be the most recent utterance of Druka speech. "My love, I cannot sing for you any longer, for now I must go to face the east winds, as storied Druka did long ago to compose poetry. One day I will return to the court, but my story will be told by a different Druka. Listen for me, I am in their words." Here is a rewording for easier translation, and now the original text in Druka, with 5 stanzas and an envoy. There are 3 aspects to the continuation of the Druka poem: a previous poem summation, in which the most recent utterance is summarized into a single sentence of speech, a logical transition, in which a reasonable explanation for the story's continuation is fabricated into one sentence, providing justification for any shift in tone setting or what have you. Then the subsequent narrative is added, whose length is not limited as these other 2 steps are. Continuing the Druka poem and the narrative story it contains was no small feat, as all Druka had to coordinate their speech and be certain that none would speak out of order, and thus lose the story they were telling. This is one of the many reasons Druka does not exist today, but was thoroughly impressive to have heard spoken, since one knew how much effort went into such coordination. Luckily for me, there are no living speakers with which I must coordinate, and I need only work with this final utterance. With that, let's move on to the rewording of the translation, so it can actually be added into the Druka story proper. We begin with the text provided for translation. Next, a summation of the previous Druka utterance is created. He has returned to his love through the perpetual Druka story vowed. After this, a logical transition is fabricated. But when another Druka came to her, she no longer recognized the now strange tale. Then we have our SOV word order, narratively structured text. To combine everything together, we'll go line by line. The first line will incorporate but and he from the first 2 parts, resulting in "but this Druka to her said, he shall hearken." Line 2 will actually split into 2 separate lines. Then it will take when and return from the prior parts, creating "by Agma Schwa it was ruled, when his son Gusaba returned." Line 4 will take another Druka and say another person, Tian, against the lesser side of the invisible origin of light practices. Line 5 will take came and through to make they came as a result of cosmetic prohibitions of silence and restraint being beset. Line 6 will use perpetual, recognized, and story to create for Ngu, perpetual slave to creativity, inspection and certification prior to recognition of storied Navya Gunz's official status shall make. Finally, line 7 will take vowed, now strange, and tale to have vow your now strange humanity to deny.
The what?
No politics in real life there are. Good.
Yeah. In real life's tale there are.
No politics in real life's tale there are. So the text we'll actually be translating is this, which I feel still conveys the original meaning fairly well, all things considered, but it has been successfully incorporated into the ongoing Druka narrative poem. Oh, and that was step 1 of the translation process. I won't be going over every other step to save you the hassle, just presenting the translation, but all the necessary components have been provided. Anyways, on to that actual translation.
So poetic. Shall we enter fluency mode?
I think we should.
Yeah, it's a long poem. Look at the stanzas.
Elens for neguevare ots. Hadzel lights for zwaskir elve. Asi fuege o de ove. Arser foeka o de ove. I hue tu bas swam mid zwambe. I hua dwa bieda dim sivens. Zerngwa nesap gal destove. Kurlau gul a of a ir elve. Vashgulus vera vilanve. Anaivguns nidor idolve. Esarts von of side idolve. Alan wodlut dim well elve. I hua biat ti yawet gank ove. I hua biat gal us ove. Utsai nyanyan nan fud el eots. Oluda persina of vil ots. I he bia team y huim sive. We he ed biati ke audan. E bols noako fulun vau ki oian. Ti vave skalpan mai ogve. Jakvio hid I poavu vil ots. I hua du bea ati its sots.
Oh god.
Link to the full document can be found in the description.
Like, where is it? Where is it? That's pretty aesthetic when you pile the whole thing together.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Alright. Judging time. Second to last judging time. Yippee! The last one. Here we go.
Last one.
The last goddamn one. Look at Zip Creator. Oh, nice. Aesthetic. 16k views. Pretty good. Oh. Vibes.
Time. It's one of the most fundamental parts of the human experience. We remember the past, live in the present, and plan for the future. These 3 sections determine how we live our lives, so much so that we don't even think about it. This is, after all, the way our universe is structured, and so for human brains that evolved in it, it is perfectly natural to see it this way. We don't really think too much about how time works, but maybe we should. By defining our terms and making sense of time, we can view it more directly, and then, perhaps more excitingly, go beyond it. There are a few different ways to visualize time, one of the most common being a timeline. This is a line on which we place events. Events are anything that occurs in our universe, such as a collision of objects, a conversation between people, a war between states, or anything else that can happen. Events have a beginning, the time in which the event starts, and a duration, the time during which the event is considered to be ongoing. We can mark events by displaying their duration on our timeline, like so. You can see this divides our timeline into 3 sections: the time before the event, the time during the event, and the time after the event. The time during the event is obvious enough, but how do we decide what is before and what is after? Well, on a general line, this would be entirely arbitrary, but on a timeline, these words have clear meanings relating to causality. An event can only be caused by events that are before it, and events can only cause events that occur after it. For example, say we have a timeline with an event that marks a rock falling off a cliff. If we point to some event in the future, it could not have possibly caused it, since by that point the rock already fell. The fact that the rock fell is immutable. That information about the universe cannot be changed past that point. Likewise, nothing before the event could have been caused by the rock falling, since at that point it was unknown that the rock would fall, so nothing could have been affected by it. However, an event after the rock fell, like a tree being destroyed by the falling rock, could have easily been caused by the rock falling, since it's after the event. And likewise, an event before the rock fell, such as the rock sliding down a cliff, could have caused the rock to fall off the cliff. We can formalize our intuition here by assigning numbers to the properties of our events. The start of this event, the rock falling, can be assigned the number 0 for 0 seconds. It can then be assigned the duration 2 seconds for how long it was occurring. Then, the start of the tree being destroyed can be assigned 2 seconds, since it happened right after the previous event ended. And let's say it took 0.1 seconds to occur. We can do the same to any other events. Now, we have a way of determining whether a given event is before another. Just take the start times and see which one is smaller. Of course, our events with their durations can overlap, in which case we can't definitively say which one is before another, but we can take the starts of each event and compare those. This gives us the concept of points in time, represented by a single number. We can always directly compare these by just comparing their associated numbers. We can also test whether a given point of time occurred during a given event, by simply seeing if it's after the start and before the end. So this gives us two temporal objects, events, or line segments, which are one-dimensional and represent a process that has a start, middle, and end. These could be conversations, the life of a person, historical occurrences, etc. Then we have points, which are zero-dimensional and represent instantaneous occurrences, such as the time in which an event started or ended, or possibly things that require a date, such as the time of the publication of a book, the signing of a treaty, or others. So what does time feel like for the actors immersed in it, such as a human or other sentient creature? Well, we all have a present, a point in time that we are operating within. Around this present are two regions, the past and the future. One of the most important things that separates these regions, other than causality, is that we have knowledge about the past, but not about the future. We might be able to extrapolate what will happen in the future, but we will never know exactly what occurs until it does. This knowledge of the past also usually degrades with time, as we forget aspects of things that occurred. We're also not just pure observers of events that occur in the future. We can take a part in them and change the outcome, but we can't do that to events in the past. Most of this should be pretty obvious if you lived in a universe at all, but the main reason I'm explaining all of this is so we have a firm understanding of what happens here before we explore somewhere a little more exotic. So far, we've been considering a single line of time and its 1 and 0 dimensional subspaces. Those are events and points respectively. But what if we were to add another axis to our timeline? Make some sort of time plane? Yeah, time plane, that sounds cool. But what is it?
The what?
Gambian holiday moment.
Yeah, literally.
What does it actually, mean, though? Well, remember how we needed just one number to represent a point in time? Now we need two. We have two axes, so two numbers it is. So, alright, remember that the difference between any old line and a timeline is causality. So the difference between a normal plane and our time plane should also be causality. But what does causality mean when you have two time directions? Well, it's a bit complicated. There are a few ways you could tackle this problem. If you try to extrapolate from the current known laws of physics, you get a structure where time directions can be rotated into each other, so the past could be rotated into the future, making causality a lot less intuitive. You could interpret this in the way Greg Egan does in his book Dichronauts, where the extra time dimension acts more as a spatial dimension with weird rotation rules. Now, I'm not going to be redoing either of those. Instead, I'll define causality as so. Say we have a point in time A with coordinates AT, AU, and another point B with coordinates BT, BU. A being before B means that AT is less than or equal to BT, and AU is less than or equal to BU, and finally A does not equal B. Visually, this means that A is to the left of B, below B, or both. Before we continue, let's give some names to these axes for clarity. If you're familiar with four-dimensional spatial nomenclature, you'll know that the names for the two new directions are ana and kata, which are from the Greek words ana, meaning upwards, and kata, meaning downwards. So in the spirit of following convention, I'm going to coin the new words for the two new time directions from Greek as well. Prin, from Greek prin, meaning before, and katopin, from Greek katopin, meaning after. We'll use these two names for this axis, which are called the lateral axis, and then we'll use the familiar before and after for this axis, which are called the vertical axis. So if we then say that your current present is some point in time, then we have four different temporal regions, instead of the usual two. First is prin past. This one is the total past. This contains things that happened and can't be changed. Katopin future is the total future. This contains things that will happen and that you can't affect from your current present. Then prin future and katopin past are very different from anything that we're used to. These regions are partial futures. These contain things that have not occurred yet, but that can't be affected from your current present. However, it's possible that, if you still exist on one of these lines that neighbor these regions, you could have made a decision in the past that will affect it. Now, a question you might have is, how are these two time dimensions different? Since this is a world-building project and not a physics one, I'll describe this from the perspective of the actors in the universe. Along the lateral time axis, things generally go slower and require more resistance to occur. Meanwhile, along the vertical time axis, things are more fluid. The reason such a distinction is even necessary is because if both time axes worked in the exact same way, then the same exact events would happen in both, and so they'd be indistinguishable, basically collapsing into a single time dimension. Making them act different sort of forces different events to occur on both, therefore keeping the structure. Let's talk about events with two time dimensions. Events though take up not a one-dimensional line segment like before, but a two-dimensional area, which can be any shape. For example, let's say a rock falls like before. This is that event's area. Here I'm using a rectangle as its shape, but keep in mind this could be something else entirely. So remember how we had 3 temporal regions comprising an event before? Now we have 9. This region here is the event's total past. Anything that started the event must have occurred here. Then we have these 2 regions, whose events can affect the event while it is ongoing, but they could not have started it. Then these 2 events are where the event is in a partial future, and so it cannot be affected by what occurs there. For the most part, these past regions aren't very interesting. They're weird, for sure, not as weird as some of the future regions. So this region is during the event, but then we have these 3 regions. There's little future that's here, which is after the event is fully completed. The most interesting and important regions are these 2, the time shadows. In these regions, the event has partially terminated, in the sense that it can no longer be affected, but the outcome is still unknown. Note that the time shadows extend to the end of time, which means that for the infinite history that will occur in this small region, the outcome of the event is still unknown. As such, in something like a conversation, ideally one would want to reduce the time shadow as much as possible. It turns out that if the event is rectangle shaped, the shape that causes the minimal time shadow is a square. The proof of that is a little involved, so I won't be going over it in this video. Now that we've mentioned what both points and areas are, we can go to revisit lines. Lines are a bit weird in 2 temporal dimensions. It seems that they only represent the beginning or end of an event, analogous to what points do in 1 dimension. However, lines don't really seem to exist in isolation, unlike points in 1-dimensional time. Now that we understand the basic concepts of planar time, let's go through a possible sequence of events. Or a 2-dimensional sequence of events? A matrix of events? There's not really a word for it in English, or any other natural language that I'm aware of. Anyway, here's a time plane. Here we can see a line, which is the time during which a ball is being thrown into the air. After this, and candlepin this, a few other events occur. On the vertical axis, it hits the ground and falls into a hole, and on the lateral axis, it hits the ground and stays there. Then another person goes and picks up the ball candlepin after. Something important to know about 2-dimensional time is that only one thing can occur after 2 events on different time axes, so whatever happens pre and before that event must lead up to it. This also means that there's a limit on what you can do on either time axis, and has to eventually lead up to the same thing in the end. So I mentioned conversation a few moments ago. That gives me a segue into what this video is actually about, a language that the inhabitants of this universe could possibly speak, called Sai. Of course, that isn't the real name, since the real name is not pronounceable in our 3+1 dimensional spacetime. Now, let's start with the phonology. Of course, we don't have the normal phonemes that we would encounter in a mere single dimension of time. There's a whole host of things that you could do for this, one of them being creating an entirely new set of phonemes from scratch. I opted to do something a little easier, and took the phonemes that we already have, and used 2 of them for each of our 2-dimensional phonemes. Each of these sub-phonemes is called a component, and is the lateral component and the vertical component, written with a slash between them. Effectively, what occurs here is that the mouth is articulating one component in one direction, and the other component in the other direction, with the time in between those being an additive mix of the 2. So here's the phoneme chart for Sai. This is a little different from the ones you might be used to. So let me explain what this even means. On the left we have the vertical component of the phoneme, and on the top we have the lateral component. A green O means that the phoneme is allowed, but a red X means that it is not. So for example, P/T is allowed because its corresponding cell has an O, but H/F isn't, since its corresponding cell has an X. Something interesting to note with this phonology is that we have a mostly 3-vowel system, or 9-vowel system since each combination thereof is a valid phoneme, but with the addition of schwa. The schwa is primarily used in order to make previously unpronounceable segments pronounceable. So for example, if I have this word, you may notice that the segments along these 2 lines have a consonant without a preceding or succeeding vowel, which makes it hard to pronounce since it's just a consonant in isolation. In order to fix this, we simply add a double schwa sound after the consonant. This is actually very, very common. It shows up at least once in pretty much every word, with only a few exceptions. Phonotactics of Sai looks like this. Of course, we have 2 time dimensions, and so of course this is 2-dimensional as well. He or she is a consonant and V is a vowel. Phonemes caterpin of another are written right of the phoneme, meanwhile phonemes after another are written above. A unique part of working in 2 time dimensions is that oftentimes you'll want to rotate words along the 2 time dimensions to save space. Now, to be technical, when I say rotate, I'm actually referring to a reflection over the diagonal, but the speakers of Sai tend to think of this operation more as a rotation. Keen observers might have noticed that this phonology is not symmetric. A phoneme like P/L is allowed, but L/P isn't. This means that when a word is rotated, its phonemes undergo a rotation mutation, where phonemes disallowed by the phonology are turned into allowed phonemes. This is a rather simple process, where each disallowed phoneme is mapped to a single allowed phoneme, according to this table. As far as grammar goes, Sai is a mostly analytic language with some fusion of elements. Sentences can either be lateral or vertical. A lateral sentence has the next word be a word caterpin from the previous, while vertical sentences have the next word be after. Lateral sentences use words as is, while vertical sentences use rotated words. Sai's word order is fixed and looks like this, with O representing subjects, B representing verbs, S representing subjects, and A representing adjectives or adverbs. Here I'm using a pretty loose definition of adjective and adverb, because things like the locative particle or verb conjugations occupy the A space. Which, now that I've mentioned it, let's talk about verb conjugations. There's a total of 36 different verb conjugations for each subject-tense combination. This is in this table. No. There are 4 subjects: first person, second person, third person animate, and third person inanimate. Then there are 9 tenses: prin before, prin after, caterpin before, caterpin after, prin present, caterpin present, present past, present future, and present. Note that prin present, caterpin present, present past, and present future all imply the continuous aspect. For the other tenses, the continuous aspect can be marked manually with this word, and the perfective aspect can be marked with this. Something that's interesting is that there are sometimes 2 or 3 temporal variations of words where we usually expect 1 in our simple linear languages. For example, the word for then or next has 3 variants: caterpin present, present future, and caterpin future. These are used depending on the position of the sentence relating to the previous. There can sometimes be ambiguity on which one to use when in a complex set of sentences, and in that case, you can use any of them. So let's look at the name of the language. I've been calling it Sai during this video, but that's a crude linearized approximation of what the actual name is. This is the actual name of the conlang, which of course I can't pronounce since we...
It's biased towards reality name. Oh god, this is the... Oh no.
We unfortunately have a single time dimension in our universe. This word is broken up into 2 parts. This part is the verb for say, or speak, and this part is the participle particle. So overall, the name means something like saying, or speech, or language. To get the linearized name, Sai, I just took the bottom row of this word. Of course, you could take any row here, giving different results. Or you could slice it vertically, giving fup-i. So let's try to translate a simple phrase, I walked to school. We'll make this a lateral sentence, so sentence flow goes from prin to caterpin. And for the past tense, we'll use the prin past tense, also known as the absolute past tense. That's the bottom left of our diagram from earlier. Sai is a pro-drop language, so that means we can exclude the subject entirely, since it will be covered by the verb conjugation. The word for walk is this. Then we add the 1 prin past conjugation, then we add school, caterpin that, and finally we add a locative particle after school. Now, the position of the word marked with a locative particle matters. If we placed it at the front of the sentence, like this, it would mean I walked at school. We must place it at the end, where it acts as a lative, I walked to school. Now, let us turn our attention to a bit of a longer phrase. This monstrosity is the beginning of one of the core myths of Sai culture. Of course, in its phonetic form, it's extremely hard to see what's even going on here. So let's go see the gloss, which is much more manageable. Let's take this sentence by sentence. Each sentence here can be pretty decently translated into a comprehensible sentence in a linear language, like English. So the subject of the sentence is star, which also means God in Sai. This is because they worship the stars in their religion. This is combined with the plural to make stars. And then we have the 3 animate present conjugation and the adjective above on the copula. So that structure translates to are above. The word in the object is a first-person singular, then with a plural, to make a first-person plural. So this whole sentence translates to the stars are above us. From here, the passage branches off into 2, as is common in many Sai stories because it makes optimal use of the time given. Let's go caterpin. Here we have the noun light, with a third-person plural above it. Using this as an adjective signifies ownership, so this translates to their...
Say let's move right. God.
Wait, what did you say? Oh god.
God.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think I get it.
There at light. Next we have the verb create in the gnomic aspect, an aspect which is not declined for subject. And then we have environment with all after it, which translates to all of the environment. So this whole sentence translates to their light creates all of the environment. Now, after the first phrase we looked at, we have this. Here we have a pro-adjective, which basically just means use the adjectives that were on the previous thing said, which would be this. This word translates to a whole lot of things, but for this class I chose the word character. It has a third person plural, so it's their character, and now we can resolve this pro-adjective to their, making the whole sentence their location reveals their character. Now let's go after this sentence. So this sentence is both in the future of the one before and the one prin, which means that it can rely on information from both of them. This phi is usually used to bring together information from its two predecessors, which could be recent predecessors, like in this case, or they could be far away, which you'd see in a longer passage. The subject of this sentence is part, followed by two, so two parts. This is in reference to the two things previously mentioned by the other two sentences, so it'd be better translated to English as these two parts. Then we have determine in the nomic, so now it's these two parts determine. And then we have a subordinate clause. The way these work is that they rotate the sentence type of the entire subordinate clause, so lateral sentences become vertical and vertical sentences become lateral, and place it in the direction of the new sentence type. The dot...
What?
My brain is melting.
Yeah, literally. This is crazy complicated. Oh man.
I haven't really been able to add anything because I'm kind of just trying to figure out how everything works in this right now.
Yeah, literally.
Kind of given up on that.
Yeah, that's not working.
This is insane. This is very, very insane.
.r in the class means rotated, since these words in the class get, well, rotated. So we're now reading from bottom to top. So we have God in the subject, and the verb with its adverb translates to be fully. So the whole clause translates to God is fully. And as a subordinate clause, that becomes what God entirely is. Just saying God in the singular like this in Sai is often shorthand to refer to all of the gods. So the whole sentence roughly translates to these parts determine all that the gods are. This sentence synthesized information from the previous two sentences in both time directions. Each of those describe two parts, and now we mention those two parts. While we could translate this linearly by putting these sentences next to each other, it would get awkward when we try to do more than just this part. I'm not going to translate the rest of this entire phrase for the sake of time, but the gist is that this sentence builds on the sentence before it, and this sentence builds on the sentence printed. So you don't really have a good place to put the sentence if you try to translate this into a linear language. And it gets even worse when you have to insert this sentence, which builds on everything else said before it and printed. While linear translations are possible for arbitrary side text, they completely destroy the flow of the original, and it's pretty much impossible to reconcile. To more concretely lay out the problem, let's return to our time plane and label a few points, which will stand in for sentences. There's math coming up, so skip to this timestamp if we don't give a fuck. What we are effectively doing when we translate to a linear language is mapping each of these points onto a line. In the ideal scenario, we would want to do this in a way that preserves causality. So if an event is before or print another event, it should be before that event on our final timeline. We can model our transformation as a function from r squared, i.e. two-dimensional vectors, to r, i.e. one-dimensional vectors, or just numbers. We want to take the relation AT is less than or equal to BT, and AU is less than or equal to BU, and A does not equal B, which...
The what?
Is this just constructing a linear regression or something at this point?
It looks like it is, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured that things would that this would be the best way to linearize the language.
Yeah, it makes sense. Kind of.
Remember, is what it means for a point to be before or print another point. I'm going to abbreviate that relation as A tilde B. We want to map this relation to f of A is less than f of B. In other words, f of A should be before f of B if and only if A is before or print B. We also want f to be a bijection, meaning that every event should be mapped to a unique point in the resultant timeline. This is because we can't say two sentences at the same time. So can we construct this transformation? No. Let's say we have this magical transformation f. Now take the 2 points 0, 1, which I'll call alpha, and 1, 0, which I'll call beta. Then we'll call f of alpha, alpha prime, and f of beta, beta prime. Now we know that A tilde B is true if and only if f of A is less than f of B. Therefore not A tilde B is true if and only if f of A is greater than or equal to f of B. Since alpha tilde beta is false, i.e. alpha isn't before or print beta, that must mean that alpha prime is greater than or equal to beta prime. But since beta tilde alpha is also false, beta isn't before or print alpha, this must mean that beta prime is greater than or equal to alpha prime. The only way this can be true is if alpha prime equals beta prime. Since f is a bijection, this means that alpha equals beta. However, if we look at alpha and beta, they are different vectors, and so alpha does not equal beta. This is a contradiction, and it means that this magical function f does not exist. This result shows that we cannot translate Psi into a linear language in a sensible way. It also sort of tells us why that's true. In a time plane, you can have events that are at different times, but not strictly before or after each other. This is impossible to do on a timeline, and so we cannot map a time plane onto a timeline while keeping its structure intact. Since we're on the topic of math, let's talk about numbers. Psi uses a bijective base 8 system. This is a system in which 0 is not written. To see how this works, let's look at something a little more familiar, base 10. Normal base 10 has digits from 0 to 9, but bijective base 10 has digits from 1 to 10. Here I'm using x to represent 10. So we count from 1 to 9, then when we get to 10 we just write x. 11 is written as usual, like 1, 1. When we get to 220, instead of writing 2, 0, we write 1x, as 1 in the tens place plus 10 in the ones place makes 20. Similarly, 100 is written 9x, 9 in the tens place and 10 in the ones place, adding up to 100. 101 is then written x1, 10 tens plus 1, 1, and so on. However, instead of bijective base 10, Psi uses bijective base 8, which is similar except we have digits from 1 to 8. So we have a 1's place, an 8's place, a 64's place, and so on. Psi numbers are written as a digit and then particles representing the place of that number, which are all listed here. These particles replace the schwa/schwa phonemes on the side of the number. As well as that, Psi has a built-in way to represent two-dimensional vectors, since these are needed in everyday communication. For example, if you wanted to say something like let's meet in 2,7 hours, the way you would do this is to take the lateral component, so 2 in this case, and then interlace it with the rotated form of the vertical component, which is 7. This leads to an overlapping vowel, which you can resolve by just getting rid of the vertical component's vowel. And there you go, a single word for 2,7. You can do the same process for any two numbers. As for writing, Psi is written with a logographic writing system. Every word is written with a single glyph. The language is read left to right on the lateral time axis and bottom to top on the vertical, the same way we've been writing the phonetic transcriptions. You may notice that this writing system looks pixelated. This is because most writing is done on tablets with blocks that can be placed in the down or up position. Once a full phrase is formed, this can then be printed onto a sheet of paper. Symbols may also be rotated 90 degrees clockwise to represent their rotated versions. Now, let's talk about audio. Normally, audio is a one-dimensional stream of information. The single unit of audio information is the pressure of the air at a given point in time, as units are placed in the sequence. Existing audio formats are designed with this in mind. They work to compress these one-dimensional sequences of numbers. However, we need something a little more powerful than that. Our audio is two-dimensional. We have two time dimensions from which to sample a pressure value. However, it turns out we already have a format for dealing with such two-dimensional data, images. So instead of OGG or WAV or some other audio format, the optimal pre-existing format to store audio of Psi is actually PNG. Now, one may ask, why would you choose a lossless format? Audio usually takes up a lot of space, and pretty much every format for storing it is lossy. This means that information is lost in the encoding. After recording some audio, encoding it, and decoding it, the result will not be the same. For most cases, this is absolutely fine. The change is almost imperceptible. Lossy audio formats are...
The what?
Okay, that's also... I would like to bring up the Nyquist-Shannon sampling theorem, which states that any signal can be represented exactly if you sample it at twice its frequency, exactly without loss of information.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah.
Sure.
are designed to make this change imperceptible. Unfortunately, we do not have such a design for two-dimensional audio information. While we do have lossy compression for two-dimensional images, that's what JPEG does, it would most likely lead to strange artifacts on audio. Because of that, I opted to choose PNG, a lossless format for images, meaning it preserves all information. So with that said, we can now look at some waveforms of Psi speech. Note that these will be crude approximations. I don't have the know-how in order to make a proper speech synthesizer that takes into account the variable lengths of different phonemes, so instead I've regularized it so that each phoneme takes the same amount of time to say. With all of that said, let's look at the waveform of the name of the language, which looks like this.
This is all. I'm pretty sure this is also a Sun Gazer song that's playing in the background right now, but it's like a different version of a Sun Gazer song that I know. Like it's either put into a different key signature, or it's like a cover of a Sun Gazer song.
And let's see the waveform of that whole phrase that we were discussing earlier. That looks like this. So finally, the last thing I'll mention before we get to the translation of the requested phrase is linear speech. This is a mode of speech in Psi that sacrifices information density and brevity for clarity. Linear speech actually didn't evolve naturally. It was invented for use in situations where clarity was more important than brevity, for example when giving orders. It's used rather rarely, and regular speech is very much preferred, but it is a feature of Psi worth mentioning. It is also probably the most natural way to translate long phrases in a linear language into Sai, which we will see shortly. It collapses subordinate phrases and other constructions by adding an insubordinate phrase particle. Then the whole phrase is rotated, and the rotated version is placed next to the non-rotated version. We can see how it improves clarity by looking at a time plane. This is a time plane of normal speech, with a rectangular shape. You can see that the time shadows here are pretty big. For something like casual speech, this is not an issue, but when giving orders or delivering important news, you ideally want these to be much smaller, so that for the greatest possible time in the future, the listener knows the whole of what's being said. A time plane of linear speech looks like this. While we gain this extra time shadow in the middle, it has a bounded size, meaning it can basically just be disregarded. Of course, in regular speech, this would be filled with more words, but here we're purposefully not doing that. You can see that the time shadows on each side that extend infinitely are brought much smaller than in regular speech, so the time in the future in which the listener fully understands the thing being said is maximized. Finally, we are ready to view the translation of the requested phrase, which I'll translate into linear speech. This is rather boring and does not really show off the features of the language too well, which is why I didn't use it as an illustrative example earlier. Here's the class. Here's this in Sai's writing system. And here's its waveform.
Oh god. So how is this uttered?
So that's about it. There's still so much that I didn't cover on two-dimensional time itself, and it's really crazy the stuff that occurs with two time dimensions that's utterly alien to human comprehension. At some point, I'm going to make a follow-up video covering more of that. For Sai, there's a lot more word forms and other things I didn't fully cover here, but this video got the gist of it. In the description of this video, you'll find a text project I used to create it, as well as a GitHub repository containing a program I used for various tasks while creating Sai, a spreadsheet containing the documentation for the language, and a script for this video. If you like this video, your opinion is wrong, you dumbass. This video is complete fucking dog shit. Where the hell? Your opinion is so bad that you probably deserve it. Maybe even multiple fucking eternities of suffering for you. Fuck you.
Oh, and that's from last year. There you go. Wow.
What was the translation of this? Did somehow?
It was
that one of the?
It was the big like block. That wall of just like content. That's the translation. Mm-hmm. Dear God.
All right, so
there we go.
The judging, and with that concludes the.
It is.
Judging.
There it is. God
damn
it.
We need to watch that.
Let's listen to the hit song "Bite of '87" by CG5 to cap this all off, and give it an honorary score. Right? So some classic content right here.
And that was it. Those were the top 30 submissions for the Cursed Conlang Circus 3. Now, I would be perfectly happy just leaving it at that and saying, good job, everyone, but we did actually score everything during all of this. And there were some winners. So, in third place, overall, with a score of 92.333 repeating, goes to, drumroll, Averin's New Atlantean. That's right. Very good one. Good stuff. And in second place, with a score of 93.54 repeating, goes to, drumroll again, building anticipation, boom! Operation Diplomacy by Dorian. Top-notch content. And with a score of 99.6969 repeating, the number one first place winner of the third Cursed Conlang Circus is, drumroll, extreme anticipation. Drumroll again, building anticipation. Bam! Boom! It's not a surprise. It is Zue's however you pronounce that. That thing is a masterpiece. Like I said during the judging, I don't know if it's in the main video, but that one single video has more effort put into it, more production value in it than like any of the videos that I've ever made in my entire life. It is a glorious conlang. It is a beautiful story. So congratulations. That is some absolutely peak content right there. Please keep making more on that world. That's like insane. And with that in mind, I mentioned that word story, and that's because there were 2 themes in the Cursed Conlang Circus this year, 2 optional themes that you could have chose to focus your language on. The first theme was story, either to make your entire presentation in the form of a story or to make your language consist of a story. And also, the other theme was a proto-language, as in your Cursed Conlang is the proto-language. And your entire presentation is on that proto-language. The highest scoring conlang that wasn't in the top 3 overall scoring conlangs, which followed the story theme, is the winner of the story honorable mention. And the winner of the story honorable mention goes to Gobbo Gob by Richard III. Good stuff. And the winner of the Proto-Language theme goes to the highest scoring conlang that was not in the top 3 overall that followed the theme of the Proto-Language. The Proto-Language honorable mention goes to the winner of the first Cursed Conlang Circus, Babalingua, and his very thematically appropriate conlang, the Basque whale Pidgin. Glorious. And of course, there is the honorable mention, that being the top scoring conlang that was not in the top 3 that managed to follow both the Proto-Language theme and the story theme. So, the number 1 double honorable mention conlang for the Cursed Conlang Circus 3 goes to Stephen Kramer and Franco-Enoan, created the frickin' Avengers Endgame of the Cursed Conlang universe, and it all takes place in Arizona. Couldn't ask for more. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who participated. All of your conlangs were great. I love creativity and bringing people together. We've officially flooded the internet with over 240 Cursed Conlangs in the past 3 years. We have literally shifted the needle of the ratio of how many normal conlangs to Cursed Conlangs there are that you can view on the internet. It's kind of insane when you think about it. What have I done? So, with all that in mind, that's pretty much it. Thank you all for watching. I'm sure you're subscribed if you're already at the end of a freaking 12-hour long video. But Patreon, like the video, put some comments for engagement so we can get some algorithm moments happening. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time for some non-Cursed Conlang content, maybe. Some more Cursed Conlang content, most likely. And some other very interesting stuff that I have planned while I'm still out here in the Basque country. So with that, I wish you all adieu. I bid you all adieu.